Within a colossal cavern, stalactites of varying lengths hung from the ceiling, naturally formed over eons. Suddenly, amidst a tremor, a slender stalactite fractured and plummeted downward, ultimately crashing onto a uniquely shaped, oval egg that stood nearly a meter high. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the stalactite shattered into several pieces. Evidently, this egg was remarkably sturdy. Beside it lay an array of eggs, all impeccably arranged though varying in type. They were similar in size, neatly piled atop a conical mound of stone. At that moment, another tremor reverberated throughout the grotto, and a massive figure emerged around the nearby corner of the cavern. Towering hundreds of meters high, its imposing form was adorned with dark red, diamond-shaped scales that covered its entire body. Each massive step it took shook the cavern, while its thick, long tail trailed behind, effortlessly pulverizing any stones that impeded its path. Strong arms, naturally swaying at its sides, seemed to harbor boundless power, with claws as sharp as knives. Its fleshly wings, adorned with intricate red scales, shimmered ominously. Atop its stout neck rested a head draped in the same crimson scales, featuring prominently protruding cheeks that framed a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. The breath escaping it was so hot that it distorted the surrounding air. Curved backward, a pair of twisted horns crowned its head, and below, piercing golden eyes sparkled with intelligence. The majestic creature strode purposefully toward the pile of eggs. "I wonder if there are any eager little ones, ready to greet the world," it murmured softly. Though meant to be a whisper, the sound boomed astonishingly, reverberating even through the stalactites overhead. Strangely, her voice belied her fearsome appearance, possessing an oddly melodious quality. Peering down at the eggs, which appeared almost as mere pebbles from her perspective, the creature bent closer, her golden pupils fixated upon them. While her visage expressed a perpetual savagery, an overwhelming sense of tenderness and seriousness emanated from her. "Wow! By the creator dragon above, there are 5 little ones this time," she exclaimed, her hot breath cascading over the eggs, falling upon them gently like a warm breeze, causing no harm despite its potency. After a careful examination, she picked the 5 chosen eggs from the stone mound and placed them on the ground, then lowered herself, eyes alight with expectation as she eagerly gazed at them. "Where is this place?" Upon opening his eyes, he found himself engulfed in darkness, his golden vertical pupils reflecting a sense of confusion. It felt so constricted. A single, fleeting thought surged through his mind. He must be enveloped within something. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply as a torrent of memories flooded into his mind. These unfamiliar, yet fascinating recollections ignited an onslaught of questions within him. What are those moving things? They are humans. What about those 4-legged ones? No, that's a dog. And those square, running things? That's a car. What about the square ones that don't move? A building? Questions continued to surge forth, each answered by an enigmatic voice guiding him through the mists of understanding. Gradually, an intriguing yet perilous world materialized in his thoughts. It was a world governed by a species known as humans, populated by various other creatures and a myriad of inventions crafted by these humans. So, that is the world outside? Is that where I will live after I emerge? No, that was my world. Once your world, you must witness it for yourself. Who are you? Me? I am your father. Where are you? Why can't I see you? I am among the stars. If you wish to see me, you must strive for it. Stars? Where is that? Stand upon the earth. Gaze upward, and what you see is the stars. Why are you there? We came from the stars. They represent our dreams, our ambitions, our futures, and our home. We are the dragons of the cosmos. The stars signify freedom. Thus we were born free. Remember your name. Wit. Remember, I await you among the stars. Stars freedom. Wit whispered those 2 words, his golden vertical pupils shimmering with the brilliance of ambition. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound pierced the air. Joe, along with a youthful roar, a golden little being burst forth into the world. Then, he turned to nibble at his eggshell. Nearby, a small creature adorned with crimson crystals watched this scene, swallowing its saliva in anticipation, then cautiously approached the newly arrived golden being. However, a sudden gust of wind sent the crystal-clad little creature tumbling. A thunderous voice boomed shortly thereafter. "No, Billy, that is not yours." The red crystal-clad little dragon, known as Billy, reluctantly withdrew his gaze upon hearing this. He noted the golden dragon casting him a glance filled with unwelcome hostility. Observing the other's burly physique, Billy wisely stepped back. According to his inherited memories, this radiant golden creature, identified as a golden dragon, was known for its brawn over brains. How unfortunate that among the four that emerged, none belonged to his kin. Contemplating, he glanced at the other two companions who had also been aroused by the noise, then shifted his focus to the last egg. Perhaps it would yield a kindred spirit. However, upon gazing at the glimmering silver eggshell, a sigh of resignation escaped him. If his memories served him correctly, the one within the shell would be more akin to the golden AO than to himself. Suddenly, another cracking sound erupted. 5 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the only egg that had yet to break. Yet amidst their hopeful gazes, the eggshell did shatter. But the silver dragon that emerged merely stole a glance at them before turning to indulge itself in its meal, showing no intention of interaction. Witnessing this, Wit's formerly gentle expression shifted abruptly. Dragon Beast. Chapter 2. This little dragon is undoubtedly problematic. Dragon Beast. Upon hearing this, the other 4 little dragons observing below displayed traces of sympathy in their eyes. With their inherited memories, they were acutely aware of what the term dragon beast signified. They also understood the grim fate that awaited the little dragon that had already transformed into a dragon beast. While the dragons were momentarily dazed, Veit instinctively consumed the entirety of the eggshell that had once sheltered him. Licking the remnants of egg liquid from the corners of his mouth, he turned his gaze toward the colossal creature. He certainly understood that the dragon beast referred to him, but he remained ignorant of what a dragon beast truly was. Soda, what is a dragon beast? The small creature he had just identified as a dragon beast spoke up, momentarily catching Veit off guard. Be why the creator dragon above. You can actually speak. Veit looked at the little dragon in confusion. Why can't I speak? Moreover, what is a dragon beast? As soon as he finished speaking, Veit found himself without an answer. Instead, he suddenly noticed the massive being before him extending a claw in his direction. At that moment, Veit realized something and hurriedly began to run backward. However, with his diminutive stature of less than a meter, even if Winter instructed him to run 99 meters ahead, the creature could effortlessly grasp him in a single stride without any movement. Thus, Veit's resistance was destined to be futile. He was captured. Yet, the innate stubbornness within him refused to accept being taken away so easily, prompting him to bite down on the scales beside him. A howl of anguish echoed as Veit clutched his mouth, rolling about in distress. Winter observed this scene with a peculiar glint in her golden-slit pupils. Could this little dragon truly be problematic? The disparity in size should have sufficed to convey the difference in their power, yet the little one still dared to retaliate. However, as she looked down at Veit, who lay in her grasp, rolling about while clutching his mouth, his eyes still radiated defiance and ferocity, flickering with a strange light. Little one, tell me your name. Upon hearing the thunderous voice beside him, a flicker of fear crossed Veit's eyes. Yet he remained resolute. He was a cosmic dragon, born free. How could he be intimidated by such a trivial situation? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about someone else's name? That's how it should be. Quite imposing, however. I must ensure my voice doesn't tremble next time. With this thought, Veit stubbornly fixed his gaze upon the golden-slit pupils that were larger than his entire dragon form, and endeavored to control his tail to cease its quivering. Winter couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Having lived for so long, she had delivered countless little dragons, and this was the first time she encountered one so intent on bargaining. With this in mind, she gently placed Veit back on the ground. Call me Lady Winter, and you ought to make the acquaintance of your siblings. At that moment, the other 4 young dragons, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally comprehended upon hearing Wintus's words that the last dragon to emerge was not a dragon beast, but rather a colossal dragon like themselves. Consequently, they scampered eagerly toward Veiter, only to be met with a roar imbued with caution. Observing the 4 young dragons frozen in place by his imposing presence, Veiter then turned his gaze toward Wintus. You may call me Veiter, and additionally, I do not consider them my siblings. Upon hearing this, one has furrowed her brow slightly. However, she refrained from reprimanding the young dragon immediately. It appeared that there was something amiss with him. Can you enlighten me, Veiter? Upon hearing this, Veiter scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? We don't even share the same appearance. How can you assert that they are my siblings? As these words left his mouth, and noticing the wariness in Veiter's eyes, one has finally realized something. You lack a bloodline inheritance? Suddenly confronted with this unfamiliar term, Veiter instinctively inquired. What is bloodline inheritance? Upon hearing this, Wint comprehended fully why this young dragon was so remarkably different. Contemplating the education that lay ahead, she couldn't help but smack her forehead. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten that given her size, even a gentle movement could be catastrophic for the 5 young dragons. Thus, without any surprise, the 5 young dragons were swept away by the sudden gust of wind, rolling like tumbling gourds. Fortunately, the resilience of dragonkind ensured that even these freshly hatched hatchlings would not perish easily from a collision with a stone. In fact, amidst their crash with the stones, these newly born little creatures emerged as the ultimate victors, albeit their triumph was rather inconsequential. Observing the scuffling young dragons below, Wint finally remembered that they were not her companions. She quickly extended her claw to prevent the little dragons from rolling too far away. My apologies. I forgot that you are newly hatched. Veit rose to his feet, rubbing his forehead where he had just bumped into a rock. However, his current focus was evidently elsewhere. Rather than that, shouldn't you elaborate on what bloodline inheritance entails? After pondering Veit's question, Wint replied thoughtfully, how shall I explain it? Bloodline inheritance is a gift bestowed upon you by your parents. It aids you in navigating this perilous world more swiftly. Upon hearing this, Veit let out a sigh of relief. If bloodline inheritance is indeed that, then I possess it. You do? Taken aback, Wint pondered for a moment before asking, if you possess bloodline inheritance, could you tell me what your race is? Upon hearing this, Veit's interest piqued, and he proudly lifted his head high. I am a starry sky dragon. Wint gazed at Veit, speechless. She should never have believed the dubious claims of this young dragon regarding his parents, let alone such an extravagant lineage as the starry sky dragon. Observing the proud expression on Veit's face, Wint felt compelled to deliver this harsh truth. Little one, in this world, there is no such thing as a starry sky dragon. You are certainly not a starry sky dragon, but rather a silver dragon. Upon hearing this, Veit was momentarily taken aback. Why, father explicitly told me that we come from the stars, that we are starry sky dragons. How could we possibly be silver dragons? Observing Veit's profound dismay, Wint felt a tinge of helplessness. Such matters must be clarified, for a misguided perception could potentially ruin an exceptional dragon. This thought. A flicker of resentment arose within Wint towards Veit's parents, whom he had never met. Although many dragons have been known to mislead their offspring, he had never encountered such an egregious case. Veit, take a closer look at Ao. He belongs to the dragon species, specifically the metallic dragon family known as gold dragons, while silver dragons also belong to the same metallic dragon lineage. Upon hearing this, Veit turned to gaze at the golden little dragon named Ao, then glanced at himself. Chapter 3. Remember you are a silver dragon. Veit cast a glance at the small golden dragon named Ao. 4 feet planted firmly on the ground, his horns curved upward in a spiral fashion, measuring over 1 meter in length without including the tail, and with a wingspan of approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters. His front body was adorned with golden scales, which were diamond-shaped and gleamed with a metallic luster, their edges appearing quite sharp. The dragon's tail was long and robust, resembling a whip, the legacy memories left by his father. Those bipedal creatures known as humans measured length using such metrics, which Veit found quite convenient, hence he subconsciously assessed the golden little dragon in this manner. Then he turned to examine himself. He too stood on 4 legs, with his horns curving backward in a similar spiraled fashion. Their sizes were comparable, though his wingspan reached around 1 meter and 60 centimeters, and his body was somewhat more slender. Additionally, his entire form was a lustrous silver, with fan-shaped scales that similarly shimmered with a metallic sheen, their edges also appearing quite sharp. Furthermore, his tail appeared even more elongated. At this realization, Veit fell silent, reflecting that if he were to describe himself and Ao using the terminology from his inherited memories, it would be, they cannot be said to be exactly identical, but they are fundamentally very much alike. Although he did not comprehend the meaning of identical, he understood that this phrase was used to depict 2 entities that bore a striking resemblance to one another. Thus, am I truly a silver dragon? Wint, noticing Veit's profound emotional turmoil, sought to console him. The truth is as such. Upon hearing this, Veit withdrew further into himself. Observing that her comforting words seemed to have an adverse effect, Wint hastily shifted the topic. Therefore, your bloodline inheritance is indeed problematic. Veit gazed at Wint in silence. Ms. Wint, if you possess no words of comfort, perhaps it would be best to refrain from speaking. Hearing this, Wince felt a bit embarrassed, yet soon regarded White with suspicion. "Were you just insulting me?" Meeting her radiant golden vertical pupils, White blinked in disbelief. "How could that be? For no reason whatsoever. Why would I insult you?" Wince scrutinized White, feeling that his words were not entirely benevolent. However, gazing at his expression of innocence, she ultimately dismissed that notion from her mind. "Though your lineage may be flawed, the very fact that we can engage in conversation indicates that your unreliable parents, at the very least, have not forgotten the fundamental language of dragons." Upon hearing this, Veit's curiosity was piqued. "Why is that?" "Because had we been unable to communicate, you might have been perceived as a mere draconic beast." "Ah, but you lack the normal heritage of memories, so you probably do not know what a draconic beast is." "How shall I explain? Our world was born from the collision of the creator dragon, Kawi, and the annihilator dragon, Exis. Through the interplay of these two formidable forces, the realm of dragons emerged. In that great war, the creator dragon ultimately triumphed, allowing the dragon realm to endure. Before the creator dragon pursued Exis into the void, it left behind a drop of its own blood, which became the origin of our dragon kin. This eventually gave rise to a myriad of dragon species. However, do not forget that this world was shaped by the clash of two powers, inherently containing the essence of the annihilator dragon, Exis. This force resides deep within the bloodline of every dragon, poised to erupt during the most vulnerable moments of a dragon's life, and those moments of fragility occur right at the time of your birth. This power can obliterate a dragon's consciousness, reducing it to a mere beast, a draconic beast. Vince paused, momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Veit with a hint of confusion. "A beast? What is that?" Veit elucidated. "A creature devoid of intellect, surviving solely on instinct and oblivion." He then added, "This is a memory bestowed upon me by my father." At this, Vince's expression turned grave, though it is difficult to discern seriousness on such a fearsome visage. "Veit, you must cast aside the memories your father left you. They do not comprise the knowledge a great dragon ought to possess, rife with inaccuracies, particularly concerning your own identity. Remember this well, little one. You are a silver dragon, a member of the great dragon species, metallic dragons, of the silver lineage. You can achieve this, yes?" Veit met Vince's earnest gaze, then glanced at the other 4 young dragons observing them, and nodded affirmatively. Satisfied, Vince smiled, albeit in a rather terrifying manner. "Excellent, Veit. But fret not. As you previously stated, the starry sky dragons are a race born of freedom, even if there is no such race as starry sky dragons. However, one thing remains true. We great dragons are also a race born of freedom. I misspoke earlier. The heritage memories within your mind are a gift from your father and should not be forgotten. But I hope you can discern what constitutes memory and what is reality. As for the correct heritage memories, you need not worry. Within the lair of the Desidero dragons, we possess our own library, which can assist you in accurately understanding this world." With that, Vince cast a glance at the other 4 young dragons, then added, "And your siblings?" Listening to Vince's reassurances, Veit nodded in acknowledgement. Though he harbored a flicker of doubt regarding his ancestral lineage due to the issue of race, the moment he awakened to behold such a splendid and intricate world, disbelief enveloped him. It was difficult to fathom that it could be an illusion. Suddenly, a thought struck Veit, prompting him to inquire hastily, "Ms. Winthes, are you acquainted with every corner of this world?" Taken aback by his question, Winthes paused momentarily before offering a wry smile and shaking her head. "My dear child, how could that be possible? Setting aside the sheer vastness of this world, even just beyond our dragon's lair lies a realm teeming with countless dangers. I once embarked on a journey to explore what lay at the world's end, yet I was bested by a black dragon and returned to the lair in a state of utter disarray, vowing to seek vengeance once I grew stronger. But what became of that?" Winthes remarked, casting a glance at Billy, who had spoken up, and continued, "Ultimately, I never set foot outside the lair again. All because of you. All because of them." The 5 dragons followed the direction of Winds's finger, revealing unhatched dragon eggs. "Now, let us return to the topic of dragon beasts. Dragon beasts lack intelligence. They are driven solely by the instinct to survive. For them, anything that ensures their survival will be pursued, including the consumption of dragon eggs. It is not a matter of morality, but pure instinct, therefore." Winthes turned her gaze toward Veit. "If you truly are a dragon beast, the best fate awaiting you is to be expelled from the lair, leading a life of aimless wandering, And what of the worst fate? One-Thess grinned, baring her sharp teeth. The worst outcome is to become prey for the predators lurking outside the moment you leave the lair, particularly the innate dragon beasts born from the eggs. They possess the richest dragon blood, which serves as the finest sustenance for acquired dragon beasts. Chapter 4. Where is your magic? As Wen's words echoed, all 5 young dragons, including Veit, shuddered. Among them, Veit trembled the most violently. This world was perilous beyond compare, far more dangerous than the one etched in his memory, in that world. The worst fate involved being captured and taken to a place known as a research institute, bound to a contraption referred to as an operating table, and subjected to examination. Given that he had not encountered any beings akin to himself in that world, even if studied, he would not be dissected. Moreover, there was a high likelihood that he would be regarded as a rare species worthy of protection, assuming he refrained from revealing his powers. Yet here, the peril of being devoured loomed the moment one stepped outside the dragon's lair. Indeed, this must be the wild world frequently mentioned in the novels of his memories. This implied that a malevolent presence lurked in some corner of this realm, contemplating the most insidious means by which to bring about its destruction. Furthermore, it was possible that this lair, known as the Dragon's Nest, had already been infiltrated by the minions of that very entity, according to the descriptions found in web literature, if one were to indulge in darker thoughts. The most formidable being within this lair might very well be the mastermind intent on annihilating the world. Consequently, he might unwittingly become a pawn in their scheme to wreak havoc upon existence. Escape from the dragon's lair. As soon as this thought emerged, Veit glanced down at his own modest length, tail included, barely reaching 2 meters, and then at the imposing figure of Veit, towering at several hundred meters. Very well. This plan must be abandoned. If his memory served him correctly, the other party bore a striking resemblance to the chaotic and malevolent red dragon from online literature, a member of the infamous 5-colored dragons. As for why the creature before him did not appear as disordered and wicked as described in those tales. Come on, that's fiction. This is reality. How could a dragon in the real world possibly lay bare its entire character? Perhaps, behind each of its gentle utterances lay profoundly sinister intentions. Thus, the only course of action left for him was to tread carefully in accommodating its demands while gathering strength, biding his time for an opportunity to flee the dragon's lair. What was that saying? Something about lying down and tasting something. Damn it, when I have the time, I must thoroughly organize the memories left by my father. Speaking of which, are there humans in this world? No, now is not the time to ponder such matters. I need to devise a meticulous plan to prevent exposing myself before the scheme is even set in motion. With this thought, Veit turned his gaze with pity towards the other 4 young dragons. Poor creatures, utterly oblivious to this world. They shall await their fate as instruments of war in a conflict aimed at either conquering or annihilating it. Of course, if any of them happen to be particularly agreeable. He wouldn't mind having an additional ally. Unbeknownst to Veit, her rather macabre jest had inadvertently sparked within Veit's mind a comprehensive escape plan from the dragon's nest, consisting of a detailed outline spanning 20,000 words. Observing the quivering young dragons, Veit let out a light chuckle, or rather, a sinister grin. Well, little ones, aside from Veit, do you have any other questions? Then she noticed a paw raised high. Veit, you needn't raise your paw. Feel free to ask directly. What is the lair of the Desidero dragon? Veit looked at Veit with eager anticipation, curious to see if this 5-colored dragon, adept at concealing its malice and chaos, could divulge any useful information. Veit, unaware of the thoughts swirling in Veit's mind, turned to him, somewhat astonished by his inquiry. Your capacity for learning exceeds my expectations. I never imagined you would remember that name after I merely mentioned it. With this, I need not worry about your lack of bloodline inheritance. As for Desidero, you are still young. All you need to know is that it is a magnificent place. The specifics of its greatness will naturally reveal themselves as you grow. This K. Veit clicked his tongue internally, feeling even more apprehensive towards the malevolent red dragon before him. It was evident that even newborn dragons like themselves were under such scrutiny. As for growth, surely, it must be brainwashing. That should be the term. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken in his mind. He would never dare to voice them. He believed that should he utter them aloud, the other might, in a fit of anger and humiliation, swallow him whole. Disobedient young dragons often met such a fate. Observing that the 5 young dragons had quieted down, Ventes extended her paw, resting it flat upon the ground. If you have no further inquiries, then ascend, newly hatched ones. What you most require at this moment is a nest that belongs solely to you. Upon hearing these words, the other 4 young dragons erupted into cheers, flapping their wings in succession before soaring onto Wentz's claws. Witnessing this, despite his profound reluctance, Veit could only beat his wings and take a step forward, preparing to leap. Then thud. Veit landed heavily on the ground, sliding a short distance before colliding with a protruding stone. Rubbing his head and gazing at the scattered rubble, confusion was etched across Veit's face. Wentz, observing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Flight is an instinct of dragons, and after years of delivering hatchlings, it was the first time she had seen a young dragon fail to take off, even shattering a stone in the process. Such a hard head, no, such a clumsy dragon. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Wentz hastily banished it from her consciousness. Each young dragon represents the future of Desidero. Such notions are unacceptable. Veit, do not rush. Take your time, and carefully feel your own strength. You can achieve this. Wentz endeavored to slow her speech, striving to infuse it with gentleness. Yet her tenderness was unique to the essence of dragons. Of course, no dragon, including Veit, would pay heed to this distinction among the 5 young dragons, for could fly while one could not. Thus, the glances cast by the 4 flying ones towards the one that could not were hardly benevolent. Noticing the 4 mocking gazes directed at him, Veit gradually rose to his feet, a cold sneer forming within his heart. Ignorant fools, with this thought, his spirits lifted somewhat, and he took a deep breath. Feel your strength. Following Wentz's guidance, Veit meticulously sensed his own power. Although the intentions of others were not pure, it was prudent to comply with their instructions before he fully departed from his juvenile form, whatever they may be. Encouraging himself inwardly, Veit exerted every ounce of effort to flap his wings, and at last, he felt a pull upwards. Yet, this upward force seemed insufficient. He merely sensed his 4 claws slightly lift, not yet wholly departing from the ground. Not enough. His wing beats lacked speed, and his strength was inadequate. I can achieve greater speed and strength. Ultimately, in the astonished gaze of Wentz, Veit took to the skies and landed upon her claws. After a prolonged silence, Wentz regarded Veit, her golden slit pupils reflecting a peculiar expression. Where is your magic? Chapter 5. You are not a silver dragon. Where is your magic? Upon hearing this, Veit stared at Wentz in utter bewilderment. Magic? What magic? Observing Veit's innocent and perplexed demeanor, Wentz found herself at a loss for words. There is no doubt that dragons are magical beings. Even she, a 5-colored dragon most adept at close combat, belongs to the realm of magic. Among the dragon kin, only certain varieties within the earthbound dragon species are not categorized as magical beings. Could it be that this young dragon is not a purebred silver dragon? Contemplating this, Wentz brought her head closer to her claws, scrutinizing Veit while probing his body with her mental prowess. However, after a brief moment, Wentz found herself even more perplexed. Every intricate detail of his physique distinctly indicated that Veit was an undeniably pure silver dragon. Yet, both the strength of his muscles and his pathetically weak elemental response suggested that he should be a type of earth dragon, adept in physical prowess but devoid of magical talent. Could it be due to the high concentration of silver dragon blood within him? But that seemed implausible. Silver dragons are renowned for their exceptional magical aptitude among the metallic dragons, a fact evident from their more slender physiques compared to other metallic breeds. Moreover, silver dragons are the only ones among the 5 metallic types that, while inherently attuned to water elements, are capable of wielding magic of other attributes. The remaining 4 can only utilize magic corresponding to their affinity. If Veit's silver dragon blood concentration were indeed high, then his elemental response, including the affinity for water elements typical of silver dragons, would not be as close to non-existent as it currently appeared. Conversely, if the concentration of earth dragon blood within him were elevated, then his wings should have either regressed or failed to develop altogether, for earth dragons are wingless. What could be the reason behind this anomaly? As Wentz fixated on Veit, lost in thought, while seeking a plausible explanation, Veit's heart began to beat erratically, betraying his anxiety as the contemplation stretched on. Of course, his current concerns were not about his physical condition. While bodily matters were significant, the paramount issue remained his survival. A uniquely different little dragon could very well serve as an exceptional experimental subject. Could it be that in this world, there existed those merciless beings engaged in bioweapon experiments? Furthermore, even if he were not destined to become mere experimental material, could a dragon devoid of magical abilities ever be accepted by those capable of wielding magic? Veit had privately experimented several times, yet he truly could not perceive the force known as magic. Is the magic here akin to that described in web literature? If so, does that imply he could never attain such resplendent and formidable powers in the future? This thought brought an inexplicable twinge of regret. No, damn it, this is not the time for such musings. While one has pondered the nature of Veit's condition, she inadvertently caught sight of his face, which was undergoing a myriad of expressions. One moment darkened with despair, the next filled with hope, and then shifting to utter desolation. Was such a display truly within the capability of a freshly hatched dragon? Suddenly, one has felt an urge to engage in a meaningful conversation with this little dragon named Veit. However, before that, Veit, could you grant me a drop of your blood? Meanwhile, Veit, having slipped into an imaginative reverie akin to stepping on a banana peel, finally recognized that he had not been slain. Yet, to part with a drop of blood. Veit glanced at his claws. He found himself unable to take action. Subsequently, his gaze roamed over himself for an extended period, ultimately settling upon the tail behind him, which seemed rather reluctant to heed his commands. A few minutes later, as Winterth began to grow somewhat impatient, Veit finally gritted his teeth, lightly grazed the tip of his tail with his claws, and then forcefully extracted a droplet, a thread, of blood, before casting an expectant look towards Winterth. Winterth gazed at Veit with a sense of intrigue. Could this creature indeed be a dragon? Contemplating this, Winterth utilized her mental prowess to manipulate the blood thread, which was utterly invisible to her, and brought it to her mouth. Very well, perhaps I can analyze it under duress. Moments later, Winterth's enormous dragon eyes narrowed sharply, and she stared at Veit in astonishment. This timid little creature was indeed a purebred dragon, with a lineage even purer than her own. However, it struck her as odd that she could not discern the specific lineage of this blood. Could there truly exist a starry sky dragon? How could that be possible? Shaking her head to dispel this absurd notion, she directed her attention back to Veit and hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Little one, do you possess any memories of your father or mother?" Upon hearing this, Veit was about to respond in the negative when suddenly, two figures surfaced in the depths of his mind. One was a silver dragon that bore an uncanny resemblance to him, yet its size was unfathomably vast, with stars cradled in its claws like mere marbles. Yes, akin to those smooth, round objects made of glass. The other figure, however, was much smaller, only a few meters in length, entirely crimson, and somewhat reminiscent of Winterth, albeit adorned with golden patterns resembling molten lava. Despite its diminutive stature, Veit sensed a presence emanating from it that was far mightier than that of the silver dragon, a force that made the cosmos tremble. Gazing at these two figures and feeling their tender gazes upon him, Veit was overcome with an urge to weep. Could these be his parents? Coming to his senses, Veit realized that, unbeknownst to him, tears had begun to stream down his cheeks. Winterth observed Veit stubbornly wiping away his tears, a flicker of compassion crossing her eyes. Unexpected, but as a dragon, shedding tears seems somewhat unbecoming of your stature. Veit shook his head. No, within my inherited memories, I do have their likeness. My mother looks just like me. Upon hearing this, Winterth's eyes brightened. Most likely a silver dragon. As for why it was merely probable, one glance at the little dragon before her made it clear that he was certainly not a silver dragon. My father resembles you quite closely. Winterth paused in surprise. A red dragon? No, you said he resembles me closely? Veit nodded. His appearance is very similar, but my father bears golden patterns akin to molten lava, particularly around the chest area. At this juncture, Veit fell silent, as he had no intention of broaching the topic of size. Even without a legitimate bloodline legacy, he could discern that his parents' sizes were not typical for dragons. Hearing Veit's words, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Winterth's eyes. A hybrid dragon. Chapter 6. Desidero, the exotic dragons? With curiosity gleaming in his eyes, Veit gazed at Winters, intrigued by yet another novel term. In response to his inquiry, Winters chuckled and elucidated. The dragonkin can be broadly categorized into three distinct types: the colossal dragons, the earth-dwelling dragons, and the flying dragons. Among the colossal dragons, there exists a further subdivision into 5 categories: the metallic dragons, the chromatic dragons, the crystalline dragons, the elemental dragons, and the exotic dragons. The exotic dragons, also referred to as the mixed breed dragons, encompass all those that do not belong to the aforementioned 4 categories. For instance, the holy colossal dragon, the demonic dragon, and your father are all included, alongside many others that I shall refrain from enumerating here. Initially, the dragonkin did not recognize the exotic category. However, as various dragon species intermingled and exchanged traits, some emerged that could not be simply classified into those 4 groups. These unique individuals possess a myriad of talents, making them the most extraordinary entities within the colossal dragons, with some having appeared only once throughout history. Perhaps your father possesses a gift of strength, and now, this talent has been passed down to you. Am I considered an exotic dragon then? Veit asked. Indeed, Winters replied, observing the sudden spark of excitement in Veit's eyes. However, to ascertain precisely which type of dragon you are, further examination is required. Upon hearing this, Veit hesitated momentarily, then curled around his own tail, regarding Winters with a wary gaze. "Do you need my dragon blood?" Feigning ignorance to Veit's somewhat disheartened demeanor, Winters smiled and said, "If you wish to uncover your true nature as a dragon, then yes." At this remark, Veit glanced at his tail, uncertainty creeping in. To be candid, he had begun to harbor doubts about the celestial colossal dragon from the memories he had inherited. After all, both he and his mother manifested as silver dragons, while his father's presence, though formidable, bore considerable resemblance to a red dragon. Thus, he found himself leaning towards the notion of being an exotic dragon. Although there was nothing inherently wrong with being a silver dragon, he was undeniably eager to discover his true lineage. With this thought in mind, Veit hesitantly extended his claw, gingerly drawing a small incision at the tip of his tail, managing to extract a droplet of blood. Yet, when he lifted his gaze to Winters, he noticed that the latter remained fixated on his tail, his expression unmistakably conveying that such a meager offering was insufficient. Moments later, Winters, satisfied with the single droplet of dragon blood he had collected, cast a sidelong glance at Veit, who was still clinging to his tail, lost in his thoughts of melancholy. Without uttering another word, Winters proceeded towards the cave's entrance. "Now, it is time for you to behold the future of your abode. The sanctuary we shall defend with our very lives. Desidero." As his words echoed, Winters had already reached the threshold of the cavern. The sunlight dispelled the shadows within, the stony ceiling replaced by a vast expanse of azure sky. The 5 young dragons gaped in astonishment at the heavens above and the distant mountains, realizing that the dim confines of the cave were but a fraction of reality. This was the true world. Veit cast a scornful glance at the other 4 young dragons. Such a sight had become tiresome to him, for he had already witnessed it countless times in the memories he had inherited. He understood that the blue sky was not the entirety of existence. The starry cosmos held the ultimate truth. Though it is said so, in truth, Veit was secretly gazing at the sky. His father resided deep within the starlit expanse. Sooner or later, murmuring to himself, Veit averted his gaze, only then noticing the twinkle of amusement in Winter's eyes as she quietly regarded him. "Humph!" Momentarily taken aback, Veit scoffed coldly and turned away, reluctantly compelled to offer a drop of blood. Veit was disinclined to engage with Winter at that moment. However, upon witnessing this, the smile in Winter's eyes only grew more pronounced. Veit appeared quite mature, but only in comparison to the other 4 young dragons. To her, his efforts to feign maturity merely exposed his naivety. "Well, little ones, your gaze should not be directed upwards. There will be plenty of time to look later, even to the point of weariness. You ought to look below, to our Desidero." Upon hearing Winter's words, the 4 young dragons exchanged glances before scampering towards the edge of Winter's claws. As they clung to the scales at the edge of her claws and peered downwards, a hush fell over them. Veit, curled up, opened his eyes and his gaze towards the 4 young dragons. There was a flicker of curiosity mingled with a touch of trepidation. He wished for Desidero to be a paradise. It seemed that was the right term, yet he feared his prior thoughts might materialize. Glancing up at Winter, he found her gazing down with eyes filled with warmth and pride. Could a dragon bearing such a gaze truly be the minion of some malevolent force? Veit was uncertain, yet after a moment of silence, he slowly rose and approached the edge of the claws. Noticing Veit's movement, surprise flickered in Winter's eyes, soon replaced by relief. She had long been aware of Veit's intense wariness towards her, Desidero, and even the world itself. However, she did not attempt to explain anything. She was no stranger to such vigilance. Many young dragons, upon hatching, exhibit similar caution when they fail to detect the familiar essence from the depths of their bloodline. Yet this was unavoidable, for these dragon eggs hailed from the wilderness. Dragons are inherently free, and those solitary giants outside are even more so, with countless reasons for abandoning their eggs. Only a few are willing to safeguard them. Once, she too had been vigilant like Veit, wary of everything around her, yet she ultimately integrated into Desidero. Thus, she believed Veit could likewise find his place. And now, Veit was beginning to reach out to the outside world. This was a promising sign. Meanwhile, Veit was oblivious to Winter's musings. In fact, he had become utterly enchanted by the realm below, known as Desidero. It was an immense canyon, unimaginably vast. Exotic and vibrantly colored plants filled the canyon, transforming it into a kaleidoscopic paradise. Unknown creatures soared in flocks from the depths of the canyon, circling majestically before vanishing into the lush vegetation, losing all trace. On the opposite cliff, numerous dark spots were distributed in an orderly fashion, and occasionally, one could see something take flight from those spots, gliding down towards the valley floor. A tranquil and harmonious atmosphere permeated the entire gorge. Quite delightful, isn't it? Went raised his gaze towards Veit, noticing that the latter was also looking back at him. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. What are those black specks across the way? They are dragon lairs. You will reside atop them in due course. Veit nodded thoughtfully, then cast his eyes around. It was only then that he realized the cave from which they had emerged was situated on one side of the gorge, appearing to be quite elevated. What lies above the gorge? It is the wilderness, a perilous expanse fraught with danger. Do not attempt to fly out, for the outside world poses significant risks to you. Upon hearing this, Veit withdrew his gaze and looked down once more. Perhaps, for the time being, it is wise to place a modicum of trust. Chapter 7. The Dragon Academy. Hundreds of meters high, the dragon traversed the earth. Like a moving volcano, it showcased its terrifying aspect to the surrounding environment, leaving a trail of shattered rocks and scorched earth in its wake. It sounded akin to a walking catastrophe. However, in truth, it was went leading 5 young dragons on a leisurely stroll. To call it a stroll, however, would not be entirely accurate. Her primary purpose was to familiarize the 5 newly hatched dragons with their future environment, while explicating the survival principles essential for young dragons. Desidero is indeed safe. But that is only true for those young dragons who possess the ability to fend for themselves. Clearly, the newly hatched ones do not fall into this category. The jungle is home to numerous herbivorous dragon beasts, which, while generally gentle, can become frenzied, posing a threat that a mere hatchling cannot withstand. Therefore, in the days to come, you will not be granted the privilege of venturing out alone. Unless, of course, you can proficiently wield some lower-tier magic. Is it because lower-tier magic can combat those frenzied dragon beasts? At this, Billy's eyes sparkled with excitement, as newborn dragons exhibit an insatiable curiosity towards everything, particularly the instinct for combat ingrained deep within their bloodlines. Went chuckled lightly, with a sinister smile. Certainly not. Even lower-tier magic manifests differently in the hands of various dragons. For you, it would merely suffice to shatter stones at best. The reason I mention this is simply that if you can wield lower-tier magic, it indicates that you harbor sufficient magical energy within you to sustain flight for a brief period. During this time, the nearby dragons, alerted by the commotion, would be able to rescue you from the clutches of those dragon beasts. Upon hearing this, the 4 young dragons, who had been holding their heads high just moments before, instantly deflated, relying on other dragons for rescue. What kind of situation is that? Veit, who had been observing from the sidelines with a cold demeanor, couldn't help but sneer inwardly, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Whence meaning was abundantly clear. Desidero indeed posed a certain level of danger to young dragons of their ilk. At such a time, instead of contemplating how to grow safely, they were fixated on battling dragon beasts with magic. These fellows must have lost their wits. Do they not know that curiosity can lead to one's demise? However, when it comes to cats, one cannot help but wonder if such fluffy creatures truly exist in this world. Even if they do, Veit glanced at his left claw, then lifted his right claw to scratch it, producing a metallic scraping sound as his claw grazed the dragon scales, igniting a tiny spark. Yet, Veit merely felt a slight itch in his right paw. Could he, in such a state, genuinely experience the so-called softness and fluffiness? Contemplating this, Veit's spirit sank a little further, a vague sense of lost enjoyment washing over him. At that moment, the rumbling noise that had filled the air suddenly ceased. Veit paused, then looked up at Ventis with a hint of confusion, eager to understand why Ventis had come to a halt. Clearly, Ventis had no intention of concealing anything from the 5 young dragons. "We have arrived. In the coming century, you shall coexist here." Upon hearing this, the 5 young dragons were momentarily taken aback, and Veit raised his gaze toward the distant canyon cliffs, where numerous dragon lairs were situated. "Aren't the dragon lairs over there?" Hearing this, Ventis chuckled and shook her head. "No. The lairs are reserved for fully grown dragons, while the place you will reside in is the Desiderio Dragon Academy." As she spoke, Ventis took a step forward, causing the surrounding space to ripple in the astonished gazes of the 5 young dragons. Suddenly, the scenery shifted, and upon regaining their sight, they were confronted with a vast expanse of ancient stone architecture. The resounding roars of dragons emanating from within made them instinctively retract their necks, sensing an underlying threat. Furthermore, the sheer size of the structure was truly imposing. The doorway they beheld was significantly taller than Ventis herself. To Veit, this colossal edifice resembled a grand conical volcano, save for the absence of searing lava. Observing the 5 young dragons, who stood mesmerized, Ventis smiled and began, "Welcome to the Desiderio Dragon Academy. I am the headmistress of the academy. Ventis, of course. You may also refer to me as Ms. Ventis. Alternatively, simply headmistress will suffice." As Veit gazed at the monumental building, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. "Why must we join the Dragon Academy?" A splendid question. "Veit," Ventis replied, her gaze filled with appreciation for his inquisitiveness. "Originally, I intended to address this in your first lesson, but since you have already inquired, the legacy of bloodlines can impart knowledge and transmit experience. Yet it does not constitute your own knowledge and experience. If left unheeded, over time, the knowledge and experience residing in your minds will inevitably fade away. The Dragon Academy exists to teach you how to learn from the legacy of bloodlines, transforming that knowledge into something truly yours, impervious to the ravages of time. Furthermore, the knowledge within the bloodline legacy merely represents a fragment of what our dragon ancestors have uncovered. If you aspire to become a formidable dragon, mere inherited memories will not suffice." Upon hearing this, Veit's expression darkened. Noticing his countenance, Ventis offered a gentle yet fierce smile. "I have previously assured you, Veit, there is no need to worry about your bloodline heritage. Within the Dragon Academy lies an abundance of knowledge sufficient for a lifetime of study, all housed within the Dragon Library, awaiting your eager pursuit, including the foundational knowledge pertaining to bloodline inheritance. However, without the aid of bloodline legacy, the process of learning may prove more arduous for you." As he spoke, Ventis soared towards the colossal gates. As Ventis approached, the immense doors, accompanied by a series of deep mechanical sounds, began to creak open slowly. Simultaneously, the resounding roars of dragons emanated from within, growing progressively louder. Ventis, with 5 young dragons in tow, halted before the grand entrance, retracting his wings and stepping inside, revealing the academy's splendor to the young dragons. Before their eyes lay a vast, well-kept plaza, bustling with hundreds of dragons of various breeds and sizes, some frolicking, others engaged in combat, and many soaring freely through the air, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Even as the headmaster of the Dragon Academy had just returned, the revelry showed no signs of abating. Veit glanced up at Ventis, who merely gazed at the dragons with eyes filled with warmth and pride. Observing this, Veit's expression momentarily faltered, and the tension that had gripped him began to ease. He then shifted his gaze to the surrounding structures. Just as seen from the outside, the entire edifice was conical, open at the top, with natural light streaming in through the aperture, illuminating the vast academy within. The academy comprised 9 levels, each featuring corridors wide enough for several dragons of Ventis's stature to pass side by side with ease. Supported by colossal stone columns, each 100 meters thick, serving as the pillars of the upper corridors. There were no staircases, for dragons could fly. Aside from the corridors and columns, it was evident that other areas were not constructed by dragons. This place was originally a volcano. In summary, it was truly magnificent. Chapter 8. Selene Well, This shall be your new home, at least for the next century, Ventus declared with a smile, gesturing toward a nearby stone cave while standing in the corridor. Veit gazed at the immense dragon lair before him, his expression reflecting his thoughts. Just as he had surmised, the Dragon Academy was indeed repurposed from a volcano. The lair before him had been excavated from the inner walls of the volcano. By the way, they were currently situated on the 6th level. Suddenly, Veit's realization struck him, and he looked at Ventus with incredulity. Yours? Are you implying that the 5 of us must reside together? Hearing this, Ventus regarded Veit with a puzzled expression. You were all born at the same time. Why shouldn't you live together? Furthermore, Ventus then placed the 5 young dragons upon the corridor and pointed towards the lair, which they could all easily enter. Continuing, why would you assume that a newly hatched dragon could dwell alone in such a vast lair? Staring at the lair, which appeared to him as a monstrous gaping maw, Veit found it difficult to justify the notion of solitary residence. No. Suddenly struck by a thought, Veit cast a mischievous glance at the other 4 young dragons. It appears there exists a rationale for solitude, though not at this moment. As when TC observed that Veit no longer fretted over isolation, he extended his claw and gently tapped upon the entrance of the dragon's lair. Despite the entrance being devoid of any substance, it resonated with a rhythmic thud at when TC's touch. This barrier, which shields you from the disturbances of other dragons, now requires you to anoint it with your dragon blood. Thus, this lair shall belong to you. Upon hearing this, Veit's countenance immediately darkened. Could there not be an alternative? Perhaps saliva? Or must it indeed be dragon blood? As he spoke, Veit instinctively curled his tail around himself, though it was perpetually unruly. It was still a part of him. The notion of continuous bloodletting felt rather unreasonable. However, when TC's words shattered his hopes, I'm sorry, Veit. The 4 young dragons nearby, upon hearing this, eagerly sank their razor-sharp teeth, newly born and as keen as blades, into their own claws. Casting a provocative glance at Veit, they pressed their bleeding claws against the intangible barrier. A flash of brilliance enveloped the barrier as the blood of the 4 younglings was absorbed. Sensing the barrier's dissolution, they cautiously stepped into what would henceforth be their own dragon lair, all the while casting Veit a mocking smile. Witnessing this, Veit could not suppress a cold chuckle within. Go on, revel in your joy. For when you are wailing for my mercy, I shall derive even greater delight, not to mention, I shall acquire a lair entirely to myself. Indeed, this was Veit's contemplation. If he could deliver a thrashing to each of these 4 young dragons until they dared not dwell in his company, when TC would undoubtedly provide him with a solitary lair to spare him from further confrontations. With this thought, Veit couldn't help but smirk. Veit? Veit. It is only you left. Awakened by when TC, Veit's expression once again soured as he approached the barrier, clutching his tail for a considerable time, yet he could not summon the resolve. Veit, do you require my assistance? Upon hearing this, Veit looked at when TC in terror, his sharp claws dwarfing him entirely. Are you a demon? How could you utter such cruel words to a poor little dragon with a straight face? Stealing another glance at those menacing claws, Veit hastily scraped his tail, managing to extract a drop of blood, which he then smeared upon the barrier. After the barrier absorbed that single droplet of dragon blood, Veit successfully entered the lair. Observing this, when TC declared, Well then, little ones, as you are freshly hatched, your strength and vigor are insufficient to sustain your learning endeavors. Rest well, for once you have rejuvenated your spirits, it shall be time to learn how to become true giants of the sky. With that, when TC prepared to depart, yet, she abruptly halted, almost forgetting, I must remind you, Desaidlo is a haven of peace and friendship among dragons. I am certain your older siblings will adore you. However, please trust me when I say, you are not yet equipped to bear their affection. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of escaping the dragon's lair. You would surely not wish to experience such a burdensome affection. With that said, accompanied by a tremor that shook the earth, whence departed the young dragons, who had been poised to slip out of the lair in the wake of whence exit, ultimately chose not to court disaster. Their curiosity was piqued, yet they were not foolish, since venturing outside for play was not an option. The gazes of the young dragons turned solely to their lair. From the outside, the lair appeared dim, but upon entry, it was far brighter than they had anticipated. The jagged stone walls were adorned at intervals with stones that emitted a gentle luminescence. A young dragon named Billy flew over to these stones, attempting to dislodge them, only to quickly become disheartened upon realizing that they could not be removed. While Wentz had been present, the young dragons had suppressed their true natures. But now, in his absence, they began to reveal their authentic selves. Selene. You may call me Selene, the sacred dragon. As I am the first to be born, you ought to address me as your leader, and from this moment forth, you shall heed my commands. The first to speak was a small female dragon, her body a creamy white, her 4 limbs firmly planted on the ground. She possessed smooth, upward curving horns adorned with golden patterns, her wingspan extending to 1.5 times her body length, and her scales were densely packed and smooth, fanning out elegantly. Her tail was thick and long, and she was the largest among the 5 young dragons, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length. Not counting her tail in this moment, she was no longer the quiet creature she had been in Went's presence. The creamy white light elements emanating from her body, exuding a gentle aura, could not contain her tempestuous temperament. Her golden vertical pupils, fixed upon the other 4 young dragons, radiated an intense sense of oppression. Before Veit could comprehend this sudden shift in circumstances, the other 3 young dragons gazed at Selene, who had boldly asserted her dominance, their golden pupils reflecting surprise and frustration, yet devoid of the expected anger. Veit might have been oblivious, but they were acutely aware of what the luminous layer surrounding Selene signified. It represented the power of magic, a feat they had yet to achieve. Observing the other young dragons, who were stifled yet silent, a gleam of triumph flickered in Selene's eyes. Then, like a sovereign surveying her subjects, she scrutinized the young dragons. I believe it is time for you to introduce yourselves to me. Chapter 9. Unfriendly roommates. I believe it is time for you to introduce yourselves to me. Selene paused, her gaze shifting to one of the young dragons. You, first, with Selene pointing at her with her chin. Dinet's eyes flashed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, yet upon comparing their sizes, she could only harbor this grievance silently. Dinet, of the green dragon lineage. Dinet's voice was melodious, tinged with a hint of childlike innocence, evoking an instinctive urge to protect upon hearing it. Veit was also captivated by this voice, and began to scrutinize Dinet closely. Similar to Wentz, she stands on 2 feet, although she is a female dragon. Her forelimbs are adorned with distinctly prominent muscles. Her 4 horns curve upwards, appearing more ferocious compared to those of other colossal dragons. With a wingspan 1.2 times her body length, she boasts a vibrant green hue. Her scales diamond-shaped, small and densely packed with a slight protrusion. Her tail is slender and elongated, reminiscent of a whip, and when it inadvertently lashes about, it produces a whooshing sound. Noticing this, Veit felt a flicker of caution towards Dinet. This petite female dragon was certainly not as gentle as her voice suggested. One lash from that tail could inflict considerable pain. While Veit scrutinized Dinet, Selene observed her with keen interest. Suddenly, she let out a light laugh. I can see your unwillingness to concede. I shall grant you the opportunity to duel me. Should you emerge victorious, I shall acknowledge you as my superior. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Dinet's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. This was not an opportune moment. In a scenario where neither party could unleash magic, the advantage of size would be greatly magnified. Moreover, Selene had already begun to harness the light elements within her. Albeit sparingly, yet they could wield significant impact in combat. Engaging Selene in a direct confrontation was certainly not a prudent choice. Observing Dinet's silence, Selene scoffed, a wise choice. Then next, it's your turn. Billy, suddenly summoned, paused momentarily before hastily responding. I am Billy, of the red crystal dragon lineage. To clarify, I have no objection to following your commands, but your demands must not be boundless. As he spoke, Billy cast a wary glance at Selene's imposing figure. He too harbored no desire for conflict with her. Hearing this, Veit's eyes widened in surprise. He had previously noted Billy's audacity, as he had always charged forth first in every endeavor, especially just now. He had even contemplated the stones used for illumination within the dragon's lair. Greed and boldness were Veit's initial impressions of him. However, it seemed he needed to reassess this peculiar little dragon. Indeed, peculiar. The joints of his limbs, the edges of his horns, the wings, and the area along his neck extending to the tail were adorned with clusters of red crystals. Particularly, his horns appeared entirely composed of red crystal, resembling a crown. Yet, At present, these red crystals seemed somewhat dim. The dragon's red scales, shaped like diamonds, appeared exceedingly smooth, possessing a crystalline texture that at his chest. There was a protruding hexagonal crystal, roughly the size of a dragon's head. His tail was thick and long, and at its tip, the crystal clusters swelled, resembling a meteor hammer. The crystalline quality left one wondering about its hardness. If it were to be quite hard, then his tail could very well serve as a concealed lethal weapon. Billy's appearance bore a stark contrast to that of other dragons, which Veit found rather odd. On the other hand, Celine, with her inherited memories, found nothing peculiar about Billy's appearance. Crystal dragons were all fashioned thus, differing only in color. What intrigued her more were Billy's words. "You are the most astute among us, and I hope you will continue to be so today. As for your concerns, they are entirely unwarranted. I am no tyrant, and how could I possibly make boundless demands?" Tyrant? With a smirk, Ao dared to think that this little she-dragon had the audacity. Even he had never contemplated becoming a tyrant. After Celine spoke, her gaze turned towards Aodai. In contrast to some of the more lackluster dragons, the golden dragon's temperament was evidently less amiable. Noticing Celine's attention upon him, Ao rose to his feet, fully spreading his wings, with his golden vertical pupils shimmering with an astonishing battle intent. "Ao, golden dragon, let us engage in combat. Should you triumph, I shall acknowledge you as my leader. However, I have one condition. No magical elements may be employed during our duel." Celine regarded Ao, then let out a light laugh. "Of course, that is no issue. But before we commence..." With that, Celine's gaze finally shifted towards Wit. "Crybaby, I shall call you that. You should not mind. I trust. We have finished our introductions. And although you are unaware of your own lineage, a brief self-introduction should pose no problem, should it?" Celine's words redirected the attention of the other three dragons towards Wit. Strength is paramount among dragonkind. And regarding Wit's situation, they had already gleaned enough from the discussions with Ventis. Wit was unlikely to ever master magical powers, as for the so-called inherited physical strength from his father. Spare me the jest. Among the 5 young dragons, Wit was the most slender and diminutive. Power is invariably linked to a formidable physique. Wit's appearance offered no semblance of persuasiveness. Thus, the gazes of the others towards Wit bore a hint of disdain. Although the glory of dragons dissuaded them from bullying the weak, it equally rendered them disdainful of consorting with the feeble. Noticing these glances, Wit's gaze sharpened, and he curled his lips into a smirk, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "That I do not find your appellation bothersome. However, I prefer to be called Wit. Furthermore, I do not regard you as particularly formidable." At this juncture, Wit opened his eyes, coldly fixing his stare upon Celine, the muscles in his limbs already tensed. Observing Wit's demeanor, Celine's expression hardened, followed by a scoff. "Are you preparing to battle me? Do not jest. The silver dragon is inherently adept in magic, and you lack any affinity for magical elements. What do you intend to rely upon to contend with me? Your frail physique?" Wit, however, remained silent. With a powerful thrust of his feet, he launched himself towards Celine, his wings beating fiercely, advancing in a swift and decisive manner. His movements exhibited no hesitation, for this was precisely his plan, to thrash the 4 young dragons before him. Once they could no longer endure, they would surely report to Ventis. Regardless of their motives, Ventis would undoubtedly separate them, and at that moment, he would finally possess a lair of his own. With this thought, a glint of cold light intensified in Wit's eyes. Celine, witnessing Wit's charge, also felt a flash of coldness in her gaze. "You wish to fight? Then let us fight. Dragons never fear battle." Chapter 10. A stalemate. A flash of icy brilliance shimmered as sparks erupted from Celine's draconic form. Wit was, however, not taken aback by this. He was fully aware of the formidable hardness of his own dragon scales, and being a member of the dragon lineage, he knew that Celine's scales were unlikely to be any weaker than his. Thus, attempting to secure victory through inflicting injuries upon his opponent would prove to be quite a challenge. With this thought lingering in his mind, Wit deftly maneuvered his elongated dragon body to evade Celine's furious strike. Possessing the collective memories of an entire world, Wit, despite being newly born, displayed remarkable combat prowess. Until he fully comprehended Celine's strength, he would refrain from engaging in a head-on confrontation with her, who was nearly 1.5 times his size. On the other hand, Celine, equipped with the authentic dragon heritage, held within her memories not only the fundamentals of dragonkind and fragments of magical knowledge, but predominantly recollections of combat. This aspect is crucial to understanding why the dragon species reigns supreme in the skies. There exists a saying in the dragon realm: a young dragon still encased in its shell is the prime target for hunters. Once it hatches, it transforms from prey into predator. Hence, upon noticing Weit's fleeting approach, she discerned his intentions. With a cold smirk, Selene unfurled her majestic wings and gently flapped them, lifting herself from the ground. The physicality of a dragon is immensely robust, but conversely, their weight is equally substantial. The wings upon their backs are hardly sufficient to support their mass. Therefore, a dragon's flight relies fundamentally on an innate magic of flight. The role of their wings during flight is minimal. Instead, their wings serve more like limbs, functioning as tools for combat and hunting. Thus, when Veit relied solely on his wings for flight, Wentz realized that Veit lacked elemental affinity. This same realization did not escape Selene's keen observation. Confronted by her aerial presence, Veit found himself with only two options: to engage her in aerial combat or to remain grounded, biding his time. The former option, lacking magical assistance and relying solely on his wings, would place Veit at a significant disadvantage once airborne, not only in agility compared to her, but also rendering his wings his most glaring vulnerability. Should Veit choose to stay on the ground, he would still find himself at a disadvantage when facing aerial assaults. Selene's resplendent golden slit eyes fixated intently on Veit below. "What choice will you make?" Realizing Selene had taken to the skies, Veit quickly grasped the implications. He also recognized that the authentic dragon heritage undoubtedly encompassed combat experience. Otherwise, Selene would not have reacted so swiftly. Airborne combat was indeed his weakness. Thus, Weit's decision was to flee. His powerful limbs, sharp claws, and agile joints allowed him to run with a sensation akin to gliding just above the ground, moving like a silver flash. Observing Veit sprinting, Selene momentarily froze, then let out a derisive laugh. Although Weit's speed was somewhat unexpected, could he truly outrun the swiftness of flight? How naive! With a powerful beat of her wings, Selene surged towards Veit at an astonishing speed, the light elements coalescing around her, lending her an aura of sanctity. Yet no one would doubt the ferocious power contained beneath that divine veneer. Naturally, Veit had noticed Selene rushing up behind him. His gaze flickered momentarily before he abruptly halted his steps. In that fleeting instant, Veit transitioned from a state of urgency to one of profound stillness. The joints of his limbs creaked audibly due to the sudden motion, and his muscles tensed tightly. Yet, Veit paid no heed to these sensations. He merely lifted his head to gaze at Selene, who had just soared directly above him, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Veit broke into a grin. And then the power accumulated in his limbs erupted forth. He leapt upwards like an arrow, soaring even higher than Selene, who was suspended in the air. Subsequently, Veit spread his limbs wide, firmly grasping Selene's body. And the two dragons collided violently, crashing to the ground and scattering a cloud of debris. The muffled sound of their impact made the three other dragons watching wince in discomfort. With a muffled grunt, Selene glared at Veit, who was pinning her down, her eyes ablaze with fury. Her sharp claws, glinting with icy light, lunged towards his face. In the next moment, however, Veit expertly blocked her assault, feeling the immense force of her claws. Selene's expression shifted. She realized that his strength surpassed her own. It was unfathomable that such a seemingly frail dragon could harbor such formidable power. Coming to this realization, Selene began to struggle fiercely. In a contest of nearly equal strength, such entanglement would only hinder her from showcasing her true prowess. She needed to take to the air once more. If she could ascend with preparation, she would never again be brought down by Veit in the same manner. Yet, Veit would not afford Selene the opportunity to take flight again. In response to her struggles, Veit clung tightly to her, denying her any chance to escape, while his sharp claws relentlessly rained down upon her, creating sparks with each strike. Selene, seeing this, became enraged as she retaliated with her own claws and bites. But aside from the sparks, neither dragon shed even a single scale. Only a multitude of embers flew about. The three young dragons watched in astonishment. They had envisioned Selene overpowering Veit with ease, and had also imagined Veit narrowly defeating Selene against the odds. However, the scene before them was one they had never anticipated. The two dragons were evenly matched. Moreover, for the majority of the time, Veit had maintained the upper hand, Pinning Selene down. As they observed the two entangled dragons, continuously clawing and biting at one another, the trio was uncertain whether to intervene. This was no longer a mere battle. Yet, they would soon find themselves relieved of this dilemma. Despite the dragon's inherent strength, they were ultimately still fledglings with limited stamina. After a brief struggle, both dragons lay panting on the ground. Veit glared at Selene with frustration. He had imagined many scenarios, yet he had not anticipated that merely confronting Selene would exhaust him so completely. Given this situation, he wouldn't just be unable to make the four young dragons cry. If it came to blows, he might find himself in tears. The disparity between his lofty ideals and the harsh reality epitomized his predicament. It appeared that the quest for a lair of his own was still a distant aspiration. Meanwhile, Selene, observing Veit, gradually regained her composure. Dragons are proud creatures, though they yearned for victory and pursued it fervently. They were disdainful of concealing their failures. For Selene, not conquering Veit equated to defeat. Struggling to rise, Selene held her head high, maintaining her proud demeanor, though the fatigue in her eyes rendered her somewhat disheveled. I acknowledge that I underestimated you, and here, I extend my solemn apology that I am truly sorry. With that, Selene's gaze sharpened suddenly. However, I shall remember this failure. Next time, victory shall undoubtedly belong to me. Subsequently, Selene turned her attention to Ao. As one who has failed, I lack the qualifications to accept your challenge as the leader, yet if you insist on challenging me, I shall still oblige. After uttering these words, Selene cast a deep glance at Veit before she slowly retreated into the depths of the dragon lair. Chapter 11. Are you concerned about me? Watching Selene walk into the depths of the dragon lair, Veit rose in silence and headed towards the cave wall, but a closer inspection would reveal that his limbs were trembling slightly. Indeed, Veit was injured. However, it was not severe. In terms of that world, it could be described as a muscle strain. Veit was merely a newly hatched dragon, and despite seemingly inheriting his father's formidable physical strength, transitioning from extreme activity to complete stillness was bound to incur some injury. Yet he bore it all in silence, for he could not afford to lose, nor permit himself to succumb. Although others were unaware, he was acutely conscious that his original plan was to take on 4 opponents alone. Yet, the reality was that Selene alone nearly left him at a loss. The disparity between his ideals and the harshness of reality left Veit disheartened. Yet he stifled his frustration. At the very least, he could not afford to lose face. Little did he anticipate that Selene's stamina was less than he had envisioned. Had Selene's endurance been comparable to his own, he would surely have been the one to falter. Contemplating this, Veit crouched beside the cave wall, unfurling his dragon wings to envelop himself entirely. Observing Veit in this state, the other 3 dragons, initially prepared to say something to ease the tension, exchanged glances before retreating into the depths of the lair. Despite their bloodline connection, the young dragons remained just that, young dragons. Others showed no inclination to engage with them, and naturally, they too felt no desire to press their warm faces against cold backs. Even if the initial issue had been of their own making, in truth, although Veit shielded his body with his wings, he could still perceive the outside world through the gaps. Reluctantly admitting it, he felt a flicker of joy when he saw the 3 young dragons approaching. However, once they departed, the brilliance in his golden eyes dimmed slightly. Yet, adhering to the pride of his kind, he did not utter a word, merely watching them leave in silence, then closing his eyes with a cold smirk. Perhaps this would ease his discomfort. After shutting his eyes, Veit remained oblivious to the fact that with each breath he took, the fire elements in the surrounding air converged towards him, merging into his being. Nevertheless, he sensed that the sharp pain in his limbs had lessened somewhat. Time flowed slowly by, as Veit lay there, his breaths gradually growing heavier. After Veit succumbed to slumber, the surrounding fire elements surged unexpectedly in number. Veit was uncertain how long had passed, when Veit's wings suddenly trembled, then slowly unfurled. With bleary eyes, he rose to his feet. Abruptly, he paused, then moved his limbs. No pain, he murmured softly, attempting to leap, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Not only was he free from pain, but he also sensed that his strength had increased somewhat since before his slumber. Though the enhancement was modest, it was remarkably evident given his recent birth and naturally limited power. Veit delighted in his newfound strength for a brief moment before his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the depths of the dragon's lair. Humph! With a cold huff, Veit forced himself to avert his eyes. He then turned his attention to his wings. Veit understood that without the aid of magic, if he did not make a change, the scenes from their previous battle would repeat infinitely. With this thought, his resolve solidified. He walked to the center of the passage, unfurled his wings, and began to flap them, not in preparation for flight, but to strengthen them. Initially, it felt effortless, but as time wore on, the weight of his wings became increasingly burdensome, and a soreness radiated through his back. Yet, he persisted, gritting his teeth and continuing to flap his wings. If it was a weakness, he would train it. If he strengthened it sufficiently, it would no longer be a weakness. Moreover, he had promised his father that he would seek him among the stars. If he could not even fly, how could he reach the heavens? With this thought, Veit's determination intensified. A pair of creamy white wings fluttered momentarily before spreading wide. Selene yawned, her tail swishing behind her, creating a rush of wind. After a restful sleep, she had fully replenished the energy expended during the earlier battle. Glancing at her belly, Selene's eyes flickered. She was hungry. Looking around, she suddenly felt a tinge of confusion. In the dragon's lair, apart from her, there were only Billy and the others. Where was Veit, whom she had battled? Just then, she heard a slightly labored breathing emanating from the passage outside the lair. After a brief pause, Selene walked towards the exit. Soon, a familiar figure came into view. Observing Veit, who was weakly flapping his wings yet unable to take flight, Selene felt a wave of shock, followed by a sense of urgency as she flew towards him. "Are your wings injured?" Upon hearing the sudden, slightly anxious voice behind him, Veit turned to see Selene hastily approaching. She landed beside him and extended her claws, carefully inspecting his dragon wings. Realizing what was happening, Veit swiftly folded his wings and regarded Selene with wariness. Selene, noticing this, hurriedly spoke, "Don't move. For someone without magical talent like you, your wings are crucial. If they are damaged at their core, you may never fly again." Upon hearing those words, Veit was momentarily taken aback, and then he gazed at Selene with a peculiar expression. "Are you not concerned for me?" As soon as the words left his lips, Selene froze in place, her head held high, staring imperiously at Veit. "You are indeed a rival worthy of my acknowledgement. Should your combat prowess be compromised due to injuries that could have been avoided, it would leave me profoundly disappointed." Veit stared blankly at Selene, and after a considerable pause, he averted his gaze and lowered himself to the ground. "Rest assured, I shall not commit such a grave error." Upon hearing this, Selene cast a puzzled glance at Veit's trembling wings behind him. "Then what is this?" Veit replied nonchalantly. "It is nothing. I merely realized that my wings have become a conspicuous weakness, hence I am training them to overcome this deficiency." "Training?" Selene's eyes flashed with confusion at his words. Veit noticed this, and after a moment of surprise, he curiously inquired, "You do not know the meaning of training?" Selene shook her head. "Of course, I know, but we are dragons. We do not require training. Each cycle of slumber and awakening signifies a transformation of power that, if I must articulate it, sleeping is our method of training. It seems your inherited memories did not touch upon this aspect." Hearing this, Veit suddenly recalled that his previous injury had indeed healed after a mere sleep, along with a partial enhancement of his strength. However, his gaze soon regained its determination. Too slow. Chapter 12. The first lesson of Winters. Too slow. Upon hearing this, Selene was momentarily taken aback, her eyes alight with the fervor of battle. "Indeed, you are the most qualified to be my opponent." Veit glanced at Selene and then lowered his head, silently recuperating his strength. While he concurred with Selene's earlier statement, it felt rather embarrassing, did it not? Gurgled. Just then, an odd sound suddenly erupted. Veit looked at Selene in confusion, as that peculiar noise seemed to emanate from her. However, upon seeing Selene suddenly crouch down, her belly pressed firmly against the ground, he seemed to understand and promptly averted his gaze. From the knowledge gleaned from that world, he realized that if he dared to utter anything at this moment, he might very well be killed. Due to practicing flight, his wings were utterly devoid of strength. If she harbored any murderous intent, he would likely have no chance for retaliation. "Veit, Selene?" The sudden call drew the attention of both dragons. They were not far from the entrance of the dragon lair, and the voice had come from outside. However, when the two dragons turned to look towards the entrance, they were met with the sight of a colossal head, its eyes wide with terror. This scene genuinely startled both dragons. Selene instinctively took a step back, but then quickly advanced forward, roaring at the massive creature, a pearlescent glow emanating from her form. "Calm down, Selene. It cannot, or rather, it is incapable of causing you harm." Yet, you have still surprised me by having made preliminary contact with the power of magical elements. Initially, Wit, much like Celine, displayed a set of sharp teeth. However, upon hearing these words, realization dawned upon him. Wince, it is I. As he spoke, the enormous creature was pushed aside, revealing Wince's figure at the cave entrance. Upon seeing Wince, the two dragons retracted their claws, observing Wince as she entered. Accompanied by the creature she dragged behind her, a flicker of curiosity sparkled in Wit's eyes. What is that? He mused, scrutinizing the creature intently. It bore a resemblance to cattle from that world, yet its size was vastly greater. Standing over 20 meters tall and measuring around 30 meters in length, its body was covered in long, brown fur, beneath which lay not skin, but scales. Its feet were not hooves, but claws, and within its occasionally gaping maw. 2 rows of teeth were visible. Aside from 4 massive canine teeth, the remaining teeth were flat, aptly described as omnivorous by the terminology of that world. Furthermore, this creature sported a pair of spiral dragon horns atop its head, and its tail resembled that of a dragon. This was a booze dragon beast, known for its docile nature and sluggish movements, with various species. This particular one was of the Star Source breed. Residing in the Star Source Mountains of the western Disaro. It is worth mentioning that it had not yet reached maturity. An adult booze dragon beast would be of a size comparable to my own. Hearing this, Wit's eyes sparkled with excitement. This the dragon beast. It is a postnatal dragon beast, having undergone millions of years of breeding, which has led to a fundamental difference from the original innate dragon beasts. Wentz paused momentarily before continuing. Innate dragon beasts and postnatal dragon beasts can be easily distinguished. Aside from their intelligence, innate dragon beasts bear no differences from the dragon race. Wentz always provided detailed responses to Wit's inquiries, as this intricate knowledge was of utmost importance to him, given his lack of ancestral memories. Naturally, the information regarding the booze dragon beast was equally unfamiliar to Celine. After all, the booze dragon beast was merely an ordinary omnivorous dragon beast, not a formidable opponent worthy of inclusion in the bloodline legacy of the dragons. However, if it has not reached adulthood, what other purpose does bringing it to the dragon lair serve? Upon hearing this, Wentz smiled mysteriously. It is meant to conduct your first lesson. Come inside with me. With that, Wentz tugged on the tail of the little booze dragon beast and proceeded into the depths of the dragon lair. The first lesson? Upon hearing this, Wit and Celine exchanged glances, both their eyes glimmering with curiosity. They hurriedly followed suit, with Celine flying and Wit running. Noticing this, a hint of pity flickered in Wentz's gaze directed at Wit. Regardless of the potential that the power he inherited held, flight would undoubtedly remain Wit's most pronounced weakness. Before long, Wit trailed behind Wentz, entering the innermost recesses of the dragon lair, where, for the first time, he instinctively surveyed his surroundings. The depths of the dragon's lair are remarkably spacious, appearing so vast that even a creature like Wentz could spread its wings and soar. It is no wonder that 5 young dragons can reside within a single lair. Indeed, even if there were 50, it would still feel far from crowded. The arrival of Wentz roused the 3 slumbering dragons, Billy and his companions. Upon awakening, the trio exhibited strikingly different reactions. Dinah, after greeting Wentz, settled quietly in place, curiously observing the Booslong beast. In contrast, Billy circled around the Booslong beast with a sense of inquisitiveness. For AO, disturbed from his slumber, he was considerably displeased, but with Wentz being the source of the disturbance, he could only sulk in silence. Once all 5 young dragons were gathered, Wentz grasped the compliant Booslong beast and stood a short distance away from them. Although he had already briefed Veit and Celine, it was imperative to reiterate. This is a Booslong beast, a still juvenile specimen. The adult Booslong beasts, varying in size due to their different species, generally exceed 600 meters in length, with the largest specimens reaching up to 800 meters. Upon hearing this, Veit paused momentarily, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes. The length units of the 2 worlds are fundamentally similar. Although he was uncertain whether the concepts aligned, it would certainly ease his future studies on related knowledge. Meanwhile, while Veit's thoughts wandered, Wentz continued, "Our first lesson is quite straightforward. While it may seem simple to you, it could also prove to be rather challenging." Pausing briefly, Wentz then intoned gravely, "The subject of our first lesson is slaughter." Observing the astonished expressions on the 5 young dragons, Wentz continued, "I previously informed Veit and Celine that Booslong beasts are gentle in nature, sluggish in movement, and diverse in types. However, I neglected to mention that the flesh of the Buslong beast possesses exceptional nutritional value, capable of providing you young dragons with abundant sustenance and energy that will enable you to grow stronger. Thus, rather than categorizing this first lesson as one of slaughter, it could be more accurately described as teaching you how to procure your own food and facilitate your growth. So, who will be the first to step forward? Chapter 13. I desire it well done. Who will be first? Wentz's voice resonated with an unprecedented gravitas. Upon hearing this, a wave of resistance surged within Veit. In his mind, the world associated with his inherited memories was predominantly peaceful. Thus he instinctively recoiled from the notion of slaughter. Yet, he understood that this world could merely be regarded as a dream. For what he was currently experiencing was reality, and reality is undeniably harsh. Thus, Veit found himself at a loss for how to react. In his bewilderment, he glanced towards Selin and the others, only to find that the expressions of the other four young dragons mirrored his own confusion. Noticing the lack of response from the dragons, Wentz continued, Desidero can offer you formidable protection, but this world is fraught with peril. Entrusting your safety to the guardianship of others is the mark of the weak. If you aspire to be weak, then I have nothing further to say. However, if you wish to seize control of your own fate, then the act of slaying is an inevitability you must confront. At this juncture, Wentz's voice softened once more. The act of killing has never been associated with anything virtuous. If it were within my power, I would wish for you to avoid facing it even on the second day of your existence. Regrettably, Desiderio is not formidable enough to allow you a carefree upbringing. I apologize. We have brought you into this world, yet we cannot grant you freedom and security. These must be earned through your own endeavors. As the words hung in the air, the dragon's lair fell into silence, save for a youthful booze dragon beast, trembling and gasping in fear that it longed to flee, yet an unseen force rendered it utterly immobile. I shall go first. The assembled dragons turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, where Selene emerged with measured steps. Let me take the lead. It seemed as though she were addressing others, yet also reassuring herself. Observing this, Wentz seized the booze dragon beast, bringing it before her and laying it upon the ground, then turned her attention to Selene, whether it be the dragon beast or the great dragon. The neck remains a vulnerable spot, capable of delivering a fatal blow. Selene nodded, then approached the neck of the booze dragon beast. Taking a deep breath, she hesitantly extended her claws, forcing herself to focus on the creature's throat, and then struck down with ferocity. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth from the wound, and as Selene stood amidst the spray, not a single patch of her once pale form remained untainted. Yet, at that moment, her attention was not on her own plight. More than the warmth of the liquid pouring over her, the fading light in the creature's eyes starkly revealed the essence of life slipping away. Selene, life is fragile. If you wish to avoid confronting your own demise in such a powerless manner one day, then your only choice is to grow stronger. The first step towards strength is personal growth, and growth necessitates sustenance. Upon hearing this, Selene's radiant golden slit pupils constricted sharply, and she no longer hesitated, sinking her teeth into the gaping wound. Gulping down the fresh blood and flesh, a palpable aura began to emanate from her, one that sent shivers down the spines of the other dragons. Sensing this aura, Wentz nodded in approval, then cast her gaze towards the other young dragons. With a swift motion of her claw, another booze dragon beast lay before her. Next, as soon as Wentz's command resonated, Ao lunged towards the neck of the booze dragon beast, biting down fiercely, followed by the sound of eager swallowing. Next, Wentz shifted aside, conjuring yet another booze dragon beast from thin air. The remaining 3 dragons exchanged glances, and then Billy stepped forward. Following him was Dynet. Finally, Veit approached the newly summoned booze dragon beast with deliberate steps, a strange glint flickering in his pupils. Is this truly the realm of the survival of the fittest? Contemplating this, Veit glanced at his claws before plunging them into the neck of the booze dragon beast. However, as he gazed upon the gushing blood, Veiter's pupils constricted sharply, an inexplicable revulsion flooding his heart. By the time he regained his composure, he had already distanced himself from the carcass of the Buslong beast. Veiter stood momentarily bewildered, then turned his attention to his claws. Upon seeing the vivid crimson stains, the overwhelming sense of loathing surged within him once more. Instinctively, he began to rub his claws against the ground. Witnessing this, Winter thus was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing?" she inquired in response. Veter looked towards Winter thus, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. "Winter thus, please help me get rid of it." After a brief hesitation, Winter thus extended her claw, tapping lightly on Veter's body. In an instant, a flame erupted, and within the blink of an eye, the blood on Veter's claws was incinerated, leaving him unscathed. Observing his now pristine claws, Veter felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Yet, Winter thus's gaze grew grave. "Tell me, Veter, do you detest blood?" Upon hearing this, Veter turned to regard the pool of blood that had accumulated on the ground, then shook his head. "Not detest, but I loathe the sensation of it clinging to me." That a flicker of confusion crossed Winter thus's eyes. What a peculiar quirk. However, she refrained from probing further. The mere dislike of blood adhering to one's body was not a significant issue. What concerned her was the possibility that Veter harbored a true aversion to blood, for that would imply he might struggle to become a competent dragon. Casting a glance at the Buslong beast's remains, Winter thus hesitated once more. "Then how do you plan to feed? Could you help me cook it?" Upon hearing this, Winter thus regarded Veter with an expression of renewed peculiarity. "I could, indeed. In fact, some dragons do prefer cooked meals, though the texture of cooked meat is not particularly appealing." "Are you certain?" Veter nodded affirmatively. With the memories of that world, he had little appetite for raw flesh. Even those self-proclaimed humans consumed cooked food. As a dragon, how could he resort to dining like a beast? Seeing Veter nod, Winter thus did not hesitate further. She extended her claw to touch the body of the Buslong beast. The surge of searing flames enveloped the creature. And soon, a rich aroma of roasted meat began to permeate the dragon's lair. This delectable scent attracted 4 other young dragons. Selene and the others were voraciously devouring their meals. They caught a whiff of the unique aroma wafting through the air and turned their gazes toward its source, the Buslong beast belonging to Veter, now enshrouded in flames. Billy gulped. "Miss Winter thus, what is that?" In response, Winter thus looked at Billy. "This is cooked food. Would you like some?" Billy inhaled deeply the distinctive scent and nodded vigorously. Winter thus then turned to the other 3 young dragons. "What about you?" "I want it." "Me too. I would like to try. I hope you won't regret it." In a hushed murmur, Wince lightly tapped each of the Buslong beasts, and with the eruption of flames, the air became suffused with an increasingly rich aroma. Chapter 14. Let us call it the starry sky dragon. How considerate of Wince. This was truly the thought that lingered in Veit's mind as he savored the roasted Buslong beast. The thoroughly cooked creature was tender and juicy, with a crispy exterior and a succulent interior. Additionally, apart from the heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys, all of its innards had been incinerated by Wince. Veit's appetite was remarkably robust. Although the Buslong beast captured by Wince was not yet an adult, it stood over 20 meters tall and exceeded 30 meters in length, boasting an impressively sturdy physique. Selene and the others had managed to consume merely about 1/10 of the total amount, which was already quite astonishing. Yet, Veit devoured his portion entirely. Truly, there was nothing left, not even a bone. Furthermore, under Veit's eager gaze, Selene generously offered him the remnants of her meal. Naturally, not everything was consumed this time, and some bones remained. This spectacle left Selene and the others utterly dumbfounded. The quantity Veit consumed surpassed that of the 4 of them combined, which was nothing short of remarkable, except for Wince. She alone displayed no surprise at Veit's colossal appetite. Veit paused. Wince spoke up. "Veit, the results concerning your condition have come in." At this remark, not only Veit but also Selene and the others perked up their ears, intrigued by Veit's lineage. "What is my race?" Upon hearing this, Wince smiled wryly, revealing a set of razor-sharp teeth. "That is a question you should pose to yourself." Veit was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Your father does not belong to any known type of exotic dragon. Thus, after deliberation, we have decided to grant you the authority to name your own race. It is up to you to determine what your lineage is." Veit stared at Wince in astonishment. "Is that even possible? Why would it not be?" Wince shrugged her claws and continued. "Our dragonkin is steeped in mystery. Among the 3 major dragon races, only the dragonkin can give rise to exotic dragons. Moreover, every so often, entirely undocumented dragon types emerge. For instance, Disadro. She is the only spatial dragon in existence." Upon hearing this, the 5 little dragons were astonished. Wasn't Disadro the name of their dragon nest? Noticing the bewildered expressions of the 5 young ones, Whence patted her forehead. Apologies, it seems I neglected to inform you that the Disadro dragon nest is named after its creator, Disadro. She is our dragon empress, who continues to protect all dragons residing within the Disadro dragon nest, including us. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of disbelief flickered in Veit and the others' eyes. Could there truly be a dragon capable of safeguarding an entire dragon nest? Whence glanced at Veit. Indeed, there are many. Indeed, within each dragon's lair, there exists a guardian. However, the strength of these guardians varies, as does the scale of the lairs themselves. How does Disadro's prowess compare among the multitude of dragon lairs? His abilities are quite commendable, placing him among the top 10 dragon lairs. And what exactly are the top 10 dragon lairs? Whence glanced at Veit with a hint of exasperation and replied, you can find answers to these inquiries in the library. Our immediate concern, however, is to discuss your predicament. My apologies. Veit hesitated momentarily. May I adopt the name Stellar Dragon? Of course, if that is your desire. Veit's spirits visibly lifted at an astonishing pace. Then I shall be the Stellar Dragon. Henceforth, I shall truly embody the essence of the Stellar Dragon. Are you certain? It is imperative to understand that this is a grave matter that if you confirm, you shall be the sole stellar dragon in existence from this moment onward. This cannot be altered. Absolutely, Veit nodded emphatically, for it was his father's assurance that he was, in fact, the stellar dragon. Excellent. Whence smiled, then continued, now, we ought to address the matter of your physical form. Through the drop of dragon's blood you provided, we have discerned some aspects of your innate abilities to elaborate. You are not devoid of elemental affinity. Rather, you possess affinities for two elements, fire and water, which likely stem from your parents. However, your body is unique. It tends to consume the elements to which it is attuned. This peculiar gift appears to have been inherited from your father. The magical elements that are absorbed serve solely to enhance your physical form, which explains why you can soar merely with your wings. Endowed with formidable strength, a robust body necessitates substantial energy, which elucidates why your consumption exceeds that of your peers, including Mebelin and the others. Upon hearing this, Veit's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does this mean I can wield magic? However, this time, when shook his head, Veit's expression dimmed. So, it cannot be done. It remains uncertain. Whence replied, we cannot predict at what stage your body will cease this predatory consumption of the affinity elements. It might dissipate after your juvenile phase, or perhaps during your adolescence, or even in your youth. It could conceivably persist indefinitely. No dragon can ascertain this, as you are the first of your kind to exhibit such a phenomenon, though you may be the second. Nonetheless, we lack data on your father, thus you remain the first. Veit looked at Whence with eager anticipation. How long does the juvenile phase last? 100 years. Whence noticed Veit had once again fallen silent and awkwardly scratched his head, causing a shower of sparks to cascade down. The 5 young dragons below had to leap and dodge to avoid them. Whence, they were mere sparks, but to the 5 little ones, they resembled great flames. My apologies, I ought to be more cautious. As Winterth spoke, he lowered his claws and turned his gaze back to Veit. Do not be disheartened, Veit. We are about to embark on our journey of magical learning. Perhaps this innate ability of yours to consume will not hinder your spellcasting. Well, perhaps. Veit gazed at Winterth in silence. If you cannot offer comfort, then refrain from doing so. Such uncertain words only serve to unsettle the dragon further. At that moment, a faint buzzing sound began to resonate within the dragon's lair. Although described as faint, it was remarkably clear within the semi-enclosed space of the cave. Following the direction of the sound, Veit and the others beheld dozens of tiny creatures, no larger than their claws, flying in with a singular focus on the remnants of the roasted booze dragon beast. The young dragons immediately grew curious. What is this? It looks so small. Upon hearing the chatter of the little dragons, Winterth was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. Be cautious. Do not approach them, for those are Moore's dragons. Chapter 15. The adorable creatures wandering in the dragon's nest. Be cautious. Do not approach them, for those are Moore's dragons. Upon hearing Winterth's warning, the 5 little ones, who had initially prepared to seize the flying creatures for a closer inspection, halted in their tracks. Veit was the one to inquire. Moore's dragons? What are those? Are there such diminutive dragon beasts in the world? Moreover, how could they enter the dragon's lair? Was it not said that no other dragons can enter without our permission? In response to Veit's questions, Winterth did not answer immediately. Instead, He manipulated the fire elements to form a translucent red sphere, casually enveloping several of the Moor's dragons within. He then placed the 5 Moor's dragons before Veit and the others. Typically, our second lesson would pertain to magic. However, since you all seem intrigued by the Moor's dragons, let us first delve into the dragon beasts that inhabit our surroundings. After a brief pause, Winterth continued, "There exists a myriad of dragon beast varieties in this world. All creatures aside from dragons and plants are classified as dragon beasts. This classification is not merely for convenience. Our world was forged from the collision of the powers of the Creator Dragon and the Annihilator Dragon. When the Creator Dragon departed, it left behind a drop of its blood within this realm. Thus, every living being in this world, even among plants, harbors a trace of draconic power, and it goes without saying that most contain the bloodline of dragons. Among these, those endowed with intellect are referred to as dragons, while those governed by primal instincts are known as dragon beasts. The Moor's dragons are among the smaller species of dragon beasts. The largest Moor's dragon, known as the Sedemers, resides in the southern jungles of this world and is 3 times the size of the Isomor's dragons before you." As Veit listened to Winterth's explanation, he attentively observed the Moor's dragons floating before him. They bore a striking resemblance to flies from his world, albeit significantly larger in size. Measuring approximately 5 centimeters in length, this creature exhibits an oval form, crowned with a diminutive head adorned by a pair of golden compound eyes that occupy 2/3 of its cranium. Behind these eyes, 2 delicate dragon-like horns emerge, and extending from its back are 2 pairs of translucent wings, devoid of a tail. Beneath its body, 6 slender dragon claws extend, each equipped with sharp, backward-facing barbs. According to Wentz, the largest of the Moor's dragons barely reaches 15 centimeters, a stark contrast to the 30-meter-long Boo's dragons, which have yet to reach maturity, thereby categorizing them as a smaller species. However, one might ponder why they are referred to as the Isu Morse dragons. In response, Wentz elucidated that the plains located in the southern expanse of the Diacidero dragon nest are known as the Isu Plains. Surrounded by the Xingyuan mountain range, the Warren Rift, the Moonshadow River, and the gloomy night forest, the dragon species inhabiting the Isu Plains exhibit certain distinctions compared to those in other regions, hence the designation of Isu Morse dragons. Yet, what renders them perilous? With their slender limbs, it seems improbable that they could even scratch my dragon scales. Moreover, I am more intrigued by their flavor. As he spoke, Billy extended his tongue to lick the fire element barrier, only to find his tongue immediately blistered by the searing heat. With a pitiful cry, he clutched his mouth and hastily retreated a few steps, casting a wary gaze at the fire element barrier, now too intimidated to approach. Wentz, clearly taken aback by the sight of a young dragon attempting to lick the fire element barrier, could only react once the incident had transpired. "Billy, I believe I must caution you. Not everything is suitable for your mouth, including the fire element barrier as well as the Morse dragons. Furthermore, has your bloodline inheritance not informed you that a dragon's resistance to magical elements stems from its scales?" As Whites and the others regarded Billy with peculiar expressions, they instinctively distanced themselves from the fire element barrier, not wishing to share in his misfortune. "I apologize. I shall refrain from such actions in the future." After receiving a few admonishments from Wentz, Billy promptly subdued his impulsiveness and admitted his error. Wentz nodded, indicating that she had no further intention to chastise him. The Morse dragons rank as the weakest among all dragon species. Virtually any creature, barring Flora, could easily vanquish one. However, this does not imply that they are devoid of danger. As she spoke, Wentz gestured for the 5 young dragons to observe the other Morse dragons that had flown in. At that moment, these creatures were voraciously feasting upon the remnants of the Boo's dragons left behind by the 5 young ones. Moreover, a continual influx of new Morse dragons was evident, drawn by the scent of blood. Even the faintest whiff of blood would attract a multitude of Morse dragons. Yet, the real threat does not lie in their numbers, but in the plagues they carry, especially for newly hatched dragons like yourselves. Your resistance to such ailments is nearly non-existent. Therefore, it is advisable to maintain your distance from both the Morse dragons and anything they have touched, particularly food that is no longer safe for consumption. If, by unfortunate chance, one were to succumb to the plague, the only recourse would be to ingest those potions bearing an unusual scent. Trust me, the taste of such concoctions would render any thoughts of sustenance utterly unthinkable for days on end. While listening to the account of Wanthes, Whit noticed that among the newly arrived morsel dragons, there were creatures of a distinctly different nature. Their size was comparable to that of the morsel dragons. Yet their appearance was entirely dissimilar. These diminutive beings resembled scaled-down versions of dragons, complete with dragon heads, horns, wings, claws, and tails. However, upon entering, they did not settle upon the remains of the buzz-long beast as the morsel dragons had. Instead, they were preying upon the morsel dragons. At Weit's exclamation, the gazes of the four little dragons shifted towards the newcomers, and they too let out a similar cry of astonishment. Yet Veit exhibited no trace of surprise. Considering the passage of time, it was indeed their moment to arrive. Curiosity piqued, Veit turned to Veit, inquiring if they referred to these little creatures. Moreover, did they belong to the dragon kin as well? Although their size appeared somewhat incongruous, upon hearing this, Veit chuckled with a sinister grin and shook her head. Certainly not. They are not of the dragon kin, but rather dragon beasts. This species is known as the Chocho dragon, and they are referred to as the friends of the great dragons, simply because they are the natural enemies of the morsel dragons. As she spoke, Win's grin widened, becoming even more menacing, and she extended her claw towards one of the Chocho dragons. The prodded Chocho dragon let out a silent roar towards Veit, and in an instant, its body swelled, transforming into a sphere approximately half a meter in diameter. They are rather amusing, are they not? Chapter 16. Magic is the mainstream. They are rather amusing, are they not? Upon hearing this, the five little ones momentarily stood in shock, then curiously approached the inflated Chocho dragon to observe it closely. The bold Billy even reached out to poke it again. To his bewilderment, despite being prodded away, the Chocho dragon showed no intention of swelling again. Billy, they have already inflated to their maximum size. Upon hearing this, Billy's gaze shifted to the other Chocho dragons, which were merrily hunting without inflating. The three dragons of Selene were initially somewhat reserved. However, upon witnessing Billy inflate three Chocho dragons in succession, they joyfully joined in. Only Veit remained transfixed, staring eye to eye with the Chocho dragon that Veit had initially prodded into inflation, floating before him. The inflated Chocho dragon exhibited a translucent quality. Furthermore, its expansion was limited to its belly, resulting in an appearance akin to a floating, cartoonish balloon, or as one might describe it in the vernacular of that world. It appeared that the little dragon before them posed no threat. Veit observed as the inflated ball-shaped dragon exhaled a long breath, its swollen belly swiftly returning to its original form. Overall, it resembled a diminutive version of a colossal dragon. How did they accomplish this? Upon hearing Veit's soft exclamation, Veit smiled and began to explain. That is because, however, before she could finish, a gasp arose from the direction of Selene and the others. Both Veit and Veit turned to see Billy with his mouth agape, a puffed-up ball-shaped dragon wedged inside that it seemed to be stuck in Billy's mouth, panic evident in its eyes. Equally flustered was Billy, who frantically pawed at the inflated body of the dragon. Yet, the almost translucent layer of its body proved to be far more resilient than the little dragons had anticipated. Regardless of being bitten or grabbed, there were no signs of damage. Veit let out a resigned sigh. Billy, you still haven't taken my words to heart. Not everything can be stuffed into your mouth. With that, Veit carefully pinched Billy's tail and gave it a gentle shake. Of course, what was gentle for Veit was not perceived the same way by Billy, who felt as if all his joints had been stretched. The result was that after the ball-shaped dragon was flung away, Billy lay on the ground, resembling a snake that had been caught and tossed around several times, utterly drained of energy. Although the ball-shaped dragon was small, its skin was remarkably tough. At the very least, with your little strength, you couldn't harm them. When the ball-shaped dragon sensed an external threat, it would absorb a significant amount of wind elements, inflating its body. And under such circumstances, even the slightest force could send it flying far away. This was their method of dealing with external dangers. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the ball-shaped dragon possessed no flesh. There was no need to include them in your diet. Upon hearing Veit's words, Billy awkwardly covered his eyes, while Veit and the others couldn't help but laugh. Once the laughter subsided, Veit continued, "All right, little ones. Our uninvited guests have indeed brought you much amusement. However, your task today is not merely to become acquainted with them." Hearing this, Billy's interest was piqued once more. "Veit, isn't our task today to fill our bellies?" "Certainly not. Our most important endeavor today is to understand magic." At this declaration, Veit and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. Veit then elaborated, The prerequisite for using magic is learning, and the prerequisite for learning magic is understanding. Only by truly comprehending magic can you journey further along the path of sorcery. Of course, I am aware that your inherited memories contain detailed information about the origins of magic and the foundational knowledge required. Nevertheless, I reiterate, the knowledge contained within your inherited memories does not wholly belong to you. You still need to learn. At this remark, Veit's eyes dimmed slightly. In his inherited memories, there exists no foundational knowledge pertaining to magic, and moreover, he is currently unable to learn it. Thus, is there truly a necessity for him to pursue such studies? Seemingly attuned to Veiter's thoughts, Wanthes turned to face him. Veiter, may I pose a question to you? Taken aback for a moment, Veiter hastily nodded. Of course. Wanthes smiled. Could you tell me what you believe is the most essential thing to do before defeating an opponent? As he spoke, Wanthes shifted his gaze to the other four little dragons. Of course, if any of you wish to take a shot at answering, feel free. Veiter pondered for a moment before tentatively inquiring, is it to train oneself and become stronger? I believe it should be about magic. Billy interjected promptly. When the topic turned to magic, Ao reverted to his previous aloof demeanor, merely lying on the ground, observing with a cold gaze that it was as if he had not just been chasing a little ball-like dragon around in chaotic flight. Dynat hesitated for a moment. I concur with Veiter's perspective. One should first focus on becoming stronger. After all, there are methods to grow beyond just magic. Veiter was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at Dynat, only to find him glancing back with a friendly nod. After a moment's hesitation, Veiter nodded in response. Now calmed, he naturally did not suspect that Wanthes would harbor any ill intentions towards him, thus abandoning the thought of fleeing from Desiderio. Moreover, reflecting on the fanciful notions he had conjured earlier, Veiter wished for a hole to bury himself in. Thankfully, no one was aware. Additionally, after his battle with Selene, he realized that the prospect of having a dragon lair uniquely his own was virtually hopeless. Consequently, his best course of action was to cultivate a good rapport with the other four dragons, should he wish to avoid a future of solitude. Yet, the proud nature of dragons influenced him, suppressing any inclination to extend an olive branch. However, since Dynat had made the first move, he would not decline. No. I believe that understanding one's opponent is paramount to overcoming them. Selene continued to hold her head high, her creamy white form exuding an air of sanctity. Wanthes praised, a very rational response. He then turned his gaze back to Veiter. Of course, your answers are not incorrect. They are simply a bit vague. The reason I pose this question is to convey to you, Veiter, that although you may currently be unable to wield magic, it is nonetheless a vital knowledge you must acquire. Magic is the prevailing force in this world. Even the least magically gifted earth dragons are capable of utilizing it. Only by understanding magic, learning its intricacies, can you hope to triumph over it. Chapter 17. The magic Veiter can also use understanding magic, learning magic, then you can hope to conquer it. Upon hearing Winz's words, Veiter's recently extinguished enthusiasm for magic was reignited. Although he presently lacked the ability to perform magic, if he could gain a sufficient understanding of it, he would naturally develop means to contend with it. Even if it were merely a method, it was certainly preferable to being entirely ignorant. As Wit developed a fervor for magic, Winz revealed a grin that appeared somewhat sinister. Indeed, that was the expression. Wit, I eagerly await your performance. Even if you are unable to master other forms of magic, there exists one spell that you are destined to learn. This particular magic is inscribed deep within the bloodline of the dragonkin. Regardless of how much your lineage may mutate, as long as you remain a dragonkin, you shall acquire this spell. Upon hearing these words, Wit's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Winz, please tell me, what is this magic? What must I do to learn it? Dragon's breath. Moreover, your requirements are minimal, for it is instinctual to you. Dragon's breath. Wit repeated the name of the spell, his eyes gleaming ever brighter. Of course, it was not merely because Winz had informed him that he could learn this magic. Rather, it was the moment he heard the words dragon's breath that an astonishing vision surfaced in his mind. A familiar silhouette stood amidst the starry expanse. It was his father. Facing him was a terrifying creature of colossal proportions, as immense as the stars themselves. The celestial beast. Unbidden, the name of that giant beast emerged in his mind. In comparison to that celestial monstrosity, his father's figure appeared diminutive, so small that Wit had no doubt that a single breath from the star-sized beast would reduce his father to mere motes of dust in the air. Yet, in the next instant, he witnessed the golden patterns on his father's body emanating light, as fiery flames, white as the sun, billowed forth from the corners of his father's slightly parted lips. Then, with a sudden motion, his father opened his mouth wide, unleashing a viscous jet of pure white flame that pierced through the body of the celestial beast in an instant. The horrifying heat twisted the very fabric of the cosmos. From Wit's vantage point, he could even peer through the gaping hole, catching a glimpse of the void behind the beast, as well as the charred, carbonized flesh within. Was this the dragon's breath? Just as Wit contemplated this thought, the vision in his mind dissipated. Whether it was an illusion or not, after the breath concluded, it seemed as though his father cast a glance in his direction. Wit! Wit! The call of Wince pulled Wit back from his reverie. Noticing the concern in Wince's eyes, Wit felt a warmth in his heart and softly replied, "I am well. It was merely a vision of my father using dragon's breath that just surfaced in my mind." Upon hearing this, not only Wince but also the gazes of the other 4 young dragons were drawn towards him. Indeed, in the eyes of these young dragons, Wit's father had become a symbol of mystery. An extraordinary dragon of a different kind. Could you describe him? Wit nodded and began to elaborate in detail. Of course, he could not recount the entire vision, for that would only lead Wince to believe he was indulging in fanciful delusions. Thus, in Wit's description, the battlefield transformed from a starry sky to a vast plain, and the opponent morphed from the celestial beast into an adult Buslong beast. Although he was unaware of the exact size of an adult Buslong beast, he knew that even the immature ones measured several dozen meters in length, rendering the adults even more formidable. Upon hearing Veiter's description, Ventus instinctively raised a paw to gently scratch her chin, indicating her contemplation. Meanwhile, the 5 little ones had no choice but to distance themselves from Ventus to avoid being struck by the falling flames. The description of your father's breath indeed aligns with the bloodline, as the viscous, incandescent flames must be the lava breath of a red dragon. While typical lava breath is red, it is entirely natural for your father, being an exotic dragon, to possess flames of a different hue. The ability to pierce through the body of an adult Buslong beast and create a translucent hole with charred edges signifies that the nature of your father's lava breath encompasses high temperatures and penetrative power. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of it possessing fiery toxins. Such a potent breath indeed. Upon hearing Ventus's analysis, Veiter silently exhaled in relief, followed by a flicker of joy. Could my breath be similar? However, Ventus shook her head. Not necessarily, for although you possess half of the exotic dragon lineage, your appearance is that of a pure silver dragon, indicating that your mother is equally formidable. The offspring of 2 equally powerful dragons will randomly inherit the abilities of one parent. The breath is no exception. Although Veiter felt a tinge of disappointment, curiosity soon took over. What, then, is the breath of a silver dragon like? The breath of a silver dragon is referred to as elemental breath, and each silver dragon's breath exhibits different elemental components, but at the very least, it will possess more than 3 elemental effects. Water element is guaranteed to be among them, as silver dragons are inherently attuned to water. It sounds far less impressive than mine. The breath of a crystal dragon is known as crystal breath, which certainly has a far more appealing ring to it than elemental breath. Upon hearing Billy's words, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Ventus's eyes. Billy, as much as I would prefer not to interrupt your imagination, I must regrettably inform you that among all dragon species, the breath with the least power is indeed crystal breath. This is because, unlike all other breaths, crystal breath is not purely magical in nature. Of course, this holds true for now. At this revelation, Billy let out a wail and clutched his head. Ventus, can I pretend I didn't hear that? Certainly, if that is your wish. After a moment, Ventus noticed the eager gazes of the other 3 dragons. With the existence of bloodline inheritance, they were well aware of the nature of their breath. Yet, they were even more eager to hear Ventus's assessment. Seeing this, Ventus could only acquiesce with a sigh. Very well, I had originally planned to take you all to practice your breaths, but since you wish to hear, I shall indulge you further. Upon hearing this, the 5 little ones erupted with excitement. They had not anticipated that breath would be the first magic they learned. I know you are all thrilled, but please allow me to finish. The breath of a green dragon consists of 2 types, toxic breath and natural breath, both of which are quite troublesome forms of breath. The breath of the golden dragon is comparable to that of the red dragon, both exhaling molten lava. However, within the golden dragon's molten breath, there exists a harmonious blend of fire and earth magical elements. As for you, Selene, the breath of the sacred giant dragon, composed of light atoms, is among the swiftest and most penetrating, surpassed only by a few exceptional dragons. At this juncture, when his cast a glance down at the increasingly lively dragon den, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Well then, it is time to practice our breaths. But this place is evidently unsuitable. Let us proceed outside, leaving this task to the little sphere-like dragons, who will adeptly handle everything. Chapter 18. Embracing the elements, take a deep breath. Then exhale. Billy, you might want to slow down a tad. Beneath the sprawling branches of a colossal tree adorned with broad crimson leaves, Winters lay prostrate on the ground, while before her, Veit and the others formed a line, adjusting their breathing. Yet, the vibrant world surrounding them proved irresistibly captivating for the 5 young dragons. They found themselves irresistibly drawn to the fluttering little dragons and other diminutive dragon-like creatures that passed by. That is a perilous creature, Veit, but I implore you to focus on your own breathing rather than being distracted by them. They will not aid you in unleashing your dragon breath. Upon hearing this, Veit's face flushed crimson, but fortunately, the dragon's thick skin and the protective layer of scales concealed his embarrassment from the other dragons. I apologize, but they are simply too fascinating. They are called perilous creatures, correct? I saw them sipping nectar. As he spoke, Veit's gaze involuntarily wandered towards a nearby perilous creature, gracefully dancing around a violet flower that stood about a meter tall. To him, the perilous creatures bore a striking resemblance to butterflies from that world, particularly in terms of their vivid colors and the way they flitted about the blossoms. However, the perilous creatures appeared far more ferocious than butterflies. Excluding their wings, their bodies measured approximately 20 centimeters, while their wings were significantly larger, resembling dragon wings, adorned with tiny scales of various hues. They also possessed antennae, with their eyes situated at the tips of these appendages. Though they fed on nectar, the sharp rows of teeth that were inadvertently revealed as they voraciously sucked and chewed the nectar left Veit in no doubt that they would bite dragons if given the chance. Veit, you have once again let your thoughts wander. Upon hearing Winthis's words, Veit hurriedly returned his gaze. I apologize. Winthes sighed in exasperation as she effortlessly dragged the tail of Billy, who had attempted to stealthily slip away. I believe, for you all, conducting our lessons outside rather than in the dragon den is not an optimal choice. Perhaps we should return now. At this, the 5 little dragons became quite agitated. Considering the vibrant world around them and contrasting it with the dim confines of the dragon den, anyone would choose the former. Winthes, I promise to diligently complete the task you have assigned, so let us remain out here, shall we? Winthes regarded Veit, hesitating for a moment. If you cannot fulfill your promise, we shall return immediately. With that, she directed her gaze toward the other 4 little dragons, including all of you. The 5 little ones promptly nodded in agreement. Now, let us proceed. The essence of dragon breath lies primarily in the act of exhalation. You must strive to maintain this state of exhalation for as long as possible. Each time I bring along newly hatched dragons like yourselves, there always seems to be a dragon that forgets it is expelling breath, only to inhale deeply and inadvertently injure its own mouth with its own breath. Your mouths are devoid of scales, and should you injure yourselves, you will be left helplessly watching as other little dragons feast before you. Exhale, Billy. My directive for you to exhale does not imply you cannot inhale. You are on the verge of suffocating yourself. As she spoke, a look of exasperation filled Winter's eyes. This batch of little dragons is truly challenging to manage. Although she felt this way every single time, after a while, sensing that the little dragon's patience was nearly exhausted, Winter called a halt to their activities. All right, this is not a habit that can be cultivated in a short span. We shall pause here and move on to the next step, experiencing the magical elements. For the first time, I will guide you in this endeavor. Close your eyes, clear your mind, and refrain from any distractions. Focus intently on your sensations. As she spoke, Winter released her mental energy. The newly hatched dragons were still unfamiliar with the magical elements, thus requiring her personal guidance. Veit listened attentively to Winter's instructions and followed her commands. He closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and let go of all thoughts. Suddenly, after a moment of disorientation, Veit felt himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness. He attempted to open his eyes, but found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Suddenly, a glimmer of light captured his attention. It was a fiery red point. It meandered slowly through the dark expanse. Then came a second point, a water blue light. As time passed, Veit perceived an increasing number of light points, predominantly red and blue, with green being the third most common, while other colors were scarce. From the red and blue light points, Veit sensed a feeling of familiarity. Gazing at these luminous orbs, Veit understood that they must be the magical elements Winter had spoken of. He attempted to approach these magical elements, yet found himself unable. The surrounding darkness constrained him like a shackle, rendering him immobile. As if sensing Veit's intent, the blue light representing the water element and the red light representing the fire element surged towards him. Witnessing this spectacle filled Veit with joy, accompanied by a sense of anticipation. However, as the light points drew near, they suddenly charged towards him in a frenzy. Veit stared in astonishment at this occurrence. He was bewildered by the unfolding events, but could distinctly feel that the two elemental light points exhibited signs of fear. This process resembled iron filings drawn towards a magnet in that realm. Clearly, this was an ominous sign. Indeed, after absorbing a portion of the approaching fire and water elemental light points, the remaining ones, akin to startled fawns, fled frantically from Veit. Observing this scene, Veit grew anxious. Just then, a glimmer of light illuminated his surroundings, dispelling the darkness along with the elemental light points. Veit, bewildered, lifted his gaze, only to find Winter staring at him in a daze. Reflecting upon the recent events, Veit hastily spoke. "Wince, the magical elements are drifting away from me. Does this signify that I am utterly incapable of cultivating magic?" Upon hearing this, Wince regained her composure, a glimmer of helplessness flickering in her eyes. "Veit, it appears that the previous analysis of your blood was indeed accurate. Your body is consuming the magical elements, and you are powerless to halt this consumption. This implies that the magical elements near you are unable to respond to your summons. Unless this consumption ceases, you truly cannot wield magic. I am deeply sorry." Veit, a shadow of despondency crossed Veit's gaze upon hearing these words. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, the confirmation filled him with profound disappointment. However, rest assured, Dragon's Breath is distinct from other forms of magic. It does not require the manipulation of external magical elements to be manifested. Therefore, you can still utilize Dragon's Breath. Veit nodded, then turned his attention to Selen and the others, who were still immersed in their connection with the magical elements. "This is already quite good, Wince. What must I do next?" Chapter 19. Veit's breath. Wince, what must I do next? Veit, you need to rest. Taken aback by her words, Veit made his way towards the large purple flower he had seen earlier. That moment, the papillon beast continued to feast on the nectar, and upon noticing Veit's approach, it immediately fluttered its colorful wings. Hearing this threatening call, Veit disregarded the creature's intent and walked beneath the purple flower. Then, rest? Certainly not. Veit spread his wings and took to the skies. The papillon beast, which had attempted to intimidate him, became his training target. However, it was not about catching up to the creature in speed, a pursuit beyond his reach. Rather, Veit's goal was simple: to hover midair like it. For other dragons capable of flying through magic, this would be a trivial task, but for him, it was a challenge. Merely flying drained a significant amount of his energy. Wince observed Veit as he emulated the papillon beast, attempting to hover in the air. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately chose not to intervene. She could not hinder a dragon's determination to grow stronger. Selen and the others continued to sense the magical elements. At this moment, surrounding them were not just Selen and Billy. A small quantity of magical elements also began to gather around them. Moreover, as time passed, these magical elements multiplied. Meanwhile, Veit, with the extension of his flight, gradually began to tire. Yet, he persisted. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his back, and his wings struggled to flap. He plummeted straight down. Just as he braced himself for a harsh landing upon the unforgiving ground, a claw steadied him. Well, it seemed that Wince's scales were far sturdier than the earth. Drawing a sharp breath, Veit cast a grateful glance towards Wince. "Thank you, Wince." Observing Veit's back muscles twitch involuntarily, Wince sighed softly. "Wit, I harbor no objections to your training methods. However, you must ensure your own safety. Moreover, mastery is not achieved in a single stroke. That I eagerly anticipate the day you grow stronger, yet it will certainly not be tomorrow or the day after." As he spoke, Veit gently placed Wit upon the ground, It was at this moment that Wit noticed Celine and the others had already awakened, their eyes fixed intently upon him, brimming with a fierce determination. Of course, Wit understood that this was not hostility. As previously stated, dragons are proud beings. They disdain the notion of bullying the weak. Thus, when they regard you with such fervor, it signifies their acknowledgement of your worth. In the face of this recognition, Wit found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Vinny's broke the silence. All right, little ones, this is not the time for you to engage in battle. Noon approaches swiftly, and I hope that before its arrival, you can unleash your very own breath of the dragon, even if it may only be as slender as your tiny claws. No, Vinties, I believe it will be as thick as my forelimb, Billy exclaimed, raising his claw with unwavering confidence. Is that so? I look forward to it, Vinny's replied, shifting the conversation. Wit, how do you feel now? Are you able to stand? Wit did not respond verbally, yet his actions spoke volumes as he demonstrated his ability to rise. Excellent, then we may commence, Vinny's declared. You have all just witnessed what magical elements appear like. Now, your task is to harness your mental energy to locate the magical elements within you. This is the foundation of your breath. By the way, the magical elements within a dragon are stored in the dragon crystal, which resides atop your heads. If you find it, raise your claw to indicate. No sooner had the words left his lips than Celine raised her claw. Having sensed the magical elements the previous night, which had prompted a response from her internal dragon crystal. Well done, Celine. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of pride flashed in Celine's eyes. At that moment, Dynet also raised his claw, quickly followed by Odette. However, to the dragon's surprise, the fourth to raise his claw was not Billy, but Wit. Indeed, he too had discovered the location of his dragon crystal, nestled within his head, its size perhaps no larger than a fingernail. Yet he could distinctly feel the magical elements contained within. There were two types, one of fire and the other of water. Meanwhile, Billy gazed in astonishment at Wit's raised claw, then hurriedly began his own search. Before long, he too raised his claw. Hey, buddy, I swear, if I had been serious from the start, I would have found it much faster than you. Upon hearing this, the other dragons rolled their eyes, choosing to ignore the lively character. Vinny's appeared to exhale in relief before continuing. Now, we will proceed to the second step, the center of your chest. In the midst of your lungs lies the key to a dragon's ability to unleash its breath, the elemental lung. If you have located it, please raise your claw. Wit, following Vinny's instructions, directed his mental energy into his chest cavity, and the scene within began to unfold in his mind that a powerful heart pumps the vibrant crimson blood of the dragon into its veins, coursing throughout the body, while robust lungs efficiently extract oxygen from the air, delivering it to every corner. Although he does not perceive any oxygen, knowledge from another realm informs him that the atmosphere is replete with it, an essential element of life. Nevertheless, Veit holds on to his own opinion. This world is imbued with magic. Soon, he discovers the elemental lungs spoken of by Wentz, yet they are not fleshly organs, but rather two internal spaces. Veit's mental prowess cannot approach these two realms, yet he can sense the starkly contrasting auras emanating from them. One space radiates an intense heat capable of melting anything, while the other exudes an icy chill that freezes all it touches. Veit is uncertain if this is a typical phenomenon, but at least the locations are correct. Moreover, upon witnessing these two realms, a powerful urge surges within him to channel the magical elements contained in the dragon crystal into them. Veit contemplates this and acts accordingly, albeit instinctively choosing the fire element and the space that emanates heat. As he mobilizes the element, a significant portion of his mental energy is expended, causing him to abruptly exit the introspective state. In the external world, with his spirit suddenly flagging, Veit involuntarily opens his mouth under the astonished gazes of Wentz and the four other young dragons. A blazing white flame escapes from the corner of his lips. In the next moment, a blinding white light flashes, and a scale on Wentz's jaw begins to emit wisps of smoke. Veit then collapses to the ground, gasping for breath violently. Chapter 20. The usual routine. The title lady has departed. Wentz, feeling the warmth emanating from her jaw, gazes at Veit with utter astonishment. Who is she? The headmaster of the Desidero Dragon Academy. One of the 5 legendary peak dragons of the Desidero Dragon Nest. What does legendary signify? Among the 9 realms of black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple crystal, legendary, mythical, and divine. It ranks just below mythical and legendary. Yet, in the more than 8,000 years since her birth, she has never heard of a dragon at the mythical tier. She has indeed heard of the legendary tier, and rather recently at that. The guardian of this dragon nest, Desidero, is the sole legendary upper dragon within the lair. This clearly illustrates the magnitude of her power. In truth, her dragon scales can significantly diminish the damage from magical elements, particularly fire. For her, physically withstanding fire-based forbidden spells poses no significant challenge. Yet, Veit's breath manages to convey warmth to her. This implies that the breath of this young dragon, barely 2 days old, reaches temperatures comparable to high-level fire magic, and under stealth, the dragon's breath could indeed harm opponents of gold rank and below, including those of gold rank. Even though temperature does not wholly equate to power, and being harmed does not imply defeat, it is nonetheless astonishing. The potency of such a dragon's breath is evidently beyond that which a mere hatchling could possess. Upon reflecting on this, Wentz glanced at Veit, his gaze flickering with complexity. He had initially believed that, in the absence of magical training, Veit would merely be an ordinary dragon. However, it seemed he needed to re-evaluate Veit's future. Moreover, Veit, promise me, unless a dragon betrays Desidero, your breath must never be directed at the dragons of Desidero, especially at this point. Wentz cast a sidelong glance at Celine and the others, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Veit, who had exhausted nearly all his strength with a single breath, paused momentarily before his eyes sparkled with realization. So, does that mean my breath is formidable? Wentz nodded emphatically. Indeed, it is exceptionally powerful. No dragon that has not yet transcended the juvenile stage could possibly withstand your breath. Upon hearing this, Celine and the others regarded Veit with newfound apprehension. They had completely failed to react to the previous breath, and coupled with Wentz's nearly exaggerated response, it was evident that Veit's breath far exceeded their expectations. On the other side, Veit met Wentz's earnest gaze and nodded. That I understand. Wentz, from now on, unless absolutely necessary, I will refrain from using my breath. At this, Wentz's gaze toward Veit softened even further. Veit, I am delighted to hear you say that. Desidero is a lair that esteems peace. Playful skirmishes and even injuries are of little consequence. However, if a wounded dragon bears malice, the perpetrator will be banished from Desidero forever. And in the case of a fatality, the best outcome would be expulsion. I witnessed your arrival into this world. To me, you are all my children, and I would never wish for you to reach such a dire state. As she spoke, Wentz cast a deep, contemplative look at Veit before softly inquiring, how are you feeling now? Do you need me to escort you back to the dragon lair? Veit shook his head. That I merely feel a bit weary. Resting here for a while will suffice. Wentz nodded, then turned her gaze towards Celine and the others. Veit has provided us with an excellent demonstration. Now it is your turn. Use your mental energy to guide the magical elements within the dragon crystal, infusing them into the elemental lung. Then open your mouth and exhale. Remember, it is exhaling, not inhaling. You would not wish to discover just how powerful your dragon breath is. Under Wentz's guidance, Celine and the others began to attempt their dragon breath. Veit lay nearby, observing intently. He was eager to discern whether his breath's potency was an anomaly or if every young dragon possessed such strength. Soon enough, Celine, as expected, became the second young dragon to successfully unleash her breath. It bore a striking resemblance to Veit's, a flash of white light, followed by Celine's spirit visibly waning at a remarkable speed. However, Celine's breath lacked the brewing process and did not manifest the incandescent flames. Whether by coincidence or intent, this particular breath also landed upon Wentz's chin. To this, Wentz displayed no sign of discontent. Excellent, Celine. Your power is impressive. Celine gazed at the untouched scales of Wentz, a flicker of reluctance shimmering in her eyes. And what of Veit? For a moment, Wentz found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to speak without wounding Celine's pride. Yet, in truth, this silence was even more detrimental to the dragon. Observing Wentz's reticence, Celine silently withdrew to the side, prostrating herself, her gaze fixed intently on Veit. She noted his discomfort, but fortunately, Ao's actions captured her attention. Golden flames spilled from the corner of Ao's mouth, followed by a fan-shaped torrent of molten lava that erupted forth. Most of the lava cascaded onto the scales on Wentz's chin, flowing downwards, while some directly struck the grass below. The flowing lava ignited the weeds on the ground, melting even the gravel under its intense heat. Excellent. The viscosity of the lava was commendable, its temperature exceedingly high, complemented by the presence of incendiary toxins, an authentic breath of molten rock. Upon hearing this, Ao cast a glance at Veit, then settled down, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice that Ao's gaze continuously roamed over Veit and his companions, particularly lingering on Veit and Selene. The fourth was Billy. In stark contrast to the previous three dragons, Billy's breath first gathered in his enlarged mouth, forming a crimson sphere. Subsequently, beams of red energy erupted from the sphere, swiftly morphing into sharp-edged, diamond-shaped rubies. Encased in fire elements, the rubies shot towards Wen's chin like a torrential downpour, shattering upon contact with his dragon scales. Wenthes watched Billy, who appeared exhausted yet brimming with pride, as his lips twitched involuntarily. Very well, an authentic crystalline breath. Upon hearing this, Billy's expression immediately fell. If his memory served him correctly, the crystalline breath, as Wenthes would describe it, was the least powerful among all dragon breaths. Lastly, it was Dynet's turn. A stream of green light, reminiscent of a miniature waterfall, burst forth from Dynet's mouth, landing squarely on Wen's chin, evidently eliciting no response whatsoever. However, the gazes directed at Dynet by Veit and the others bore a hint of gravity. This was due to the seemingly innocuous breath that had sapped the vitality from the grassland between Dynet and Wenthes. Indeed, it had drained all life. Both the grass and the ground now exhibited a lifeless, ashen hue. After a moment of astonishment, a glimmer of delight crossed Wen's eyes. Excellent, Dynet, a natural breath even more potent than the toxic breath. Upon hearing this, Dynet smiled wearily, not yielding to pride or any other reaction. Chapter 21. Boko. After Veit and the others successfully unleashed their breaths, Wenthes did not immediately escort them back to the academy. Instead, he allowed them to roam freely within a radius of several hundred meters around that open space. In the words of Wentz, your talents are among the finest I have ever encountered. Historically, young dragons have only succeeded after numerous attempts, sometimes even dozens, and as a reward, you are granted the special privilege to play outside for half a day. Upon hearing this, the previously listless little dragons were instantly invigorated. The legacy of memory does not mention the mundane and colorful ordinary plants, so for Selene and the others, even though they were confined to a mere 100 meters, this small area was still brimming with novelty, and even the usually taciturn Ao felt the same. Only Veit remained unaffected. The enormous and somewhat peculiar plants undoubtedly captivated the attention of the young dragons, yet for Veit, they were merely plants. Although his father did not leave him with combat experience, he did bequeath an entire wondrous world. To Veit, those strange plants were just that, plants. In comparison, he yearned for the swift restoration of his stamina, so he could resume his flight training. Of course, there was also his breath. Although his breath was the most powerful among the five of them, it was precisely due to its potency that Wentz had imposed restrictions on him. Nonetheless, he understood that Wentz meant well. Yet, for Veit, breath represented an uncontrollable force, and an uncontrollable force is akin to having none at all. Thus, Veit resolved to diligently train his breath, particularly in terms of its strength. Naturally, this training plan was secondary to his flight exercises. After all, given his current stamina and magical energy reserves, even the act of standing after unleashing a breath was exceedingly arduous. Additionally, he had not forgotten that he possessed another type of breath. That must be the power bestowed to him by his mother. The parental concept among dragons is rather tenuous. At the very least, Veit did not observe any attachment to parents in Selene and the others. However, Veit was different. With memories from that world, his parents held a significant place in his heart. This also explained Veit's longing for the starry sky. Aren't you going to join them in their play? Upon hearing the voice beside him, Veit looked up to find Wentz gazing at him with a gentle expression. Meeting Wentz's gaze, Veit shook his head. There is nothing amusing. I wish to rest and then continue my training. After a pause, Veit suddenly recalled something. Wentz, do you have any methods to quickly enhance my stamina? With my current condition, it is quite challenging to engage in effective training. In response, Wentz sighed with a hint of exasperation. Veit, you should be aware that today marks your second day in this world, and the juvenile phase of a dragon lasts approximately 100 years. Moreover, until you reach your adolescent stage, you are not permitted to leave the dragon's lair. Between these stages lies nearly 200 years of youth. Regardless of what you wish to accomplish, Veit, there is truly no need to rush. Over 300 years is ample time for you to enhance your strength. Only during the adolescent phase can one leave the dragon's lair. Indeed, the outside world is fraught with peril, and neither juvenile nor young dragons are equipped to confront such dangers. At this revelation, a flicker of disappointment crossed Veit's eyes. Observing the despondent Veit, Wince could not help but inquire, "Is there a place you long to visit? Is it perhaps a destination imposed upon you by your parents?" Veit shook his head, refraining from a response, and instead gazed upwards towards the heavens. "Wince, what does the starry sky look like?" Wince hesitated momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "I have never ventured there, so I cannot say what it resembles. But I have heard from Desiderio that beneath the enchanting facade of the starry sky lies perilous danger, air unfit for breathing, winds that seem to stretch into infinity, and the chilling, desolate void. Is that truly the case?" Veit murmured softly, before surrendering to his thoughts, curling up and enveloping himself with his wings. Witnessing this, Wince sighed in resignation and squinted his eyes. Deep within the cavernous dragon lair, a symphony of snores, varying in pitch and rhythm, echoed throughout. Veit lay in a corner, devoid of any inclination to sleep. The air still lingered with the fragrant aroma of morning's roasted meat, yet the remnants of that feast had vanished upon their return. Along with it, the Morris drakes and the small round dragons had also disappeared. It remained uncertain whether the roasted meat had been devoured by the Morris drakes or the round dragons. Lifting his head, Veit cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Celine and the others, then cautiously rose to his feet and made his way outside. After a brief moment, Veit crouched at the entrance of the lair. A flicker of hesitation crossing his mind, he still recalled Wince's prior warning. Although he was oblivious to what might transpire, it was likely to be unpleasant. Yet the outside was enveloped in silence. The other dragons must be asleep, so merely stepping out for a look should pose no threat, right? With this thought, Veit cautiously extended himself, peering left and right. The spacious corridor lay empty. Satisfied, Veit gingerly exited the lair. Reaching the edge of the stone corridor, he glanced downward. The once bustling square, teeming with dragons upon their return, now lay deserted. Veit's heart instantly lightened, and a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Stretching his wings, he leaped downward, his body sinking only slightly before stabilizing midair. Then he soared upward. The Dragon Academy consisted of 9 tiers. Veit's lair was situated on the 6th level, while his current objective was the opening above the 9th tier. From his vantage point, he could already discern the starlight filtering through the aperture, though predominantly it was moonlight that bathed the space. 3 tiers should pose no difficulty, Veit mused. However, those 3 tiers proved to be far higher than he had anticipated. After ascending merely 2 levels, he began to feel his strength wane. Glancing up at the stone corridor of the 9th tier, Veit gritted his teeth and propelled himself towards it with all his might. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and Veit successfully landed upon the 9th tier's stone corridor. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a somewhat low and hoarse voice suddenly resonated behind him. "Look, I've caught a young dragon wandering in the night." Veit's body froze, the unexpected voice causing every scale on his body to stand on end. Turning back with trepidation, he beheld a colossal dragon, emanating a faint azure glow, standing not far behind him, its size comparable to that of Winterth. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that he could see through the creature's form to the stone walls of the corridor behind it. In an instant, Veit gasped and recoiled. "Hello, you may call me Boku. How did I faint?" Chapter 22. The terrifying laboratory. Upon opening his eyes, Veit found himself in an unfamiliar and bewildering environment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? After this trifecta of inquiries, Veit gradually pieced together his current predicament. He had stealthily slipped out of the dragoness lair, intending to fly to the exit atop the academy to gaze at the stars. However, upon reaching the 9th floor, exhaustion overtook him, and he planned to rest briefly before continuing his ascent. It was then that a ghostly dragon had appeared behind him, and after that, he remembered nothing. Well, he still had not clarified the question of where he currently was. Nevertheless, it must be related to that spectral dragon. With this thought in mind, Veit rose to his feet and began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a vast, cavernous expanse, illuminated by a soft light that was far brighter than their own lair. The air was permeated by an indescribable scent, somewhat unpleasant eye in the distance, he could discern several stone platforms, atop which rested numerous crystalline vessels filled with liquids of various hues. Further away, there were stone racks displaying enormous crystal containers that seemed to hold something, although from his vantage point, it was difficult to discern clearly. After a moment's hesitation, Veit stood upright and approached the stone racks. He felt a significant curiosity towards the contents of those massive crystal vessels. In truth, this place bore an uncanny resemblance to a mad scientist's laboratory from another world. However, this was not that world, and he remained uncertain of humanity's existence here. Surely, there could be no mad scientist lurking about. Yet, it soon became evident that he had underestimated the situation. As Veit drew nearer, the contents of the crystalline vessels gradually came into focus. However, upon discerning what they contained, the scales along Veit's body bristled from head to tail, resembling a wave of water. What did he see? Eyeballs. Enclosed in a cylindrical crystal container large enough to fit him comfortably, filled with a pale green liquid, floated these orbs, each possessing golden pupils. Each eyeball was roughly the size of Veit's own head, suggesting that their owner was certainly no small creature. But that was not all. The stone racks were lined with these cylindrical crystal containers, and the one before him was not the only one containing eyeballs. Moreover, each vessel held eyeballs that were not entirely identical. Variations in size, pupil shape, and even pupil color were evident. The last detail was the most significant. Although Veit lacked inherited memories, both he and Selene, as well as Winterth, exhibited pupils of a brilliant golden hue. In stark contrast, the pupils of the dragon beasts were simply gold. It is not difficult to surmise that, at the very least, the eyes of the dragon species possess a resplendent golden hue. Yet, what catches Veiter's gaze at that moment, within another crystal jar, is a pair of iridescent golden orbs. Undoubtedly, these are the eyes of a dragon. However, in the next instant, his attention is drawn to another crystal jar not far away. The dragon scales, which had finally calmed down, once again erupted in agitation. This was due to the fact that within that jar resided a young dragon, its size significantly larger than his own. And while it may not be an exact replica of Veiter, there was an uncanny resemblance. An exquisite silver dragon. It is one I discovered deep within the Xinyuan mountain range. The sudden voice startled Veiter profoundly. Turning to look, he found the phantom dragon he had seen before losing consciousness hovering nearby, gazing pensively at the silver dragon encased in the jar. "Did you slay it?" Veiter inadvertently inquired, his voice unexpectedly dry as he spoke. "Certainly not. It succumbed to a plague. Without the care of an adult dragon, a youngling afflicted with such a disease would not survive. Pray tell, what image do you hold of me in your heart?" As he spoke, Boke's gaze towards Veiter was laced with peculiarity, as if recalling that he had not, to his knowledge, harmed the young dragon in question. Phantom dragon? Hearing this, Boke paused momentarily, then a look of realization crossed his face. "You must be Veiter." Veiter stared incredulously at Boke. "There is no need for such a gaze. Whence has sent your blood for examination, and mentioned your circumstances in passing. It appears she was correct. Another young dragon lacking a proper bloodline inheritance. Furthermore, your dragon blood is remarkably potent. I have never encountered such a formidable essence, if possible." Roar. Upon hearing this, Veiter instinctively curled around his own tail and emitted a low growl towards Boke. Observing this, Boke merely appeared somewhat disappointed. "Very well, it seems you are unwilling. Nevertheless, this is likely what you require most at present." As his words fell, a deceased Busi dragon beast materialized before Veiter, its size nearly one-third larger than the small one he had consumed earlier that morning. Gazing at the Busi dragon beast, a look of bewilderment crossed Veiter's face. "Earlier, when you fainted, I brought you back and conducted a simple examination. I discovered you had fainted due to exhaustion, so I procured this dragon beast for you. Your body is in dire need of substantial nourishment, which may be related to your potent dragon blood. It will endow you with extraordinary physical strength, yet it demands a copious amount of energy. Your appetite should be considerably greater than that of the other younglings, correct? That is the reason, and you will find yourself hungry quite quickly. Especially following vigorous activity, it is advisable to replenish your sustenance promptly to avoid a recurrence of your earlier fainting episode. You must convey this to Whence, or shall I assist you?" Upon hearing this, Veiter shook his head. "No, thank you. I will speak with Whence. However," he added, glancing at the Busi dragon beast, "could you assist me in cooking it?" "Certainly, but are you sure?" The texture of the cooked food is rather disappointing. Veit nodded in agreement. I have a fondness for cooked delicacies. Upon hearing this, Boke also nodded and, in that moment, a surge of azure energy emanated from him, lifting the bus-long beast into the air before he glided towards the stone platform. Veit, intrigued, followed closely behind, only to witness Boke retrieving a massive crystal container, which he placed upon the stone surface. He then began the meticulous process of skinning, gutting, and cleaning, ultimately placing the contents into the crystal vessel. The discarded remnants were neatly arranged in a hollow at the corner of the platform. Veit observed a flash of light, and in an instant, those remnants vanished without a trace. Boke? Veit exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. What? Boke replied. You may refer to me as Boke or simply address me as Master. In due time, once your magical studies are on the right path, I shall instruct you in the art of potion making. By the way, I am not a ghost dragon. I am a wind element giant dragon. Chapter 23. The Magic Circle. By the way, I am not a ghost dragon. I am a wind element giant dragon. Upon hearing this, Veit paused in astonishment. Is there truly such a thing as a ghost dragon? Boke nodded and added with a smile, however, it differs somewhat from your imagination. Ghost dragons possess physical forms, while only elementals are devoid of corporeality. In terms of appearance, ghost dragons are actually more akin to the dark magic dragons, which are also a distinct breed of dragons. In terms of bloodline, they are closer to the black dragon among the 5-colored dragons. I understand that you lack the normal heritage memories. Thus, no amount of explanation can compare to your own first-hand experience. You should have learned about breath attacks today, correct? Seeing Veit nod, Boke continued, you will likely have a rest day tomorrow, allowing Wince to take you to the 8th floor library for a visit. You ought not to be out tonight, young dragon. Especially for one such as yourself, freshly hatched, adequate sleep is essential for rapid growth. Typically, if you eat well during the day and sleep soundly at night, your length will swiftly increase from approximately 1 meter to 5 meters within 2 years. This way, you will at least be more comparable in size to those dragons that hatched before you, as the maximum size for hatchlings is only about 10 meters. Consequently, you will gain the privilege of free movement within the Dragon Academy. A smaller stature may lead to inadvertent harm from other hatchlings. If you miss this 2-year window, your size will forever remain a few circles smaller than those of your contemporaries. Furthermore, Wince should have advised you against leaving the dragon den alone. Veit, feeling somewhat anxious, shifted his tail. It's nighttime now, and there are no other hatchlings outside. I merely wish to gaze at the stars. I have no intention of spending the night outdoors. I just can't seem to fall asleep at the moment. Upon hearing this, Boke initially appeared taken aback, then scrutinized Veit from head to toe. Your mental acuity is indeed significantly more vibrant than that of a typical newborn hatchling. This may stem from your bloodline. I can provide. Observing Veit once again curled around his tail, baring his teeth and growling softly, Boke hesitated and curtailed his speech. Well, relax. I merely made a suggestion. If you are unwilling, then so be it. By the way, here you go. With that, Boko placed a small jar of milky liquid before Veiter. This is the juice extracted from crushed domia flowers, which effectively promotes sleep. Although your inability to sleep may be related to your bloodline, it is certainly not conducive to your well-being to either remain awake or to sleep too little. In truth, if it were a sleeping potion, the effects would be even more pronounced. However, given your recent emergence into this world, it is advisable to utilize the pure extract of the domia flower. Yet, for Boko, this small jar is indeed a modest size. For Veiter, however, this so-called small jar is considerably larger than the crystal container housing the silver dragon over there. Noticing the peculiar gaze Veiter directed at him, Boko quickly realized, well, I concede that it may indeed be somewhat large for you. It seems I shall have to visit you daily. With that, Boko stowed away the jar containing the domia flower juice. Is there not a smaller container? You mentioned earlier that we will be attending your potion class. Do we truly have to use such large apparatus? Certainly not. Boko shook his head. However, even the smallest vessel may still be a bit large for you. As I mentioned earlier, the first 2 years following your birth are the period in which your bodies experience the most rapid growth. Thus, your potion classes shall commence only after your growth stabilizes, which will be in 2 years. Veiter gazed at the pot gradually coming to a boil, containing the meat of the Busi dragon beast, and could not help but swallow hard. 2 years? That seems an eternity. Boko manipulated the wind element to stir the meat within the pot's 2 years truly so long. Speaking of which, I have not had a proper sleep in ages. When Karen returns, I shall make it a point to indulge in a good sleep for several decades. After a pause, Boko continued, do not fret. Your dragon life has only just begun. For the dragon kind, time is the least valuable of commodities. Veit remained non-committal, his gaze shifting to the peculiar patterns emanating a red glow beneath the pot. Who is Karen? Additionally, what is this? Karen is another teacher well-versed in potions. She has gone out to search for materials for concocting potions and may not return for several decades. Were she here, I would find things much easier. As for this, it is a constant temperature array, which provides a stable temperature. One cannot concoct potions without it. Veit's attention then turned to the pit where Boko had discarded the waste. Is that also a magic array? That is the annihilation array. It is best you do not approach it. Should you inadvertently inject elements into it, your dragon life shall come to an abrupt end. Not a single scale left behind. Veit inhaled sharply. Is it truly that perilous? No sooner had he spoken than he noticed a glimmer of amusement in Boko's eyes. You are jesting? Were you startled? In truth, if the magic array here were truly so hazardous, I would not allow you to stand upon a shattering array. By the way, I have shattered countless magical materials with it. Veit hurriedly fled, despite Boko's assurances that the magical array posed no danger. The mere thought of standing upon such perilous ground instilled fear within him. And now, it was yet another temperature-regulating array. After toiling for what felt like an eternity, Veit finally discovered a spot devoid of any formations. Observing the squinting smile of Boko, Veit reluctantly turned his gaze towards the jar. Is it not yet ripe? It requires a bit more time. But if you do not mind it being slightly undercooked, you may eat it now. In fact, I would highly recommend consuming it raw, as the texture is superb. Veit hastily shook his head, then scrutinized Boko from head to toe. Composed entirely of azure wind elements, he stood firmly on his feet, yet his form appeared to float. His forelimbs were diminutive, while his wings spanned over twice his body length, and his tail was slender and elongated. With such a physique, you have been emphasizing texture. Does that imply that you, too, require sustenance? Upon hearing this, Boko grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and then, to Veit's astonishment, he suddenly solidified. The overall appearance remained unchanged, still adorned with azure scales, yet now possessing a tangible form. In truth, this was the true visage of the elemental dragon. So just now. This is a unique ability of the elemental dragon, elementalization. As he spoke, Boko's form became transparent once more, and he added, I simply find it easier to move in this elemental state. Pausing momentarily, Boko shifted his gaze towards the jar atop the temperature-regulating array. It is ready, but we require a touch of this. With that, Boko retrieved the juice of the domia flower he had previously set aside, casting a glance at Veit before adding merely a drop. Fear not, for I shall escort you back shortly. Veit turned to glance at the silver dragon encased within the crystal jar on the distant stone pedestal, then back at Boko. Let me make it clear. You are not to take my dragon blood while I slumber. Chapter 24. Ao speaks, opening his mouth wide. Veit let out a tremendous yawn. He then swatted away the tail that was playfully slapping his face and finally opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. As he took in the familiar environment, Veit paused momentarily, recalling the events of the previous night. Well, after consuming that food, I was utterly oblivious. The juice of the domia flower is remarkably potent. Next time, I shall request Boko to add less. Domia flower? What is that? And who exactly is Boko? Moreover, when did you end up sleeping beside me? The sudden voice jolted Veit into full awareness. Turning his head, he found Celine gazing at him with a curious expression. Veit quickly rose to his feet, casting a glance around, and soon realized he was standing in the very spot where Celine had slept the previous night. Well, I suppose I was so drowsy that I unknowingly rolled over to this side. Do you believe me or not? Celine, however, merely flicked her dragon tail dismissively. More than that, I am far more intrigued about what the domia flower and Boko are. Upon hearing this, Veit cast a glance at the still slumbering Bilisanlong, hesitating momentarily before stating, Boko is the potion instructor at the academy, while domia flowers are a crucial ingredient for potion crafting. At these words, Celine's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Did you venture out last night? Veit hastily advanced, covering Celine's mouth with his paw, then cautiously glanced towards the other three dragons. Noting that they remained undisturbed, he finally exhaled in relief. However, it was evident that his relief was somewhat premature. With Veit suddenly silencing her, Celine would not let the matter rest. She opened her mouth and bit down fiercely on Veit's paw, resulting in Celine, clutching her mouth, glared at Veit with tears brimming in her eyes. My teeth hurt. That was too hard. Veit stared at his paw, momentarily taken aback, if memory served correctly, during their scuffle the day before. Celine's bites had been quite painful, yet now, he felt nothing at all as he flapped his wings behind him. Veit noticed that they were notably stronger than the previous day, and a wonder Boko had remarked on the significance of sleep for newly hatched dragons. In merely one night's time, his physical strength had evidently increased so much. However, it was clear that this was not the moment for such musings. Noticing the rising fury in Celine's eyes, Veit quickly took several steps back. You bit me, so this is not my fault. Upon hearing this, Celine paused momentarily, then retracted her outspread wings. Come here, I won't harm you. For what purpose? Veit inquired, yet he found himself moving forward a few steps as instructed. Observing this, Celine approached him and extended her paw. Noting Veit's wary expression, she spoke, How did your dragon scales become so remarkably hard? Although I too feel a slight enhancement compared to yesterday, it pales in comparison to your transformation. What did you do last night, Veit? You actually disobeyed Wince and left the dragon's lair. A loud voice startled both Veit and Celine. Turning towards the source, Veit saw Bilizin staring intently at him, along with Ao and Dingnit. With a resigned glance at Celine, Veit said, I couldn't sleep, so I thought the other dragons would be resting and decided to take a look around. More importantly, I am curious about what you did, as you seem to have grown at a much faster rate than us. A somewhat stern voice broke in, causing the dragons to pause, realizing it was Ao who had spoken. Bilizin and Dingnit exchanged bewildered glances with Ao. What do you mean by growing faster? Haven't you noticed? Ao fixed his gaze firmly on Veit, continuing, His size has increased significantly since yesterday. While we have all grown a bit, none of us have experienced such a marked change. Upon hearing this, Celine was the first to react. Now that you mention it, your size has indeed expanded quite a bit. Bilizin then rushed to Veit's side, gently tapping his wing brother. It's not fair to hoard all the glory. Quickly share what you witnessed last night. Celine and her companions gazed at Billy with a look of bewilderment. Your focus seems misplaced, yet, upon reflection, they realized that their actions might have been somewhat inappropriate. Ao hesitated for a moment before speaking. I apologize. I did not intend to pry into your secrets. If it is inconvenient to discuss, please consider my inquiry as unmade. Upon hearing this, Veit cast a surprised glance at Ao. The latter had always appeared taciturn, and Veit had assumed he would be difficult to engage with, but it now seemed that he might simply be as awkward in conversing with other dragons as he was. Shaking his head, Veit remarked, In truth, I am unsure of the circumstances. If there is any distinction between us, it might simply be that I consumed a Busu dragon beast last night, which Boku procured for me. I was restless and intended to gaze at the stars. While resting on the 9th floor, I encountered Boku, who is to be our future potion instructor. I fainted from exhaustion, and he mentioned that my constitution differs from yours, requiring more energy. Aside from that, there is only the juice of the domia flower, which serves to alleviate my overly active mental energy. Simply put, it helps me sleep well, and indeed, it has proven effective. Upon hearing Veit's words, the other dragons nodded in understanding. They had not forgotten Veit's prodigious appetite. It appeared that his consumption was even greater than exhibited the previous day. They were not only unhungry at that moment, but also quite full from the previous night. As for talent, there is nothing to be done. However, brother, might you take me along when you venture out tonight? Too close, too close. Veit stepped back, redirecting his gaze towards Billy. I would advise against that. In fact, Boku informed me that starting today, he will come each night to provide me with domia flower juice. Not only can I not take you along, but I also cannot venture out myself. Furthermore, Boku mentioned that for the first 2 years post-birth, daily sleep is crucial for us. Insufficient rest could result in a permanent impact on our growth, meaning we would be smaller than our peers born in the same clutch. At this, Billy offered an awkward smile. Then I suppose I shall sleep. With that, he returned to his previous corner and curled up. Suddenly, he lifted his head to look at Veit. Brother, do you think if I sleep a bit longer, I might grow larger? Veit's expression stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words. This fellow's thought process was always so uniquely peculiar. Certainly not. Veit followed the sound and saw Wince standing at the corridor's entrance, gazing at him with a gentle expression. Chapter 25. The library noticing Went's gaze. Veit felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered his head. "Did I apologize, Wentz? I truly could not sleep last night." Wentz entered with a light chuckle. "No need for apologies, Veit. In fact, I should be the one to apologize. I should have recognized your differences sooner. When you utilized your breath without my having explained its specific application, I ought to have discerned that your mental energy was more active than that of Celine and her companions. Moreover, I must express my sincerest apologies. I truly did not notice the affliction of your health until this very morning, when Boko approached me, revealing that you had, in fact, fainted." Observing the earnest expression on Wentz's face, "Do not inquire how I discern the countenance of a dragon. I am equally perplexed," Veit murmured. "Wentz, there is no need for you to apologize. You have already cared for me immensely." In response, Wentz smiled and shook her head. "Well, let us not dwell on that. Today, your meal consists of this, a fully grown buslong beast." As she spoke, Wentz gestured with her claw, and the carcass of a buslong beast, of a size comparable to her own, materialized within the dragon's lair. Veit swore that the length of this creature must undoubtedly reach 500 to 600 meters. However, in comparison to the astonishing size of the fully grown buslong beast, Veit was far more intrigued by how Wentz had conjured it with a mere wave of her paw. "Wentz, how did you accomplish that? It is simply magnificent." Before Veit could voice his curiosity, Billy had already darted to the side of the buslong beast, inspecting it meticulously from top to bottom, while simultaneously posing the question. The answer to this inquiry is rather simple. Once you transcend the juvenile dragon phase, it will become inherently clear to you. As she spoke, Wentz gazed at the 5 little ones who appeared disheartened, revealing a toothy smile. "Nonetheless, since you have asked, it would not be remiss to share with you that, in fact, you have not yet fully developed. Once you surpass the juvenile state, pay close attention to my neck. There lies a unique scale known as the reverse scale. It only emerges after one has transitioned beyond the juvenile phase. Within the reverse scale exists a space wherein items can be stored. This reverse scale space will expand as you grow." Veit curiously examined the reverse scale adorning Wentz's neck. "Does every dragon possess one?" "Indeed. However, when I refer to every dragon, I mean the category of great dragons. Additionally, you must bear in mind that innate dragon beasts do not possess reverse scales, and upon maturing, they develop a natural aversion to the dragon race. Thus, should you venture beyond the dragon nest in the future and approach an unfamiliar great dragon, be certain to observe whether it bears a reverse scale. As for other types of dragons, generally speaking, innate dragon beasts are fortunate to escape the confines of their eggs, as they do not possess the habit of abandoning them." Upon hearing this, Veit and the others focused intently, nodding in acknowledgement. Satisfied with their response, Wentz chuckled. "Now, let us commence with the ordering. Aside from Veit, who desires cooked food?" This time, only Celine raised her claw, evidently indicating that not all dragons favor cooked fare. Veit watched as Wentz began to magically roast the meat, unable to suppress a gulp. "Wentz, it feels as though we can scarcely finish this." Wentz blinked in response. "In truth, I too wish to indulge in some sustenance today." Soon, after Veit and the others had satiated their appetites, Wentz swiftly consumed the remaining meat. "Wentz, Boko mentioned that we would rest today. Is that truly the case?" However, Wentz shook her head. "They shall rest, but you must accompany me to the library. While the bloodline inheritance is not strictly necessary, it can, in certain respects, prove quite advantageous. Tomorrow marks the commencement of formal studies in the arcane arts, and it is imperative that you familiarize yourself in advance with the foundational knowledge pertaining to magic. Furthermore, it would be prudent to acquire some general knowledge as well. Winter, you are about to become quite busy. Personally, I have never been fond of the library. Just the sight of those books makes me drowsy." As she spoke, Winter's brow furrowed tightly, revealing her genuine disdain for the library. Upon hearing this, Victor nodded in agreement, fully aware that he had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. At that moment, Celine approached. "Winter, may I accompany you?" "Of course, but I must forewarn you. It is indeed very dull there." With that, she extended her claw, inviting Victor and Celine to climb aboard. However, the newly hatched dragons, brimming with curiosity, eagerly joined them in flight. Winter flashed a grin. "This is your choice." Upon exiting the dragon's lair, Victor and his companions gazed curiously at the bustling square below, which remained lively as ever. In fact, when they had been escorted out of the academy by Winter the previous day, they had already sensed the warmth of their kin's enthusiasm. Almost every young dragon flew over to greet Winter, yet their gaze consistently lingered on the 5 little ones. Victor had no doubt that, had it not been for Winter's presence, those young dragons would have seized them in their claws for a closer inspection. Today was not as frenzied as yesterday, yet young dragons still cast inquisitive glances in their direction, thankfully refraining from approaching. Winter led them out of the stone corridor and soared upward, ultimately landing on the 8th level. Upon touching the ground, her arrival stirred up a cloud of dust, indicating that dragons seldom frequented this place. Victor surveyed his surroundings. The circular stone corridor on the 8th level had only a single entrance. Noticing Victor's actions, Winter elucidated, the entirety of the 8th level is interconnected, housing the complete collection of Desidero's tomes. As she spoke, Winter entered the entrance. Unlike the dragon's lair, upon stepping inside, the 5 little ones could not help but gasp in awe at a gentle light emanated from the gemstones embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the entire space. What welcomed them were towering stone shelves, each brimming with enormous tomes. Just how large were they? These volumes, cradled in the claws of Winter, who stood an impressive 600 or 700 meters tall, were perfectly sized. In other words, each book stood several dozen meters, even nearing 100. Furthermore, they were not composed of paper as Victor had seen in another world. Rather, most were crafted from metal, with a variety of types, and a small portion made of crystal. Victor stood in a daze, gazing at the magnificent tomes before him, finally grasping the meaning behind Winter's earlier statement that the knowledge within the library could occupy a lifetime of study. Winter, are you certain I can turn the pages? Winter, fully aware of Victor's thoughts, chuckled as she retrieved one of the books, assuring him, do not worry, Victor, I shall assist you. Victor stared at the book in Winter's other claw, his expression blank and his gaze somewhat vacant. Is this what I am meant to peruse today? Certainly not. Just as White was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Wentz continued, this is merely one of the volumes. White fell into silence, acutely aware of the pitying glances cast upon him by Selin and the others. Chapter 26. What you need to examine are these. Wentz, you cannot be jesting. White fixed his gaze upon Wentz's eyes, searching for any hint of humor, but alas, Wentz was utterly serious, and she swiftly set her intentions into motion. Standing upon the ground, White stared at the massive tome before him, several meters thick, beginning to doubt the lineage of dragons. Then, yet another hefty metallic book was placed atop the one in front of him. In addition to the magic of dragons, you are also required to peruse Foundations of Dragon Language Magic, as well as the Origins of Magic and A Fool's Guide to Dragon Language Magic, though you need only familiarize yourself with the latter. Aside from these tomes related to magic, there exists Encyclopedia of Dragonkind, Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts, Herbology Compendium, Comprehensive Guide to Potions, a few matters regarding magic circles, and my observations in the wilderness. For now, that is all. Among these texts, I highly recommend my observations in the wilderness, as it too delves into the knowledge of dragon beasts. Though it may be somewhat limited compared to Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts, its narrative quality is commendable. It is one of the few books that managed to keep me awake. With that, Wentz extended her claw, gesturing towards the towering stack of books. I counted. 1, 2, exactly 10 volumes. Come, let us find a spacious corner. By the way, as Wentz hoisted the 10 hefty tomes, she glanced down at the 5 little ones at her feet. Although your ancestral memories encompass this knowledge, each dragon's understanding varies, resulting in a strong individualistic hue and even discrepancies within the bloodline inheritance. If you manage to read through all these books, it will surely benefit you. So would you care to join us? Consequently, aside from White, who could not refuse, Selin and the others fervently shook their heads. Witnessing this, Wentz offered a resigned smile. Very well, White and I shall read over there. You may wander about here, but do try to maintain some decorum, for the library is home to many adult dragons. They do not appreciate being disturbed while engrossed in their reading. Upon hearing this, Selin and the others scampered away, the towering stone shelves and the myriad of tomes above them exuding an air of mystery. Had it not been for Wentz's intervention, they would have longed to explore. White cast an envious glance at Selin and the others before grimacing and hastening to keep pace behind Wentz. Am I truly expected to finish all this today? Certainly not, though say 10 tomes would be daunting. Even a single book might take you a year to complete. Thus, this is a century's worth of material. From today onward, we shall return here every other day to study, and of course, if you wish to take a break, that is acceptable as well. After all, One cannot allow life to be solely filled with study. We are mighty dragons, endowed with ample time to acquire knowledge. With a thunderous roar, Veit flapped his wings, dispersing the swirling dust around him. Thereupon, he beheld Wince, who had already settled down and selected a tome from a collection of tin, laying it open before her. Veit, brimming with curiosity, soared closer. "Wince, what shall we study first?" "The origins of magic," she replied. Though it does not delineate specific methods of magical learning, it meticulously elucidates the sources of magical elements, enabling you to grasp the essence of magic more swiftly, to understand yourself, and to glimpse the future. As she spoke, Wince turned the cover of the book. The pages, crafted from an unknown metal and several centimeters thick, bore rows of embossed golden symbols, exuding an air of ancient majesty, which Veit could effortlessly decipher. This was the language of the ancient dragons, imbued with mysterious power. Certain symbols within it were, in fact, incantations of dragon magic. For us, these incantations represent the language once used by our kind, such as fireball. With that, Wince uttered two intricate syllables, and instantly, a colossal fireball, radiating intense heat, materialized in her hand. Veit's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on his right claw, fireball. He replicated the two complex syllables, and apart from his youthful timbre, there was no discernible difference from Wince's incantation. Upon uttering those syllables, Veit felt a surge of mental energy concentrating in his right claw, whereupon the fire elements in the air began to coalesce. However, in the next moment, just as the fire elements were gathering, they were abruptly absorbed into Veit's body. The magical elements, summoned by the ancient dragon language, instantly fled from him. Witnessing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Veit's eyes. Indeed, he could not wield magic. Observing his dismay, Wince offered solace. "Do not be discouraged, Veit. Magic does not define everything. The earthbound dragon species, like the mighty dragons, are also formidable beings within the dragon lineage, many of whom do not possess magical abilities. Furthermore, even had those fire elements not been consumed by your body, your attempt at magic would still have been unsuccessful. Magic is not merely about uttering a spell. We shall delve into this more thoroughly tomorrow. Do not lose heart. The inability to wield magic does not signify that the mysteries of magic will close their doors to you. Moreover, possessing elemental affinity merely indicates that your body is instinctively capturing nearby magical elements. But this condition will not persist indefinitely. If it were to endure, you should feel even greater joy, for it would signify that your physical form harbors boundless potential." Veit nodded, adjusting his spirits, and began to read the text within the book. In the celestial expanse, the creator dragon Covey engaged in a fierce battle with the annihilator dragon Ixasis, embodying the clashing forces of creation and destruction, resulting in the inexplicable transformation caused by the spilled blood of the twin dragons. Ultimately, a brand new world was forged. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, or perhaps it held no significance for the twin dragons. In any case, the final outcome was that the annihilator dragon Ixasis was vanquished and fled, while the creator dragon Covey pursued relentlessly. However, as he prepared to depart, Kawi became acutely aware of the world birthed from the synergy of his and Ixis's powers, in celebration of this world's rebirth. He left behind a single drop of his blood, which melded into the very essence of this realm. Millennia later, this world, nourished by the drop of blood left by the creator dragon, began to foster life of its own. As life emerged, the powers inherent to the creator dragon also manifested within this domain. Earth, water, fire, wind, nature, thunder, light, and darkness. The advent of magical elements hastened the emergence of life. She was born and was known as the Mother of Dragons, the first of her kind in the dragon realm, Camosis. Veit turned to Winterth. "Is what is written here true?" Winterth stifled a yawn, finding the act of reading exceedingly tedious. Upon hearing Veit's inquiry, Winterth perked up. "No dragon knows for certain if it is true or false. Moreover, this passage was not penned by the author of this tome. It was discovered inscribed upon an ancient stone wall. The passage of countless years has not diminished its integrity, which lends it considerable credibility among certain circles of dragons. However, if you ask me whether it is true or false, I can only say I do not know." Chapter 27. The title, "The Daughter Has Run Away from Home." The author is in search. I can only say I do not know. Veit was taken aback by this statement and, after a moment of contemplation, asked with a hint of confusion, "You do not know?" Winterth nodded with a smile. Camosis is merely one interpretation of the origins of the dragon race. There are many such conjectures. This is but one perspective from the theory of the mother of dragons. Subsequent claims suggest that Camosis birthed the original dragon clan. This implies that those who believe in these tales consider the mother of dragons to be the source of the dragon lineage. In addition to the mother of dragons theory, there exists the creationist theory, which posits that dragons are a remarkably perfect race, endowed with longevity, wisdom, and formidable strength. Yet their perfection seems somewhat unnatural. Thus, they assert that the blood of the creator dragon, upon descending into the dragon realm, split into 8, transforming into 8 dragon eggs, which nurtured the initial 8 elemental dragon gods. Subsequently, these 8 deities collectively forged the dragon race. It is precisely because of their divine creation that they are deemed perfect. Beyond this, there are numerous other theories, such as the evolutionary theory and the extraterrestrial theory, among others. Extraterrestrial? Veit pondered, recalling the memories of his lineage, wherein his parents were colossal dragons from the starry expanse. Yet, according to Winterth's assertion, the bloodline legacy is inscribed by the preceding generation of colossal dragons for the younger ones. Although the gargantuan forms resembling celestial bodies in the cosmos seem genuine, he too lacked the means to confirm their authenticity. To substantiate the truth, he must grow stronger and embark upon a quest to uncover the reality among the stars. But for now, Winterth, which theory do you believe to be true? In response, Winterth chuckled. Veit, time is the most merciless force in this world. The truth, shrouded by the passage of time, is exceedingly difficult to pursue. No dragon can definitively articulate the origins of the dragon race. Unless you can transcend the river of time, journey to the past, and witness it with your own eyes. Veit stared at Winterth in bewilderment. Is it truly possible to transcend time? Wince glanced, his eyes rolling in exasperation. Who knows? In the annals of dragonkind, there once existed a temporal dragon. Unable to obtain further insight from Wit, he hastily inquired, and then? What happened next? He believed he could manipulate time, yet the outcome was that he was left battered and bruised by the very force he sought to control. Ultimately, he vanished, with no dragon aware of his whereabouts. Was it the past? The future? Or had he perished in some obscure corner of existence? Therefore, Wit, do not rush. You possess an abundance of time, be why engaging in the right actions at the appropriate moments. You will discover that your troubles will diminish significantly. Wit paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. Thank you, Wince. Perhaps I truly should not be so impatient. Wince erupted into laughter. There is no need to hasten the pursuit of strength. However, it is imperative to urgently embed this knowledge within your mind. Wit, for knowledge is power. Upon hearing this, Wit's expression soured. The origins of dragonkind are merely a prologue to the tome titled The Origins of Magic. Indeed, as Wince had indicated, this book merely addresses the fundamentals of magic, excluding the intricacies of its study and practice. Soon, Wit gained a rudimentary comprehension of magic. For instance, casting spells does not solely rely on incantations, mental fortitude, and elemental affinity for success. There exists a multitude of considerations beyond Wit's initial expectations. Foremost among them is a concept known as the magical node, which is intrinsically linked to the magical elements within dragon crystals. Without establishing a magical node, even if the elements converge under the influence of an incantation, they will swiftly dissipate. Additionally, Wit learned about the divisions of power levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple crystal, legendary, fabled, and mythical. 9 realms in total. Each major realm is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Typically, a newly hatched dragon begins at the middle tier of black iron, and after consuming its shell, it rapidly ascends to the upper tier of black iron. 2 years later, the young dragon automatically advances to the lower tier of bronze. Subsequent strength is contingent upon the dragon's innate talent. However, as previously mentioned in Wince's discourse on divine creation, dragons are deemed the epitome of biological perfection. Taking the species of giant dragons as an example, even the least gifted and most indolent of giants will, upon transitioning from the juvenile stage to adolescence, effortlessly break through to silver. Surpassing the youthful phase leads to platinum, while advancing through maturity culminates in purple crystal. Once they enter old age, with the passage of time, they will inevitably ascend to the legendary realm. Moreover, the elderly phase for giant dragons does not signify a decline in vitality or a regression in power. On the contrary, It represents the pinnacle of their strength throughout their existence. It is only in the final years of their lifespan, spanning over 24,000 years, that their power begins to wane. In other words, a giant dragon leading a languid existence can still endure for over 24 millennia. Should their talents be superior, and they manage to ascend to the legendary or even mythical tiers within this time frame, they may live even longer, with those exceeding 24,000 years being referred to as ancients. Of course, Veit's newfound knowledge extends beyond this. Time gradually flowed by as Veit became engrossed in the world of the book Origins of Magic, eagerly absorbing the knowledge within its pages. During this period, Wintooz inadvertently fell asleep, and it took considerable effort for Veit to rouse her. Relying solely on his own strength, he found it quite impossible to turn the pages. As for Celine and the others, once the initial novelty had faded, they returned to observe Veit engrossed in his reading. Naturally, they attempted to glance at the text, yet aside from Celine, who maintained her focus a tad longer, Billy and the others merely skimmed the pages before succumbing to slumber beside Wintooz. It was not until dusk approached that Veit and his companions, under Wintooz's guidance, returned to the dragon's lair. Furthermore, the books in the library were not permitted to be removed. Thus, Veit could only read with Wintooz accompanying him each day. By the way, Veit, Boko feared he might forget, so he asked me to bring this for you. With that, Wintooz produced a jar of milky liquid and placed it at the center of the dragon's lair. It was none other than the juice of the domia flower. Boko had inscribed a teleportation magic circle on the jar's lid. As long as you stand above the jar, the magic circle would activate automatically, transferring the domia flower juice into the groove atop the lid. I believe you should express your gratitude to him the next time you encounter him. Additionally, this is your dinner. With that, Wintooz retrieved a piece of roasted meat, roughly the size of the juvenile bus dragon they had consumed the previous morning. It was hardly feasible to continually target juvenile bus dragons, as this would adversely affect their population. After all, they were among the few dragon beasts suitable for young dragons in the vicinity. Until tomorrow then. Chapter 28. The magic class for the time being. This will serve as your classroom. With that, Wintooz gently set down Veit and the others, beginning to survey the cavern before them. Located on the 4th level, the cavern was quite spacious, comparable in size to the depths of the dragon's lair. However, in the center of the cavern, there was a row of various dragon beast targets. The glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Wintooz's eyes as she beheld these targets. It could be said that every young dragon in the academy had spent time in this classroom, including herself. Now, under her guidance, each young dragon was engaged in learning and practicing magic within this very space. The Dragon Academy was specifically established for young dragons. Upon reaching the juvenile dragon stage, they would depart from the academy and truly begin their independent lives. Of course, independent living here refers to their existence within the dragon's nest. It is only upon reaching the young dragon stage that they would be permitted to leave the nest, by which time they would have acquired a certain degree of self-preservation skills. Moreover, she did not accompany these young dragons at all times. Were that the case, she would be utterly overwhelmed. When the young dragons reached around 20 years of age and had nearly completed their magical education, her role would conclude, giving way to a period of waiting for the birth of a new batch of young dragons, much like Veit and his companions presently. The reproductive rate of dragons had always been a concern. A mature female dragon would typically lay a maximum of 3 eggs, and in some cases, none at all. There were many reasons for this, but fundamentally, the challenge of nurturing a single dragon egg was exceedingly arduous. Among the dragonkin, the giant dragons exhibit the lowest egg-laying rate. Furthermore, there is a distinctive trait among these colossal creatures. They seldom nurture the eggs they produce. After laying their eggs, they are more likely to conceal them in a secure location and then depart. As for the likelihood of the hatchlings surviving, in truth, they tend to hide their eggs near the lairs of giant dragons. Consequently, within each dragon's den, there exists a dedicated team tasked with venturing into the wilderness to search for those abandoned eggs, left behind by irresponsible parents. Occasionally, they may even retrieve some hatchlings. Whether it be eggs or young dragons, both face tremendous challenges in surviving the perilous wilds, particularly the latter. If well hidden, dragon eggs can be relatively safe. Moreover, if the environment is unsuitable, the incubation process can be exceedingly slow, or may even halt altogether. Should this duration exceed a century, the egg will cease to develop into a hatchling. Not every dragon egg is destined to successfully yield a young dragon. The number of eggs in the possession of Veit and her companions is considered substantial. Thus, The time she must await the hatching of the young dragons could vary greatly, ranging from lengthy to brief. At times, an entire giant dragon academy could have no hatchlings at all, and the current state of the academy is beyond her imagination, boasting a staggering 103 hatchlings. It is no wonder she feels this way. The majority of the vanished dragon lairs did not succumb to assaults from other dragons, but rather fell into desolation due to the absence of heirs. While Veit envisioned a bright future for the dragon lair, her companions were captivated by the targets within the classroom. Celine and Dinette, being young female dragons, exhibited a degree of restraint, curiously observing these targets, which bore the memories of their ancestral kin, and thus were familiar to them. In contrast to their measured observations, the young male dragons displayed a more aggressive demeanor. Veit attempted to scratch one of the targets with her claws, leaving behind a series of white marks. Oh, with a fierce determination, raked at the target, etching deep claw marks into its surface, then cast a glance at Veit, proudly lifting his head high to "As for Billy." Upon regaining her focus, Veit furrowed her brow at Billy's antics. "Billy, have you forgotten what I told you? Why do you insist on putting everything in your mouth? Moreover, no, this is a target for practicing magic, not a scratching post. While it can withstand magical impacts, it is no different from dirt for your claws. There is nothing to be proud of, and you, Veit, well, since you haven't damaged the target, I shall refrain from scolding you. However, please remember that not everything is meant to be clawed at. If you fail to grasp this lesson and suffer the consequences later, do not blame me for not having warned you." With that, Veit, feeling somewhat exasperated, gazed at the trio of young dragons. Indeed, newly hatched dragons are filled with an insatiable curiosity, and their attention cannot stray for too long. After receiving a few reprimands, Veit and her companions sheepishly ceased their actions, particularly O, whose head nearly drooped to the ground. Celine looked on with a sense of triumph, for young dragons often possess a strong competitive spirit in various peculiar aspects, and in Celine's eyes at this moment, she was the clear victor. Dingyte lay quietly in front of a target, her face adorned with a smile as she observed the group of young dragons. She always behaved in this manner. "Very well, it is time for us to commence our lesson. You may each select a target that appeals to you. Of course, not for the purpose of capturing or biting, but rather to test your magical abilities." As she spoke, one is paused momentarily before continuing. "Concerning magic, you are not unfamiliar, for it is an ability inscribed within our very bloodlines. Veit, this applies to you as well. The breath of a dragon is also a form of magic. Do you recall how you utilized your breath? By guiding the magical elements within the dragon crystal with your mental energy, infusing them into the elemental lung, thus enabling its manifestation." Celine interjected loudly, taking up Wentus's words. One is nodded in agreement. "Excellent, but do you understand why infusing elements into the elemental lung allows for the use of breath?" The five little ones exchanged bewildered glances. One is chuckled and explained. "This pertains to the principles of magical utilization." What are the principles of magic? It involves employing the magical elements within oneself to construct elemental nodes, connecting these nodes through mental energy, thereby creating an elemental circuit that attracts surrounding free elements to converge. This constitutes the process of casting magic. Now, returning to the previous question, why does infusing elements into the elemental lung enable the use of breath? Veit's eyes sparkled with understanding. Within the elemental lung, there exist pre-constructed elemental nodes. One is smiled and remarked, "You are quite close. Indeed, the elemental lung contains the elemental nodes of dragon breath, and these nodes are naturally generated. Do you remember the essence of a node? It is magical elements. Thus, the elemental lung effectively serves as a secondary reservoir for magical elements within our dragon kin. However, the magical elements within the elemental lung manifest as inert. Therefore, when we channel elements into the elemental lung, we are not constructing elemental nodes. Rather, we are awakening the magical elements within the lung. The activated magical elements autonomously construct the elemental nodes of dragon breath, attracting surrounding elements to converge, thereby fully forming the breath of a dragon. This magic is exclusive to our dragon kin and is referred to as origin magic. Chapter 29. The density of dragon bloodline. This magic is exclusive to our dragonkin and is referred to as origin magic. After a brief pause, one is continued. It could also be termed bloodline magic. Apart from breath, our dragonkin possesses another origin magic, flight. At this juncture, Wentus turned her gaze toward Veit, expressing a hint of exasperation. Unlike breath, flight necessitates the utilization of free magical elements present in the air. Hence, you are unable to wield this magic. Nevertheless, I implore you, Veit, do not lose heart. Trust me, everything will improve. It is not that she is being verbose, but rather that Veit is still young and may easily succumb to feelings of inadequacy. Wondering why other dragons can achieve what she cannot, to ensure that Veit grows up positively and optimistically, one must frequently reiterate these words. Indeed, upon hearing Winter's words, the previously despondent Veit was revitalized once more. Very well, let us continue our discourse. The origin magic of our dragon kin, encompassing breath and flight, does not imply that those who are not of the dragon lineage lack origin magic. In fact, every type of dragon, and indeed, most draconic beasts possess their own form of origin magic. Have you all considered this before? Upon hearing this, the five little ones began to ponder intently, and soon, Veit's eyes sparkled with realization. The puff dragon, Winter chuckled. Excellent, Veit, it is indeed the puff dragon's expansion. When they sense danger, they swiftly inhale a substantial amount of wind elements into their bodies. Such rapid elemental transformation cannot be adequately explained solely by the flow of elements. Although it may seem inconsequential to us, with power so minimal it could be disregarded, it is undeniably a form of origin magic. Origin magic requires no study, merely practice. Furthermore, origin magic cannot be acquired through learning. Even if the magical effects are similar, origin magic remains impossible to replicate. Thus, the dragon's breath can only be wielded by two types of beings, the dragon kin and the innate draconic beasts born from dragon eggs. The five little ones were astonished. An innate draconic beast can indeed utilize the dragon's breath. Winter cast a glance at Billy before clarifying. Only those innate draconic beasts birthed from dragon eggs can wield it. Those born from the eggs of other dragon species cannot employ dragon breath. Moreover, the only origin magics they can utilize are breath and flight. As for the reason, Winter paused briefly before continuing. There exist two categories of magic, the origin magic commonly utilized by draconic beasts and the draconic language magic employed by dragonkind. Origin magic signifies innate talent, while draconic language magic represents wisdom. Draconic beasts lack wisdom, thus they cannot wield draconic language magic. Winter regarded Celine with admiration. Precisely. Therefore, the magic we must endeavor to learn is draconic language magic. As a side note, the potency of draconic language magic is influenced by several factors. On one hand, it is contingent upon one's strength. On the other, it depends on the mastery of the magic itself. Additionally, its power is related to the concentration of the dragon's bloodline. The concept of dragon bloodline concentration is rather abstract. No dragon can explicitly define what the dragon bloodline is, nor can we discern its location within our bodies. Yet, it undeniably exists. The concentration of the dragon bloodline does not manifest through elemental affinity or physical prowess, but it does bear a certain relationship to them. Allow me to illustrate. With that, Winter turned his gaze towards Veit. During the assessment 2 days ago, I observed your elemental affinities closely. Naturally, Celine exhibited the highest affinity, followed by Ao, then Dinant, Billy, and lastly, Veit with the lowest. Elemental affinity represents the degree of elemental cohesion when utilizing magic. Thus, under normal circumstances, when employing the dragon's breath, the power should logically follow this same order. Yet, the reality is that Veit, possessing the lowest elemental affinity, is the one who wields the most formidable dragon's breath. The underlying reason for this occurrence lies in the concentration of dragon blood. Veit's dragon blood concentration surpasses that of all of you, even exceeding my own, reaching an astonishing 90% or more according to the current classification of bloodline concentrations. In contrast, your bloodline concentrations generally hover around 80%, with only Celine truly exceeding that threshold. At this juncture, as Wince observed a flicker of reluctance on Ao's face, he let out a light chuckle. There is no need for such expressions, for under normal circumstances, most dragonkin are situated in the 70s, much like myself, who has yet to attain the 80 mark. Conversely, most aberrant dragons boast concentrations above 80, akin to Celine and Veit. Hence, some scholars within the dragon community theorize that aberrant dragons represent a form of ancestral bloodline resurgence, with the consensus pointing towards the creator dragon, Covey, while others speculate it may be the dragon mother. However, such details are inconsequential. What truly matters is that, from Veit, we can discern that the potency of magical prowess is significantly influenced by the concentration of dragon blood. Otherwise, we would be unable to account for the overwhelming strength of Veit's breath. Remarkably, he is the last among you to be born, indicating that in terms of both mental fortitude and elemental reserves, he is currently at the lowest tier among you. Of course, this is merely temporary. If Billy, you continue to gnaw at that target rather than attentively listen, soon enough, even your mental fortitude and elemental reserves will be surpassed by Veit. Billy chuckled awkwardly, hastily lying down obediently, yet the constant swaying of his dragon tail betrayed his unsettled heart. Wentz shook his head in resignation and then turned his earnest gaze towards Celine and the others. Although Veit cannot wield magic at present, it does not imply that he will be forever incapable of doing so. On the contrary, it is inevitable that Veit shall wield magic, for elements are not the sole prerequisite for magic. Beyond elements, there exist rules and laws. While such concepts may currently surpass your understanding, Veit, as long as you can step into the realm of legend, elements will no longer be a constraint on your magical capabilities. Effort will be the true limitation. When that time comes, if you can harness magic, bolstered by a bloodline concentration exceeding 90, your magical strength will far surpass that of your peers, much like your breath. Listening to Wentz's words, Veit's eyes gleamed with extraordinary brightness. Legend. After encouraging Veit, Wentz felt a quiet sigh of relief within. This was, in fact, a reminder from Boko. She had not exerted herself fully for many years and had nearly forgotten that the path to legend is not merely through elements but through rules that transcend them. Moreover, achieving legend is not confined solely to magic. The physical form can also attain legend, with rules serving as the hallmark of such power. Furthermore, the physical legend. Wentz regarded Veit, whose dragon blood was so rich, knowing it would influence more than just magic. Chapter 30. Draconic magic. Observing Veit's face alight with excitement, a gentle smile flickered in Wentz's eyes. Very well, Veit. While you may possess the potential to wield magic, that is a matter for the future. For now, what you must do is calm your mind and diligently study magic. Upon hearing these words, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Veit's face, and he promptly lay down quietly, gazing at Ventes with eager anticipation. Witnessing this, Celine and the others grew earnest as well. They had witnessed Veit's draconic breath, and if he were indeed able to wield magic in the future, the potency of his spells would undoubtedly be formidable. In that moment, the pride of the dragon race continuously spurred them on. If Veit could transform his magic into something exceedingly powerful, how could they afford to be weak? That would be a significant blow to their dignity. Satisfied, Ventes nodded in approval. Very well, let us continue today's lesson on draconic magic. As we have just learned, the concentration of draconic bloodline is a crucial factor influencing the power of magic. However, under normal circumstances, its impact is not substantial. Veit is an exception. Aside from the bloodline concentration, another determinant of magical strength is one's prowess. So, what constitutes prowess? To put it plainly, prowess refers to the amount of elements stored within your dragon crystal. The greater the stored amount, the more elements you can summon, the stronger the elemental nodes you can construct, and the greater your attraction to the ambient elements, consequently enhancing the power of your spells. Nevertheless, this is something you only need to be aware of, for as newborns, this factor is almost negligible. In the upcoming 2 years, your bodies will grow at an astonishing rate, and simultaneously, your elemental reserves will accumulate rapidly, soon reaching the lower tier of black iron. However, in the following 90 years, your elemental accumulation will slow significantly. This is the reason why, 2 years from now, you will be able to freely enter and exit your dragon lairs. A 20-year-old young dragon, apart from having more experience in spellcasting, will not be much stronger than you at 2 years old. By then, you need not worry about them accidentally harming you. Of course, it is certain that as one ages, the accumulation of elements increases. 2 years, indeed. Upon hearing this, Veit felt a stirring in his heart. He resolved to heed Ventes' advice to moderate his growth rate, relinquishing the impractical notion of becoming stronger in the short term. Yet this did not imply a waning interest in the starry skies, and 2 years, he would gain the freedom to move about, and at that time, he could gaze at the stars with ease. Meanwhile, Ventes continued his discourse. Thus, for the time being, we need not focus on the influence of prowess on the power of magic. That will be covered in 2 years when your elements stabilized. So, what is it that we need to learn? It is the third factor that can affect the strength of magic, which is the level of control over the spells. The degree of mastery over magic is specifically manifested in the construction of elemental nodes. The draconic language within draconic magic is the ancient dragon tongue. The ancient dragon tongue embodies power, a fact you are all surely aware of, and it is the most significant aspect of the bloodline inheritance, which even Veit's lineage encompasses. Therefore, let us directly proceed to the next step, constructing elemental nodes. How do we construct elemental nodes? In truth, the elemental nodes are inherent in every phonetic transition of the ancient dragon tongue. The essence of establishing nodes lies in the interplay of the ancient dragon language, mental prowess, and the elemental forces within you. As you recite the ancient dragon language, envelop the elements with your mental energy, and at each point of phonetic transition, ensure that the elements remain still. This point signifies the location of the node. To illustrate more vividly, envision the air before us as a sheet of paper, with the ancient dragon language inscribed upon it as a series of characters, mental energy as the quill, and magical elements as the ink. Our task is to leave a mark at each node of these characters, using the ink from the quill to imprint upon these positions. Once all marks are completed, they will automatically absorb the ambient elements. Thus, a spell shall be fully formed. Pausing momentarily, Whence gazed at the 5 small figures, I have articulated this as plainly as possible. Henceforth, what you must do is practice your respective magics according to my instructions. Naturally, you will be practicing the most rudimentary spells corresponding to your elemental affinities. Let me think. Selene, your elemental affinity is light, so you shall practice the light arrow. As he spoke, a somewhat intricate syllable escaped Whent's lips. Next, he turned his attention to Ao. Your elemental affinities are fire and earth, so you may choose between fireball and earth spike. Practicing both simultaneously is also permissible. Billy, you will focus on fireball. Dinah, your elemental affinity lies in nature, and your breath leans towards the life aspect of nature, hence you shall practice Vine.as for Veit. Noticing Whent's pause, Veit chuckled, saying, "It's fine. Whence, you can just watch from here." In response, Whence found himself at a loss for words, humorously exclaiming, "Veit, do not entertain thoughts of shirking your responsibilities. Since we are to learn magic, practice is an indispensable step. Theory alone cannot unveil the mysteries of magic. My hesitation is due to contemplating whether, aside from fire, you possess an affinity for water. If so, that could complicate matters, as you would need to first listen to the teachings on water elemental magic." A glimmer of surprise illuminated Veit's countenance. Am I not incapable of casting magic? The inability to release magic does not preclude you from practicing it. Seems my previous words did not warrant your earnest contemplation. The 3 essential elements of magic are mental energy, the magical elements within you, collectively referred to as magical power, and the external ambient elements. Among these, only the last category, the ambient elements, is absent from your possession. When they approach you, they are absorbed by your body. However, the utilization of ambient elements is reserved solely for the final step of spellcasting. Therefore, although you cannot release magic, you can indeed progress to the stage of constructing elemental nodes. Upon hearing this, Veit's eyes sparkled with realization, yet soon, the glimmer of hope was supplanted by confusion. But if that is the case, how shall I ascertain whether my construction of elemental nodes has succeeded? For whether in success or failure, I remain unable to cast magic. In response, Whence chuckled softly. You may not be able to release magic, but you can certainly prevent me from doing so. You must first establish the magical node for fireball, and then, corresponding to the node you have constructed, use your mental prowess to influence the fireball node I have created. If my magic is affected, it signifies that the positioning of your node is correct. Conversely, if I am still able to conjure the fireball, it indicates that your fireball node is erroneous. Are you ready for this challenge? Chapter 31. Mental magic, fireball, the incantation, somewhat convoluted, emerged from Whent's lips, yet to Veit, it resonated with remarkable clarity, as Whence deliberately slowed the pace of the spell. Veit fixated intently on Whent's claw, where a sphere of fire was gradually coalescing, while he exerted his meager mental energy in an attempt to disrupt the elemental nodes established by Whence. In truth, he had succeeded twice. According to Whence, lower-tier magic typically comprises 3 to 10 magical nodes, and the lower-tier spells selected by Whence for the 5 little ones generally consist of fewer than 5 nodes. Take the fireball, for instance, which contains merely 4 elemental nodes. Veit's successful interference with Whent's magical incantation twice indicated that he had pinpointed the locations of 2 elemental nodes. Naturally, success does not come easily. In fact, it was now dusk. Aside from practicing for 15 minutes after every magical attempt, Veit felt quite fortunate that the timekeeping in this world bore resemblance to that of the world from which his lineage derived. They had been wholly engrossed in the exercise of constructing elemental nodes. Up until now, none of Selene's little dragons had managed to unleash any magic. The construction of elemental nodes is exceedingly meticulous. Even the slightest error can result in the failure of magic release. Throughout the day, they had successfully guided Selene and the others away from the ease of utilizing the dragon's breath, which was precisely what Wentz had hoped to achieve. Humility fosters progress among dragons, and this principle is equally applicable in the realm of magic. At the very least, Billy's attention had shifted away from the task of stuffing magical targets into his mouth, and he was now diligently working on constructing his elemental nodes. Suddenly, an intense heat erupted forth as a fireball, no larger than a grain of rice in Wentz's hand, fully formed before Veit's despondent gaze. Upon witnessing this, Wentz gently remarked, "Veit, you have done remarkably well. Interfering with the formation of magic is far more challenging than casting it yourself. When merely casting magic, one only needs to identify the positions of the elemental nodes within their own incantation. However, to intervene in another dragon's magical formation, one must ascertain the locations of the elemental nodes within that dragon's spell and intervene with precision using mental energy. To be candid, I anticipated that it would take at least 3 lessons before you succeeded in intervening once. Veit, you have truly surprised me." Upon hearing this, Veit's feelings of despondency vanished in an instant. "Really? Of course, have you not yet realized? The foundation of draconic magic lies in the construction of elemental nodes. Yet the nodes themselves are encapsulated within the incantation. In other words, if one could discern the location of the nodes the instant the incantation is uttered, then magic would no longer pose a threat to you. After all, did you truly harness the power of the elements while interrupting the casting?" Wit momentarily froze, then a look of ecstatic delight spread across his face. If he could indeed accomplish what Wentz had described, then not only would fire element magic be rendered ineffective before him, but any elemental magic would also succumb to his prowess. However, this ought to be within the capabilities of every dragon, considering, as you mentioned, that during the interruption of casting, I merely utilized mental energy. Upon hearing Wit's words, Selene and the others instinctively paused their practice of spells, all turning to look his way. Wentz, of course, noted this and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, every dragon possesses the ability, yet not every dragon is inclined to exercise it. Wit, the interruption of magic is not as straightforward as you might envision. For instance, at this very moment, you are attempting to disrupt my fireball by interfering with the first node. As she spoke, Wentz began to chant the incantation, and Wit hurriedly focused his mental energy to disrupt the construction of the first node. However, this time, Wit was met with failure. Despite his interference, the first node was constructed with unwavering stability. Staring at the fireball perched upon Wentz's claw, Wit was momentarily stunned before hurriedly inquiring, "Why is this so?" "Because of the disparity in strength. My mental energy far surpasses yours, hence, your efforts to disrupt my mental energy are fruitless, and the elemental node has been successfully established. Therefore, when your mental energy cannot match that of your opponent, it becomes exceedingly difficult to interfere with their elemental node construction. Additionally, there are numerous other factors to consider. The fireball is merely a low-tier spell with only 4 nodes. Thus, disrupting a single node can indeed affect the overall structure of the magic. However, if the number of nodes is sufficiently high, merely interfering with one node will have little impact on the magic's construction. At most, its potency may diminish slightly. Consequently, if a spell possesses numerous elemental nodes, you would need to simultaneously influence at least 1/3 of them to affect the casting of the magic. Furthermore, as she spoke, Wentz turned her gaze towards Selene. "Selene, if you were engaged in magical combat with AO, when AO begins to chant the incantation, would you choose to disrupt the magic or respond with a more powerful spell?" "Undoubtedly the latter," Selene replied without hesitation. Wentz then looked towards Wit. This is precisely the reason why few dragons opt to learn how to impede their opponent's casting of spells. Magic is an immensely profound discipline, and when one must dedicate considerable time to mastering magic itself, to then divert focus towards learning how to interrupt an opponent's casting is fundamentally misguided. It is only in your unique circumstance that I would choose to impart this technique to you. In the absence of the ability to cast spells, you will have ample time on your hands. This technique, which I once stumbled upon during my erratic studies, has been whimsically dubbed mental magic by others. I never anticipated it would be of use in my lifetime, yet here it is, presented before you. With a sudden realization, Veit cast a grateful glance towards Wentz. However, Wentz merely chuckled nonchalantly and continued, I am truly delighted to assist you, although I hope you will strive to elevate this so-called mental magic. Yet, my greater wish is for you to wield magic in a conventional manner. Furthermore, while the cultivation of magic is indeed crucial, your growth takes precedence. It is quite late, and you should return to your lair to rest. As she spoke, Wentz gestured for the 5 little ones to perch upon her claws. Without hesitation, Veit soared up, but Selene and the others appeared somewhat reluctant. Magic is the aspiration of every young dragon. Yet after a day of study, they had not succeeded in casting even a single spell, which left them disheartened. However, upon witnessing Wentz's authoritative demeanor, Selene and the others, after a brief moment of hesitation, ultimately ascended as well. To be on the safe side, I shall rest with you tonight. Upon hearing this, the 4 dragons, who had initially contemplated continuing their magical practice that evening, instantly lost their enthusiasm. Chapter 32. The Grand Dragon Feast. It soon became evident that Wentz was not jesting. She indeed spent the night in the lair of the 5 little ones. Selene and the others had no choice but to accept this. The night passed uneventfully, by dawn. Wentz had prepared a meal for Veit and his companions. After dining, when Wentz inquired if anyone wished to visit the library, not a single young dragon expressed a desire to join. Wentz was not surprised by this. Just as she had stayed overnight in the lair for the previous day's reason, the little dragons simply could not resist the allure of successfully casting a spell, even if it was the most rudimentary one this time. However, Wentz showed no inclination to deter them. She merely offered a few words of advice before taking Veit to the 8th floor of the library. Upon re-entering the library, the tome, Origins of Magic, lay open to the same page Veit had last seen. With the books Wentz had selected still stacked beside it, however, when Veit jumped to the book, he did not immediately immerse himself in study. Instead, he found himself lost in thought. Was he contemplating that they could practice magic all day while he was required to read? Wentz's words jolted Veit back to reality. He nodded somewhat sheepishly, admitting that indeed, that was his thought. Wentz smiled warmly. There is no need for such embarrassment. I too have traversed this path at your age. I am well aware of your thoughts, or rather, the thoughts of every young dragon. Nevertheless, you need not worry. What you are learning is the mental magic I have personally developed, so naturally, your progress cannot be entirely comparable to theirs. Upon hearing Wentz mention this name again, Veit couldn't help but smile. He certainly remembered what this mental magic entailed. Noticing Veit's relaxation, Wentz continued, in truth, whether it is you or them, you will remain at this stage for quite some time in the future. Though the language of the ancient dragons is etched in the very depths of our veins, it does not imply that our journey to master dragon language magic will be an effortless endeavor. Upon hearing this, Veit cast a curious glance at Veit. In your opinion, how long do you think it will take for Selene and her companions to truly wield their first spell? If they practice diligently, they might achieve their first spell within approximately 5 days. Selene may even progress a tad quicker. However, successfully casting the first spell does not equate to fully mastering it. Mastery of magic is not merely about successful execution. It merely signifies the initiation of the learning process. Veit nodded, somewhat understandingly, and then shifted his gaze to the tome titled Origins of Magic beneath him. Just as he was poised to delve deeper into its pages, Veit seized his tail, lifting him up. Seeing the bewilderment on Veit's face, Veit clarified, if it is merely the study of lower-tier magic you seek, this book suffices for now. I shall place it here for you. By the next time you require it, you should be capable of perusing it yourself. For now, your focus should be on this book. With that, Veit extracted a volume from a nearby stack and, under Veit's intrigued gaze, opened it. Encyclopedia of Dragons? Veit smiled and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the Encyclopedia of Dragons. The last time, Boko mentioned your dinner predicament while casually referencing your identification of him as a ghost dragon. At this, a hint of embarrassment flickered in Veit's eyes. In truth, he had merely conjured the notion of a ghost dragon, never anticipating its actual existence. Unaware of Veit's thoughts, Veit continued, magic is fascinating, yet it can also be rather monotonous, particularly for you. Thus, to lighten your spirits, we shan't always delve into tomes related to magic. Perhaps, the literature concerning magic is even more tedious than you envision. The Encyclopedia of Dragons, the Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts. and my wilderness observations are splendid choices to refresh your mood. Furthermore, the knowledge contained within is essential for you, such as how to interact with Celine and her companions. While speaking, Vinny's had already turned to the page of contents and subsequently released Veit. The dragon kin is an expansive lineage, with 567 distinct types of dragons identified thus far, a number that continues to grow. As Vindy's elucidated, Veit meticulously perused the table of contents, encountering many familiar terms, for instance, the dragon species, as well as the names of Celine's race. Currently, the dragon kin encompasses 3 species: the colossal dragons, the earthbound dragons, and the flying dragons. Each species possesses its unique characteristics. The colossal dragons are the longest-lived among the 3, possessing the greatest magical prowess, the highest concentration of draconic bloodline, the largest average size, the most varied types, yet they are the least populous. The earthbound dragons, on the other hand, are the only dragons incapable of flight, possessing the weakest magic but the strongest physical form, with the titan dragons among them being the largest of all dragon kin. The dragon species known as the flying dragon is the smallest in size among the dragon kin, possesses the shortest lifespan, exhibits the utmost agility in flight, showcases the most variable magic, and has the lowest concentration of dragon blood. Yet, it is also the most numerous. Listening to Wenz's introduction, Veit eagerly inquired, "Can they all be found in our dragon nest?" However, Wenthes shook his head. "Certainly not. Disadro is the lair of the giant dragons. Therefore, those residing within Disadro are all of the giant dragon species. If you wish to witness a greater variety of dragons, you will have to wait until you grow up and venture beyond Disadro. Additionally, there exists a place where you can behold nearly all kinds of dragons." Upon hearing this, Veit, who had felt somewhat disheartened moments earlier, instantly perked up. "Where is this place?" Every 4,000 years, a grand celebration of dragonkind is held on the Genesis Plain, known as the Feast of 10,000 Dragons. When was the last Feast of 10,000 Dragons held? 200 years ago. Veit extended his claw to calculate, then gazed blankly at 1,3,800 years. That is an exceedingly long time. Yet Wenthes chuckled and replied, "Veit, you ought to consider it from a different perspective. In 3,800 years, you will have matured and will be able to participate personally. If it were to occur within the next century, as a young dragon, you would not be permitted to leave the dragon nest." Upon realizing this, Veit understood that as a young dragon, he was indeed not allowed to leave the nest. This thought significantly lifted his spirits. Observing this, Wenthes continued, "Now, let us proceed. The earth-dwelling dragons and flying dragons are still quite distant from you, but there are some characteristics of the giant dragon species that you must commit to memory." Chapter 33. Classification of giant dragons. The giant dragon species is divided into 5 major categories: metallic dragons, chromatic dragons, crystal dragons, elemental dragons, and mixed dragons. Mixed dragons? Veit inquired with a hint of confusion, glancing back at Wenthes. Mixed dragons are those of hybrid lineage. During the initial classification, many dragons did not fit into the first 4 categories and were thus classified as mixed. Of course, this does not imply a muddled bloodline, but rather a diversity of types, hence the term mixed dragons. There are 5 types of metallic dragons: bronze, brass, copper, gold, and silver. You should particularly focus on understanding gold and silver dragons. The importance of the gold dragon lies in the existence of AO, while the silver dragon, that you must be quite curious about your mother's lineage. Am I correct? Veit nodded affirmatively. However, I am more interested in the silver dragon. The gold dragon is just a secondary consideration. Noting this somewhat awkward declaration, Wenthes chuckled softly. "Oh, you not like AO?" Veit hesitated briefly. "It's not that I dislike him. It's just that he rarely speaks, and I see no necessity to seek conversation with him. That is quite typical of a young dragon." Wenthes assessed inwardly, yet spoke aloud. "Thus, this is one of the reasons I wish for you to understand the characteristics of their species. Dragons are generally known for their pride, especially the giant dragons. Among the giant dragons, the gold dragon's disposition is the most haughty. However, pride does not imply that they do not desire friendships. The colossal dragon exists in solitude, being the longest-lived of dragonkind, yet the most scarce in number. Each dragon possesses its own distinct thoughts. Thus, the colossal dragon often finds itself in a solitary state, with the exception of those dwelling in the dragon's nest. The lonely colossal dragon perpetually seeks companionship, yet years of isolation have accustomed them to solitude. So, what then is the significance of seeking companions, friends, Even after centuries or millennia apart, the colossal dragon still yearns for camaraderie. Therefore, while they may appear indifferent to others, deep within their hearts lies a desire for recognition, hindered by an innate pride stemming from their very lineage, which prevents them from taking the initiative. If you are familiar with the temperament of the golden dragon, this notion becomes readily apparent, much like with Selene and her companions. During your last visit here, you may not have noticed that at first, Ao was hesitant to join them in their frolics. But it was Billy who took the initiative to include him, with Selene and Dinah agreeing without objection. A flicker of confusion and helplessness appeared in Veit's eyes. "Whence, have I done something wrong?" Whence shook her head. "You are certainly not at fault, nor is Ao. You merely lack an understanding of one another. As I've said, time is plentiful, and the relationship between you can be cultivated gradually. It is worth noting that as part of the same brood of hatchlings, you are natural allies." As she spoke, Whence pinched Veit's tail, lifting him up, and then swiftly turned the pages of a book. Soon, she paused and placed Veit upon the tome. Herein lies a description of the golden dragon, along with illustrations. With 4 limbs on the ground, its 2 horns curve upward in a spiral. Its wingspan is 1.3 times its body length. Its entire form is resplendent in gold, with diamond-shaped scales that possess a metallic luster and sharp edges. Its tail is thick and long. They prefer to reside in arid locales, basking in the sun, which is their most cherished activity. Take heed, when the golden dragon basks, white dragons should refrain from intruding, lest they face a beating. As Veit perused the introduction, he gazed at the illustration of the formidable and fierce golden dragon. "Is this what Ao will look like as an adult?" Whence chuckled. "He may be even more striking than the one depicted in this illustration. To be frank, the creature in the painting appears somewhat portly." Veit's lips curled into a smirk, only to be drawn to the silver dragon depicted on the other half of the page. The silver dragon in the image bore a striking resemblance to him. Yet unlike his youthful self, the adult silver dragon exuded a more menacing aura. However, what surprised Veit was that although the silver dragon in the illustration closely resembled his mother, upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences. The scales of the silver dragon in the image appeared a pure silver hue, while his mother's scales, though appearing silver at first glance, shimmered with a multitude of colors upon closer examination. Suddenly, Veit contemplated a possibility. What if his mother was not a silver dragon, but rather of a different breed altogether? It certainly seemed plausible. Nonetheless, Veit chose to keep this revelation to himself. After all, his current lineage was not that of a silver dragon, but of a starry giant dragon, making the question of whether his mother was a silver dragon or of another kind ultimately inconsequential. After Veit finished reading, Whence again pinched his tail, lifting him once more, and continued to leaf through the book. "As I translated, I remarked, the metallic dragons excel in magic, whereas their chromatic counterparts are more adept in close combat, though their magical prowess should not be underestimated. The chromatic dragons include the black dragon, blue dragon, green dragon, red dragon, and white dragon, of which I proudly identify as the red dragon." Veit examined the illustration of the red dragon in the book and turned to compare it with one is. "He seemed not nearly as robust as you." Whence chuckled, responding, "Of course, this is merely an ordinary adult red dragon, with a temperament commonly shared among the chromatic dragons, prone to fits of rage." Upon hearing this, Whence' smile appeared somewhat strained. While it is true that chromatic dragons tend to possess a less amiable disposition compared to other great dragons, individual temperaments vary, and I do not consider my temperament particularly poor. With that, Whence hastily lifted Veit once more and continued flipping through the pages. Veit, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Whence, I have yet to explore the section on the green dragon, yet you have already turned to the page about the crystal dragon." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Whence' eyes, yet she showed no intention of pausing. The depiction of the green dragon in the book differs somewhat from Dinah's portrayal. It describes the green dragon as rather cunning and treacherous, skilled in the use of toxins. But do you believe Dinah embodies such characteristics? Veit pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "She appears gentle, much like you, and the practice you have her undertake involves natural magic rather than toxins. By the way, is poison considered a type of attribute?" "Certainly not. Poison is a condition of natural magic akin to a curse, which represents a state of the dark element." As she spoke, Whence had already turned to the page depicting the red crystal dragon. Crystal dragons, like elemental dragons, encompass various attributes and types, yet among the different types, aside from variations in color, they bear remarkable similarities. Billy is a red crystal dragon, with an affinity for the fire element. Veit gazed at the image of the red crystal dragon, his eyes reflecting newfound curiosity. Its coloration appeared far more vibrant than that of Billy. This is because the crystalline exterior of the crystal dragon is not merely for aesthetic appeal. These crystals can store vast amounts of elemental energy, and the greater the quantity of stored energy, the more vivid the crystal's color becomes. Thus, in terms of combat, the crystal dragon possesses unparalleled endurance in sustained battles. It is noteworthy that crystal dragons have a particular fondness for luminous and radiant objects, a detail you surely must have noticed. Veit nodded, recalling how, upon entering the dragon's lair for the first time, Billy was captivated by the glowing stones embedded in the cave walls. Now, let us conclude by examining the mixed dragons. The mixed dragons represent the most diverse category among the great dragons, and as time progresses, their variety continues to expand. This is what you truly need to understand. Chapter 34. This is a malady, on all fours, its body a creamy white, too smooth, upward curving horns adorned with golden patterns, a wingspan 1.5 times its body length, scales that are fan-shaped, fine and smooth, and a tail that is thick and long. Veit meticulously compared these descriptions while observing the illustrations in the book. As per Winnis's request that it is imperative to match names with appearances, for there exists a myriad of exotic dragons that bear striking resemblances to one another. For instance, the frost dragon and the holy dragon are remarkably alike in appearance. However, the frost dragon is adorned with white scales, rather than a creamy hue, and its horn patterns are delicately gilded. It is no exaggeration to say that even upon meticulous observation, one might sometimes confuse these two dragon breeds. Furthermore, distinguishing exotic dragons based on their attributes is not feasible. While the holy dragon has consistently displayed no attributes beyond light, there have been instances of frost dragons exhibiting an affinity for the light element. Given the proud nature of dragonkind, misidentifying an opponent's species could easily incite conflict. Consequently, this marks the 5th occasion on which Veit has mistaken the holy dragon for the frost dragon, prompting Winterth to insist that he continue to observe the distinctions between them. Winterth, I believe I require a respite. To my eyes, they have become utterly indistinguishable, Veit lamented, turning to gaze at Winterth. Observing this, Winterth felt a tinge of exasperation, for despite the evident differences in their appearances, Veit perpetually erred. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Veit, I think it is necessary for us to consult Boke. Veit was momentarily taken aback. What do we need Boke for? Winterth rose, speaking somewhat ambiguously, to have him examine you. I suspect this is not a typical situation. Noting that Winterth had no further elaboration, Veit refrained from pressing for more details and obediently alighted onto Winterth's claw, continuing to furrow his brow in contemplation of the disparities between the holy dragon and the frost dragon. The transition from the 8th to the 9th level was, for Winterth, an exceedingly simple matter. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Boke turned in puzzlement, only to see Winterth entering. Winterth, what brings you here? Winterth raised her claw, her tone somewhat peculiar. I have discovered some issues and brought this little one for you to examine. It was only then that Boke noticed Veit, who was perched upon Winterth's claw, lost in troubled thought. Ah, it's you. How have you been? Sleeping well? At Boke's inquiry, Veit snapped back to reality, responding wearily, not too bad. I slept soundly until dawn. Such a lackadaisical reply immediately aroused Boke's concern. Surely this little one hasn't contracted the plague. Winterth hastily shook her head. Of course not. He merely struggles to discern the differences between the holy dragon and the frost dragon, and after observing intently for an entire morning, he still cannot tell them apart. I suspect this point. Winterth glanced down at Veit, who was attentively listening and paused. However, she was aware that Boke had grasped her implication, and indeed, Boke's expression shifted to one of realization, understanding Winterth's caution. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve some items I haven't used in quite a while. With that, Boke turned and ventured deeper into the laboratory, returning shortly with several metal plates. Take a look at this, Veit, he said. Placing a metal plate before Veit. Veit listened to Winters and Boko engage in a game of charades. An involuntary tension gripped his heart. However, when he cast his gaze upon the metal plate, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Boko, how did you manage this? This must be my portrait, he exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. I asked this painting to be included in that volume of Dragon Encyclopedia. By the way, were all the illustrations within created by you? Upon hearing this, Boko and Winters exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying a hint of concern. In a rush, let us examine this piece further. Although Veit was uncertain of Boko's intentions, he candidly remarked, "This is Dynit." Boko placed the metal plate onto the testing table, momentarily at a loss for words as he observed Veit's bewildered expression. Winters let out a sigh. "Veit, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Taken aback by this statement, Veit hesitated and then nervously wagged his tail. He was no fool. Winters had suddenly brought him to Boko for an examination, and now his tone suggested something troubling. "Those two aren't Dynit and me, are they?" Winters nodded. Veit stood stunned, his tail behind him growing limp. "Is it serious?" "Not particularly severe, but it may have some impact on your life. However, there's no need for concern. The effect is not substantial. Winters is merely worried that your uniqueness might lead to feelings of inferiority or similar negative emotions. Yet from our brief interactions, I believe Winters is overthinking it. You, who cannot wield magic, still seem to be quite happy, do you not?" Upon hearing Boko's words, Veit felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gaze towards Winters was filled with gratitude. Yet he couldn't help but voice a mild complaint. "Winters, you nearly frightened me. I thought I was on the verge of death. If being different is all it is, then you truly are overreacting. I, who resemble a silver dragon yet am a distinct breed, possess elemental affinity but lack the ability to wield magic. Winters, I have always been unique." Winters paused, then broke into a somewhat sinister grin, gently stating, "I apologize. I should have had more faith in you. You have consistently excelled. So, can you now explain my situation?" Winters nodded, his expression revealing a touch of resignation. "Veit, you may be suffering from a rare condition among dragons known as facial agnosia." Facial agnosia. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Veit's eyes that he was not unfamiliar with the term, yet he had never imagined that a concept from another world could apply to him. "But does this mean I cannot recognize other dragons based on their facial features?" Winters nodded, then shook his head. "It is true that you cannot identify other dragons by their faces, but it is not solely about facial features. How can I put this? You can still distinguish between different breeds of dragons, yet among dragons of the same breed, you can only recognize them by their size. For instance, the two images I just showed you, they are merely ordinary silver and green dragons, yet you mistook them for yourself and Dynit. At present, there are no issues to speak of. Thus far, within the Dragon Academy, you 5 young dragons of the same cohort are notably larger than the other hatchlings, so you are unlikely to mistake one for another. However, 2 years hence, the majority of green dragons within the academy will appear to you as Dinites, and a similar phenomenon will occur with the others. Veiter, this is an incurable affliction that will undoubtedly introduce numerous complications into your life. Chapter 35. A conflict erupts. Veiter, this is an incurable affliction that will undoubtedly introduce numerous complications into your life. What feelings might Veiter experience upon hearing Winters' words? None whatsoever. Indeed, Veiter does not perceive facial blindness as a significant inconvenience. Compared to the inability to wield magic, it scarcely qualifies as a problem. Observing Veiter's unperturbed demeanor, Winters was momentarily taken aback. "Do you not find this troublesome?" Veiter flicked his tail dismissively. "Winters, I am special, and I have always been aware of this. It truly is not a major issue. Besides, while I may not recognize them, it suffices that they can identify me." Upon hearing this, Winters instinctively glanced up at Boko. Boko shrugged. "I have mentioned before that Veiter is far more mature than you realize. There is no need for you to be so anxious. He truly is remarkable." At this compliment, Veiter offered a bashful smile, though his tail, which seemed to have a mind of its own, betrayed his delight at Boko's praise. Noticing this, Winters breathed a sigh of relief and remarked with a smile, "Well, that may be the case. Let us conclude today's lesson here. After a morning of deliberation on the distinctions between frost dragons and holy dragons, you must be quite fatigued." Just as he spoke, Winters suddenly remembered something. "Ah, Veiter, speaking of holy dragons, it has just occurred to me that, thus far, there is only one holy dragon at the academy, namely Selene. Even if you are unable to recognize the Dinites, Selene will certainly be able to identify you." With this, Winters gestured towards Boko with a claw. "I shall escort Veiter back first, and then return to find you in 2 years. Veiter and the others will begin their studies in potion making. Yet it has been many years since the materials in the Academy's storeroom have been inventoried. Just to be safe, we ought to check them beforehand." Upon hearing this, A look of resignation crossed Boko's face. Very well. It seems that the potion I intend to brew will have to be postponed. I hope the materials in the storeroom are sufficient, or else we shall have to venture out in search of supplies. I truly hope Karen returns soon. If she, listening to the complaints echoing behind him, one has quickened his pace slightly. After bidding one his farewell, Veit made his way deeper into the dragon lair. Celine and the others should be practicing magic now. However, as he pondered this, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound emanating from the depths of the lair, which, upon closer inspection, resembled a low growl. Were they not practicing magic? Muttering quietly to himself, Veit sprang into the air. His wings unfurling behind him in a powerful beat, Veit's body was growing at an astonishing rate, almost visibly so. Consequently, his physical strength was also increasing rapidly. Thus, with only a slight descent, he soared into the sky with remarkable ease compared to his newborn days. Soon, Veit found himself deep within the dragon's lair, where he beheld a fierce battle between Celine and Ao. Both dragons exhibited exceptional aerial combat skills, and the intensity of their skirmish was nothing short of extraordinary. However, Celine's physique was considerably more robust than Ao's, and as they darted through the air, Ao found himself at a disadvantage. "Hey, Veit, over here." Just as Veit was marveling at the duel between the two dragons, Billy's voice suddenly rang out. Turning toward the source of the sound, he spotted Billy and Dinah perched nearby, reveling in the spectacle of the fight. Veit hesitated for a moment before gliding over. What were they doing? As he descended, the powerful flapping of his wings stirred up a cloud of dust. Billy quickly turned his head to avoid it. However, he seemed unbothered, responding instead, "Did you forget? On the very day we arrived at the dragon's lair, Celine and Ao had agreed to engage in a battle. Seeing that he had dusted Billy and Dinah, Veit offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time." With that, he turned his gaze back to the ongoing clash between Celine and Ao. "I thought you guys were practicing magic." Upon hearing this, Billy began to lament. "Veit, it's been so difficult. I've practiced for an entire morning, yet I still see no results. I'm beginning to doubt whether my elemental affinity is real." The other dragons are in a similar predicament. Celine is slightly ahead, as she has managed to summon some light elements, but she still cannot cast that spell. During our break, Ao suddenly proposed a battle, and Celine agreed. "By the way, why are you back so early?" Upon hearing Billy's words, Dinah also looked over with curiosity, clearly intrigued by Veit's early return. Veit casually settled down. "Nothing much, just ran into a bit of trouble. Also, Wentz had some matters to attend to, so she sent me back." Just as he spoke, a head abruptly appeared before Veit, startling him so much that he almost swatted it away, with his neck recoiling. He realized it was Billy. Observing the eager curiosity on Billy's face, Veit let out a resigned sigh. "All right, it's just that my body has encountered another issue." After a brief pause, Veit inquired, "Do you know what face blindness is?" Billy shook his head. "What is that? Is it edible?" Veit rolled his eyes. "It's a condition. A dragon afflicted with it cannot recognize other dragons. For instance, if Dinah were also a red crystal dragon, I wouldn't be able to tell any of you apart." Upon hearing this, Billy scratched his head, producing a crisp sound. "Is that all?" Nodding, Veit replied with a smile, "Indeed. It doesn't sound particularly severe." Veit's tail swayed, and he added with a hint of exasperation, "Wentz thinks it's quite serious, which is why she took me to see Boko. I am grateful to her. It is quite normal. I feel that compared to us, Wentz seems to favor you more." Upon hearing this, Veit was momentarily taken aback. "Favoritism? Now that I think about it, it is indeed true. Since birth, Wentz has shown him more attention than other dragons." While pondering this, Veit retorted, "I do not perceive it that way. She cares for each of us, just like you, me." Billy recalled, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Veit chuckled softly. "Of course, Billy, I believe I must caution you. You have yet to take my words to heart." "Billy." Veit mimicked Wentz's tone. This. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Billy's eyes. "All right, Veit, I acknowledge I have committed many foolish acts, but at the time, I merely found it amusing. Let us not dwell on this. They are about to determine the victor." As they spoke, Celine, soaring in midair, seized the opportunity to grasp Ao's tail and then slammed him down forcefully onto the ground. The resounding crash made Veit and the others gasp in astonishment. That must have hurt immensely. Chapter 36. Farewell to the starry sky. Ao rose, casting a reluctant glance at Celine, Yet the pride of the golden dragon prevented him from resorting to the disgraceful behavior of refusing to concede after defeat. I shall challenge you again. Selene was not surprised by this declaration. She nodded and earnestly replied, I look forward to your challenge. With that, she began to stride toward Veit and the others. Observing this, Ao hesitated briefly before following suit, albeit in a far more disheveled manner than Selene, his gait uneven and cumbersome. That last fall truly inflicted pain. His right hind leg was now numb. Veit, what brings you back? As Selene approached, Veit was about to congratulate her on her victory when she promptly inquired. Glancing at Ao, who was also curiously staring at him, Veit sighed and repeated the explanation he had previously given to Billy and the others. Upon hearing Veit's words, Selene stared at him in astonishment. I cannot believe such an ailment exists. It was not mentioned in my inherited memories. Veit flicked his tail nonchalantly and replied, the world is vast and full of wonders. Moreover, if Boke is able to present those metal plates designed to test for face blindness, it indicates that dragons in the academy have suffered from this ailment in the past. Besides, it does not significantly affect me. One thus mentioned that, thus far, you are the only divine dragon in the academy. Selene's expression shifted to one of realization, and she approached Veit, patting his wing with a carefree demeanor. Oh, not worry. I will look out for you. Hearing this, Veit rolled his eyes and evaded Selene's descending PW. Though you truly comprehend my meaning. This is not merely a matter of protection. I might mistakenly recognize Billy and the others, but with you around, I would not err, and that is all there is to it. Selene, however, waved her paw dismissively. Veit, you need not elaborate so much. Rest assured and rely on me. As Veit was about to speak further, he noticed a sudden spark of fervor in Sai Lin's gaze. Veit, shall we engage in another battle? Upon hearing this, Veit instinctively rose to his feet, ready to acquiesce. However, as his eyes drifted towards Ao, he let out a resigned sigh. Never mind. You have just finished a confrontation with Ao, and your stamina must be nearly depleted. Competing with you now would be rather unmeritorious. Besides, he glanced around the group. Aren't you all practicing magic? At this remark, not only Sai Lin but also the other 4 young dragons appeared as deflated as punctured balloons. Billy clutched his head, exclaiming in exasperation, Veit, you are truly cruel. I was trying to avoid this topic, yet you have brought it up once more. Sai Lin and the others shared his sentiment. Nevertheless, they understood the significance of magic and did not abandon their efforts. After a few grumbles, Billy retreated to a corner of the dragon's lair to continue his spirited practice with his fireball. Sai Lin and the others followed suit. As for Veit, with Winter's absence, he found himself unable to practice mental magic, so he sought an open space to continue honing his wings. Time slipped by, and soon the sky outside darkened. After disappearing for an entire afternoon, Winter returned with food to find Veit. Sai Lin and the others attempted a few bites, but soon found themselves unable to eat any more. They simply were not hungry. Once Veit finished, Winter offered a few words of advice before departing. Having overseen countless young dragons, she was well aware of their behavior. No young dragon would stay up late practicing magic after a day of monotonous training without any progress. So she saw no need to linger, and indeed, that was the case. After Winter left, Sai Lin and the others ceased their magical exercises and prepared for rest. Veit was no different. However, he needed a drop of domia flower juice to rest. Yet today was unlike any other. Just as Veit approached the crystal jar containing the domia flower juice, Billy blocked his path. Veit looked at Billy in confusion. Do you want some too? Billy grinned mischievously, then leaned in close to Veit. Veit, just one night without sleep shouldn't hinder our growth and development, right? Upon hearing this, Veit stared at Billy in astonishment, his voice rising slightly. You want to go out? Billy quickly covered Veit's mouth and cautiously glanced at Sai Lin and the others' positions. Seeing no movement, he sighed in relief. Keep your voice down. We don't want to disturb them. If we go out too often, it could lead to trouble. If Winter catches us, we would be in quite a predicament. Veit pried Billy's claw away, instinctively lowering his voice. Are you suggesting just the 2 of us? Billy nodded. Noticing Veit's hesitation, he whispered, Don't you want to see the starry sky? Veit paused momentarily, then looked at Billy in surprise. Billy wore a proud expression. The starry sky? After all, the knowledge passed down through our bloodline has a significant impact on us young dragons. Moreover, that night you slipped out, it is not difficult to deduce that you possess a peculiar obsession with the starry sky. Upon hearing this, Veit, though taken aback, felt a sense of relaxation wash over his expression. Observing this, Billy's heart swelled with joy as he continued to persuade. Furthermore, we are not truly planning to forego sleep entirely. If we gaze at the sky for a short while, upon our return, you may find that you can drift into slumber without even needing the essence of the domia flower. At this juncture, Veit was intrigued and nodded emphatically. Very well, but you must heed my words. Under no circumstances can we make a sound, and we must not linger on the 9th floor. Billy was elated. Of course, I shall follow your lead. After all, it is my first time. Having reached an agreement, the two dragons cautiously glanced at Celine and the others. Before making their way towards the dragon cave's exit, to avoid waking the other 3 dragons, they refrained from flying and instead tiptoed towards the outside. However, just as they were about to enter the passage, ahem, Veit and Billy froze in place, slowly turning their heads to see 3 pairs of shimmering golden vertical pupils intently fixed upon them. Just as Veit felt a twinge of uncertainty, Billy cautiously inquired, "Together?" With a flurry of flapping wings, Celine and the others positioned themselves in front of Veit and Billy, their expressions laced with reproach. "How could you not call us?" Veit and Billy exchanged an awkward glance. Consequently, their expedition transformed into an outing for 5 dragons. This time, Veit, having matured over the past few days, found his stamina significantly enhanced, enabling him to effortlessly soar through the opening above the academy alongside Celine and the others. They emerged into a volcanic crater, where the edge felt no different from the ground beneath them. Yet, Veit was oblivious to his surroundings, his entire focus captivated by the celestial tapestry adorned with twinkling stars overhead. This was the second occasion he had beheld the starry sky. Chapter 37. In trouble? The night breeze caressed Veit's form, sending a delightful shiver coursing through him. The moon hung large and resplendent, akin to a jade plate, while countless stars coalesced into a shimmering sea of light. In the world his father had bequeathed him, the bright moon and the starry ocean never graced the sky simultaneously. Yet, this realm was evidently different. Veit lay upon the ground, his gaze lifted towards the heavens, his eyes radiating a singular brilliance. Celine took note of this, gently tapping the wings of the others, then gesturing towards the entranced Veit, and pointing into the distance. The 3 dragons, grasping Celine's intent, nodded and quietly made their way towards the far-off horizon. Though they did not fully comprehend what enchantment the sky, adorned with mere embellishments of stars, held that could draw Veit so profoundly, each dragon adhered to their own peculiarities, never dictating the habits of others. Moreover, the starry sky was undeniably beautiful, as the night wind whispered around them, gazing at the celestial expanse and contemplating their aspirations for the future. Celine and her companions reveled in this rare moment. The frustrations of the day, when they could not wield magic, gradually dissipated into the breeze, carried away like whispers in the night. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Celine stifled a yawn, her eyelids beginning to engage in a silent duel. While the others were similarly affected, in truth, Veit had long been aware that Celine and the others had deliberately carved out a space uniquely for him. Thus, while he reveled in the splendor of the starry sky, he also cast intermittent glances towards Celine and her companions. Noticing that several of the dragons were on the verge of tears from fatigue, Veit rose to his feet. "All right, we must return, that if we slumber here, tomorrow we will surely fall prey to winds." Upon hearing this, Celine and the others shook their heads, forcing themselves to awaken. Veit, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile. However, before the smile could fully bloom on his face, it abruptly froze. 1.2.3. Where is Billy? Veit's exclamation jolted Celine and the others fully awake. They exchanged bewildered glances, only then realizing that Billy was missing. A cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Did anyone notice when Billy disappeared? Celine shook her head, then craned her neck, peering around anxiously. Ao and Dinette also shook their heads. They had previously found it peculiar that Billy, who often found himself in troublesome situations, had been so quiet this time, mistakenly believing he had learned his lesson. Now it seemed they had been overly naive. Just as Veit was about to suggest they disperse to search, Celine, who had been scanning the area, suddenly spoke up. "He is over there." Following the direction of Celine's claw, Veit and the others finally spotted Billy, clutching something as he soared towards them from a distance. They were positioned in a circular volcanic crater, and Billy was ascending from the lower edge outside. Perhaps noticing their gaze, Billy waved whatever he was holding, simultaneously quickening his flight. In no time, he was upon the group. "Look, I found something." Originally inclined to lecture him, Celine swallowed the words that had risen to her lips, her attention shifting to the object in Billy's grasp. "Is that a dragon beast?" Billy cast a disdainful glance at Celine. If it were not a member of the dragon clan, it must certainly be a dragon beast, though he was unsure of which type it was. Upon hearing this, Celine seized Billy's dragon horn. "Do you believe I could break it?" Naturally, Billy did not believe this, for although it appeared crystalline, the horn of a crystal dragon was not made of crystal. Its hardness was akin to that of a regular dragon horn, which is the hardest part of a dragon's body. However, he certainly could not voice this thought. Not wanting to appear foolish, Billy hastily begged for mercy, which prompted Celine to relent. The other dragons found the scene amusing, but Veit's gaze remained fixated on the corpse of the dragon beast in Billy's claws. Indeed, this dragon beast was deceased. However, it did not appear to have met its end at Billy's hands. This dragon beast was significantly larger than a Moor's dragon beast, measuring approximately half a meter, with a notably elongated body. Overall, it resembled a wasp from another world. However, it boasted a dragon's head, with sharp, menacing teeth that appeared far more fearsome than those of the Moor's dragon beast. Its 3 pairs of symmetrically arranged limbs ended in pointed tips, resembling daggers, while its tail featured a series of regular circular openings that seemed somewhat incongruous. As if something were missing. Reflecting on the wasps of that world, Veit felt that the missing element was likely a stinger. "Veit, do you recognize this dragon beast?" Billy inquired, noticing Veit's rapt attention. Veit glanced at Billy and shook his head. "I do not. The book I perused earlier today was Encyclopedia of Dragons, not Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts." "What a pity. Had it been the latter, I might have been able to identify it. Regardless, let us not dwell on it. We should return to our slumbers swiftly, lest we all be found in a deep sleep when one arrives tomorrow. In such a scenario, it would be evident to anyone that we had not rested properly overnight." "And what about it?" Billy remarked, lifting the corpse of the dragon beast in his hands. Veit scratched his head. "If your curiosity is insatiable, you may take it back for now. When one comes to seek us tomorrow, you can inquire about it then. As for how we discovered it, simply claim ignorance and say that it was found within the dragon lair upon waking. After all, the previous Moor's dragon beast and the Chocho little dragon were both able to bypass the magical array set at the entrance of the lair. Although this dragon beast is somewhat larger than both the Moor's dragon beast and the Chocho little dragon, it still qualifies as a small dragon beast, so that explanation should suffice." Upon hearing this, Celine and the others had yet to voice any objections, and Billy nodded in agreement. Given that he had stumbled upon it, he naturally harbored curiosity about what kind of dragon beast it was. Celine and the others remained silent, acknowledging the sound reasoning in Veit's words. Thus, Veit and his companions safely returned to the dragon lair with the beast. After such a long ordeal outside, as soon as they lay down, the sound of snoring gradually filled the air. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Veit opened his eyes to find that one had yet to arrive, eliciting a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that upon waking, he would be met with Wintus's furious gaze fixed upon them, but fortunately, that did not occur. With Veit stirring, Celine and the others began to yawn and blink their eyes open. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the direction of the passage. The group paused momentarily before hastily sitting up, exchanging nervous glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Thus, when one entered, she was greeted by the sight of 5 small figures staring at one another in silence. "Ah, you are all awake. You must be hungry." Just as she was speaking, one suddenly noticed the unidentified dragon beast's corpse positioned in the center of the lair. Her pupils dilated sharply, and an overwhelming, terrifying aura erupted from her being. Chapter 38. The sudden onset of war. Feeling the suffocating pressure emanating from Wintus, Veit and the others dared not breathe a word. They had landed themselves in trouble. These 3 words echoed hauntingly in the minds of the 5 small figures. "Where did you find it?" Wince pointed at the corpse of the dragon beast on the ground, his voice low and solemn. Instantly, the gazes of Veit and the others shifted towards Billy. Internally cursing their lack of loyalty, Billy noticed Wince turning his attention in his direction, just as he was about to articulate the prearranged excuse from the previous night. However, upon meeting Wince's penetrating gaze, he found himself involuntarily divulging the entire incident from last evening. After listening intently, Wince cast a sweeping glance at the 5 small ones. "This will be your food for this morning." Remain obediently within the dragon's den and do not venture outside. With that, he tossed down several lumps of meat, both raw and cooked, before turning on his heel to leave. Witnessing this, Wit and his companions dared not utter a word. Not even a breath. It was only once Went's footsteps faded into silence that they collectively exhaled. After exchanging bewildered glances, Wit could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Have we landed ourselves in serious trouble? I have never seen Wentz this furious." Just then, a prolonged, thunderous roar of a dragon resonated from outside, followed by a chorus of dragon roars as if responding to the initial call. Wit and the others exchanged anxious looks. Billy was on the verge of tears. Could this possibly be related to us? No dragon answered. Yet Wit and his companions understood that Billy's assumption was likely correct. After a moment of hesitation, Wit took the lead, soaring towards the entrance of the dragon's den. Seeing this, Celine's expression shifted. "Wait, Wit, you all eat first. I shall go outside and ascertain what is happening." As Wit vanished into the passage, Celine and the others exchanged glances before following suit. "How can we eat now?" "It's impossible to do so." Wentz hastily exited the dragon's den, leaping from the edge of the stone corridor. With a powerful flap of her wings, spanning nearly a kilometer, she stirred up a tempest. Her form soaring out from the opening above. Upon leaving the academy, Wentz continued her ascent into the sky, emitting a mighty roar. Simultaneously, her body began to swell dramatically. In mere seconds, she expanded from 700 or 800 meters to a colossal 1,000 meters, her wings unfurling to blot out the sun. The significance of Wentz's roar was unmistakably clear. War was upon them. Upon hearing Wentz's warning, every dragon within the Desidero lair sprang into action. Massive dragons soared skyward from their nests. And the sight was overwhelming. Definitely more than several hundred dragons. Each of them measured at least 500 meters in length, undoubtedly representing the prime of their age. Among the dark mass of dragons, Wentz was undeniably the most eye-catching, her 1,000-meter frame stretching across the horizon, exuding an immense sense of power. At that moment, a dragon, its 4 limbs firmly planted on the ground, gleamed with a bronze hue. Its diamond-shaped scales reflecting metallic luster, approached Wentz with a powerful flap of its wings. This dragon boasted impressive horns and a large frame comparable to Wentz, its wingspan exceeding its body length by 1.3 times, its scales pronounced and raised, and its tail long and robust. Indeed, it is the brass dragon among the metallic dragons. Wentz, what has transpired that you have issued a war mobilization order? Elbert, it is the embody dragon beast. Upon hearing this, Elbert's pupils constricted sharply, and he raised his neck, bellowing, "Young lads and lasses, disperse at once. The embody dragon beast is about to launch an assault. Should anyone dare to allow even a single embody dragon beast to enter the Warren Great Rift, believe me, I shall make you acquainted with the true meaning of hellish training." At Elbert's words, the recently awakened dragons, still somewhat dazed by the war mobilization order, hurriedly began to find suitable positions. They had no desire to endure Elbert's infernal training, which was far from mere training. It was akin to a descent into the abyss. Moreover, they were all acutely aware of what the embody dragon beast represented. Observing the bustling dragon horde, Elbert turned his gaze toward Wentz. Left or right? Right. With that, Wentz glanced at the Dragon Academy below before soaring towards the right side of the Warren Great Rift. After a strenuous flight, Veit and his companions finally reached the summit of the caldera, only to be awestruck by the sight above. Black, yellow, white, green, and a myriad of other hues, dragons of all kinds soared through the sky, all of them in their prime. Billy swallowed hard, his expression frozen as he gazed skyward. "Is this truly the result of our actions?" Veit hesitated, a look of bewilderment gracing his face. "He seems not. Does it? What are you doing here? Quickly return." Upon hearing a voice from behind, Veit and his companions turned to see a dragon of pure azure, possessing a translucent sheen, gracefully ascending from the caldera. "Boko, what has happened?" Veit inquired, his initial surprise giving way to relief upon recognizing the dragon. Hesitating for a moment, Boko replied with a note of resignation, "It is the war mobilization order. I cannot ascertain the full details, but it is clear that war is upon us. You must hurry back. During wartime, young dragons are likely to become prime targets." Suddenly, a thought struck Billy as he withdrew a corpse from beneath him. What kind of dragon beast is this? To his shock, upon seeing the body at Billy's feet, Boko's expression changed dramatically. Without further ado, he swiftly gathered Veit and the others and took to the skies, descending towards the dragon lair. By the time Veit and his companions realized what was happening, they found themselves standing at the mouth of the lair. Boko, silent, guided them deep into the lair before finally setting down the 5 small ones. Listen carefully. From this moment forth, you are not to step out of the lair unless Whence comes to fetch you. Veit quickly inquired, is this related to the dragon beast we just saw? Boko nodded. That was an embody dragon beast, typically ranging from 1 to 2 meters in size, with various types that form packs and establish their own nests. The corpse we just encountered belonged to the Isu variety, the smallest of the embody dragon beasts, with adults measuring only about half a meter. Most importantly, all embody dragon beasts are notorious as young dragon hunters. Young dragons are considered a delicacy in their diet. Thus, the embody dragon beast is the only creature bold enough to challenge a dragon's nest. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 young dragons immediately darkened. It became clear why both Whence and Bok had insisted that they remain within the dragon's lair upon encountering the corpse of the dragon beast. It seemed that they were the ones being targeted. Chapter 39. A embody dragon beast in the skies above the Warren Great Rift, Whence floated serenely, her magnificent wings occasionally stirring behind her. Suddenly, a radiant gleam flickered in her golden vertical pupils as she fixed her gaze towards the direction of the Isu plane. Whence unleashed a thunderous dragon roar that resonated through the heavens. They are coming. Upon receiving Whence warning, the multitude of dragons soaring above the Warren Great Rift shifted their focus towards the Isu plane. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by an irritating buzzing sound, a colossal mass of dark clouds began to ascend from the horizon of the Isu plane, hurtling directly towards the Warren Great Rift. As the ominous clouds approached, the sunlight illuminating the Isu plane gradually dimmed. Observing the scale of the clouds, Whence pupils slightly constricted. Take heed, it is a medium-sized dragon nest. Meanwhile, upon hearing Whence alert, Elbert roared fiercely, Blizzard, prepare. With Elbert's thunderous command, several dragons commenced a powerful chant. Accompanied by the rhythmic cadences of dragon songs, a series of chilling magical circles began to materialize high above the skies in front of the Warren Great Rift. As the chanting continued, these radiant magical circles expanded in size, swiftly stacking above the region where the Warren Great Rift met the Isu plane. Before the magic was officially unleashed, a thick layer of frost had already formed upon the leaves and grasses below. Venomous swamp. Elbert's voice rang out once more. Another round of deep chanting ensued, akin to divine whispers. Subsequently, a series of green magical circles began to flicker wildly on the ground beneath the blizzard magic circles, each flash leaving behind patches of dark green swamp. The swamp bubbled as if boiling water, releasing faint green gas upon the bursting of its bubbles. In no time, the entire area became enveloped in this verdant mist. While Whence and her companions prepared, the vast, oppressive dark clouds showed no sign of retreat, having already reached the juncture of the Warren Great Rift and the Isu plane. As they drew near, the dragons finally discerned that these were not mere clouds, but rather numerous dragon beasts, each less than half a meter in size. The embody dragon beasts. Upon seeing these creatures, the dragons comprehended the reason behind the mobilization for war. The embody dragon beasts, sworn enemies of the dragon clan. This enmity stemmed from their predatory pursuits, which included young dragons, deemed as the highest tier quarry. Once the embody dragon beasts detected a young dragon, all hunting strategies would revolve around it, and the hunt would cease only when one side was completely annihilated. Blizzard, release. As the swarm of dragon beasts descended upon them, slowed by the toxic fumes of the swamp, Elbert called out once more. As the words fell from the speaker's lips, the magical array high above erupted with a blinding brilliance. Subsequently, a flurry of snowballs, each the size of a human head, plummeted downward. The embody beasts, afflicted by the noxious fumes of the swamp, were rendered incapable of evading the onslaught, and were swiftly crushed into the venomous mire, where they were instantaneously dissolved. Yet, the horde of embody beasts showed no signs of halting. Under such circumstances, dragons soon rushed forth to establish a blockade, but the dragons had already prepared, with one or several dragons assigned to clear designated areas in no time. Those that breached the blockade met their demise under an array of formidable spells. However, as time progressed, both the lethal swamp and the blizzard diminished in intensity, and the number of dragons rushing in continued to swell. dragon breath cleared the field. Toxicity and blizzards momentarily rested, while gravity and earth spikes were strategically deployed. Elbert's command remained unhurried and poised. With each surge of dragon breath exuding various auras, both the incoming and those yet to breach the lines were annihilated beneath the overwhelming might of the dragon's breath. At that moment, Wentz stirred. The gargantuan dragon, towering 1,000 meters, loomed in the sky, unleashing a torrent of crimson lava breath from her maw, causing the very heavens to dim. Then, her breath sliced through the air like a radiant sword, creating a chasm in the offensive of the Abeliong beasts that extended for hundreds of meters. Seizing this opportunity, magical arrays radiating a warm, earthy glow manifested in the sky, replacing the blizzard. As the dragon breath ceased, the dragons preparing to charge the blockade began to descend, as if their wings had been clipped. The prearranged earth spikes emerged time and again, each appearance met with a chorus of anguished cries. Ah, Wentz, you have finally chosen to take action. As I suspected, you have indeed grown considerably stronger. After you cleanse this detritus, we must surely engage in battle. Wentz rolled her eyes. I am not as idle as you, with a multitude of hatchlings awaiting my care. A multitude? Speaking of which, how many have hatched this time? 5. Upon hearing this, Elbert burst into laughter. This is splendid news. I eagerly anticipate their growth. Wentz, too, smiled, responding, they will not disappoint you. They are the future of Desadro. At this, Elbert bellowed, did you hear that? The Academy has welcomed 5 newly hatched little ones. Do not let me down. As his words echoed, a cacophony of dragon roars erupted, even enhancing the potency of the spells being cast. The nests of the Abeliong beasts are categorized into 4 types. Small nests, typically housing around 200 to 300,000 individuals. Medium nests, containing between 1 million to 2 million. Large nests, hosting over 5 million but under 10 million. Nests exceeding 10 million are classified as giant nests. Under normal circumstances, giant Abeliong nests are rare, unless there is an abundance of food in the vicinity. Furthermore, the growth cycle of the Abeliong beasts is remarkably brief. From egg to maturity, they require no more than 3 days. Even a small abyssal dragon nest can be quite a troublesome entity. Boko, while narrating the characteristics of the abyssal dragon to Veit and the others, was flipping through the remnants of the abyssal dragon carcass that had been brought back to the lair. This creature served as their scout. Upon detecting the presence of a hatchling dragon, it would secrete a pheromone that eludes our perception. However, this pheromone can spread at an astonishing speed over hundreds of miles. Do you see the hole on its rear? There should have been a tail spine there, capable of piercing through the scales of a hatchling with ease. Veit gazed curiously at the carcass. More intriguing than that, I wonder how it met its demise. Boko cast a glance at Veit. The abyssal dragon has natural enemies, and as for its nemesis. Chapter 40. Boko is a good dragon. Nemesis? The 5 little ones looked at Boko with curiosity, and Boko, without any intention of withholding information, continued. Indeed, their natural enemy is the ball dragon. The sharpest weapon of the abyssal dragon, its tail spine, proves utterly ineffective against the resilient skin of the ball dragon. Furthermore, the tail spine of the abyssal dragon is one of the favorite delicacies of the ball dragon. The pheromonal signals that we cannot perceive are akin to the aroma of food for the ball dragon. As he spoke, Boko pointed to the carcass on the ground. This abyssal dragon must have been hunted down by the ball dragon after releasing its pheromones. Unfortunately, although the ball dragons are also social creatures, their population is significantly smaller, typically ranging from a mere dozen to a few dozen individuals. Otherwise, the ball dragons would become the nightmare of the abyssal dragons. Just then, a series of dragon roars echoed from outside. Boko raised his gaze to the sky, and the smile on his face vanished. It seems the abyssal dragons have arrived. Let us hope it is not a large nest. Upon hearing this, Veit's expression sharpened. Can Desidero not fend off a large dragon nest? Boko shook his head at this. Of course, we can fend them off. However, the sheer number of individuals in a large nest is overwhelming, making it exceedingly difficult to keep them outside the Warren Rift. If the abyssal dragons penetrate into the depths of the Warren Rift, then this conflict will devolve into a war of attrition, unless we can eliminate every single abyssal dragon that invades the rift while simultaneously dismantling their nest. For, once the dragon mother perishes, any dragon within the group could potentially transform into a new dragon mother. As long as the dragon mother remains alive, their assaults on Desidero will not cease. If a dragon mother is concealed within the Warren Rift, it would spell great trouble. The ecosystem of the rift would suffer a catastrophic blow. Even if we triumph in this war, we would have no choice but to vacate this place. Hearing this, the 5 little ones fell silent. Though they had only recently emerged into the world, they felt an innate affinity for this place, simply because it was their birthplace. The notion of relocating, which had never before crossed their minds, now loomed before them. Sensing the atmosphere was somewhat heavy, Boak chuckled and remarked, "There is no need for undue concern. Large dragon nests are a rarity. Desidero has resided here for over 10 millennia and is well acquainted with the surrounding circumstances. By all accounts, the vicinity of the YS Plains should be devoid of bay dragon nests. The sudden emergence of one can only imply that these dragons are intruders, and their arrival here has been recent. Otherwise, Elbert would have long since led his cadre of young dragons to eradicate the nest. In such circumstances, the assaults we typically face are predominantly from small dragon nests, at most a medium-sized one." With Boak's reassurance, the spirits of Veit and his companions lifted considerably. Their focus shifted from the scale of the dragon nest to other matters. Who was Elbert? As Veit and his companions' attention indeed pivoted towards Elbert, Boak let out a sigh of relief. Elbert is one of the 5 legendary peak dragons of Desidero, whose primary duty involves safeguarding Desidero, which includes conducting regular inspections of the Warren Great Rift. Naturally, this encompasses the discovery and elimination of bay dragon lairs. Additionally, the search for wild dragon eggs falls under his purview. Perhaps one or more of you were personally retrieved by him. Moreover, upon your maturation beyond the juvenile phase, he will take the lead in your training, a period that will span your entire adolescence. Of course, should anyone harbor an interest in the study of potions or magic, they may apply to depart from the Dragon Guardian Corps after reaching their youth phase, thus enjoying the freedom to act independently by that time. You will also earn the right to leave the dragon nest and venture into the world beyond. Upon hearing this, Veit's eyes sparkled with excitement. Compared to the dragon nest, he was far more intrigued by the outside world. He yearned to discover whether this realm truly contained nothing but dragons and dragon beasts. Perhaps, in some hidden corner of the world, wondrous beings such as humans, elves, and dwarves existed, merely regarded as peculiar dragon beasts. The world is vast. Who could say such occurrences are impossible? The other dragons also entertained their own thoughts. However, before they could begin to indulge in dreams of the future, a commotion erupted outside. Veit glanced at Boak, whose gaze was perpetually directed upwards, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Boak, if you wish to venture out and assist, we shall remain here obediently." At this, Boak paused in surprise, then shook his head with a smile. "My task is to protect you. What about the other young dragons?" Boak looked at Veit and couldn't help but laugh. "Surely, you do not believe that this vast academy consists solely of myself and Ventus. In truth, aside from Ventus, who is responsible for instructing the newly hatched young dragons, and myself overseeing potions, there are 2 additional instructors, each specializing in alchemy and magical formations. Furthermore, after I discovered you near the volcanic crater, I cannot possibly believe that you would remain here docilely." Upon hearing this, Veit and Celine exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat awkward. Given their past transgressions, they were indeed unworthy of Boak's trust. With their questions answered, Veit and his companions found themselves with little else to occupy their time, prompting each to engage in their respective training. Certainly, Celine and the others were immersed in the training of their magical abilities, while Veiter was diligently honing his wings. Boko merely lay in silence on the other side of the passage, observing without uttering a word. However, the occasional glimmer of admiration that escaped him clearly indicated his satisfaction with Veiter and his companions' performances. As time gradually passed, the commotion outside began to diminish, a most auspicious sign. By midday, all external noise had ceased altogether. Veiter and the others instinctively turned their gazes toward Boko, who remained with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to their inquisitive stares. It was only when the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside that Boko finally rose. Entering was Wintus, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt upon seeing Wintus. Veiter and his companions redoubled their efforts in training. This amused Wintus, who chuckled lightly. "Thank you, Boko. I trust these little ones have not caused any trouble." Upon hearing this, Veiter and the others perked up their ears. It was well known that Wintus had instructed them to remain in the dragon's lair, yet they had ventured out on their own, only to be brought back by Boko. Naturally, they had been well behaved. With this remark, Boko's favor with the five little ones soared to new heights. Chapter 41. Oh? Boko has departed. He left amidst the grateful gazes of Veit and his friends. However, before their joy could linger, they found themselves under Wintuz's knowing gaze, which bore a hint of amusement. Feeling guilty, Veit instinctively averted his gaze. Observing this, Wintuz could only smile helplessly. After all, her prowess was undeniable. How could she have overlooked the fact that these five little ones had brazenly made their way to the volcano's mouth in her absence? Moreover, they had stood there boldly, as if daring other dragons to miss their presence. Yet, this was merely a trivial matter. What truly alarmed her was another issue altogether. Wintuz directed her attention towards the repeatedly examined corpse of the embody dragon beast. Leaning down, she prodded the body with her claw. Now, let us discuss this. Who initiated this escapade? Faced with Wintuz's serious gaze, Veit and his companions fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, Veit was on the verge of confessing. When Billy, trembling, stepped forward, I simply found it unbearably dull, so I suggested we venture outside. Veit was persuaded by me, and so were Celine and the others. Moreover, I discovered the corpse of the embody dragon beast while wandering about. Upon hearing this, Veit and the others stared at Billy in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Billy would shoulder all the blame. As Wintuz's attention shifted to Billy, Veit and his companions could no longer remain passive. They hastily recounted the events of the previous night. However, just as the dragons awaited Wintuz's judgment, she burst into laughter. I harbor no intentions of reproaching you. On the contrary, I find myself relieved. Fortunately, you discovered this corpse in advance. Otherwise, had the embody dragon beast attacked before we could react, it would have been too late. The embody dragon beast targets extend beyond mere juvenile dragons. They also include dragon eggs. Upon hearing these words, Veit and his companions immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The five little ones exchanged glances, their faces gradually brightening with a hint of joy. They had not caused any trouble. On the contrary, they could barely be considered heroes. However, observing the tense expressions of Veit and his friends once more, Wince extended a claw and gently tapped each of them on the head. Yet, this did not imply that their nocturnal escapades and reckless frolicking were to be encouraged. Thus, they would spend the entirety of the following day in the library. As for the nature of the punishment, they would learn of it tomorrow. Wit's heart stirred. If there was a punishment, then surely there would also be a reward. Wince glanced at Veit and nodded with a smile that of course, there would be a reward, but given your current circumstances, it would be unattainable. Once you have emerged from your juvenile dragon phase, the reward will be duly bestowed upon you. Now, let us not dwell on such matters and commence today's lesson. With that, Wince rose, gesturing for Veit and the others to approach her claws. The embody beast had indeed arrived, yet Wince refrained from disclosing its meaning to Veit and the others, as this was not a concern for the young dragons. Upon hearing this, the spirits of the other dragons, save for Veit, immediately drooped, for their magical training had yet to yield any results, due to the incursion of the embody beast. The second magic class was truncated to a mere half-day. After half a day's practice, Celine and her companions had made little progress, still unable to successfully cast their spells. Only Veit had successfully identified the third node. However, this did not imply that Weit's magical talent surpassed that of Celine and the others. He merely benefited from the pronounced feedback resulting from the disruption of node formation, enabling him to more easily ascertain the correct position of the nodes. After hearing Weit's explanation, Celine and her companions managed to reluctantly regain a semblance of confidence. Nevertheless, today's magical practice had come to an end. They could only place their hopes on the next magic class, while tomorrow loomed with the uncertainty of impending punishment. Upon returning to the dragon's den, after a day of tumult, Celine and her companions quickly succumbed to slumber. Following dinner, Veit had initially intended to take the juice of the Dormia flower and enjoy a restful sleep. However, upon recalling the resplendence of the starry sky he had witnessed the previous night, he hesitated. Standing atop the crystal jar, Veit cast a glance at the raucous Billy. A brief delay in sleep should pose no issue. I shall merely gaze for a few minutes. Just a few minutes. With this thought, Veit ultimately succumbed to temptation. Departing the dragon's den, he soared towards the exit above. This time, Celine and her companions were truly fast asleep, failing to stir as Veit emerged. The starry sky remained breathtakingly beautiful, and today's celestial display was not entirely akin to yesterday's. However, after a brief period of gazing, Wit ultimately resolved to resist the allure of lingering just a little longer, preparing to return to slumber. But at that moment, a faint sound reached Wit's ears. He froze for a moment, and then his expression gradually grew serious. Could it be another incursion by the Abeliong beast? With that thought in mind, Wit cautiously made his way toward the source of the sound. The volcano's mouth was a circular rocky platform. Following the noise, Wit arrived at the outskirts of the platform and then looked down. As a being at the pinnacle of the food chain in this world, the dragon's vision was unparalleled. Even under the cover of night, the scene below was vividly etched in Wit's mind. He was soon taken aback. Ah? The golden dragon scales glimmered conspicuously in the night, radiating a metallic sheen. This was a characteristic of the metallic dragon, the golden dragon. Other dragons, even if their scales were of the same golden hue, did not possess such a metallic luster. As for the size, it was slightly smaller than his. But it was indeed however. Wasn't supposed to be sleeping in the dragon's lair? With this thought, Wit found himself in a quandary. Should he return to the lair to confirm whether was indeed sleeping? Or should he follow and see what the other dragon was up to? From above, it appeared to be a steep rocky slope. At that moment, had already reached the bottom of the slope and was quickly making his way into the woods beside the volcano. Seeing this, Wit disregarded whether it was truly and directly flew down. Descending from above was relatively easy for Wit. However, the volcano, repurposed as an academy, was immensely vast. By the time Wit reached the base of the volcano, the other dragon had long vanished from sight. While Wit pondered, a searing breath suddenly surged from the forest towards him. Yet, it was evident that the assailant had only recently learned this skill. Wit remained still, and the molten breath landed several meters away on a rock. Then, a golden figure, emanating a metallic sheen, emerged slowly from the woods, bearing an expression of haughty pride indistinguishable from Os. However, Wit was merely face-blind, not blind altogether. He could see the wariness and curiosity in the other dragon's eyes as it beheld an unfamiliar dragon. This was certainly not Chapter 42. Newly hatched whelps. You are not alone. Who are you? Wit questioned cautiously, spreading his wings, tensing his limbs, while his tail flicked restlessly, creating a genuine sound of wind. And who might you be? Why are you following me? At this, Wit was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the other dragon with a strange expression. The voice emanating from the creature was crisp, akin to birdsong, revealing it to be a female dragon, yet adorned with the appearance of awe. Speaking in such a manner stirred a peculiar sensation within Wit's heart. I am speaking to you. The impatience in her voice had grown more pronounced. Observing her eager demeanor, Wit quickly focused his attention. My name is Wit, a freshman at the Dragon Academy. Wit, is it? I shall remember you. Upon finishing her sentence, the golden dragon did not lunge toward him as Wit had anticipated. Instead, she dove into the nearby thicket. By the time Wit reacted and rushed over to investigate, she had already vanished without a trace. Scratching his head, Wit's claws scraped against his scales, sparking a few embers. Realizing this, he quickly halted, mindful of the dry grass nearby. His escapade during the night was already quite audacious. Should he dare to ignite this place and draw Wentz out, it would undoubtedly invoke the latter's wrath. Recalling the oppressive aura that Wentz had exuded that very morning, which had nearly rendered him breathless, Veit's complexion shifted. Without delay, he hastened towards the sloping volcanic terrain nearby. He gazed upon the towering heights that seemed endless to him. A grimace spread across Veit's face. Descending had been effortless, but ascending from below promised to be utterly exhausting. Nevertheless, even if it were to be the death of him, he resolved to perish within the dragon's lair, never to linger outside overnight. With this thought, Veit clenched his teeth and soared upward. The golden figure darted through the woods, weaving chaotically, occasionally illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the trees, reflecting a metallic sheen. It was none other than the little golden dragon who had just evaded Veit. Suddenly, her expression shifted, her eyes whirling before she obediently halted in place. Then, a colossal silhouette descended from above, causing the surrounding trees to creak ominously. Under the moonlight, this figure shimmered with a golden metallic luster. Isha, you are being mischievous again. As the words were spoken, a gigantic claw came to rest beside the little golden dragon. Hearing this, the little dragon chuckled awkwardly. The dragon lair is dreadfully dull. If I remain inside, I shall go mad. Shall I escort you to the academy? Upon hearing this, Isha hesitated for a moment. Perhaps not. I just encountered a silver dragon of similar size, who happens to be a resident of the academy. If he is out at this late hour, it only signifies that the academy is equally tedious. Is that so? How unusual. If memory serves, Headmaster Wentz is quite strict. I certainly wouldn't have dared to sneak out back in my day. That's because you were timid. The moment your mother spoke, you? Veit could not quite recall how he returned to the dragon's lair, but he was acutely aware that he had slept soundly. When he next opened his eyes, a colossal eye startled him thoroughly. It was Wentz. What a fright! As he observed the immense eye gradually retreating and discerned its owner's identity, Veit could not help but mutter softly in complaint. Upon hearing this, Wentz regarded Veit with a bemused expression. You dare to complain? Did you not venture out last night? At this, Veit felt a tightening in his chest. He scratched his head sheepishly and stammered. No, how could that be? I merely accidentally consumed a bit too much of the domia flower's nectar. Is that so? Then I presume the nectar you partook of last night was freshly picked. As Wentz teased him, Veit sensed impending trouble, glancing towards Celine and the others, only to find them stifling laughter. Their gazes fixated on his tail. Wait, his tail? Veit turned to inspect it, discovering fragments of green leaves lodged between the scales. After a moment of silence, Veit looked up at Wentz. Wentz, I believe I can explain. Wentz, clearly amused, regarded Veit with a twinkle in his eye. The absence of any greenery within the academy. I am most curious to hear what kind of explanation you can provide. Upon hearing this, Veiter lowered his head. Well, I did go out, but only for a brief moment. The reason I got these things on me is that I spotted a golden dragon. I mistook her for Ao and chased after her. As Veiter spoke, Celine and the others began to scrutinize Ao up and down. Ao, feeling somewhat embarrassed under their gaze, tucked her tail away before responding. I went to bed quite early last night. How could it possibly be me? Veiter hastily clarified. It is indeed not Ao. She is a female dragon, but looks exactly like Ao. I initially mistook her for Ao because she was at a considerable distance. Celine and the others paused, recalling Veiter's little quirk. However, the fact that he could make such a mistake indicated that the small dragon size must be quite similar to Ao's. Yet, weren't there only the 5 newly hatched dragonlings in the academy? At this moment, Wentz spoke up. You must be referring to Isha. She is a golden dragon born around the same time as you. Seeing the 5 little ones gazing at her with confusion, Wentz hesitated before explaining, not all dragonlings come to the academy. Dio, you remember what I mentioned before? Your dragon eggs were retrieved from outside the dragon's nest, but the great dragons residing in the nest also have their own offspring, and they tend to their eggs themselves. Only a small fraction of those born will be sent to the academy. Upon hearing Wentz's words, Veiter and the others visibly sank in spirits. Wentz's message was unmistakably clear. They were all children without parental care. Realizing this, Wentz felt a twinge of helplessness. It was precisely for this reason that she had hesitated earlier. However, Veiter and the others had the right to know. Now, why the long faces? You still have me. Besides, hurry up and eat. Do not think that by displaying such expressions you can escape today's punishment. Especially you, Veiter, who ran out again last night. Therefore, today's punishment will be doubled for you. Wentz's words lightened the mood of Veiter and the others, particularly Veiter, who, upon hearing that his punishment would be doubled, found little inclination to ponder why his parents had abandoned him. Could you give us a hint about what our punishment entails? Copying texts. Adopt the Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts. Perhaps, Veiter, you must copy it twice. Chapter 43. In the blink of an eye, 2 years pass. A single day was evidently insufficient for the 5 little ones to finish copying a tome far larger than themselves. Thus, copying text became a prolonged punishment. For Veiter, the task would take even longer, as he was required to duplicate it twice. Yet, that was not the most significant aspect. For dragons, copying text was not merely a matter of wielding a pen and scribbling on paper. What Wentz had prepared for Veiter and the others were massive blank tomes made of metal. They would need to use their own claws to etch each character into the hard metal pages. As the day drew to a close, Veit and his companions could only clutch their swollen and tender claws, swiftly succumbing to sleep under the weight of exhaustion. Yet, even in slumber, their claws continued to tremble incessantly. Winter's admonitions were no jest. This was indeed a form of punishment. Fortunately, Veit and his comrades were in a phase of rapid growth. No matter how severe their injuries, a single night of restorative slumber accompanied by the replenishment of energy, guaranteed their complete recovery. Moreover, they discovered that after enduring injuries and the subsequent healing process, their claws were far sharper than the day before. When Veit inquired of Winter whether this was intentional, she merely smiled and said nothing. However, to Veit and his companions, her silence spoke volumes, leading them to harbor fewer grievances regarding the punishment of transcribing texts, though this sentiment lasted only until the second instance of the task. As time passed, Veit and his companions gradually established a routine. Eating, practicing magic, sleeping, eating, and transcribing texts. Veit's only additional activity was partaking in dinner. If there were any notable events, it would be during their fourth lesson, when Selene successfully cast her first spell, the Light Arrow. Inspired by Selene, that same day, Ao also completed his inaugural spell, the Fireball. Subsequently, in the next magic lesson, Dinah and Billy followed suit, each mastering their own spells in turn. Naturally, Veit maintained the swiftest progress. He had long since accurately identified the 4 elemental nodes of the Fireball spell. After Billy successfully conjured his Fireball, Winter joyfully announced that Veit and his peers had officially embarked on their magical education. And then life returned to its monotonous routine. The only difference was that, as time passed and they matured, the duration of their structured existence expanded. Their sleep grew longer, their appetites increased, and the time devoted to practicing magic diminished. Unbeknownst to all the dragons, including Winter, the punishment of transcribing texts gradually faded from memory. Winter was not at all surprised by this transformation. She understood it to be a normal phenomenon in the growth of young dragons. Finally, one day, a year after Veit and his companions had hatched, Winter entered the dragon lair as usual, laden with a bounty of meat, only to find not 5 young dragons, but 5 glowing cocoons of elemental light. Winter smiled. Silently, she retreated from the lair, knowing that for the coming year, Veit and his companions would no longer awaken. Time would not stand still for their slumber. It continued to progress, as always, in accordance with some perhaps existent, perhaps non-existent rhythm. Within the lair, the glowing cocoons gradually expanded with the passage of time, though the brilliance contained within them dimmed increasingly at last. A delicate sound shattered the year-long silence of the lair. A fissure appeared in one of the glowing cocoons, widening steadily until, with a sudden force, the cocoon shattered, revealing 2 milky white dragon wings that unfurled gently before stirring slightly. Selene opened her eyes, gazing around in a state of bewilderment. She was unaware of how long she had been asleep, yet she felt that this slumber had been exceptionally comfortable. After a brief moment, Selene was thoroughly awakened, and it was then that she noticed the 4 other luminous cocoons within the dragon's lair. Initially taken aback, she soon attempted to rise. However, her attention was quickly diverted by another matter: her own body. As she began to move, a sense of unprecedented weight enveloped her, but it dissipated swiftly, although it continued to captivate Selene's focus. She then beheld a dragon form that was entirely different from what she had seen before sleeping. The color of her body remained unchanged, yet her scales appeared significantly thicker, and her claws were sharper, effortlessly leaving white marks upon the rocky ground, something that had been impossible before. The entire academy was safeguarded by a geomantic magic array. Otherwise, the mischievous young dragons would have attempted to wreak havoc on anything visible to the naked eye. Although astonished by the newfound strength of her claws after waking, Selene's attention was soon drawn to another object: the crystal jar that Veit had used to contain the juice of the domia flower. Of course, the jar itself was not the focal point. Rather, it was her realization that the jar seemed to have shrunk considerably. No. It must be that she had grown larger. With this thought, Selene excitedly measured herself and quickly arrived at a conclusion. Her tail measured 5 meters. The defining characteristic of a dragon's physique is that the length of the tail is roughly equivalent to that of the body. Even if there were some discrepancies, they would not be significant. Thus, her current body length was 0.5 meters. Just as Selene was astonished by her growth, a familiar voice suddenly resonated. "Selene, you are indeed the first to awaken. Are you hungry? Here is the food prepared for you." Upon seeing Winter enter, Selene was about to inquire about something, but her gaze was swiftly captured by the meat he produced. As if she had been starving for a year, Selene dashed towards the meat, ravenously tearing and swallowing it. Indeed, this was the reality. Winter watched her voracious consumption with a smile in his eyes. "Eat slowly. There is plenty of food." After a moment of gluttony, Celine managed to suppress her hunger, regaining her composure and adopting a more graceful demeanor, though her pace remained swift. "Vinter, what has happened to me?" Vinter replied with a chuckle. "You have been in slumber for an entire year. Naturally, your size would increase significantly." It was then that Celine recalled the growth patterns of young dragons that Vinter and Veit had mentioned. This thought suddenly filled her with anxiety. "Vinter, is my size normal?" "Of course, your size is perfectly normal, even larger than that of many dragons of your age group." And no sooner had he spoken than a faint cracking sound echoed. The noise was subtle, yet it captured the attention of both Vinter and Celine. However, when the luminous cocoon shattered, Celine gazed at Vinter with a dazed expression, her eyes filled with a sense of betrayal. "If I am normal, then why is he so large?" Chapter 44. The Emergence of Talent. The second to awaken was neither Ao, nor Dinah, or Billy, but Veit. Upon awakening from slumber, Veit exhibited behavior akin to that of Celine. However, a ravenous hunger gripped him, a gnawing sensation in his stomach that felt almost violent. Thus, when the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, his eyes remained shut, yet his limbs sprang into action. The dragon, akin to a swift fish, darted towards Celine with remarkable speed. His substantial form inadvertently pushed her aside, and without opening his eyes, he began to devour the feast voraciously. Celine attempted to resist, but Veit swiftly extended a claw, pressing her head firmly to the ground, rendering her immobile. Veit observed in astonishment, marveling at Veit's growth, which had far surpassed her expectations. Celine's body measured around 5 meters in length, excluding her tail, and more accurately, she was about 6 meters long, confirming her assertion of being larger than a typical young dragon of her age. In stark contrast, Veit's dragon form reached an astonishing 8 meters. This was hardly the stature of a mere 2-year-old dragon. The growth patterns among dragons are notably systematic. During the initial 2 years of life, they experience rapid development, after which their growth rate slows, entering a phase of accumulation. In the ensuing 90 years, the physical transformation of a young dragon is minimal, typically reaching a maximum length of around 10 meters. Celine's size was indeed remarkable. Ordinarily, a dragon in its 20s would possess such dimensions. However, Veit's size was even more exaggerated. An 8-meter-long young dragon would typically be over 60 years old, yet he had achieved this at merely 2. As Veit gazed in a daze at Veit's imposing frame, Celine's fury finally erupted. A string of intricate draconic incantations tumbled forth, albeit somewhat garbled, yet she had evidently acquired a degree of proficiency in the magic. Despite the incantation's lack of clarity, a thin, razor-sharp blade of light materialized upon her claws. By the time Veit comprehended the situation, Celine's claws had already descended upon Veit. However, after enduring Celine's furious strike, Veit merely swayed slightly, his ravenous consumption undeterred. In fact, Celine failed to leave even a scratch upon his scales. Fortunately, as Veit momentarily lost his balance, Celine managed to extricate her head from beneath his claws. With Celine, now seething with rage, poised to strike again, Veit promptly intervened. "Enough, enough. He did not intend to steal your meal. Look, he hasn't even opened his eyes." Upon hearing Veit's words, Celine finally noticed that Veit's eyes remained shut. After a moment's hesitation, driven by the pride inherent in dragons, she refrained from attacking the still slumbering Veit, though her inner fury was not so easily quelled. After all, she had just suffered the humiliation of having her head pressed to the ground by him. Veit, witnessing her wrath, let out a resigned sigh. He retrieved some meat and placed it before Celine, hoping to soothe her ire, for he believed that currently, Celine would stand little chance against Veit. During the juvenile dragon phase, the level of magic is not particularly high, and the physical prowess can directly determine the strength of a young dragon. Just like the luminous blade of magic that recently struck Veit, it left not even a trace upon him. This exemplifies the overwhelming advantage of physical quality. Gazing at the meat placed before her, Celine hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, hunger triumphed over her reluctance. However, she evidently envisioned the meat before her as Veit, and when she bit into it, she did so with remarkable force. Yet, it soon became apparent to Celine that her anger had perhaps been premature. Veit consumed his meal with astonishing speed. By the time he finished, Winters had not even had the chance to place new food in front of him before he once again pushed past Celine. Seizing her food, Celine stood frozen for quite some time, and finally, Upon regaining her composure, she erupted. She dashed to Veit's rear, grasped his tail, and delivered a fierce strike. However, when she prepared to deliver a second blow, she found herself unable to budge him, and suddenly felt herself being lifted into the air. When she finally regained her senses, Selene was met with a pair of bewildered golden vertical pupils. "Selene, what are you doing holding my tail? What are you doing?" "What?" This phrase echoed incessantly in Selene's mind, until her pupils constricted sharply, and with a gaping maw, she bit down hard on Veit's tail. This was followed by a wail, not from Veit, but from Selene. Selene covered her mouth, glaring furiously at the still bewildered Veit, who had yet to comprehend what had transpired. How infuriating! As Selene attempted to bite Veit's tail, Winters could only close his eyes in pity. In the face of such overwhelming physical superiority, the consequences of such actions were all too predictable. Fortunately, this incident allowed Selene to finally recognize the disparity between them, and she refrained from further aggression. And what of Veit? Gazing at Selene, who glared at him with a fierce countenance, he looked quizzically at Winters. Noticing Veit's gaze, Winters let out a resigned sigh. "You just snatched Selene's food." Twice. Upon hearing this, Veit finally grasped some of the current situation and awkwardly turned his attention to Selene. I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional." As he spoke, the gradually awakening Veit noticed the size difference between himself and Selene, prompting him to blurt out instinctively, "Selene, why do you seem smaller?" Selene's expression froze, and the ancient language once again reverberated within the dragon's lair. Seeing this, Veit swiftly darted to the safety of Winter's feet. "Calm down, Selene. If I've said something wrong, just tell me. Can we please refrain from using magic?" With Veit hiding behind Winters, Selene reluctantly halted her incantation, shot him a fierce glare, and resumed her meal. Observing this, Veit exhaled in relief. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously approached a short distance from Selene, relieved to find her merely glaring at him, allowing him to fully relax. Then, Veit looked up at Winters, his eyes brimming with confusion. Wentz, however, once again retrieved a substantial piece of meat and placed it before Veit. "Feel free to eat while we converse," she said. Subsequently, she elucidated the current circumstances to Veit. Upon grasping the situation, Veit cast a glance at Selene, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nonetheless, Selene was evidently in a foul mood, and it would be prudent to wait until her temper had cooled before offering any apologies. He then resumed his meal. Despite having pilfered food from Selene on 2 occasions, he still felt as though his body had been hollowed out, with hunger gnawing at his stomach like a knife. Just then, a faint cracking sound echoed once more. Chapter 45. You may now depart. Within the dragon's lair, the 5 young dragons, having feasted to their fill, lay sprawled on the ground, resting. However, Veit felt quite uncomfortable, as Selene and the others frequently directed their gazes, whether intentionally or not, upon him. It was unavoidable. Before their slumber, their sizes had been relatively comparable, but upon awakening, Veit had noticeably outgrown them. The 5 hatchlings, born simultaneously, had, 2 years later, developed into 3 distinct tiers. Veit, the largest, measured 8 meters in length, placing him in the first tier. Selene followed at 6 meters, belonging to the second tier, while Ao, Billy, and Dinette, though larger than the average 2-year-old hatchlings at over 5 meters, had yet to reach 6 meters, categorizing them into the third tier. Enough of staring at Veit. He is unlike any of you. Finally, Wentz, who had just stepped out, returned once more, observing the scene within the lair. Her tone bore a hint of exasperation. She then turned her attention to Veit. "Do not fret, Veit. Boko has already conducted a thorough examination, and your development is progressing without issue. The reason for your significantly larger stature compared to Selene and the others lies within your bloodline. Presumably, it is the potency of your father's lineage manifesting itself. Moreover, while your father's bloodline is formidable, it still belongs to the dragon clan. Thus, your development adheres to the growth patterns typical of dragons. However, this does not come without its complications. The strength of your bloodline has elevated the physical limits of your body, necessitating an increased energy intake during your growth. Should there be an insufficiency of energy, your physical development may stagnate. Therefore, Veit, should you feel hunger, do not hesitate or fear inconveniencing me. Simply inform me, as this is crucial for your healthy growth." In response, Veit nodded gratefully. "I understand. Thank you, Wentz." Wentz smiled and shook her head. "This is my duty. Ensuring the healthy development of every young dragon is my responsibility. Pausing briefly, Went surveyed the assembled dragons. Additionally, there is another announcement. Henceforth, you will be introduced to 3 new subjects: potions, alchemy, and magical arrays. In addition to my magic class, you shall be required to study 4 subjects concurrently. Each class will span an entire day without breaks. Thus, your schedule will transition from 1 day of classes followed by a day of rest to 4 days of study followed by 2 days of respite. Furthermore, Veit, you need not worry about keeping pace with the other 3 subjects. Within the lineage of blood, the most prevalent knowledge passed down pertains to the great dragons and their draconic beasts, followed closely by the arcane arts. Beyond that, other forms of knowledge are merely mentioned in passing. Thus, in the subjects of potions, alchemy, and magical formations, you shall all commence from the same starting line. Upon hearing this, Wit paused momentarily, then inquired with a hint of confusion, "If I recall correctly, Winterth, among the few tomes you recommended, there exists one titled Comprehensive Guide to Potions and another named A Few Matters Regarding Magical Formations. Were these not selected to compensate for my lack of a bloodline inheritance?" Winterth chuckled. "Certainly not. Initially, I was troubled by how you ought to approach learning magic, and I even overlooked the method of mental magic. Therefore, these 2 books were chosen to provide you with additional avenues to comprehend magic, particularly through magical formations. The essence of magical formations is intricately linked to magic itself. The principles of most advanced magical formations stem from utilizing magic crystals, which replace the magical nodes that coalesce during the casting of high-tier spells. Thus, learning magic through formations is indeed a commendable approach. As for potions, Wit, potions are a double-edged sword. When wielded wisely, they can significantly enhance your power, yet misused, they may jeopardize your future. However, it appears that your prospects are far broader than I initially envisioned, rendering the aid of potions unnecessary. Listening to Winterth's words, Wit felt a profound sense of gratitude swell within him. The endeavors Winterth undertook on his behalf far exceeded what he was aware of. Now, let us address the second matter. Having navigated through the most vulnerable 2 years, you are now equipped to formally integrate into the Dragon Academy. From this day forth, you may pursue any endeavors you desire, including leaving the academy. However, do not indulge to the extent that you forget your studies. By the way, today and tomorrow, you may take the opportunity to rest. Your academic journey will officially commence the day after tomorrow." With that, Winterth smiled and gestured towards the outside before departing. Once Winterth exited, the dragon den erupted with excitement. Billy flapped his wings, his 4 legs moving with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Wit. "Did you hear that, Wit? We can go out." Observing Billy's exuberance, Wit felt somewhat resigned. Unbeknownst to them, the 5 had grown exceedingly close, and Billy was always eager to drag Wit along on outdoor adventures. Indeed, in their eyes, the act of stargazing at the volcano during the night was deemed an adventure. After all, they had faced quite a few admonishments from Winterth for such escapades. As for Celine and the others, they participated only occasionally. All right, I heard you. However, even though we can venture outside, there is one thing I must clarify beforehand. If you encounter anything unfamiliar, do not put it in your mouth." Wit's words resonated with the others, who nodded in agreement. Billy, being rather timid, would scurry behind the other dragons at the slightest rustle of the wind. Yet, in certain aspects, his audacity was considerable. He would attempt to place anything unfamiliar into his mouth. Due to this peculiar habit, he had caused quite a few incidents. Upon hearing Veit's reminder, Billy's face flushed with embarrassment. He was aware that such behavior was inappropriate, yet changing a habit is no simple endeavor. "Come on, let us venture outside. This is our first time departing the dragon's lair during the day without the company of Winter." Upon hearing Billy's words, the other dragons were stirred with interest. After a moment's hesitation, they all agreed. Entering the passage, Billy continued to murmur about which direction to explore after leaving the academy, while Ao and Dinah would occasionally chime in. Veit lingered at the rear. Casting a glance at Celine in the distance, he hesitated briefly before approaching her. "I apologize for what happened earlier. I truly did not mean to." Upon hearing this, Celine turned to regard Veit, somewhat surprised. Once she regained her composure, she recognized that the incident was not entirely Veit's fault, so she chose not to dwell on it further. Now, with Veit approaching to apologize, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "It's all right. I was at fault as well." Upon hearing this, the weight on Veit's heart finally lifted. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to care for these 4 companions, cherishing the bonds between them. Winter had been right. Dragons are solitary warriors, yet they do not relish solitude. Chapter 46. They have emerged, and yet they have returned. Reconciled with Celine, Veit's spirits lifted considerably. Listening to Billy's speculations about the outside world, Veit found himself eager to join in. Indeed, since their birth, they had only ventured out once, the day after, while learning to breathe fire, and even then, they were restricted to 100 meters from winter. Now, having finally gained the freedom to come and go from the academy, they were naturally filled with anticipation for the outside world. As they gazed at the increasingly bright exit of the dragon's lair, Veit and the others paused their conversation. They had certainly been outside during the day. However, this was the first time they were stepping out alone without Winter's company. Yet, as they approached the exit of the lair, their steps slowed considerably. This was due to the pairs of gleaming golden vertical pupils outside. Eagerly fixated on them, they hovered in the air, leaned against stone pillars, stood at the edges of the stone corridor, or clung to the mouth of the cave. Their positions varied, yet their gazes were unified. A multitude of dragons of all shapes and sizes surrounded them. As Veit and his companions found themselves intimidated into halting their advance, faint whispers began to circulate. "Look, they've stopped. Such timid creatures. Hey, did you not notice that giant? He is even larger than I am. And that pale little fellow, he is not small either. Hey, 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 don't be like that. You'll frighten them. What constitutes a giant dragon? 100 pounds of mass, 50 pounds of pride, 49 pounds of glory, and the remaining 1 pound for everything else. How could Veit and his companions possibly withstand the remarks of these creatures outside? What do they mean by they have stopped? What does it mean to be timid? What does it mean to be afraid?" The 5 dragons exchanged a glance and subsequently stepped out of their lair in unison. They have emerged. The collective roar of the dragons outside startled Veit and his companions, causing them to hastily retreat. They have re-entered. A quiet murmur of confusion arose from someone, but when it comes to dragons, one can never expect their whispers to be particularly soft. Thus, Veit and his companions exchanged awkward glances, their tails restlessly swaying behind them, utterly embarrassed by their cowardice. However, just as they gathered their resolve to venture forth, they discovered that the dragons had already departed. "I shall challenge them." As they beheld the dragons descending towards the plaza below, Ao could not contain his voice. The golden dragon was prouder than the others. He could not tolerate the slander directed at him by these dragons outside. He had not been frightened, but merely surprised. Yes, just surprised. As Ao prepared to charge down, Veit quickly grasped his tail, and with a resounding thud, Ao toppled to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Veit, as if jolted by electricity, hastily released Ao's tail. Ao slowly turned his head, gazing at Veit with a mix of shame and anger, and then smack! Celine delivered a swift slap to Ao's head. "Are you foolish? Though their size may not differ greatly from ours, they possess far more combat experience than we do, accrued over time. Come, our goal today is not to engage them in battle." With that, Celine soared towards the volcanic cave above. Ao rubbed his head and shot Veit a glare. "You mustn't pull my tail again." With that, he chased after Celine. Veit scratched his head, called out to Billy and Dinah, and the 3 dragons followed suit. Naturally, they also noticed that the smaller dragons in the plaza below had their attention fixated on them. Yet they remained oblivious as to why they had not pursued. By the way, why did they disperse just now? Veit glanced down, perplexed. Celine also cast a glance below. Who knows? Unbeknownst to them, on the stone corridor below, Winters watched them depart with a smile in his eyes. Woo-hoo! Finally out. A figure shot forth from the volcano's mouth, shouting exuberantly while flapping its wings, a faint rosy glow enveloping its body, allowing it to effortlessly execute various aerial maneuvers. Following closely were 4 young dragons emerging from the volcano, pursuing the initial figure. Veit had never slackened in his flying practice. At this moment, aside from the lack of elemental power supporting his body while in flight, his flying skills were nearly on par with Celine and the others. Of course, even though his physical strength far surpassed that of Celine, he still could not match her in endurance during prolonged flights. There was no helping it. His flying relied solely on the power of his wings. Yet, through extensive training, he had already outstripped an ordinary silver dragon in terms of wing strength. Typically, an ordinary silver dragon's wingspan, when fully extended, is 1.6 times its body length, excluding the tail, and this was the measurement when Veit was born. However, the current length of his outstretched wings has already surpassed twice his body length. Such a measurement is rather uncommon among dragons, as only the elemental dragons possess wings that extend to more than twice their body length. After a spirited aerial chase and playful antics, Veit felt a significant drain on his stamina and gradually reduced his speed, intending to rest in the forest below. Observing this, Selene and the others also slowed down, following Veit as they descended. This warmed Veit's heart. He was well aware that Selene and the others were merely looking out for him, considering they hadn't flown for long, and their elemental reserves were surely sufficient. However, what about Billy? Upon hearing Veit's words, Selene and the others exchanged glances, subsequently realizing that one dragon was missing. At that moment, a strange cry echoed from a distance, eliciting exasperation from the assembled dragons. "You all go ahead and rest below. I will retrieve him." With that, Selene turned and soared back into the heights, vanishing from Veit and the other's sight in the blink of an eye. The three dragons exchanged knowing looks before continuing their descent. As they navigated through the dense foliage, a picturesque scene unfolded before them. The crystal-clear river flowed serenely, its banks adorned with vividly colored and oddly shaped flowers and grasses. A few small, round dragons frolicked near the bushes, their curiosity piqued by the commotion caused by Veit and his companions. Upon recognizing the dragons, they resumed their playful antics, seemingly unfazed. Spotting the river, Veit's eyes sparkled with delight, and he hastened towards it, diving headfirst into the cool waters. After soaring at such high speeds, his dragon body was exceedingly warm, and upon plunging into the water, it resembled a red-hot iron falling into a pool, accompanied by a sizzling sound as steam rose from the surface. The sudden chill elicited an involuntary gasp from Veit, who then joyfully began to swim. It is worth mentioning that silver dragons have an affinity for water. Chapter 47. Oh, can't swim. Silver dragons adore water, and within Veit flows at least a quarter of silver dragon blood. His mother does not appear to be a typical silver dragon either. Nevertheless, Veit seems to have inherited this particular fondness for water. Care to join me? After a swift dive, Veit burst forth from the water's surface, spraying a jet of water onto the approaching Ao and Dinit. Ao reacted swiftly, and being a gold dragon, he preferred drier environments. Thus, he timely shielded himself with his wings as the splashes approached. With a face of distaste, he summoned the fire elements within him to evaporate the water clinging to his wings. He then retreated a few steps, eyeing Veit warily. "If you splash me again, I shall duel you." Veit cast a regretful glance at Ao before shifting his gaze to Dinit. Dinit, however, seemed unconcerned, allowing the droplets to cascade over him. Green dragons favor misty jungles or toxic swamps, both of which are characteristically damp, so the green dragon did not harbor any aversion to water. Noticing Veit's eager expression, Dinit smiled gently, then surged forward, leaping into the water with fluidity and grace, his streamlined form gliding through the water like a fish. The silver dragon simply has an affinity for water, while the green dragon revels in the marshes. When it comes to physical structure, it is the green dragon that exhibits greater agility in the water. Moreover, Veit himself is already quite distinct from the silver dragon, particularly with the large pair of wings that, when submerged, serve only as a hindrance. Thus, after a fierce aquatic skirmish, Veit finds himself in a desperate retreat from the nimble onslaught of Dinit. He cannot escape. On the shore, watching Veit and Dinit frolicking in the water, Ao's eyes glimmer with envy. He longs to join in the merriment. However, as he gazes into the river, hesitation creeps in. He truly despises water. Beneath the surface, Veit observes Ao's conflicted expression, gestures towards Dinit, then points at Ao, before diving deeper into the water. Dinit, momentarily taken aback, soon brightens and follows suit. On the bank, Ao wrestles with his indecision, ultimately choosing to heed his instincts, casting a disdainful glance at the river. What is so amusing about splashing water at each other? Just as this thought crosses his mind, he notices that the previously tumultuous surface of the river has fallen eerily still. Puzzled, Ao approaches the riverbank. Surely, these two cannot have drowned. That seems improbable. The green dragon, accustomed to marshy realms, is naturally at home in water. Even if Veit were to struggle, she could effortlessly bring him back to safety. But if they aren't drowning, Ao gazes at the two dragons beneath the water. their expressions twisted into mischievous grins, and suddenly comprehension dawns. Yet, before he can fully process this revelation, a powerful dragon tail shoots up from the depths, ensnaring his forelimb and pulling him down with tremendous force. With a resounding splash, Ao plunges into the water. Meanwhile, as Veit and Dinah swim away, playfully avoiding Ao's impending wrath, they turn in astonishment to see Ao thrashing about in a frenzy. Veit looks toward Dinah, a silent question in his gaze. Is Ao incapable of swimming? Though unspoken, his confusion is palpable. Dinah rolls her eyes in response. How could she know? This is her first venture outside and her initial experience in the water. They watch as Ao's movements gradually slow, his form sinking ever deeper toward the riverbed. Fun fact: among dragons of the same size, a golden dragon's weight is twice that of a silver dragon. And indeed, a golden dragon is utterly inept in water. Realizing Ao is in dire straits, Veit and Dinah rush toward him, swimming swiftly to either side. Moments later, they manage to hoist Ao out of the water, depositing him safely on the dry ground. Ao struggles to open his eyes, trembling as he extends a claw toward Veit. That I wish to duel you. But before he can finish his challenge, Ao loses consciousness. Veit casts an awkward glance at Dinah. What now? Dinah steps forward, tentatively probing Ao's nose with her claw. He breathing. He not dead. She then inspects Ao's distended belly. He must have overindulged in water. Hey, you two, come help me out. At that moment, Billy's voice echoed from a distance. Due to the dense foliage, Veit and Dinah could not discern what was happening. Glancing at the lifeless body of Ao lying on the ground, Veit exclaimed, "Stay here. I will assist." Without waiting for Dinah to respond, he soared upwards. Navigating through the thick branches, Veit swiftly located Celine and Billy, an impossible sight to ignore. There they were, working in unison to lift the massive corpse of a dragon beast. It was a creature unlike any they had encountered before, approximately 100 meters in length, resembling the head of a wild boar from another world, identifiable by traces of dragon lineage. Its head, enveloped in a thick layer of dragon scales, bore no horns but two prominent bulges, and from its dragon-like mouth protruded two long, sharp fangs, its golden pupils now devoid of life. Its limbs were robust, armed with razor-sharp claws, and its long, slender tail was covered in blade-like scales, clearly indicating it was no ordinary foe. Celine and Billy each clutched one of its elongated fangs, resembling wild fruits skewered on a branch. Yet these two fruits were what hoisted the enormous dragon beast into the air. Though slow and unsteady, they were indeed lifting it. However, Veit quickly discerned the reason. The dragon beast's entrails had been entirely hollowed out. Look, hurry, and come help. Billy's about to collapse. Upon hearing Celine's words, Veit rushed over, replacing Billy in the task before asking, "What manner of dragon beast is this? Where did you acquire it?" Billy gasped for breath, but did not answer. Instead, he inquired, "What about those two?" Veit's expression faltered momentarily before he chuckled awkwardly. We encountered a minor mishap. I had to come alone with that." Veit turned to Celine. "Can you hold on?" Hearing his words, Celine furrowed her brow. "I can manage, but what on earth have you done?" "Haha, it's a long story. Let us first get this dragon beast down." Upon hearing this, Celine did not press further. After a while, exhausted and nearly spent, Celine gazed at the lifeless Ao on the ground and the awkwardly standing Dinah. "What exactly have you all done?" Billy flew over, poked Ao's large belly with the tip of his tail, and then glared at Dinah with a face full of indignation. "We toiled hard to procure food, and yet you all have gorged yourselves." Chapter 48. Billy's reckless antics again. Hearing Billy's anguished roar, Veit nearly unleashed a fiery breath in retaliation. "Which of your eyes witnessed us feasting alone?" Ao's condition is clearly not that of overindulgence. Celine, equally displeased, approached Billy and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. "Silence! If you speak again, I shall strike you." Aware of Celine's formidable strength, Billy instantly fell silent, though his reproachful gaze remained fixed on Veit and Dinah, evidently unwavering in his conviction. Celine, however, ignored Billy and examined Ao's condition, then turned to Veit with a peculiar expression. "Drowned?" With an awkward smile, Veit nodded slightly. Observing this, Celine turned her gaze towards Dinah, who instinctively averted his eyes. Celine was well aware that the incident involving Ao's near drowning was instigated by these two dragons. How could they be so reckless? What if something happened to Ao? It is common knowledge that golden dragons cannot swim. Veit may be ignorant, but Dynit, surely you must know better. In response, Dynit innocently remarked, I do understand that golden dragons are not adept in water, but I never anticipated that he could drown in a mere stream. He could have easily floated if he had just spread his wings. Moreover, if he had closed his mouth in time, we would have had the opportunity to pull him ashore. However, he kept his mouth wide open, gulping down water. We reacted as swiftly as we could. Upon hearing this, Selene cast a speechless glance at Ao. Undoubtedly, Veit and Dynit were at fault. Yet Ao was rather foolish himself, knowing he could not swim yet still daring to keep his mouth agape. Sighing, Selene gestured for Veit to come over and pointed at Ao's protruding belly, instructing, press down hard. Veit slapped his forehead and, of course, he felt as though he had forgotten something. With that thought in mind, Veit hurried over and applied pressure, though it was not advisable. In an instant, Ao's mouth opened wide, expelling a torrent of water. Moments later, Ao opened his eyes. Upon seeing Veit standing nearby with an awkward grin, a blaze of fury ignited within him. A duel. I demand a duel with you. Right now. Veit scratched his head and glanced at his own physique, quietly asking, Are you sure? Ao's expression faltered as he regarded Veit's form, then his own, filled with a sense of indignation. Why had this fellow grown so large? Observing this, Dynit quickly interjected, Apologies, Ao. This time it was our mistake. You know Veit lacks inherited memories, so he was unaware of your situation. As for me, I was simply too caught up in the excitement and momentarily forgot, leading to your unfortunate plunge. Please forgive us. We truly did not intend for this to happen. Hearing this, Selene chimed in, Ao, do grant them forgiveness. I have already scolded them, and such an incident will not occur again. By the way, Billy and I encountered a golden dragon, and after a conversation, it gifted me a boring dragon beast. We had it for breakfast, and it is sufficient for our needs. In response, Ao reluctantly nodded. For the sake of Dynit and Selene, he would let this matter slide, but should there be a next time, I will surely seek a duel with you. Very well. In truth, Ao was simply seeking a way to save face. Once he calmed down, he realized that challenging Veit to a duel would be utterly foolish. As Wentz had once stated, during the young dragon stage, their magic could not even penetrate the magical resistance of dragon scales, making physical prowess the decisive factor. And in terms of physical strength, Veit was far superior. Even Selene could not rival him. He understood that Dynit and Selene were merely trying to provide him an exit. Ao comprehended this, and Veit was not foolish enough to remain oblivious. Thus Ao refrained from mentioning the duel altogether. However, with a swift roll of his eyes, Veit leaned closer to Ao, raising his paw to drape over his shoulder. By the way, would you like me to teach you how to swim? Upon hearing this, Ao momentarily froze, and then anger ignited in his eyes once more. Yet, when he caught sight of Veit's earnest gaze, his fury began to wane. Are you serious? Veit nodded affirmatively. A dragon navigating the world. Possessing diverse skills is invaluable. What will you do if you ever find yourself in a situation that necessitates swimming? Simply evaporate the water. The corner of Veit's mouth twitched. Well, that does sound quite draconic. However, that seems exceedingly laborious. Moreover, while it may be feasible in small streams and rivers, what if you encounter the vast ocean? Don't tell me you plan to remain cooped up in the dragon's lair. Ao fell silent, for he indeed harbored thoughts of leaving the dragon's nest. In truth, every young dragon entertains such notions, for wandering is intrinsic to their nature. Yet, some dragons, as they mature, adopt alternative pursuits, leading them to abandon this inclination. Can you truly teach me? Veit patted Ao's shoulder. Why not give it a try? You might just succeed. If you're willing to teach, could you take me along? I can't swim either. Upon hearing Selen's words, Veit paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Of course. At this, Ao hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding as well. All right then. However, before Ao could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance. The dragons paused in confusion. Why does that scream sound so familiar? Veit scanned the surroundings, his expression shifting dramatically. It's Billy. Billy has gone missing yet again. With those words, Veit promptly took flight towards the source of the cry, knowing that such a piercing scream indicated that Billy had landed himself in serious trouble this time. Selen and the others quickly followed Veit. Yet, before they could fly very far, they saw Billy frantically soaring towards them, drooling as he flew. The faces of the 4 dragons darkened instantly. This creature must have stuffed something into his mouth once more. As Billy approached, Veit quickly called out, "What have you eaten this time?" However, Billy remained unresponsive, drooling as he bypassed Veit and the others, plunging headfirst into the river with a wail. Coming to their senses, the 4 dragons exchanged glances at the bubbling water. By the way, "Can crystal dragons swim?" Selene exclaimed, smacking her forehead. Regardless of whether crystal dragons could swim, Billy was a red crystal dragon. Hearing this, Veit and Dinah exchanged worried glances and rushed towards the river. Moments later, they found Billy, with a swollen belly and drooling uncontrollably, looking utterly speechless. Ao glanced at him, his expression darkening as he stealthily slinked away, hoping he hadn't appeared in such a state just moments ago. I wish I could just disappear. Chapter 49. I shall prepare a rather novel delicacy for you. Ultimately, Ao abandoned the notion of disappearing, for there was a creature before him in an even more dire predicament, capturing the attention of all the dragons. Following the previous method, Veit expelled all the water from Billy's abdomen, a reminder one should not subject a person to this, and as he observed Billy gradually regaining consciousness, he spread his claws in exasperation. "Well, it seems you all need to learn how to swim." Once fully awake, Billy initially let out a wretched howl, but soon fell silent, his large eyes filled with bewilderment. "Huh! What happened to Aod? Feel my wings." After uttering this, Billy hurriedly covered his mouth, casting a terrified glance at the other dragons. The 4 dragons nearby wore expressions of confusion as well, but soon Veit glanced at Billy's thick lips. "I believe he is inquiring about what is wrong with my mouth." Upon hearing Veit's words, Billy nodded vigorously. The other dragons exchanged speechless looks. Selene delivered a sharp slap to Billy's head. "How can you even ask that? What did we say when we left? Never put anything unfamiliar into your mouth. You truly have a short memory for such lessons. Now, tell us, what did you eat this time?" At this, Billy wore a mournful expression, gesturing for everyone to follow him. They soon arrived beside a plant, where Billy pointed at the bright red fruits it bore, and he looked quite appetizing. He was likely indicating that it appeared delicious. Billy nodded, affirming Veit's makeshift translation. He had simply found the fruit visually appealing and could not resist tasting it. Veit examined the fiery red fruit, hesitating for a moment before plucking one. Observing this, Selene furrowed her brows. "What do you intend to do?" Veit gestured towards the large area of the plant that had been stripped bare. "I shall take a taste to ascertain what has caused this condition. This fellow undoubtedly consumed a significant amount. If I try a little and end up like him, it would indicate that this thing is poisonous, and we must return swiftly. Conversely, if I suffer no ill effects, it would suggest that his transformation is merely due to overindulgence. Furthermore, my control over my physical form far surpasses his. If there is indeed poison, I will detect it for the danger thus far. He remains lively, which suggests it is not lethal poison. Rest assured." Upon hearing this, Selene hesitated momentarily but ultimately chose not to voice any objections. Billy gazed at Veit with tear-filled eyes. "Oh, my good brother. You would risk yourself to test the poison for my sake." Veit, oblivious to Billy's thoughts, would have certainly slapped him for such presumptuousness had he known. To remind him of his place and truth, Veit simply wished to avoid ruining this rare holiday. Casting a glance at his anxious companions, Veit cautiously bit into the fiery red fruit. The initial sweetness was soon followed by a sharp, prickling sensation exploding in his mouth. It was not unpleasant. Rather, it possessed a strangely captivating flavor. Upon further contemplation, he discerned that there was no peculiar energy damaging his physical form. It was not poisonous. It was merely an ordinary fruit. Suddenly, a thought struck Veit, and his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. This sensation bore an uncanny resemblance to a spice known as chili peppers from another world, but of course, the appearance was entirely different. Otherwise, Veit would have recognized it immediately. Nevertheless, this fruit might indeed serve as a substitute for chili. As he pondered this, Veit regained his senses, only to find Selene and the others gazing at him with expressions of sheer terror. Veit paused momentarily, then hurriedly touched his lips. "Well, it seems there is nothing amiss, Veit. Your countenance was rather ghastly just now. Was it poisonous?" Upon hearing this, Veit was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in a mixture of amusement and exasperation. It is not poisonous, and in fact, it has a delightful flavor. No wonder that rascal Billy consumed so much of it. However, one should not indulge excessively in it at once. If consumed in large quantities, the overwhelming spiciness would likely provoke a reaction akin to what Billy experienced. With that, Veit tossed the remaining fruit into his mouth. It commenced with a sweetness, followed by a slight sting, yet it was exhilarating. Seeing that Veit's mouth did not swell like Billy's, Celine and the others exchanged glances before each plucking a fruit, curiously placing it in their mouths. Moments later, the dragons collectively cast their eyes upon the blazing red fruits. Although they could not consume them in excess, the flavor was indeed splendid. Observing this, Veit contemplated briefly before his eyes sparkled with realization. Wait, consuming them directly seems rather wasteful. I have suddenly conceived a novel method of preparation. Would you care for me to prepare a rather intriguing dish for you? Noticing the skepticism in the dragon's eyes, Veit offered a confident smile. Have you forgotten? My ancestral memories, though different from yours, are certainly not absent. Within my heritage, these fruits are regarded as excellent seasonings. Veit, of course, would not divulge the truth. If he revealed the nature of his ancestral memories, he would merely be dismissed as a madman. It was only through this approach that he could more readily gain the dragon's acceptance. Indeed, upon hearing Veit's words, Celine and the others exhibited less doubt and a hint of anticipation. Shortly thereafter, the dragons gathered by the riverbank, eagerly watching Veit. Meanwhile, Veit turned to Ao. Your magical flame should be quite proficient. Yes? Although Ao was puzzled, he nodded. Compared to Billy, he indeed had a better command of his magical fire. Veit smiled. Then, I would appreciate your assistance. Moments later, under Veit's direction, Ao transformed into a golden dragon-shaped magical grill. The two claws of Ao merged, with the blazing magical flames flickering steadily. Veit casually grabbed a piece of meat the size of his fist from the nearby dragon beast carcass, of course. It was Veit's own fist. Clutching the meat, Veit proceeded to roast it upon Ao's claws. Observing this scene, Ao was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped what Veit required of him, though he was tempted to bring his flaming fist crashing down upon Veit's smiling visage. He cast a glance at Celine, who appeared eagerly expectant, and ultimately restrained himself. There was little he could do. None of the three who relished raw meat could best these two who preferred it cooked. Nonetheless, gazing at the sizzling, oil-dripping dragon beast meat and inhaling the unfamiliar aroma, perhaps this dragon beast meat was indeed better suited for roasting. Ao could only find solace in this thought. As the meat turned a golden brown, Veit grasped one of the fruits and squeezed its juice over the roasted meat, releasing an extraordinary fragrance that instantly invigorated the 5 dragons. Veit removed the roasted meat from the grill and cast a sweeping glance at the assembly of dragons, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Celine. After a brief moment, Celine gasped, her eyes ablaze as they focused intently on Veit's claw. Veit hastily withdrew his claw. Calm down, Celine. This is my claw. Upon hearing this, Celine reluctantly averted her gaze, redirecting it to Veit instead. Naturally, the other dragons followed suit. Very well, I shall continue roasting for you, but let it be known beforehand, do not snatch. We shall take turns upon this declaration. Celine regretfully shifted her attention away from Dinah and Billy, lamenting the missed opportunity, if it were based on strength. Chapter 50. Encountering the little golden dragon again. Veit, must we truly learn? At Billy's inquiry, Veit rolled his eyes. If you wish to plunge into the water again as you did before, only to find yourself in a dire predicament with no way out, you may abstain from learning. Billy fell silent instantly. The thought of being unable to do anything but struggle helplessly in the water was indeed an experience he did not wish to relive. Veit glanced at the other dragons standing on the shore. A uniquely flavored and stimulating roasted meal had significantly won over Celine and her companions, compounded by Veit having mentioned it previously. Thus, Celine and Ao were quite interested in learning to swim. Only Billy, perhaps burdened by psychological trauma, stood trembling at the water's edge, his limbs quaking. Celine, unable to contain herself, delivered a sharp slap to him. Why are you shaking? You don't look like a dragon at all. Faced with Celine's admonition, Billy had no courage to retort. Well, regardless of whom he encountered, he behaved this way, for among the dragons present, he was the smallest in stature. Veit cast a curious glance at Celine, sensing an unusual intensity in her demeanor since his recent awakening. Among the 4 dragons, Only Dinah had not been subjected to her ire. Of course, it was likely not due to gender, but merely because Dinah had a relatively low presence. Contemplating this, Veit plunged into the water, resurfacing moments later to face the assembled dragons. Dinah, remain on the shore and observe them. Should anyone be in danger of drowning, alert me immediately. Dinah nodded in agreement and then lay down at the water's edge. With that, Veit's attention shifted to Celine. You go first. Do not panic upon entering the water. Spread your wings as long as you do not flail about wildly. You will not sink. Celine nodded and, following Veit's instructions, leapt into the water. Initially, the sensation of being unsupported caused her some distress. Do not panic. Spread your wings. At that moment, Veit's voice resonated. Celine hurriedly complied, extending her wings. Most dragons, particularly the larger breeds, possess wings covered in a layer of fine dragon scales, and when spread, they are considerably longer than their bodies. Therefore, as long as one spreads their wings and does not thrash about, they can generally remain afloat. And indeed, this proved to be the case. As Celine spread her wings, she felt a powerful force acting upon her dragon wings, lifting her above the water's surface. To illustrate the scenario, one might liken it to a large moth plummeting into the water. According to Veit, Celine dared not move an inch, stiffening her neck as she inquired, "What happens next?" Veit, witnessing her predicament, shook his head in exasperation, suppressing a smile, and replied, "Just ensure that the submerged portions remain still. Your neck is free to move." Upon hearing this, Celine stiffened momentarily before casting an indignant glare at Veit. "What's the next step?" she demanded. In response, Veit unfurled his wings, mimicking Celine's stance as he floated on the water's surface, then turned to face her. "Gently flap your wings, without exerting excessive force. If you wish to change direction, simply sway your tail lightly, slowly, and under no circumstances should you rush." As he spoke, Veit demonstrated the technique, while Celine emulated his movements, gently flapping her wings. Soon, she exclaimed in surprise, "I'm moving." "What now?" Veit paused his actions and responded, "Now, you shall gradually familiarize yourself with the experience. Fear not, with Dinah watching over you, should anything go awry, I shall come to your rescue. Moreover, do not venture too far." Celine gazed at Veit in astonishment. "Is that all?" Veit chuckled, shaking his head. "Of course not. This is merely to help you acclimate to the sensations of being in the water." He then turned his attention to Ao. "You may proceed next." That fellow, Billy. He glanced at Billy, whose limbs were trembling uncontrollably, and continued, "He ought to prepare further. Entering the water in such a state will surely lead to mishaps." Ao nodded, inhaled deeply, and leaped into the water. Drawing from Celine's earlier experience, Ao performed significantly better, quickly finding his balance and requiring minimal reminders from Veit to stabilize himself. Following Veit's guidance, he began to gently flap his wings, and his entry into the water was remarkably smooth. Clearly, he had observed intently from the sidelines. Not wishing to say much more, Veit allowed him to drift aside, just as Celine had done, to acclimatize to the water. The final participant, with this thought in mind, Veit directed his gaze toward Billy. Observing his still trembling limbs, he sighed in exasperation. "Do not fear. Look at how effortlessly Ao has managed it. Besides, with me here, if you lose your balance, I shall simply lift you up. What is there to be afraid of?" Billy wore a woeful expression. "I do not wish to tremble, but I cannot control myself." Veit scratched his head. "Very well, then just jump in. Or do you need my assistance?" Billy quickly shook his head. After a moment of hesitation, he closed his eyes and plunged headfirst into the water, only to sink downwards. Veit smacked his forehead and then dove into the water with a swift motion. Retracting his wings against his back with a twist of his body, he soon positioned himself beneath Billy, extending his claws to hoist him upward. Before long, Billy gasped for air, exclaiming, "Help! Help!" A piercing scream echoed through the air, causing Veit, submerged beneath the surface, to roll his eyes in exasperation. Celine and the others shared a similar sense of helplessness. Veit hoisted Billy entirely above the water. "Enough with the shouting. If you continue, I shall toss you back into the depths for a proper drink." Upon hearing this, Billy promptly sealed his lips. "Have you calmed down? If so, do as I instruct. Spread your wings, and do so with full force." As long as he did not make contact with the water's surface, Billy would be fine. Following Veit's guidance, he unfurled his wings. "Now, there is but one thing you must do. remain utterly still. Not a single movement. If you dare to stir, I shall immediately plunge you into the water. Billy hastily nodded, then tightly shut his eyes. Observing this, Veit began to descend slowly, while Billy remained as motionless as a statue. Even halting his breath as soon as he made contact with the water, a shiver coursed through Billy's entire body, but he quickly suppressed it, as he felt the surrounding liquid gradually envelop him. The fear within him intensified. Yet, the anticipated sensation of being unable to breathe never came. "All right, you may open your eyes." At this command, Billy's eyelids fluttered, and he cautiously opened them to behold Veit's beaming smile. He then glanced down at himself and was astonished to realize he was floating on the surface. "I did not sink, Veit. I succeeded." Witnessing Billy's excitement, Veit exhaled in relief. As long as he overcame his fear of water, learning to swim was merely a matter of time. He then lifted his gaze towards the riverbank where Dinggit stood, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, when did you come ashore?" "I did not. I have been in the water the entire time." Chapter 51. A formal introduction. "I did not. I have been in the water the entire time." Veit paused in surprise upon hearing this, then followed the direction of the voice, only to see Ao floating on the surface like a large moth. He glanced back at the shore, where not far from Dinggit stood another Ao. Memories long buried in his mind resurfaced once more. Veit's expression shifted abruptly, and he burst forth from the water, placing himself between the golden dragon and Dinggit. Seeing Veit adopt a defensive stance, the other dragons finally grasped the situation. Dinggit rushed to Veit's side, growling lowly, his wings unfurled as he warily regarded the opposing golden dragon. Ao and Selene mimicked Veit's actions, leaping from the water and awkwardly flapping their wet wings, joining him by his side, and then there was nothing more to be said. The four dragons turned in unison to gaze into the river, discovering Billy struggling to emulate Veit and the others as he attempted to leave the water's surface. However, due to his clumsiness, he was already sinking toward the riverbed, with only his tail stubbornly protruding above the water. Slowly submerging, Veit slapped his forehead. "Keep an eye on her. I shall rescue him." With that, Veit dove headlong into the river. As he departed, Selene and the others exchanged glances before turning their attention back to the golden dragon. In their gazes, though a semblance of vigilance lingered, it was overshadowed by a profound curiosity towards one another. Selene hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to speak. "I am Selene, the sacred dragon, and you?" Upon hearing Selene's words, Isha, who had been preoccupied with seeking an escape route, momentarily froze and then turned her attention towards Selene. Her pearlescent form, though not as resplendent as the golden hue of her companion, emitted a gentle radiance that instinctively fostered a sense of familiarity. "You are also a female dragon." A piece of trivia. Among all dragons of the giant species, there are no overt distinctions between males and females of the same type. Only through vocalization can one discern the difference. After a brief pause, Isha replied cheerfully, "I am Isha. I assumed you were just another foolish male dragon, consumed by nothing but brute force, given that you are with that troublesome little rascal." O's brow furrowed, ready to retort, when suddenly a great splash erupted from the water behind them. With one claw, Veit clamped down on Billy's mouth, while the other grasped the protruding crystalline cluster on his back. Despite resembling crystal, this substance was no less formidable than dragon scales. After unceremoniously tossing Billy to the ground, Veit exhaled with relief. Noticing the gazes upon him, he resignedly remarked, "This fellow can't control his mouth underwater. I merely helped him shut it. Fortunately, my reflexes were swift, so he didn't ingest too much water. As for his unconsciousness, that was my doing. He was thrashing about far too vigorously." Pausing, Veit then turned his gaze towards Isha, his expression tightening. "Be cautious. This rascal has a penchant for sneak attacks with his breath." Upon hearing this, the good mood Isha had just experienced evaporated instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, she lowered herself, her mouth slightly agape, with brilliant flames surging from deep within her throat, her eyes fixed intently on Veit. Meanwhile, Veit, the intended target, did not falter. He too crouched down. Although lacking the sleek form of a Dinit, the silver dragon was equally renowned for its agility. Of course, Veit recalled Winter's admonition and refrained from employing his breath. Yet, he was confident that, should the other dare to strike, he could swiftly pounce and subdue them. As the two dragons appeared on the verge of confrontation, Celine hastily interjected, "Wait. Let us not resort to violence just yet. I believe there may be a misunderstanding between you. Let us sit down and discuss this." Upon hearing Celine's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Isha's eyes, and she ceased her fiery preparations, though she remained on guard, eyeing Veit warily. "I see no grounds for misunderstanding. He was the one who pursued me." Veit paused momentarily. "Who pursued you?" "I merely mistook you for O, which is why I followed. Once I did, before I could steady myself, you unleashed a breath attack." "Oh, you mean that fellow over there?" Isha exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Open your eyes and take a good look. In what way do we resemble each other? His scales shine far less than mine. He is clearly a golden dragon, yet neglects the care of his own scales while having the audacity to claim to be one." Celine slapped her forehead in exasperation. "Goodness, you truly have no filter." Casting a glance towards O, it was evident that hostility had begun to creep into his gaze as he regarded Isha. "Very well. You need not elaborate further. I can unequivocally inform you that there has been a misunderstanding. Veit suffers from a condition known as face blindness. Unlike you and Ao, he is utterly incapable of distinguishing between the two of you." As she spoke, Celine disregarded whether Isha believed her and turned her attention to Veit. "Veit, we did not come out here to fight." Upon hearing this, Veit hesitated for a moment, relaxing his defensive posture, and then looked towards Ao. "Ao, let us continue." With that, Veit shifted his gaze to Billy, who was feigning death behind him. "If you do not wish to learn, no dragon will force you." At these words, Billy instantly perked up. "Really?" Veit nodded helplessly. "If you can endure it, we will play in the water, while you can only observe from the shore." Upon hearing this, Billy's enthusiasm waned immediately. Subsequently, he crawled slowly towards the riverbank, moving only his front paws. Nonetheless, he did enter the water. Although he soon sank again, Veit, with a sigh, plunged into the water once more to hoist him up, then began to teach him step by step. Ao was able to float in the water, but his agility was somewhat lacking, leaving him to practice silently as a lone dragon. Celine observed all of this, turning to Isha with a look of resignation. Isha appeared utterly bewildered as she gazed at Veit. "He will not trouble you for the time being. Allow me to introduce her. This is Veit. Hello." "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you." Although those words were exchanged, Isha's gaze remained fixated on Veit. Fortunately, Veit was not perturbed by this. She merely smiled and walked towards the riverbank, leaving Veit, a lone dragon, with two rather unskilled companions, which felt rather precarious. Noticing Veit's departure, Isha finally realized her earlier mistake, yet she was at a loss for words, anxiously casting a pleading look towards Celine. Upon witnessing this, Celine suddenly comprehended that Veit's situation might also stem from a misunderstanding. The Isha before her bore a striking resemblance to them when they were newly hatched, especially Veit. She vividly recalled how he was initially filled with resistance and wariness towards everything around him, only gradually accepting them under the guidance of Winter. As for Isha, she seemingly had no one to accept, which explained her current demeanor. Chapter 52. I will take you to a wonderful place. Having recognized this, a hint of sympathy glimmered in Celine's gaze towards Isha. Undoubtedly, Isha was fortunate. For she had parents, however, it was evident that they could not be by her side at all times. Unlike them, who, although parentless, had Winter caring for them like a mother, and in her absence, the five of them could keep each other company. In contrast, during the times when Isha was without her parents, she would likely have to navigate this period alone, as a solitary dragon. With these thoughts in mind, Celine reassured her, "Do not worry, Veit is not angry. She merely went to assist Veit." Upon hearing Celine mention her name, Veit turned her head in confusion, and when she saw Isha looking at her with trepidation, although she was unaware of what had transpired, Veit nevertheless instinctively smiled and nodded. However, to Izar, this slight nod was an exceedingly friendly gesture, which lifted her spirits somewhat. She then turned her gaze towards the three dragons in the river. "What were they up to?" "Swimming," Veit remarked. "Learning to swim grants us an additional means to cope with unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, it is quite enjoyable, is it not?" At these words, Izar turned to Celine. "Do you wish to learn as well?" Celine had initially intended to nod in agreement, but upon meeting Izar's slightly flustered gaze, she instead shook her head. "I have already grasped this step to a considerable extent, and honestly, being submerged in water is rather uncomfortable for someone like me who cannot swim." by the way. Could you share some tales of your former life? Life at the academy is dreadfully mundane, especially after we were punished by Wince to transcribe texts. By the by, Wince is the instructor responsible for our well-being and the teaching of magic, and she also serves as the head of the academy. In addition to Wince, there is Boko, who will be teaching us potion making in a few days. As she spoke, Celine began to recount her experiences at the academy. While she found the repetitive nature of her life somewhat tedious, Izar listened with rapt attention. Occasionally, Izar would interject with questions and share snippets of her own life. In short, the two dragons engaged in lively conversation, even drawing the attention of Dinah, who had been standing on the shore, assisting with observations. Compared to the constrained existence of Celine and her companions within the academy, Izar's life outdoors was undeniably vibrant. Merely listening to her tales ignited a sense of yearning in both Celine and Dinah. On the riverbank, Veit, Billy, and Ao observed the three dragons with a look of perplexity. What do you think they are discussing? Billy awkwardly turned his head towards Veit and Ao. A flicker of confusion crossed Ao's eyes. Billy's inquiry ventured into his realm of ignorance. After a moment's contemplation, Veit ventured a guess. Perhaps they are discussing topics related to physique. Scales, horns, or even claws. It is said that girls often find these topics appealing. After all, in relation to the human race, this translates to physique, skin, headgear, and manicures, and in that world, those subjects are seemingly inexhaustible for conversation among human females. Therefore, it stands to reason that Celine and her companions might also find such topics engaging. Not to mention, he himself took great pride in his claws and scales. His sharp claws could rend anything, while his robust scales could shield him from external harm. If he relished these traits so much, surely Celine and her companions, enhanced by their femininity, would appreciate them even more. Upon hearing Veit's words, Billy and Ao gazed at him with astonishment. How do you know that girls are fond of such things? And what is there to discuss about them? Veit pointed to his head. My heritage is quite unique. As for what is so interesting to talk about, he had no idea, but seeing the expectant looks on Ao and Billy's faces, he cleared his throat. Certainly, there are plenty of engaging topics to discuss. As an illustration, one might consider the formidable nature of dragon horns, reflecting upon their hardness, shape, and sharpness, which seamlessly leads to a discussion about the dragon horns of those nearby, ultimately delving into the broader lore of the entire dragon lineage. Such a conversation could extend endlessly, scarcely allowing for a few magical moments to elapse. With fervent enthusiasm, one might share their insights, observing the approving expressions on the faces of Ao and Billy, while Veit breathes a sigh of relief, his sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Shall we engage in discourse as well? Veit gazes at Billy, who leans in with curiosity and playfully swats him away. What is there left to discuss? Ao has essentially addressed all concerns, yet you cannot even venture into the water, and you still wish to engage in idle chatter? Upon hearing this, Billy's expression stiffens, and he quietly drifts away, only to float back shortly thereafter. He truly dares not stray too far from Veit. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. It is only when a splashing sound resonates that Celine and the others come to their senses. Isa glances at the three dragons who have come ashore and then at the dimming sky, a flicker of reluctance crossing her eyes, yet she smiles and says, "Oh dear, I've inadvertently spoken for so long. I apologize for intruding on your time. Speaking of which, you all should be returning to the academy, right? I too must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Celine quickly intercepts Isa. Is it absolutely necessary for you to return? Isa pauses, momentarily taken aback, then realizes something and hastily responds, "Well, it's not strictly necessary. After surpassing the most vulnerable phase, I can remain outside for an extended period, provided it doesn't exceed 2 days. My father won't come looking for me." Celine chuckles softly at this. "We still have another day of holiday tomorrow. We don't intend to return to the academy tonight." That's wonderful, by the way. Have you ever visited the Moonshadow River? It's truly remarkable, and it is home to a myriad of aquatic dragon beasts, each more peculiar than the last, with flavors that are quite delectable. Would you care to join me for a visit? The Moonshadow River? At Isa's mention, Celine's eyes light up. She had heard Isa speak of it several times during their previous conversations and found herself quite intrigued. But do we have enough time to make it there? Isa nods affirmatively. Of course. In fact, we are not currently situated in the heart of the Warren Great Rift, but rather in the eastern vicinity, not too far from the Moonshadow River. Upon hearing this, Celine and Dinah exchange glances, resolve solidifying within them. They turn to call out to Veit. Veit, we won't be staying here tonight. Shall we head to the Moonshadow River? Veit, momentarily taken aback, looks at Ao and Billy beside him. The latter two dragons lacking swimming abilities, expending considerable energy merely to stay afloat. How long will it take? Their stamina may not suffice. Celine directs her gaze to Isa, who promptly replies, it will only require about 2 magical hours. With this assurance, Veit exhales in relief. That should be manageable. Chapter 53. The Moonshadow River. Under the night sky, 6 figures swiftly soar towards the east. Isla was not mistaken. Their location is indeed quite close to the Moonshadow River. In fact, the Desidero Dragon Nest is situated precisely at the confluence of the Warren Rift Valley and the Moonshadow River. The Warren Rift Valley is an east-west oriented geological fissure, beginning deep within the Xingyuan Mountains and stretching eastward across the Moonshadow River. Continuing its journey towards the eastern horizon, the junction of the Warren Rift Valley and the Moonshadow River, the relentless erosion of the river has sculpted a deep valley alluvial plain. This very plain marks the site of the Desidero Dragon Nest. Within the nest, the location of the Dragon Academy lies to the east, remarkably close to the Moonshadow River. Though referred to as the Moonshadow River, its expanse is broad, and on this side of the Warren Rift Valley, it has further widened, leading me to prefer calling it the Moonshadow Inland Sea. Throughout their journey, Isla engaged in conversation with Celine and Dinette, soaring ahead, while the 3 dragons of Veit followed closely behind, able to hear Isla's descriptions. Thus, they harbored great anticipation for the region beyond the Moonshadow River. However, Veit observed that whenever Isla spoke with Celine and Dinette, she would often glance in his direction, whether intentionally or not. Though unsure of her intentions, he felt a sense of wariness creeping into his heart. Fortunately, the journey remained uneventful. As Veit and his companions gradually approached the Moonshadow River, the surrounding scenery began to transform. The once dense jungle gradually thinned, revealing a ground that turned into fine sand and gravel, while peculiar small dragon beasts began to appear in greater numbers. Soon, accompanied by the gentle sound of rippling waters, a boundless, tranquil surface of water came into view for the assembly of dragons. All right, we have arrived. Gazing down at the Moonshadow River, Isla was the first to descend, followed closely by Celine and the others, with Veit and his companions trailing behind. Upon landing on the ground, the dragons erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Veit curiously examined the sandy beach beneath him. This environment was not entirely unfamiliar. In the world that resided in his mind, such places often attracted throngs of humans. Now, he finally understood why such locales held such allure for so many. The beach underfoot offered a soft texture that was entirely distinct from firm soil. As the sand grains slipped between the gaps in his scales, they brushed against the skin beneath, evoking a peculiar yet delightful sensation. Far from being unpleasant, Veit found immense pleasure in this feeling. Unable to resist, he lay down and began to roll gently, attempting to allow more sand to slip beneath his scales. Indeed, he succeeded, and the sensation was simply exquisite, beyond the realm of words to describe. Suddenly, a large head appeared before Veit. Hey Veit, look at me. Swimming in here feels even more comfortable than on the water's surface. Veit momentarily froze, then focused to see Billy burrowing into the sand, swimming with remarkable agility. Indeed, he was far more nimble than in water. Observing this, Ao let out a dismissive snort, then dove headfirst into the sandy beach beneath him, the sand enveloping him like a gentle, pliable stream. Although the Golden Dragon and the Crimson Crystal Dragon belong to different species, their attributes are identical, both possessing the dual elements of earth and fire. Achieving a surface akin to water is not an insurmountable challenge. Wit, with a touch of resignation, gazed at the 2 dragons, realizing that, not only did he currently lack the ability to wield magic, even if he could, his dual elemental nature of water and fire would prevent him from accomplishing such a feat. Nonetheless, he thought, why worry about it? Wit rubbed himself against the sandy beach and then reclined, preparing to gaze at the stars, while after casting a glance at the nearby trio of serene dragons frolicking merrily, he ultimately opted to lie down, as reclining in such a manner felt somewhat undignified. Despite being under the same expanse of starry sky, the experience of lying on the beach contrasted sharply with that of resting at the mouth of a volcano. A cool, mist-laden breeze enveloped him, accompanied by the soothing sounds of gentle waves lapping nearby, prompting Wit to comfortably squint his eyes. Alas, There are always those who disrupt the ambience. Just as Wit was quietly enjoying the celestial view, he suddenly felt the world spin around him. By the time he regained his bearings, only his neck and head remained exposed. Not far away, Billy's head emerged from the sand, looking triumphantly at Wit. "How does it feel to be drowning?" Wit rolled his eyes, relinquishing control over his body temperature. Soon, the temperature around him began to rise steadily, wisps of white smoke curling up from his surroundings as the sand turned a fiery red. Subsequently, Wit stabilized his temperature, allowing the heat to dissipate, causing the sand around him to cool once more. The cooled sand congealed into a fragile mass, with a gentle motion, accompanied by a faint cracking sound. The once cohesive sand broke apart into fragments. Emerging from the rubble, Wit stretched his wings, casting a half-smile at Billy. "Care for another round?" Billy silently sank back into the ground. Indeed, this fellow's physique was not merely large. The traits he had previously exhibited were magnified. Wit's growth journey had not been mundane. In the year leading up to his slumber, his form began to manifest certain traits that were not typical for him. For instance, his body temperature. Among all dragon species, the red dragon boasts the highest body temperature. Wit's warmth even surpassed that of his peers in the same age bracket. These discrepancies were also evident in his weight, the thickness and hardness of his scales, and the sharpness of his claws, among other attributes. All of this indicated that he was undeniably not a silver dragon. Observing Billy's retreat, Wit hesitated for a moment before striding towards the water's edge. He was hungry. "Dinah, would you care to join me in searching for food beneath the waves?" Upon hearing Wit's suggestion, Dinah, who had been playfully engaging with Serene and the others, paused, then rubbed his stomach before glancing at Isha. "I recall you mentioning that there are many delectable aquatic dragon beasts living underwater. Shall we venture together?" Isha hesitated briefly before turning her gaze towards Wit. Seeing Dinah looking over as well, Wit hesitated again but eventually nodded. "All right, the more dragons, the greater the strength." With that, Wit turned his attention back to Serene. "The provisions we have brought back may not suffice. You should search the ground for any edible aquatic creatures. Numerous dragon beasts reside within the lair of the Decidel dragon." During the year preceding his slumber, Veit, while enduring the punishment of copying texts, did not neglect his studies. He garnered considerable knowledge about dragon beasts and conveyed some characteristics of small, edible varieties to Selene, before setting off towards the Moonshadow River with Dinah and Isha. Chapter 54. "You always surprise me." Upon entering the water, Veit's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder Isha referred to it as the inner sea of Moonshadow. Not only is the surface expansive and boundless, but the depth also far exceeds that of ordinary rivers. Such a place indeed merits the title of inner sea. As Veit pondered these thoughts, Isha swam to the front of him, pointed towards the lower right, and then dove into the depths. Although she was a golden dragon like Aode, her frequent visits to the Moonshadow River had endowed her with commendable swimming skills. While she wasn't as agile as Veit and Dinah, who possessed an innate affinity for water, she was sufficiently adept to navigate underwater. Responding to her signal, Veit followed suit without hesitation. Though unspoken, the relationship between them had softened, thanks to the smoothing influence of Selene and Dinah, alleviating the initial tension. Meanwhile, Dinah also seemed to have received Isha's cue and followed her downward. Soon, the three dragons reached the riverbed. Upon arrival, Isha gestured for Dinah and Veit to come closer. Once the two dragons approached, she pointed towards the riverbed below, then swept aside the upper layer of sand, revealing a dark, stone-like object. Subsequently, Isha picked up the object and gestured upwards with her claws before swimming upward. Mimicking Isha's actions, Veit and Dinah quickly found similar objects and ascended. Curiosity filled Veit as he held the stone-like item, which felt surprisingly heavy and rough to the touch, yet the patterns on its surface were remarkably regular, reminiscent of Dotwell himself. Indeed, the texture was akin to dragon scales. Veit deduced that this might belong to some aquatic dragon beast. Before long, the three dragons surfaced. Isha, pointing to the object in her grasp, which was about half her size, introduced it. "This is a modlong beast, of which there are many varieties. The one we have is a small species, reaching a maximum size comparable to ours. The exterior, resembling stone, is its shell, possessing hardness similar to that of a young dragon's scales, and is inedible. The edible portion lies within the shell. They are quite timid. Even the slightest disturbance will cause them to retreat into their shells, but you merely need to as she spoke. Isha extended a claw and began to gently glide along the shell's closing edge, causing the modlong beast in her grasp to quiver slightly. Suddenly, the two shells of the modlong beast opened wide, and Isha swiftly inserted her claw inside. Moments later, she emerged with a substantial piece of tender white flesh, showcasing it to Veit and Dinah. This is a part of the modlong beast, which can be consumed directly. Its texture is quite chewy, imbued with a hint of sweetness. The riverbed of Moonshadow River is teeming with these dragon beasts, providing us ample sustenance. With that, Isha promptly stuffed a large chunk of tender white meat into her mouth, and before long, she had devoured it entirely. Veit and Dinah glanced at each other, then mimicked Isha's actions, quickly extracting the meat from its shell. After tasting it, both dragons' eyes sparkled with delight. This delicacy far surpasses that of the bus dragon beast. Certainly, there is a reason why the bus dragon beast is deemed the best food for young dragons. Soon enough, Veit noticed that the energy contained within the meat of the modlong beast was considerably less than that of the bus dragon beast. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to satiate their hunger. After finishing the meat in just a few bites, Veit exchanged greetings with the others and then plunged back into the water to search for more modlong beasts. The trio displayed remarkable efficiency, locating over 100 modlong beasts in about a magical hour. Just as Isha had stated, the quantity of these dragon beasts was indeed substantial in Weit's eyes. These creatures appeared far more peculiar than the likes of the Chocho dragon. Apart from their shells, they were merely a mass of soft flesh. Veit found no trace of teeth or eyes. Were it not for the fine dragon scales adorning their shells, he would not have classified them as dragon beasts at all. Setting that aside from the modlong beasts they had gathered, Selen and her companions also hunted some small terrestrial dragon beasts, ample to satisfy their hunger. Unsurprisingly, the existence of the modlong beasts left Selen and her group quite astonished. However, after their initial taste, the only impression the modlong beast left upon the dragons was that of being exceptionally delicious. After their meal, the dragons reclined on the sandy beach. Of course, they were not asleep. It was their first time resting not within a dragon's lair, but beneath the sky, with the earth as their bed. A rather novel experience that left Veit and the others wide awake. The restless young dragons began to converse about their imagined futures. At some point, they drifted off to sleep. The damp mist mingled with the gentle night breeze, caressing Veit and his companions, causing them to instinctively curl up. A night passed in silence. The following morning, upon awakening, Veit and the others commenced their second swimming training. This time, however, it was not Veit who suggested it, but Ao. Witnessing Isha and Veit diving into the water to forage for food while he could only hunt small dragon beasts on land deeply pricked Ao's pride as a fellow golden dragon. He refused to accept that other golden dragons possessed skills he did not. Ao was determined to learn, and Veit had no choice but to teach him. Whether it was one dragon or three, Veit reluctantly enlisted the somewhat reluctant Billy and the slightly unwilling Selen to join the instruction. As for Selen's reluctance, she simply did not wish to spend her 2-day holiday entirely submerged in water. Yet, with Ao resolutely intent on learning, Selen had no option but to consent. However, this teaching session lasted only half a day. As the sun reached its zenith, Ao's patience began to wane. At that moment, Billy suddenly spoke up. "What do you think lies across the Moonshadow River?" This statement resembles a wild seed, which upon falling into the hearts of several young dragons, swiftly takes root and sprouts. It is precisely during this time that the young dragons are filled with an insatiable curiosity about their surroundings. It is also the moment when they are audaciously fearless, unaware of the concept of danger. Thus, after a brief moment of eye contact, Veit and his companions reached a swift consensus to venture across the Moonshadow River. However, before they could soar very far, a colossal dragon, its body vastly exceeding theirs and covered in crimson scales, obstructed their path. Veit and his friends gazed in astonishment at the imposing creature before them, each swallowing hard in apprehension. "Whence, what are you doing here?" Indeed, the formidable figure standing before them was none other than Whence. He regarded Veit and his companions with an expression of resignation. "You always manage to surprise me." Chapter 55. The first lesson belongs to Whence. Within the dragon's lair, Veit and his companions cast awkward glances at Whence. Isa had already been escorted back by Whence, and they were now on the brink of facing his judgment. Well, perhaps that terminology is a bit severe. Critique would be more fitting. Wentz observed the anxious expressions of Veit and his friends, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Knowing you shouldn't do something, why do you choose to do it anyway? Had I not followed you closely, you might have fled the dragon's nest. The outside world is vastly different from Disadro, especially for you young dragons. The world beyond is fraught with peril. It is not merely the dragon beasts that pose a threat, but even certain plants could claim your lives, particularly you, Billy. If you cannot restrain your tongue, I would not be surprised if you meet your demise the moment you step outside. I'm sorry, Wentz, I realize my mistake, Billy replied, retracting his neck, his tail adorned with crystalline spikes swirling behind him with vigor. Due to their positioning, his tail inadvertently whipped against Veit and Celine. Veit, being robust, felt little discomfort from the strikes, while Celine shot Billy an annoyed glance and shifted away slightly. And you, Celine? I had thought you would be the most mature among them. Upon hearing her name, Celine's head drooped, her radiant aura dimming. I apologize. Wentz sighed. Enough about you all. Remember, until you have transcended your juvenile stage, you must not venture even a step away from Disadro, as doing so could cost you everything. Additionally, you have half a day remaining. Tomorrow marks the official commencement of your academy life. Look forward to it. With that, Wentz turned to depart, leaving the 5 dragons in a state of bewilderment. What should we do now? Billy inquired cautiously. After all, it was he who initially suggested crossing to the other side of the Moonshadow River, and thus, he felt somewhat lacking in confidence at this moment. Nevertheless, Veit and the others were not inclined to place blame on Billy for this matter. His suggestion to explore the other side of the Moonshadow River was a collective decision. As dragons, they were not so lacking in responsibility. Hearing Billy's words, Celine's expression turned sour. In any case, Wentz would no longer allow us to venture outside. We are confined to the academy. Never mind, I shall practice magic. With an entire afternoon ahead of me, there is little else to occupy my time. Dinah turned to Celine. Shall we go together? To this? Celine expressed no objections. On the contrary, it would be splendid to have a dragon accompany her in her magical endeavors. Eo cast a glance at Veit before pointing towards the outside. I wish to engage in battle. Billy could only cast a hopeful gaze upon Veit. Observing this, Veit hesitated for a moment before responding. If you wish, accompany me to the library. With my current physique, I can barely manage to turn the pages. I intend to give it a try. If that proves unfeasible, I shall seek out Boko to inquire about tomorrow's classes. Reading? Huh? Billy's eyes dimmed at a visible pace. I would much rather join Ao in battle. To this, Ao said nothing. After having come to an agreement, the 5 dragons departed the lair once more. Upon arriving at the library, Veit attempted to turn the pages. It was remarkable that, after his recent slumber, his strength had indeed increased significantly. Previously, he could scarcely manage to flip a page, but this time, he found himself able to drag a hefty tome with some effort. Turning pages would undoubtedly pose no issue. After a moment's contemplation, Veit did not immediately commence reading. Instead, he sought out Boko. Boko, who was busily experimenting with potions in the laboratory, displayed a flicker of curiosity upon seeing Veit approach. A tea this hour. Should you not be relishing your rare holiday? What brings you here? At this remark, Veit scratched his head awkwardly and recounted the earlier events. Upon hearing this, Boko erupted into laughter. Wentz is always like that. She is perpetually concerned about your safety. Veit flew up to the experimental table, gazing at the crystal tubes containing liquids of peculiar hues, bubbling away in a constant temperature array, and casually inquired, "Is it not dangerous outside?" Indeed, it is perilous, but not to the extent Wentz suggests. She merely wishes to shield you from risks, and leaving the dragon's nest inherently entails danger, a most treacherous endeavor. Veit was struck by realization, then turned to the liquid within the crystal tube and asked, "What is this? It appears rather hazardous." They are not dangerous. As for their nature, I cannot disclose that just yet. These are materials I will utilize in tomorrow's lesson. Your lesson. So, let us keep an element of suspense. Veit paused in surprise, looking at Boko with astonishment. The reason I came was to inquire about what we would be studying tomorrow. I did not anticipate that you would be the one teaching us. Are we to learn how to concoct potions tomorrow? Boko chuckled softly. Certainly not. Potion making is quite a meticulous and intricate task, where even the slightest error can lead to complications. Should a potion go awry, the loss of its intended effects is the least of your concerns. In more serious cases, it could even induce unpredictable changes within your body. Our principle is that the potions we concoct must be tested by ourselves. There was once a young lad, much like yourselves, who was new to the art of potion making. The very first potion he brewed caused him to shed tears for 10 consecutive days. As a punishment for his disobedience, I chose not to administer a remedy. In the first lesson on potions for every dragon, I always remind them that not every dragon is suited for the study of alchemy. However, as long as they are willing to obey, they will at least avoid concocting potions that could harm themselves. I sincerely hope you can exhibit some obedience, as it would spare you considerable suffering. Veit gazed at Boko in astonishment. How do you manage to utter such terrifying words with a smile? At the same time, Veit mourned for Billy in his heart. When it came to disobedience, he could think of no second dragon besides Billy. Moreover, the most concerning aspect was that Billy had a penchant for putting unfamiliar objects into his mouth. With this thought, Veit hesitated for a moment before saying, Boko, if possible, please keep a close eye on Billy tomorrow. He might attempt to ingest anything he encounters. Upon hearing this, Boko reflected for a moment. Billy, if I recall correctly, is that red crystal dragon, right? If he enjoys putting things in his mouth, the potion class would indeed be a calamity for him. You're right. I should pay more attention. Of course, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have preferred to see him do so. It would teach him that many things should not be placed in one's mouth. Veit chuckled awkwardly and then bid farewell to Boko. Since tomorrow was Boko's class, it was imperative for him to peruse the book titled Herbology Encyclopedia. Chapter 56, The True Essence of Dragon Academy. As dusk fell, when Veit emerged from the library, the square below remained lively. However, he chose not to join the throng. Based on his observations, the Dragon Academy was predominantly filled with metal dragons and chromatic dragons, with a fair number of crystal dragons as well. Faced with his facial blindness, he knew that even if he descended, he would be unable to locate Ao and Billy. Therefore, he flew directly back to the dragon lair. Upon returning, he realized how astute that decision had been, for both Ao and Billy were present in the lair. They appeared to be in good spirits, though their condition was far from ideal, with several scales shattered across their bodies. Particularly concerning was Billy, whose crystalline protrusions bore several signs of fracture. Moreover, the lair was not only occupied by Celine and the others. Winterth was also there. Upon seeing Veit, Winterth smiled and said, You've finally returned. I was about to send Celine to look for you. Curious, Veit inquired of Winterth, Is there something you need us to do? Winterth nodded. Your life at the Academy is about to commence in earnest, but do you grasp the state of the Academy? Veit paused for a moment, then shook his head in confusion. He only knew that their lair was on the 6th floor, the 8th floor was entirely a library, and the 9th floor housed Boko's laboratory, while their classroom for magic lessons was on the 4th floor. Beyond that, he was utterly uninformed. Winterth chuckled. Thus, our upcoming task is to become acquainted with the true essence of the Dragon Academy. With that, Winterth spread his claws wide. Once they had skillfully ascended, Wanthes led Veit and his companions towards the exterior of the dragon's lair. As they walked, Wanthes began to regale them with tales. Veit should be aware that the 9th level houses Boke's laboratory. However, it is not limited to just that. In addition to Boke's potion laboratory, the 9th level also contains Lofa's alchemical laboratory, Janice's magical array laboratory, and my own magical laboratory. Furthermore, they are your instructors in alchemy and magical arrays, whom you will meet in due course. I advise you to refrain from entering these laboratories lightly, particularly the alchemical and magical array ones, as they harbor many perilous substances. You are likely well acquainted with the 8th level, so I shall not elaborate further. The 7th, 6th, and 5th levels comprise the dragon's lair, serving as the resting quarters for the young dragons. The 4th level is familiar to you as well, for it contains the classrooms for magical studies. However, the classrooms for alchemy, magical arrays, and potions are also situated on that level. The 3rd level is similarly a place of instruction, but those classrooms are designated for practical experimentation. Whether it be alchemy, magical arrays, or potions, all require hands-on practice. Although magic also warrants such, one classroom suffices for that purpose. As Wanthes spoke, they had already arrived at the 2nd level. The young dragons in the plaza below cast curious glances their way, but upon noticing Winds's direction towards the 2nd level, their interest waned. They had experienced this scene themselves and understood Winds's intentions. Moreover, they had already encountered the new hatchlings. Upon reaching the 2nd level, Wanthes continued, I trust you have caught a whiff of it. Indeed, the 2nd level is where you shall dine henceforth. The Dragon Academy operates as a complete system. necessitating the management of logistics by dragons, relying solely on a handful of instructors to provide sufficient sustenance for the hatchlings, while feasible, would consume an excessive amount of time. Previously, your diminutive size rendered you unfit to partake of meals here, which is why I brought nourishment to you. From now on, you shall need to come here to eat. Although you are currently in a gradual growth phase, it is essential to accumulate sustenance. Hence, food shall be available here every morning and evening. Additionally, Veit, as I mentioned yesterday, your growth demands significantly more than Selene and the others. Should you feel hunger, do not hesitate to inform me promptly. Veit nodded in response. He had already noticed that his appetite surpassed the total of Selene and her companions, even including the newly acquainted Isha. Seeing Veit nod, Wanthes smiled and led them into the dining hall. As they stepped inside, Veit and his companions were enveloped by an atmosphere of exuberance. From their vantage point, they could behold the entirety of the dining hall. Previously, Veiter had found it peculiar that the young dragons in the square outside seemed to have diminished in number. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that these juvenile dragons were gathered here, feasting together, with familiar dragons encircling them. In front of each dragon lay a tray, laden with an abundance of meat. The dining hall bore a resemblance to the library, yet it was considerably more spacious. Embedded within the innermost wall was a rather ominous skeleton shaped like a colossal dragon. Wait a moment. Veiter suddenly froze, uncertain if it was merely his imagination. But it appeared that a flicker of black flame had ignited within the eye sockets of that dragon skeleton. It must be an illusion, right? Carlos. Just then, Veiter heard Wentz calling out a name. Curiously, he glanced around but did not observe any dragon responding to the name uttered by Wentz. Could it be that the individual was behind Wentz? Contemplating this, Veiter looked up, only to find that Wentz's gaze remained fixed ahead. Rather than turning back the head, Veiter lowered his head, yet there was still no sight of any dragon. Suddenly, Veiter found himself frozen once more. The direction in which he was looking was directly aligned with the dragon skeleton, and at that moment, two tendrils of black flame erupted from its eye sockets. Apologies, Wentz. I must have dozed off inadvertently. Seems I startled the little creature in your grasp. The voice was deep and hoarse, reminiscent of bones grinding against one another. Well, judging by the demeanor of the other, it indeed resembled the sound of bones in a frenzied scrape. Wentz looked down and saw Veiter staring blankly at Carlos, prompting a light chuckle from him. This child's inherited memories seemed to have encountered some issues. His understanding of dragon species was rather limited. Veiter, it is rather impolite to stare at another dragon for too long. This is Carlos, who is responsible for the nourishment of all the young dragons. By the way, his species is the undead dragon, which has some relation to the ghost dragon. As for the specifics, you will need to seek that knowledge in the books yourself. Undead dragon? Why isn't it called the bone dragon? Bone dragon seems a more fitting name. That is because the bone dragon emerged much earlier than the undead dragon, and they have already claimed that title, leaving us to adopt the name undead dragon instead. Furthermore, although we undead dragons share a resemblance with bone dragons, we possess certain distinctions. For instance, we actually have dragon scales, albeit located on the surface of our bones. Chapter 57. A new teacher, a new curriculum, a new friend. Listening to Carlos's explanation, Veiter found himself somewhat speechless. It was quite amusing to have a species name preemptively claimed. Nevertheless, Veiter could not help but feel a sense of relief that the name Celestial Dragon had not been taken. Additionally, he truly could not discern where Carlos had indicated the dragon scales to be. All he perceived was that the other's bones appeared coarse and irregular, lacking in smoothness. Could those be what are referred to as dragon scales? With this thought, Veiter resolved that he must thoroughly read through the Encyclopedia of Dragons at the earliest opportunity. Consistently misidentifying dragons was unacceptable, especially now that peculiar dragons like Carlos had emerged among the species. With these thoughts in mind, Veiter inquired, since undead dragons are entirely composed of bones, do you require sustenance? What about water? Upon hearing Veiter's words, Carlos remained unfazed, merely chuckling as he remarked, it is precisely because I do not indulge in petty theft that I have been entrusted with the management of the Academy's cafeteria. Of course, I abstain from drinking water as well. The sound of Carlos's laughter was deep and resonant, reminiscent of the sinister chuckle attributed to villains in another realm. However, Veiter had long surpassed the phase of judging by appearances. After all, in that world, metallic dragons symbolized justice while chromatic dragons represented malevolence. Yet in the realm of reality, where do justice and evil truly exist? They are but matters of perspective. Much like the previous dragon beast invasion, to them, those Embody dragon beasts were intruders, while to the Embody, they were merely foraging for sustenance. After being cared for by Winters for 2 years, he had yet to perceive any malevolent traits in Winters. Conversely, he found Carlos's laughter to be quite delightful. Well, there will be ample time for conversation later. For now, you should decide what you wish to eat next. With Winter's prompt, Veit and his companions finally recalled their purpose for visiting the cafeteria. As for the Busulong beast, the Capulong beast, and the Bohan dragon beast, which of these do you prefer? Veit was not unfamiliar with these names. In fact, aside from the Busulong beast, the other 2 dragon beasts had only become known to him today. Veit was quite the eager learner. The dragon beast that Celine and Billy had brought back yesterday was unfamiliar to him, but prior to consulting the complete guide to potions this afternoon, he had perused the Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts. The Bohan dragon beast was the name of that particular creature. It was of medium size among dragon beasts, reaching about 100 meters in length when fully grown, known for its ferocity and strong aggression. With short, stout limbs and sluggish movement, making it a prime target for the majority of dragonkind and dragon beasts alike. Like the Busulong beast, it was also one of the best sources of meat for young dragons. The Capulong beast, too, was among the finest sources of meat for juvenile dragons. It was massive, yet not as formidable as the Busulong beast, reaching between 300 to 400 meters in length, resembling a sheep from another world. The distinguishing feature of the Capulong beast was its sharp teeth and claws, its agile movements concealed beneath a layer of dragon scales, and it was a diverse omnivorous dragon beast, occasionally preying on smaller dragon beasts. Additionally, Veit had found information regarding a certain red fruit in the Encyclopedia of Herbs. This red fruit, known as Hongying fruit, served as a primary food source for fire element herbivorous dragon beasts. It was indeed non-toxic and commonly found in the wild. Setting aside this information, after pondering for a moment, Veit resolved to sample the Capulong beast, which he had never tried before. The meat of the Busulong beast was rather tough, yet rich in energy. While the Bohan dragon beast's meat was softer and less energizing than that of the Busulong beast, but in terms of flavor, the Bohan dragon beast excelled. One could only wonder what flavor the Capulong beast might possess. Upon hearing Veit's declaration, Celine and the others exchanged glances before unanimously making the same choice, as they perceived that Veit possessed a unique talent when it came to culinary matters. However, they were evidently mistaken this time. Well, at least, all the dragons except for Celine were mistaken. The difference between consuming the cooked Capulong beast and eating it raw is truly stark, with only Veit and Celine opting for the cooked fare. Ultimately, they found themselves compelled to seek an alternative sustenance. After guiding Veit and his companions to the dining hall, whence departed they asked for the first floor of the academy. It boasted no special facilities. If one were to pinpoint a significant feature, it would be the plaza, serving as an outlet for the excess energy of the young dragons. It is noteworthy that despite Went's absence, the hatchlings, who occasionally cast curious glances in their direction, did not rush over to engage with them. In fact, most of their attention was directed towards Celine. As previously mentioned, the academy is predominantly inhabited by 5-colored and metallic dragons, with crystal dragons following closely, and elemental dragons after that, while the exotic dragons are the rarest. To date, Veit is aware of only 2 exotic dragons within the entire academy, himself and Celine. Today, however, he encountered a third, named Carlos. Beyond that, he had not observed any other exotic dragons among the hatchlings. Although Veit is an exotic dragon, his striking resemblance to silver dragons renders Celine the sole focal point of attention. Thus, during their meal, Celine wore a frown, persistently urging Veit and the others in hushed tones. She truly could not endure the scrutiny. In response, Veit had little to offer. It was hardly feasible to prevent others from looking. Moreover, as they would frequently dine here in the future, Celine would inevitably have to acclimate to it. After dinner, Veit and his companions returned to their lair, harboring anticipation for the potion course scheduled for the following day, and soon drifted into slumber, silence enveloping the night. The next morning, Veit and his friends ventured to the second-floor dining hall for breakfast without any guidance for the first time, and then proceeded directly to the potion classroom on the 4th floor. Upon their arrival, they encountered an unexpected dragon. Allow me to introduce her. She is Isha, a hatchling born in the same period as you. From this day forth, you shall embark on your studies together. As Boko observed the 5 young dragons rushing in, he turned his gaze towards Isha, who was already settled in her seat, and began the introduction. Before Veit and the others could respond, Isha waved her claw at Selin. Selin, Dynit, please come over here. Noticing the astonishment etched on Selin and Dynit's faces, Isha felt slightly bashful and added, to be honest, I only learned about this arrangement this morning. While I may not reside in the academy like you, I am still required to complete the curriculum. As she spoke, Isha wore a grim expression, for the academy's curriculum would extend until they outgrew their hatchling phase. Boko observed this exchange, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. Ah, so you already know each other. That makes things even better. To be frank, I had been quite troubled about how to facilitate your harmonious interaction. All right, Veit, Billy, and oh, please find yourselves a seat. I am about to lead you into a new course. Upon hearing Boko's words, Veit and his companions finally shifted their focus away from Isha. Subsequently, Weit's attention was drawn to the pedestal before Isha, where lay a square metallic object. However, upon closer inspection, Veit soon realized that it was not merely a metallic block, but rather a diminutive tome crafted from metal. Come now, Veit, quickly find your place. Upon hearing Boko's words, Veit returned to his senses and noticed that he was the only one yet to locate his seat. He glanced upward and observed that Selin and Dynit had positioned Isha between them, while Billy occupied the spot closest to Boko, and Ao remained solitary in a seat 2 rows behind Isha. This arrangement seemed to align perfectly with Ao's character. After a moment's contemplation, Veit decided to take a seat beside Billy. There was no escaping the fact that Billy had a penchant for exploring the world through his words. Although Boko had assured them that he would keep an eye on Billy, Veit couldn't shake off his lingering concern. Once Veit settled in, Boko produced a small stack of metallic tomes and distributed them to Veit and the others. This book had been specially crafted as a textbook for young dragons like you, encompassing all the herbs that might be utilized in potion brewing, along with their various properties. Veit curiously examined the metallic tome on the pedestal before him. Was it the Encyclopedia of Herbs? Boko shook his head. No. It is merely a fragment of the Encyclopedia of Herbs, and indeed, a very small portion at that. Potion making is an intricate art. Even today, new herbs continue to be discovered and employed to concoct new potions. The Encyclopedia of Herbs has not managed to catalog every herb in existence. What you are to learn are merely the fundamentals of potion brewing. This course will not suffice to make you a qualified potion master. Even upon completing all the lessons, you would merely be considered an apprentice. Only through further study can one aspire to become a true potion master. Upon hearing this, Veit gazed at Boko in confusion. Then why must we study potion making? Boko, much like Wentz, exhibited considerable patience. Upon hearing Weit's inquiry, he began to elucidate. There are 3 primary reasons for introducing you to potion making. First, it offers you a future filled with choices, much like magic circles and alchemy. Second, it serves to identify young dragons who possess an affinity for potions and wish to pursue that path. Potion masters are indispensable to a dragon's lair. Many ailments that are perilous for young dragons can be treated with potions, and following injuries, potions can significantly aid in recovery. Some adept potion masters can concoct brews that directly enhance one's strength. Those who have attained legendary status as potion masters can even create elixirs capable of regrowing severed limbs for dragons. Upon hearing this, Veit felt a stir of realization, and a wonder Wentz had previously sought to guide him toward potion making. The prospect of enhancing one's strength through potions, especially in the absence of magic, was indeed compelling. Boko continued, the third reason is that the potions learned during your youth will hold considerable significance for you. Should the day arise in the future when these potions are required, you will be capable of crafting them yourselves. Therefore, must we now embark on the study of potion making? Billy, possessing an insatiable curiosity for anything novel, eagerly posed this question after listening to Boko's words. However, Boko simply shook his head. Potion making is not merely a matter of tossing a collection of ingredients into a vessel and boiling them together. If it were that simple, it would not be regarded as an art. Thus, before delving into the intricacies of potion making, you must undertake a great deal of preparatory work. At the very least, you must memorize the contents of the book before you, word for word. Furthermore, you will need to learn some new forms of magic. Upon hearing this, Veit and the others were momentarily taken aback. Does the crafting of potions also necessitate magic? Indeed, for instance, as he spoke, Boko extended his claw and then pointed with a finger, followed by a rather convoluted incantation. The meaning was clear to Veit and the others. Sharp. They then witnessed Boko's finger elongate slightly, becoming thinner overall, imparting a more perilous aura. Draconic magic has two branches. One is the elemental magic taught to you by Veit, and the other is the shaping magic I am employing now. Shaping magic, in essence, refers to the reformation of form, as so far, there are only three types of shaping magic: sharp, solid, and accelerate. Do not underestimate these three spells. Although their number pales in comparison to elemental magic, they do not differentiate between magical tiers. Their potency solely correlates with your proficiency in magic and your inherent strength. The more adept you become at magic, and the stronger you are, the greater the power of these three shaping spells. Rest assured, in our potion class, you are not required to master all three. Merely grasping sharp will suffice. We shall employ this magic to process materials. Observing Veit raise his head, his eyes betraying a hint of concern mingled with barely perceptible anticipation. Boko chuckled softly. Veit, there is no need for worry. While shaping magic does require the use of internal elements to construct elemental nodes, it does not necessitate the invocation of external elements. Theoretically, you are capable of utilizing this form of magic. Moreover, Veit is a staunch proponent of the belief that elemental magic encompasses all of draconic magic, and thus she is often reluctant to acknowledge shaping magic as draconic magic. She even regards shaping magic as heretical and dismisses its study. Additionally, the mental magic she whimsically devised has gained recognition from a portion of dragons, yet she perceives it as an incomplete form of elemental magic rather than a new category of magic. It must be said that at times, Veit can be remarkably obstinate. Yet, the world is ever evolving, and new phenomena will inevitably emerge. Shaping magic is but one example, and mental magic as well, with the potential for further new magical categories to arise in the future. During the last Grand Dragon Feast, a dragon proposed the transformation of the 8 elements into 9, positing that space is, indeed, an element of its own. This perspective sparked a plethora of debates regarding elemental modifications. For instance, some dragons argued that death should be disentangled from the dark element and categorized as a distinct element. Similarly, there were dragons who believed that life ought to be differentiated from nature. Furthermore, some posited that if space is an element, why should time not be considered one as well? Fortunately, Winterth did not attend the last Grand Dragon Feast. Otherwise, given her obstinate nature, she might have clashed with those youthful dragons. Aside from that, as Boko began to ramble on about the occurrences of the previous Grand Dragon Feast, Veit could no longer contain himself. Boko, what is it? Veit, shouldn't we discuss the matter of shaping magic? Chapter 59. The first spell. Upon hearing this, Boko finally realized that he was supposed to be teaching Veit and the others, rather than complaining about Winterth's rigidity in his laboratory. With an apologetic smile, Boko continued, I apologize. I thought I was in my laboratory. Let us proceed with the discussion on shaping magic. In truth, shaping magic is far more potent than you might imagine. Just now, I merely sharpened a single claw, but what if I were to cast the spell on an entire paw? Or even on my dragon horn? Of course, when concocting potions, such considerations are unnecessary. My sole responsibility is to teach potion making. How far you can wield shaping magic is entirely up to you. As Boko spoke, Veit pondered another matter. Did Winterth guide him toward potion studies with shaping magic in mind? Perhaps Winterth's considerable bias against shaping magic prevented her from directly informing him. This line of thought was not entirely implausible. Veit was surprised to discover this somewhat childish side of Winterth. While musing over this, his peripheral vision caught sight of Billy drooling over the metal book before him. Veit promptly prodded Billy with his tail. When Billy looked over in confusion, Veit pointed at the metal book and shook his head. Realizing that Veit had discerned his thoughts, Billy's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly nodded, signaling that he would not attempt to stuff the book into his mouth. Veit shook his head in exasperation, relieved by his decision to sit beside Billy. This fellow, it seemed, was indeed hard to change. At this moment, Boko had already begun to explain the key points of casting the spell Sharpen. Veit quickly focused his attention. The method of casting shaping magic is akin to that of elemental magic. Yet the outcomes differ significantly. Shaping magic ultimately affects our own bodies, thus leaving no room for error. While a mistake may not result in broken claws, the pain would be comparably intense. However, this very aspect allows one to easily discern where the error occurred during the casting process. Therefore, relative to elemental magic, shaping magic is more accessible to learn. I believe that with the span of a morning, you shall successfully cast the spell. Then, let us begin. Upon hearing Boko's words, Veit and the others gazed at their claws, plunged into contemplation. The agony of breaking one's fingers that it sounds excruciating. Of course, there are no shortage of warriors. Just as Veit hesitated, Billy, fixated on his claws, eagerly commenced chanting the incantation. However, scarcely had a syllable escaped his lips when Billy let out a wretched scream. Clutching his claws, "It's broken. It's broken," Billy cried out, tears streaming down his face. Veit hurried to inspect Billy's claws, only to find one of his fingers twisted into a grotesque arc. Fortunately, it had not broken. Boko approached, chuckling, "Fear not, it won't break. Even if it did, I could mend it, however, for something of this magnitude. Veit, just straighten it out for him," Boko spoke. He noticed the terror-stricken expressions on Veit and the others, prompting him to chuckle softly. "What? Such a trivial pain has frightened you? You may not realize that in the days to come, such suffering is merely the beginning. If the potion fails, it may explode. A miscalculation in alchemy could also lead to an explosion. If the patterns of the magic circle are not inscribed smoothly enough, it too may explode. Furthermore, do not presume that only failed shape-shifting spells can inflict harm upon oneself. In truth, the repercussions of failed elemental magic are far more severe. Yet, you are currently learning only some lower-tier magics, and have yet to experience this aspect. You will understand when you delve into intermediate magic." At this juncture, Boko's smile faded. Whence has always cautioned you about the dangers of the outside world, yet has never elaborated on what those dangers entail. Do you know? Whence has ventured outside before. Upon her return, she had but one wing left, her right arm torn off at the elbow by another dragon. She understands the perils of the outside world, which is why she has consistently emphasized this matter. If you cannot endure even the pain of practicing magic, remaining in Disadro is your wisest choice. The outside world is reserved for the strong. Upon hearing Boko's words, Billy casually wiped the corner of his eye. Then, trembling, extended his left claw and forcefully straightened the twisted finger on his right claw. Veit could feel Billy's torment. His scales trembled all over. Yet this time, he withheld his tears, gritting his teeth and silently enduring. Billy's resolve inspired the other dragons, including Veit, to begin attempting the spell. Dragons do not shy away from any endeavor. They merely require a reason. Now, Boko had provided them with a reason. To endure suffering is the path of the strong. The pride that emanates from the very depths of their bloodline forbids them from uttering words of submission to weakness. Thus, they embraced this rationale. Of course, pain is still pain. Yet, no dragon cried out anymore. Including Billy. Boko nodded in satisfaction. He had no wish to play the role of the villain, yet someone must impart to Veit and the others that this is a world that venerates strength, and strength is born from adversity. On the other hand, it was during his first misstep in constructing elemental nodes that Veit finally grasped the essence of Billy's feelings. The agony he experienced was akin to someone attempting to snap his fingers in two. When juxtaposed with this visceral pain, the discomfort he felt while training his wings paled in comparison. However, as Bok aptly remarked, suffering is indeed the finest teacher. The anguish stemming from a single failure was indelibly etched into his memory, such that even a dragon would find it impossible to forget. Under such circumstances, Veit and his companions made remarkable strides in mastering this magic. The mere morning was but Bok's estimation. Yet in reality, Veit and the others accomplished the successful application of the spell in just 2 magical hours, with the swiftest among them, Celine, even finishing half an hour ahead of her peers. Of course, her magical aptitude was not truly superior to that of Veit and the others. Rather, it stemmed from the inherent healing properties of the light element. Thus, after each practice session, Celine required minimal rest before embarking upon her next attempt. This was an innate ability, envied by other dragons. Unsurprisingly, Veit was the most exhilarated. Observing his slender claw, which, although only slightly altered, was now undeniably sharper, he nearly leapt for joy. He had finally cast his first true spell, even if it merely rendered one of his claws more keen. Chapter 60. Mastery of Magic. Gazing at his elongated claw, Veit could not resist the urge to experiment. After all, this was his first genuine spell. However, there was nothing suitable at hand as his mind wandered. His gaze fell upon the crystalline cluster adorning Billy's back. "Billy, my apologies." "Huh?" Billy turned his head in bewilderment upon hearing Veit's sudden apology. Then crack, with a crisp sound. While the crystalline cluster remained unscathed, Veit's finger contorted into an awkward position, staring blankly at his injury. The excruciating pain could not dispel the confusion and uncertainty swirling within him. Billy, using his tail to scratch the spot that Veit had attacked, wore an expression of innocence, as if to say, "This has nothing to do with me." Boak, too, had not anticipated that Veit would create such a spectacle. He shook his head in a blend of amusement and exasperation. It had been stated that the spell's potency correlates with one's proficiency. Not only had Veit successfully executed it on his first attempt, but that very finger had already been considerably weakened during the practice. At this juncture, to strike the hardest part of a crystalline dragon's body. Veit, I am curious to know what was going through your mind. Upon hearing this, Veit snapped back to reality, awkwardly lowering his head, his tail behind him nearly creating an afterimage. I too am curious about your thought process. In contrast to the other dragons, Isha was notably more unrestrained, laughing heartily and even mocking him. Veit turned to glare at her with resentment before raising his eyes to Boak, sheepishly asking, "It seems it's really broken this time. What should I do?" Boak shook his head in resignation, then produced a crystalline tube from his claw, and of course, that was for Boak himself. For Veit, it was akin to a grand crystal jar, one that could entirely envelop him. "Now, first, straighten your claws." Upon hearing this, Veit hurriedly complied. Once Veit had adjusted his claws, Boak opened the crystal tube and poured out a small droplet of the liquid within, then skillfully manipulated it with his mental force, wrapping it around the severed claw of Veit. "It might feel a tad itchy, but you must endure if you move recklessly. Misaligning your claw is no concern of mine." Veit nodded in response, then curiously gazed at his claw encased in the liquid. The substance was a translucent green, viscous in texture, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. And Veit could sense a distinct vitality emanating from it. This essence of life was something he occasionally perceived from Dingite. Just as Veit contemplated this, an undeniable itch began to manifest on his claw, urging the dragon to scratch. Fortunately, Boak's prior warning helped Veit resist the temptation in an effort to divert his attention. Veit inquired, "Boak, is this the potion you mentioned for healing wounds?" Boak nodded and then addressed the other dragons. "Extend the claws you used to practice magic. This potion will facilitate your swift recovery, preventing you from ending up like Veit, who had severed his claw with that." Boak manipulated the potion to envelop the claws that the other dragons extended. Continuing, potions can be categorized into three main types: restorative, enhancing, and healing. Restorative potions are designed to replenish physical and magical energy. Enhancing potions serve to permanently augment one's power. Healing potions, like the one I am currently using, rapidly mend injuries. Naturally, those that can regenerate lost limbs also fall into this category. The potion contained within my claws is referred to as a mid-level healing potion. Since there are mid-level potions, it follows that there are also beginner, advanced, and elite levels. When you are capable of independently concocting a beginner healing potion, it signifies your qualification as an apprentice alchemist. By this logic, mid-level healing potions correspond to beginner alchemists, advanced healing potions to intermediate alchemists, and so forth. Isn't it intriguing why the alchemist's rank is one level lower than the healing potions they must concoct? Upon seeing Veit and the others nod, Boak smiled and explained, "This is because healing potions are the easiest to produce among potions of the same level. Now, it should be about ready. How do you feel?" Veit glanced down at his claw, moved it slightly, and exclaimed in astonishment, "It's already healed." With Veit's severed claw restored, the other dragons were certainly in no need of further assurance. The miraculous effects of the mid-level healing potion sparked significant interest in alchemy among Veit and his companions. Boak was not surprised by this, as it was, after all, part of the lesson. "Since you are now healed, we shall proceed to further studies. Successfully wielding the sharpness spell is merely the beginning." I had stated this from the outset. The art of potion crafting is a meticulous endeavor that allows for not a single error, encompassing the delicate manipulation of magic as well. As he spoke, Boko conjured additional items at the tips of his claws, evenly distributing them before Veit and the others. Veit gazed quizzically at the stone and wooden slabs before him, perplexed about their purpose. However, he was certain that these items were certainly not intended for consumption. Thus, he snatched away the wooden slab that Billy was about to put into his mouth. The other dragons were already accustomed to such antics, merely casting Veit a glance that conveyed, "It's all up to you now." Billy, belatedly aware of the situation, scratched his head and offered an embarrassed smile. though this was truly a reflexive action. Well then, your task for today is to place the stone slab beneath the wooden one and, without damaging the slab beneath, use your claws imbued with the sharpness spell to evenly divide the wooden slab into two pieces of identical shape and size. Now, let us begin. With that, Boko closed his eyes to meditate. Observing this, the dragons commenced their labors. Veit focused intently on his fingers, reciting the incantation as they visibly elongated. Step 1. The magical enhancement. Complete. Subsequently, Veit followed Boko's instructions, placing the wooden slab atop the stone slab and cautiously extending his claws towards it. However, it was only upon attempting the task that Veit realized the difficulty of Boko's demands. The moment his claws made contact with the wooden slab, it was as if a hot knife were slicing through butter. This phrase aptly describes the current situation in that world. His claws effortlessly sank into the wood, with the stone slab beneath meeting the same fate. Due to the limited materials, you shall practice with the first wooden slab. Only when you can cut through the wood without harming the stone underneath, or when both the wooden and stone slabs in your possession are rendered unusable, shall I distribute a second slab. Now, continue. It was evident that Boko had anticipated this scenario. Veit and the others could only bury themselves in relentless practice. Chapter 61. I desire to grow stronger. Too much force that too little does still not right. It's crooked, Veit muttered to himself, leaving a series of scratches on the wooden slab before him. His golden-hued eyes filled with determination at this moment. A considerable pile of battered wooden pieces and stones lay accumulated in front of him. In truth, it was not only Veit who struggled. The other dragons were similarly engaged. As Boko had mentioned, shaping magic is easy to learn, yet difficult to master, particularly concerning control. However, during the practice, Veit observed that, unlike elemental magic, shaping magic boasted commendable sustainability. As long as the elemental power within the elemental nodes remained ample, this magic could be maintained indefinitely. This revelation opened another path to magic for Veit. Even before he could wield elemental magic, shaping magic allowed him to experience the power that magic could bestow. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to master all three shaping spells and wield them with proficiency. Veit, you seem distracted. Boko's voice jolted Veit back to the present. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the slate and wooden board had been cleaved in two, leaving even a faint white mark on the stone table beneath the slate. Observing this, Veit sheepishly scratched his head and my apologies. Ouch. Veit cradled his head, feeling a sharp sting emanating from it. Involuntarily inhaling a breath of cool air, he had forgotten that his claws were imbued with sharpness. In the act of scratching his head, the keen claws had coincidentally wedged into the gaps between his scales, injuring the skin beneath. Of course, the dragon's skin, much like its scales, possessed formidable defensive properties, so it merely caused pain without breaking the surface. Watching Veit rub his head with an expression of embarrassment, Boko chuckled helplessly. Be more careful. Don't be so rough, or you might hurt yourself. At that moment, Veit heard a sudden snicker behind him. Turning to glare at the exceptionally radiant Iza, Veit was about to resume his practice when Boko continued. All right, that concludes today's lesson. Veit was momentarily taken aback, only then realizing that the sky outside had darkened. Sighing as he gazed at the wooden board before him, Veit lamented, no progress at all. Hearing Veit's words, the other dragons wore similarly disheartened expressions. They too shared his plight. Boko, observing this, chuckled softly. Suddenly increased power is naturally difficult to control. Not to mention, if we consider the time, you have all been studying elemental magic for about a year now. Casting a spell should pose no challenge. But if I were to ask you to maintain that spell, how long could you sustain it? Aside from Veit, the eyes of Selene and the others were clouded with confusion. However, their uncertainty did not deter the dragons from attempting a trial. Light Arrow, the first to try was Selene, who chose the very first spell she had learned. Yet, when she attempted to follow Boko's instruction to maintain the magic before her rather than releasing it, the light arrow detonated instantaneously, failing to hold it for even a second, left Selene feeling quite dejected, and the other dragons felt similarly. Noticing their disappointment, Boko remarked with a smile, the potency of the magic you cast reflects your strength. But strength does not always translate to complete execution. To fully realize your potential, you require sufficient control. This control cannot be honed overnight. Furthermore, there are myriad ways to cultivate control beyond what I have presented. Time is not limited to our lessons. In fact, there remains only one more class. In other words, during the third session, I will officially begin to elucidate the relevant knowledge of herbs. Alright, today you all performed quite well. Except for that at this point, Boke deliberately elongated his tone, tantalizing Veit and the others, before shifting his gaze to Billy. Billy, it is not a good habit to put things in your mouth, especially when studying potions. I will be paying special attention to you. If you cannot curb this habit, I will apply a special potion to the items prepared for you. Trust me, the taste of those potions will be anything but pleasant. Billy awkwardly lowered his head. He did not wish for this, yet at times, he found it truly beyond his control. Very well, you may each take the book back with you, allowing you to familiarize yourselves with its contents in advance. However, do remember to bring it along to class in the future. With that, Boko nodded towards the young dragons and then turned to leave the classroom. Isla, would you care to join me for a meal in the cafeteria? By the way, will you also be residing in the academy from now on? Upon hearing Celine's words, the gazes of Veit and the others shifted towards Isla. Isla nodded at first, then shook her head. As for meals, I will be dining in the academy, but I will not be living there. With that, Isla paused, knowing well that the young dragons residing in the academy were those hatched from dragon eggs brought back by the dragon nest, without parents. Thus, she refrained from mentioning anything about parents. However, the other dragons were not oblivious. They understood that Isla was being considerate of their feelings and did not press further. Under Celine's invitation, the group of dragons made their way to the cafeteria. After dinner, Isla departed from the academy, while Celine and the others prepared to return. However, Veit bid farewell to Celine and the others, casually handing his book to Celine to take back for him before soaring towards Boko's laboratory on the 9th floor. You mentioned your desire to learn 2 additional shape-shifting spells? Veit, standing at the experiment table, nodded. My physical form is considerably stronger than that of other young dragons my age. If I could master all 3 shape-shifting spells, then even without the ability to wield elemental magic, my combat prowess would still be formidable. Boko, who was concocting a potion, glanced at Veit upon hearing his words and continued with his work, saying, that is quite an admirable ambition. Though there are only 3 shape-shifting spells, mastering them completely would indeed rival elemental magic. And in terms of versatility, they surpass elemental spells. But have you truly considered this? The agony you endured while learning Sharp, an entire afternoon's worth of torment, is something I doubt you'll forget so swiftly. The learning of Sturdy and Accelerate will be even more arduous, necessitating an even greater degree of suffering. Veit resolutely nodded. I believe your words in class were spot on. The outside world is reserved for the strong, and strength is never attained without considerable effort. I aspire to become strong, and for that, I fear nothing. Upon hearing this, Boko paused his work and regarded Veit with admiration. A commendable resolve indeed. Let us commence. Chapter 62. The pursuit arising from the depths of bloodline. Now? Veit was momentarily taken aback by Boko's words, then turned to look at the potion bubbling away on the constant temperature array. Is it truly acceptable for me to focus on magic while leaving this? Boko, however, smiled and shook his head. You are the one learning magic. My only responsibility is to ensure your safety, which does not interfere with my potion making. Furthermore, the 2-year rapid growth phase has concluded. From this point onward, until you leave your juvenile stage, sleeping will no longer be an obligation for you. In other words, if you so desire, you could dedicate all your sleeping hours to the cultivation of magic, the honing of your physical form, or the refinement of other skills, without it adversely affecting your bodily growth. So, shall you commence at once? Upon hearing this, Veit gazed at Boke in astonishment, eager to discern whether his companion was jesting or if such a reality truly existed. If this were indeed the case, he would need to make some adjustments to his time management. However, as he observed the unmistakable mirth in Boke's eyes, he comprehended that his friend was merely teasing him. With a resigned roll of his eyes, he remarked, You know, I was almost convinced by your words. Boke erupted into hearty laughter. It is, of course, impossible to forego sleep entirely. Our draconic bodies are robust, and we harbor a considerable reserve of elemental energy. Thus, even without engaging in any activities, our daily endeavors alone consume a significant amount of mental energy throughout the day. When mental energy is depleted, one is bound to feel drowsy. This, however, pertains to you young dragons. You require sleep each day to replenish the mental energy expended in your daily pursuits. Yet, this is merely a passive restoration. Once your mental energy ascends to a silver level, sleep will serve not only to recuperate your energy but also to enhance it. At that juncture, slumber will transform into a form of your training. Yet, there is one point I do not jest about. If you forego sleep, it will indeed not impede your growth, but it will render you somewhat weary, prone to dozing off at any moment. Arrogant, slothful, and greedy. These are the perceptions of other dragonkin towards our kind. Yet, I contend that only the last point holds true. The so-called arrogance is merely exhibited by a fraction of the dragons, and our slothfulness is not slumber but a form of cultivation. Veit regarded Boke with curiosity. Then why are dragons said to be greedy? No sooner had he spoken than he beheld a dazzling handful of circular gold coins suddenly appear in Boke's claws, each coin as large as Veit's own head. The resplendent gleam of the gold captivated Veit's full attention. What is that? Gold coins, do you desire them? Veit fervently nodded, his eyes fixated on the small pile of coins in Boke's grasp. If you wish for them, then you must exchange your blood. Upon hearing this, Veit was instantly jolted back to reality. However, the awakened Veit found himself clutching his tail, gazing up at Boke. How much is required? Yet, scarcely had he spoken when the coins in Boke's grasp vanished into thin air. Veit stared forlornly at Boke's empty claws, only then realizing the peculiar nature of his recent reaction. Looking at his tail, Veit's eyes were filled with confusion. He had always despised parting with his blood for any other dragon, yet upon seeing that pile of coins, he had instantly relinquished his resolve. Boke, of course, understood Veit's thoughts at that moment, chuckling as he tapped his claws to draw Veit's attention back. What do you feel? Veit hesitated for a moment before softly replying. It feels as though it isn't truly me. Boke laughed heartily. It is indeed you, yet this stems from the profound yearning deep within the bloodline of dragons. However, you are still young, and this intense desire may cloud your judgment. Once you transcend the juvenile stage, such occurrences will cease. Nevertheless, when the allure of gold presents itself before you, the impulse to possess it will undoubtedly arise, albeit with less fervor than before. Thus, I contend that to characterize dragons as greedy is not inaccurate. We are, indeed, avaricious. Yet, we simply refer to it as a preference. Veit inhaled deeply several times to compose himself before inquiring, is every dragon like this? Boko nodded and then shook his head. Every dragon exhibits such tendencies, yet their preferences may differ. Some dragons are fond of gold, while others favor gold fashioned into coins. Some have an affinity for gemstones, others for items crafted from gems, and there are those who cherish crystals. Additionally, some dragons have a penchant for everything. These are merely different inclinations, and we, too, happen to share a common interest. Moreover, I shall not be parting with my treasures. If you desire them, you must wait until you mature and gather them yourself. Dragons do not share their wealth with any other dragon, be it a mate or their offspring. After a pause, Boko disregarded the disappointment reflected in Veit's eyes and continued, enough of this digression. Hasten to practice your magic. Today's lesson will be quite exhausting, and before long, you shall find yourself drowsy. In response, Veit nodded and then descended from the testing platform, moving to a nearby open space to commence his study of the other two shaping spells. Veit was aware of the incantations for those spells. The reason he had refrained from practicing privately was due to the indelible impression left by Fengrui for Fortify. It is best to begin with a scale from your own body. While Accelerate offers no shortcuts, you must practice with your own wings. I must caution you, should Fortify fail, it is likely to result in elemental imbalance, leading to an explosion. Conversely, failure with Accelerate may cause the bones in your wings to fracture. Veit nodded in acknowledgement, committing the advice to memory before he began to seek a suitable spot on his body for the spell. Ultimately, he chose his tail, as the scales there were smaller, making the magical shaping more manageable. Moreover, at times, Veit genuinely felt that his tail possessed a life of its own, often thrashing about when his attention was diverted elsewhere. For this reason, he had faced numerous reprimands from Selene and her companions. Today, he seized the opportunity to render it more obedient. By the way, the tail does not hurt. Fortify. With one claw embracing his tail and the other pressing upon a scale, Veit intoned the peculiar cadence of the ancient dragon language. Then, the tail exploded. Chapter 63. The interrogation begins. Veit's tail had indeed detonated. Of course, it was not completely obliterated. Only the scale that Veit had imbued with magic had burst. The force was considerable, A small circle of dragon scales around the impact site shattered, and even the skin charred to a deep black, though fortunately, there was no bleeding as for Veit's head. Having been positioned too close, the scales on his face were also left darkened by the explosion. Although he sustained no injuries, he felt somewhat dazed from the blast. Upon regaining his senses, a flicker of relief washed over Veit, grateful that he had not chosen to target other parts of his body. His tail, being the area with the least sensitivity, endured the brunt of the pain, yet even so, waves of sharp discomfort coursed through him. Had he selected a different region, he might have been drenched in cold sweat from the agony. Casting a glance at the small, bare patch on his tail, revealing flesh-toned skin, Veit's gaze shifted to another section of scales. Indeed, Veit was not inclined to surrender. Practicing magic with his tail was relatively bearable. And considering the tail's length was comparable to his body, the damaged area was merely the size of a palm, hardly substantial. With this thought in mind, Veit resumed his practice. Creating solidity was indeed more challenging than achieving sharpness. The latter required merely 7 elemental nodes, whereas the former demanded a full 10. According to the classification of elemental magic, lower-tier spells typically maxed out at 10 nodes. To date, Veit and his companions had yet to embark on the study of elemental magic utilizing 10 nodes. Among them, Selene, the fastest learner, had only mastered a powerful spell known as the Light Blade, which comprised 8 elemental nodes. Of course, Veit understood that shaping magic differed from elemental magic. There was no distinction of low, medium, or high tiers in shaping magic. Nevertheless, the greater the number of constructed elemental nodes, the higher the difficulty, a principle that transcended the type of magic employed. Veit recited incantations time and again, enduring explosion after explosion. Yet he showed no signs of yielding. Unfortunately, it was not until Boko intervened that Veit had yet to successfully cast the spell. "All right, Veit, do not push yourself too hard. You have ample time ahead of you, so there is no need to rush." Stopping Veit, Boko produced a mid-level healing potion and applied it to Veit's tail. Among all dragonkind, the silver dragon was renowned for its striking beauty. Its scales shimmered with a metallic luster, exuding an air of mystery intertwined with nobility and elegance, far more radiant than any other dragon's hue, yet devoid of the ostentation characteristic of gold dragons. Although Veit was not a silver dragon, he shared a similar appearance. However, at this moment, his dragon tail was marred with pits and patches, exposing unsightly flesh-toned skin that was quite unattractive as he felt the soothing coolness emanating from his tail. Veit finally regained his composure. His once brilliant golden eyes dimmed considerably, a clear indication of substantial mental fatigue. "Thank you, Boko, for your patience during this time." With that, Veit's gaze shifted to his tail. The effects of the mid-level healing potion were notably apparent. As it was applied, the exposed skin on Veit's tail was replaced by a layer of silver. These were the newly sprouted dragon scales. However, the freshly grown scales were quite small, only a tenth the size of the surrounding scales that had remained untouched by Veit's focus or the explosive force. The uneven scales appeared exceedingly peculiar, yet they served the purpose of concealing the skin. "Ah, your physical resilience is quite commendable. Under these circumstances, in approximately another day, these scales should fully regenerate. Furthermore, there is no need for gratitude. It is my duty as an instructor at the academy. The role of a teacher extends beyond merely imparting knowledge. More importantly, it is to nurture your healthy growth. Now, the night has grown late, and you ought to return to your slumber. Otherwise, you may find yourself dozing off during Janice's magic circle class tomorrow." Although her demeanor is quite amiable, she will not tolerate any dragons dozing off in her presence. Additionally, she, like you, was brought forth by Wince, and thus her methods of punishment mirror his. She will have you transcribe texts. Boko's words successfully evoked memories of the arduous days of year for Veit. With a shiver, Veit hastily bid farewell to Boko and departed the laboratory, as he had no desire to engage in transcribing texts. Most importantly, the last time Wince imposed such a punishment, the assignment remains unfinished to this day. Upon returning to the dragon's lair, he slowed his pace as he entered the passageway. He had spent nearly 4 magical hours with Boko, and now it was well past midnight. Selene and the others must have long since fallen asleep. However, as he ventured deeper into the lair, in the dim light, 4 pairs of radiant golden eyes suddenly illuminated, fixated intently upon him. Veit froze momentarily and tentatively moved side to side, only to find that the 4 pairs of eyes followed his every motion. You all aren't asleep?" No sooner had he spoken than the 4 dragons rushed to his side, circling around him while scrutinizing him incessantly. "Look at his tail. It's Billy." At the mention of Billy, Celine and the others' gazes shifted to Veit's tail. The uneven scales stood out conspicuously, clearly bearing the marks of training. In response, Celine positioned herself opposite Veit, extending her wings and raising her head high in an attempt to appear larger. Alas, no matter how she tried, her size could not rival Veit's, so get down. Though Veit was uncertain of Celine's intentions, he complied and lowered himself, regarding the 4 dragons with a puzzled expression. "Now, it is time for interrogation." "Billy? Ao?" "Understood." Billy and Ao responded in unison, then positioned Veit's 2 wings firmly against the ground, one on each side. Veit, witnessing this, could only look at Celine with a bemused expression. "What do you wish to ask?" "Just ask directly. Why complicate things? I haven't done anything shameful in front of dragons." Upon hearing Veit's words, Celine awkwardly averted her gaze, yet she showed no signs of stopping. "Be silent. You may respond only after I have finished my questions. As a punishment for your self-answering, Dynit, you shall kick him." "Understood," Dynit replied with a grin, then darted behind Veit and delivered a kick to his rear, only to clutch his own foot, casting a mournful look at Celine. "Celine, that was too hard. It hurts. Shall we switch?" Celine pretended not to hear Dynit's words, gazing down at Veit with a cold huff. "Are you secretly undergoing special training without us?" Veit scratched his head. Would learning magic count?" Upon hearing this, the 4 dragons instantly perked up their ears. Observing this, Veit chuckled lightly and said, "I merely intend to visit Boko to learn 2 additional shaping spells, if you're interested. You could join me tomorrow evening." Chapter 64, Dream. "If you're interested, you could join me tomorrow evening." Hearing Veit's words, Billy and the others exchanged glances, subsequently fixing their gaze upon Celine. Celine looked at Veit in astonishment. "Can we really go together to learn magic?" Veit, slightly amused yet exasperated, replied, "What's the issue with that? Boko isn't giving me any special treatment. I'm merely seeking him out for safety reasons." As it turns out, my decision was indeed quite prudent. As he spoke, Veit flicked his tail. Although he had not encountered danger this time, it was solely because the solidification spell was practiced using dragon scales. The subsequent acceleration, however, could only be practiced with his wings, and a momentary lapse in concentration could render him disabled. Nevertheless, upon hearing Veit's words, Celine appeared utterly perplexed. What does special treatment mean?" Veit paused for a moment, then realized he had inadvertently brought over terminology from his world. "How to explain?" "It means going through the back door." Celine's confusion only deepened. "What does going through the back door mean?" Veit slapped his forehead. "Perhaps you could let them release me first, and I can think of a better way to explain it to you." Of course, he said this merely to save face for Celine and the others. The disparity in their sizes meant that Veit's strength far surpassed theirs. In a physical confrontation, how could Billy and Ao possibly restrain Veit? Upon hearing Veit's words, Celine suddenly recalled that Veit's wings were still being held down by Ao and Billy. Her face flushed. Fortunately, the thickness of her scales concealed any signs of embarrassment. Seeing Ao and Billy watching her, Celine waved her claws, signaling them to release him as the 2 dragons stepped back. Veit slightly stretched his wings before folding them away. To clarify, special treatment or going through the back door refers to leveraging special relationships to receive preferential treatment. I trust you understand now. Celine's eyes brightened with realization, and she quickly shook her head. We don't mind whether you sought special treatment from Boko. We merely thought, to this point. Celine abruptly halted and turned her head away, unable to meet Veit's gaze. Dignite sighed. Allow me to clarify. We were under the impression that you felt our abilities could no longer keep pace with yours, and thus you left us behind to train alone. Veit stared in disbelief, then looked at the other dragons with a bemused expression. I asked that really the reason. Celine remained with her back to Veit, while Ao lay on the ground with his eyes closed. On Dynit's face was a blend of awkwardness and helplessness, and as for Billy, he looked at Veit with a face full of trepidation, clearly still grappling with the current situation. Alas, what was I even thinking? I was so tense for no reason. We all eat, live, and study together. How could I possibly abandon you and run away? Hurry up and get to bed. When I returned, Boke informed me that our lesson tomorrow would be the Magic Circle class with Professor Janice, who would punish any little dragon caught dozing off in class by making them transcribe texts. I believe you are all familiar with the experience of transcribing texts. Upon hearing White's words, Celine and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon their worries dissipated. However, once they processed what White had said, the young dragons hurriedly dashed to their respective spots. Transcribing texts is the most dreadful punishment in this world, without a doubt. Observing this, White shook his head in resignation and made his way to his sleeping area. Despite possessing inherited memories, they were still just a bunch of children, constantly fretting over improbable occurrences. With that thought, he realized he was the most mature among the 5 dragons. With such reflections, White closed his eyes. An overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, and soon he drifted into slumber. White? A familiar yet strange voice suddenly echoed in White's mind. Instinctively, White opened his eyes. However, the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Darkness engulfed his vision. Yet, this was not true darkness. It was a swarm of small dragon beasts obscuring the sky and surrounding him. These small dragon beasts were no strangers to White. They were the embody dragon beasts that had attacked the dragon's nest 2 years prior. However, these dragon beasts were surprisingly small, vastly different from the embody dragon beasts etched in his memory. Upon discerning his surroundings, White instinctively opened his mouth, and a brilliant white flame surged forth from the corners of his lips, followed by a robust dragon breath that shattered the surrounding darkness. Countless embody dragon beasts were reduced to ashes in the searing exhalation, yet soon more embody dragon beasts surged forward, refilling the void left by the dragon breath. It seemed futile, White thought to himself, preparing to turn his head to survey the situation. However, to his astonishment, he realized he seemed unable to control his own body. His head did not turn as he willed it. Instead, he opened his mouth once more, unleashing another blaze of white breath that spewed forth into the surroundings. Panic surged within White. What on earth is happening? At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he should indeed be sleeping in the dragon's lair, not in an unfamiliar place, battling a horde of embody dragon beasts. White. Just then, that familiar yet strange voice resounded again. Confusion filled White's heart. The voice was so familiar, yet he could not grasp who it belonged to. Who are you? White, hurry back. The magic circle has already been activated. Come back quickly. Who are you? Who exactly are you? What magic circle has been activated? What will happen once the magic circle is initiated? White longed to open his mouth and inquire about the current situation. However, as he parted his lips, what emerged was not a voice, but a breath. Speak. Speak. Who on earth are you? White. Suddenly jolting awake, White instinctively shouted. Who are you? It is I, Celine. Celine? White paused momentarily, only to then notice Celine's head was drawn quite close, her face etched with concern. Beyond Celine's head lay the familiar dragon's lair. Turning to survey his surroundings, he found no sign of the abyssal dragon beast, only Billy and the others, encircling him with expressions of worry. White, how are you feeling? How am I? White inspected his weary body, feeling utterly fatigued. Is it still night? Celine shook her head. It is already morning. Did you have a nightmare? You appear quite exhausted. Moreover, you were just shouting, who are you and the like. White blinked in surprise and then offered a wry smile. Perhaps so did I. Dreamt of being surrounded by a multitude of abyssal dragon beasts, my breath proving ineffective, while a voice behind me called my name. It was familiar, yet I could not recall who it belonged to. Upon hearing this, Celine exhaled slightly in relief. It seems it truly was a nightmare. Perhaps you trained too long yesterday. By the way, would you like to rest a bit longer? White rose to his feet, shaking his somewhat dazed head. No worries, a little food will suffice to restore my energy. Celine nodded, refraining from further persuasion. For today marked the first magic circle class, and missing it would indeed be rather inappropriate. Chapter 65. Janice, Billy and the others, relieved to find that White was merely fatigued and not suffering from any other ailments, let out a sigh of relief. They had all been roused by White's shouting. Upon awakening, they found White in apparent agony on the ground, prompting their worried gathering around him. Billy exhaled deeply, rushing to White's side and skillfully draping his tail over White's shoulder. You scared me to death. I thought something had happened to you. Turns out you were merely having a nightmare. Speaking of which, I've never had a nightmare myself. Could you share what it feels like? Upon hearing Billy's words, the other 3 dragons perked up their ears, gazing at White with curiosity. White, somewhat exasperated, gestured towards the outside. We still need to eat and attend class. Let us discuss this as we walk." With that, Wit began to make his way down the corridor, the others hastily following suit. After gathering his thoughts, Wit began to speak. "How should I put it? To call it a nightmare is somewhat misleading. I cannot quite articulate what was so terrifying about that dream. The overwhelming swarm of abyssal dragon beasts certainly felt oppressive, yet in the dream, I wielded a breath capable of slaying a multitude." "You even used your breath in the dream?" Billy exclaimed in surprise. Wit nodded, casting a puzzled glance at Billy. "I did." "What of it?" Billy clutched his chest, appearing visibly shaken. "Fortunately, you are merely trapped in a nightmare rather than engaging in somnambulism. Were you to be sleepwalking, I cannot fathom the consequences, but it is likely that attending class as we do now would be rendered impossible." Upon hearing Billy's words, a glimmer of caution flickered in the gazes of Celine and the others as they turned towards Veit. Observing this, Veit could not resist playfully swatting Billy with his tail. "What are you talking about? Breathing out that energy is not a simple feat. Even when awake, one must be wholly focused to achieve it. If one could manage to breathe it out while asleep, one must be exceedingly adept at it." Celine and the others appeared momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly averted their eyes. Billy, however, remained unfazed. "I was merely hypothesizing. Yet, after your explanation, the probability indeed seems lamentably slim." Pausing for a moment, Billy continued to inquire. "Since the Abalong beast is not the most fearsome, what is it that you truly fear?" At this, a flicker of confusion passed through Veit's eyes. "I cannot articulate what it is that frightens me, but I am engulfed in dread. A profound fear as if something imminent is about to transpire, something I am utterly unwilling to accept." "What, then, has transpired?" Celine leaned in closer, intrigued by Veit's identity query. She was curious about the nature of Veit's dream and the reason behind the appearance of the Abalong beast. However, Veit continued to shake his head in bewilderment. "I do not know. There are no other dragons around me. I only hear a familiar voice calling my name, but I cannot recall who it belongs to. The voice resonates just behind me, yet I am unable to turn around, and no matter how hard I strive in my dream, I am merely exhaling energy, seemingly consumed by some form of guilt." But at this point, Veit furrowed his brow in contemplation, only to be interrupted by a sharp pang in his head. Shaking his head slightly alleviated the pain, yet Veit remained at a loss for words. Observing this, Celine offered comfort. "It is all right. Veit, do not dwell on it any longer. It was merely a nightmare, and you have awakened now. You ought to indulge in a hearty meal to replenish your strength and prepare for today's lessons. To be frank, Boko's words yesterday left me somewhat anxious. Studying the magic circle does not seem to be a trivial endeavor." Veit nodded in response, the vision of his dream lingering in his mind, the searing breath, the acrid scent of charred flesh, still vivid in his memory. Was it truly just a dream? Upon reaching the cafeteria, Veit and the others reunited with Isa, who had been waiting outside in that moment. Veit became the talk of the cafeteria. For reasons unknown, he felt particularly ravenous this time, consuming a quantity of meat equivalent to twice that of 5 other dragons combined. His formidable appetite inevitably drew the attention of those around Celine. Thankfully, under Carlos's supervision, order was maintained in the cafeteria, though he too was taken aback by Veit's capacity for food. This was the most gluttonous young dragon he had ever encountered. After devouring a substantial amount of food, the fog of lethargy finally began to dissipate. However, the lingering fatigue remained, and, having satisfied his hunger, Veit found himself even more drowsy. Fortunately, he is still able to maintain his lucidity. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to skip class. When Veit and his companions arrived at the classroom of the magical array, they were immediately captivated by a figure within. The silver dragon's scales shimmered with a metallic luster, and its spiraled horns, far from appearing menacing, instead imparted an extraordinary sense of nobility. Its elongated body exuded both power and grace. "Ah, you've arrived. Please find a seat, for we shall commence today's lesson." The dragon's mouth parted slightly, and a cool voice resonated, imbued with an inexplicable aura of mystery. The instructor of the magical array, Janus, was indeed a silver dragon, a noble silver dragon whose appearance starkly contrasted her name. Celine and the others instinctively turned their gaze towards Veit. To be honest, they had always regarded Veit as a silver dragon, rather than the starry sky dragon he truly was. However, when comparing Veit to a genuine silver dragon, the differences became immediately apparent. At first glance, the two dragons appeared remarkably similar, differing only in size. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that aside from color, they were entirely distinct. Both had scales that were round and gleamed with a metallic sheen. However, Veit's scales were somewhat larger than Janice's, though this was in terms of proportion, considering the inherent size disparity. Moreover, Veit's scales protruded more prominently, lending him a slightly less elegant and more fearsome appearance. Although their forms were alike, both slender, Veit conveyed a sense of sheer power rather than a harmonious blend of strength and grace. As for their wings, Veit's were broader and longer, exuding a greater sense of might. To put it simply, Veit resembled a golden dragon cloaked in the guise of a silver dragon, or perhaps a red dragon on all fours, overflowing with power yet lacking in elegance, of course. This lack of elegance was only in comparison to the silver dragon. Relative to other dragons, Veit, with his silver dragon exterior, was undoubtedly more visually appealing. Naturally, Celine and the others' attention caught Janice's notice. She glanced at Veit and let out a soft laugh. "I have heard of you from Winters. Indeed, you and the silver dragon differ quite significantly. Your race is called the starry sky dragon, is it not? What a lovely name." Upon hearing Janice's words, Veit was momentarily taken aback, then shyly expressed his gratitude. Noticing this, Janice smiled gently. "Very well, please take a seat wherever you feel comfortable. Let me think. Our first step should involve getting to know one another. I am Janice, of the Silver Dragon lineage. For the foreseeable future, I will be teaching you about the magical array, specializing in water element magic. My favorite pastime is sleeping, or, as one might say, cultivating. And what about you?" Janice's previously cool voice now bore a touch of warmth, prompting Veit and his companions to relax considerably. Veit mused inwardly. As expected, Janice's temperament was indeed quite amiable, just as Boko had mentioned. With this thought, Veit, like the other dragons, chose a seat. Certainly, he chose to remain by Billy's side, for the depiction of the magical array required certain materials, and he had to guard against Billy stealthily slipping something into his mouth. Celine and her companions were seated together, just as they had been the day before. While Ao sat alone at the back. It is worth mentioning that the classroom for the magical array course was nearly identical to that of the potion class. Before Wit and the others lay a stone platform available for their manipulation. Once seated, Wit and his companions emulated Janice's manner, providing brief introductions of themselves. After they had acquainted themselves with one another, Janice commenced the lesson in earnest. "Prior to delving into the lecture, I would like to inquire, what does the magical array signify in your eyes?" Upon hearing this, Wit and the others began to ponder. After a moment, Celine, possessing the most profound understanding of magic among them, softly remarked, "The magical array is a derivative of magic." Janice nodded in acknowledgement. "If this were in the past, your statement would have been accurate. Nearly all dragons believe this. However, I must inform you that this perspective is erroneous. The sole reason for arriving at this conclusion is that lower-tier magic does not have a corresponding magical array, whereas mid-tier and above does possess corresponding magical arrays. This indicates that the magical array is a result of the increasing number of elemental nodes, which gradually forms a more stable structure capable of enduring over time. The portrayal of this structure utilizing certain material properties results in the creation of a magical array. Yet, as I initially stated, this is a flawed understanding. In reality, lower-tier magic also has corresponding magical arrays. However, the elemental nodes of lower-tier magic cannot form a stable structure. For instance, at this point, Janice extended her finger, gesturing through the air. With her movements, a cerulean magical array gradually took shape. The array was circular in form, its edges adorned with a circle of exquisite patterns, which, upon closer inspection, revealed themselves to be repetitive, occurring 4 times across 4 distinct sections. Moreover, Wit and the others recognized these patterns. They were in the ancient dragon language, meaning water sphere. Further inward lay another circular ring, with the center featuring a droplet-shaped design crafted from water elements. If one observed this pattern closely, they could discern 4 locations rich in elemental essence. This positioning was not unfamiliar to Wit. Not only was he attuned to both fire and water elements, but he had also diligently practiced spiritual magic. Thus, he was quite familiar with the 4-node magic of all 8 attributes. When these 4 locations, abundant in elemental energy, were interconnected, they formed the water element's 4-node magic, the water sphere. In other words, The magical array that Janice had casually inscribed was indeed an authentic lower-tier magical array. Of course, this was contingent upon its actual functionality. Just as Veit contemplated this, the magical array began to gather the surrounding water elements, and soon, a colossal water sphere materialized above the array. This is a lower-tier magical array that I meticulously researched for an extended period, utilizing the ancient dragon language as part of its design, thereby stabilizing elemental nodes that were previously too few in number to maintain stability, resulting in the drawing of the water sphere. This sufficiently illustrates that the notion of lower-tier magic lacking corresponding magic circles is erroneous. At the next Grand Dragon Feast, I shall completely overturn the perspective that magic circles are merely derivatives of magic. Magic circles are not derivatives of magic. Rather, they represent an independent means of communication with elemental forces, akin to the language of dragons. At this juncture, a dazzling brilliance sparkled in Janice's eyes. Veit and the others, not being foolish, could naturally discern that Janice was poised to undertake a monumental endeavor that had never been attempted by previous dragons. Of course, the specifics of this greatness eluded Veit and his companions. Regaining his composure, Janice recognized that these concepts were beyond Veit and the others' current grasp. Calming himself, he resumed his lecture. Very well, let us continue our lesson. What I previously mentioned may have left you perplexed. Indeed, these matters are not within your current understanding, at least not yet. Therefore, you need only remember that what you are about to learn encompasses not just magic circles, but a novel way of communicating with the elements. You may wonder, since ancient dragon language itself serves as a means of elemental communication, why you should learn a new method of interaction. This is because utilizing ancient dragon language to communicate with the elements has certain limitations. Upon hearing this, Veit instinctively remarked, "It is elemental affinity." Janice cast an appreciative glance at Veit. Precisely, it is elemental affinity. Take Selene, for instance. The elemental affinity of the holy dragon is light. Therefore, even if you employ ancient dragon language to communicate with other elements, those elements are unlikely to respond to your attempts in magical terms. This means you can only wield light element magic. Even if you could utilize other elemental magic, it would be limited to a few lower-tier spells with minimal elemental nodes. However, magic circles are different. The manner in which magic circles communicate with elements does not depend on the type of element you use when activating the magic circle, but rather on the materials employed when inscribing it. If we consider that each magical element requires a specific language for communication, in dragon language magic, elemental affinity serves as the language you employ when conversing with the elements. This language is innate and cannot be acquired through effort. In the magic circle system, the materials used in inscribing the magic circle become the language you employ to communicate with the elements, a language you can alter at will by simply changing the materials. This implies that, even in the absence of corresponding elemental affinity, as long as you can successfully arrange a magic circle, you can wield the corresponding magic. Upon hearing this, Veit suddenly conceived another application of magic circles. Chapter 67. The world is a sphere. Even now, when Veit uses elemental magic, his body continues to siphon and gather magical elements, which is why he is still unable to wield elemental magic. Consequently, he seeks to study shaping magic with Bo, as a dragon. If one cannot even utilize magic, what worth is there in being a dragon? Although it seems his father cannot use magic either, that does not diminish Veit's determination to pursue mastery of magic. Considering that shaping magic ultimately relies on the physical body for combat, elemental magic, in contrast, aligns more closely with Veit's definition of magic. Therefore, Veit does not intend to abandon mental magic. However, the pursuit of mental magic comes with a significant drawback. It necessitates the presence of a partner. Without companionship, Veit cannot ascertain whether his mental magic is effective. Initially, during his studies of mental magic, Veit practiced with Veit. Later, once Selene and the others were able to cast spells, they became his sparring partners. This practice proved mutually beneficial for both parties. Of course, Veit continued to accompany Veit in his training, as the combined total of the four-node magic from the 8 elements remains quite substantial. Meanwhile, Selene and the others have yet to fully master their own affinity elements for node magic, let alone other spells. Nevertheless, Veit, being primarily aligned with the fire element, could only utilize the four-node magic in a rudimentary fashion for other elements. As the number of nodes increased, even she found it challenging to execute. Consequently, despite Veit's earnest efforts in mental magic, he remained limited to the four-node level. Naturally, in terms of light, fire, earth, and nature attributes, His proficiency in mental magic was somewhat superior, given that Selene and her companions were also advancing in their magical abilities. The other 4 attributes presented a more complicated situation, as he lacked acquaintances with dragons of the corresponding elements. Yet, Janice's explanation unveiled an alternative possibility. When inscribing a magic array, one must identify the corresponding elemental nodes, places that could very well serve as targets for his mental assaults. If he were able to draw the correct magic array, he could locate the corresponding magic nodes. Subsequently, he could employ the magic array to cast spells while utilizing mental magic to disrupt it, thus fulfilling the purpose of practice. Realizing this, Veit understood that his mastery of mental magic would be intertwined with his studies of magic arrays. Veit? Janice's gentle voice pulled Veit from his reverie. He looked up, bewildered, at Janice. It is not a good habit to daydream in class. Upon hearing this, Veit finally reacted, awkwardly scratching his head. Apologies, Janice. I was just contemplating what I would need to undertake if I wished to learn the inscribing of all magic arrays. Considering that the arrays corresponding to lower-tier magic are your research achievements and a crucial means to overturn past misconceptions. Upon hearing Veit's words, Janice paused momentarily, then gazed at him with surprise. Do you genuinely wish to learn the drawing of all magic arrays? Veit nodded earnestly. Though I cannot cast spells, I do not wish to relinquish my quest to uncover the secrets of magic. Perhaps the magic arrays could assist me. Janice regarded Veit with newfound seriousness. If this is truly your desire, then after dinner, come to the laboratory on the 9th floor to find me. Upon hearing this, a look of delight spread across Veit's face. An opportunity. Noticing the uncontainable smile on Veit's visage, Janice also smiled faintly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Indeed, even the most aesthetically pleasing of the dragon kin. The silver dragon possesses a somewhat fearsome smile, but let us proceed. The magical array allows you to wield various elemental magics. However, there exists a prerequisite: the materials, as the language through which one communicates with the elements. Clarity in your discourse is essential for a response from them. Thus, our studies of magical arrays commence with the materials. Now, what materials are required to inscribe a magical array? This leads us to the classification of magical arrays. They can primarily be divided into 2 categories: one-time use magical arrays and semi-permanent magical arrays. Upon hearing this, Selene could not help but inquire. Why are they termed semi-permanent magical arrays? I had assumed they would be permanent. The other dragons nodded in agreement, indicating they shared her thoughts. Janice chuckled and remarked, In this world, apart from time, nothing is eternal. I wonder if you have any interest in the starry sky? The dragons paused momentarily before simultaneously casting their gazes towards Veit. Observing this, Janice turned his attention to Veit, saying, It seems you have an affinity for the stars. Veit nodded, expressing, I aspire to gaze upon the starry sky in the future. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Janice's eyes, followed by a smile as he said, Then I wish you success in your endeavors. Like you, I too hold a fondness for the celestial expanse. Whenever I am troubled by dilemmas, I find solace in observing the stars, for it brings peace to my mind. Over time, I often ponder what those distant stars might be. There once was a dragon who ventured into the starry sky and upon returning, authored a book titled The World as I See It. If you are intrigued, you might seek it out in the library. In his narrative, the moon is depicted as a colossal stone sphere, the sun as an immense fireball, and our world is likewise portrayed as a vast sphere. These 3 spheres, nestled together, float within the frigid void of space. Beyond lies an endless darkness, a realm of profound silence, punctuated only by the faint twinkle of distant stars. He endeavored to chase those glimmers, yet regardless of how far he flew, the distance between him and the stars remained unchanged. Ultimately, he chose to return and chronicled his experiences in the cosmos. After reading his book, I found myself contemplating whether those starry lights might also be spheres akin to our own world. Might there be other forms of life in those realms? However, one day, I noticed that my favorite star had vanished, never to reappear. I realized that even stars could meet their demise. Such were my thoughts. Since then, I have paid close attention to everything around me, discovering, as I previously mentioned, that apart from time, nothing is eternal. A humble magical array, naturally, cannot achieve permanence. The other dragons nodded, somewhat comprehending, yet only Veit felt an overwhelming tempest within his heart. He pondered the reality of the world within his mind. If it were not real, Then the memories left by his parents warranted scrutiny regarding their authenticity. Veit had contemplated this question countless times, but now he had his answer. It was indeed a genuine world. In this way, the authenticity of his memories regarding his parents became somewhat more assured, implying that his parents might indeed be waiting for him amidst the stars. Chapter 68. The Materials of the Magic Circle. The semi-permanent magic circle is essentially characterized by the utilization of advanced materials during its inscription, significantly extending its operational lifespan, hence its designation as a semi-permanent magic circle. However, the intricacy involved in inscribing a semi-permanent magic circle is exceedingly high, and for those merely studying the fundamentals of magic circles, inscribing a disposable magic circle suffices. Janice's words once again drew Veiter's thoughts back to the present. Regaining his composure, Veiter attentively listened once more. For him, the magic circle held greater significance than shape-shifting magic. It was his pathway to unraveling the mysteries of magic. As for the authenticity of the world within his mind, or the whereabouts of his parents, those matters would only be worthy of pursuit once he attained a certain level of power. At present, he clearly lacked such capability. The distinction between disposable and semi-permanent magic circles primarily lies in their materials. The materials used to inscribe magic circles can be categorized into three types: the carrier object, the magical solution, and the magical core. Using the magical core as a node, interconnected by the magical solution, inscribed upon the carrier object, the magic circle gathers the elements from the surrounding air. This encapsulates the operational principle of the magic circle. Does it not sound reminiscent of elemental magic? In fact, this similarity is a significant reason why magic circles are often regarded as derivatives of magic. At this juncture, Janice paused momentarily, allowing time for Veiter and the others to digest the information. Sensing that they were ready, Janice continued. Among the three materials, the magical core is of paramount importance. If the magical elements contained within the core are insufficient, then even if the magic circle is successfully inscribed, it will struggle to gather enough magical elements during operation to cast spells. The second most crucial component is the carrier object. During the operation of the magic circle, considerable elemental fluctuations occur. If the carrier object cannot withstand these fluctuations, the magic circle may explode. The magical solution serves as a conduit connecting the various magical cores and also plays a vital role in stabilizing elemental fluctuations. At this point, you might find it puzzling why I did not employ these three elements when I just inscribed the magic circle. In truth, what I utilized was not a magic circle in the traditional sense, but rather an alternative method of casting elemental magic. Compared to dragon language spells, this method of casting is more complex, yet it boasts advantages of stealth, potent power, and prolonged duration. The specifics of its execution fall under Winter's purview. Returning to the topic of the magic circle, all three materials share a common characteristic. They each store a certain amount of magical elements. However, the properties of the magical elements within these materials differ. The elemental power within the magical core is the most dynamic, making it the most susceptible to explosion during the inscribing process. Yet, it also contains the highest reserve of elemental energy among the three materials. Thus, should an explosion occur, its impact is formidable. Fortunately, whether it be dragon scales or skin, both exhibit considerable resistance to magic. Even in the event of an explosion, the worst that could happen would be a few broken bones and some physical injuries, rather than the far more challenging to recover from magical damage. Upon hearing this, the dragons could not help but display expressions of terror. It became evident that broken bones were merely considered minor injuries in the magic array class, which explained why Veit had remarked yesterday that other subjects were equally fraught with danger. Seemingly sensing the apprehension of Veit and the others, Janice offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Fear not. I have ensured that Veit has prepared ample healing potions. Even if bones are broken, recovery will be swift." The dragons fell silent. This was hardly a matter of reassurance, was it? However, Janice remained oblivious to the thoughts of Veit and his companions. After providing a simple comfort, she resumed her lecture. There are numerous reasons for the explosion of a magic array, with the most common being the detonation of the magical core. If the positions of the elemental nodes are misaligned, the magical core will explode. If the lines of the magic array, drawn with magical solution, are uneven, the magical core will explode. If the shape of the magic array is incorrectly inscribed, leading to elemental obstruction, the magical core will still explode. These three scenarios are the most prevalent causes of explosions when novices attempt to inscribe magic arrays. In addition to the magical core, The magical solution, being the second most reactive material, can also explode. However, unlike the magical core, the primary cause of explosions in magical solutions is often due to imbalanced ratios during their creation, resulting in substandard products. When subpar products are used to inscribe magic arrays, explosions are bound to occur. As Janice elaborated, the frequency of explosions sent shivers down the spines of Veit and his peers. Yet, Janice appeared oblivious to this apprehension, or perhaps she noticed but chose to disregard it. Having concluded her discussion on the properties of these three materials, she proceeded to discuss their common raw ingredients. The magical core is particularly troublesome, not due to the complexity of its creation, but rather due to the difficulty in sourcing it requires the crystal cores of dragon beasts, and the closer the elemental content within the crystal core is to ideal, the better. If there is too great a disparity in elemental content, an explosion will occur during the inscribing of the magic array. Next, we have the magical solution. This one is laborious to create, as it is composed of the blood of dragon beasts and the root juice of domia grass. Upon hearing this, Veit paused for a moment, then curiously inquired, "The root juice of domia grass? I only knew that the juice of domia flowers could treat insomnia." In response to Veit's query, Janice smiled and explained, "The domia flower is, in fact, the bloom of the domia grass. The juice of the domia flower can treat insomnia because it contains components that stabilize mental energy. Insomnia arises from overly active mental energy. However, the components that stabilize mental energy are not exclusive to the domia flower. The juice of the domia grass actually contains a higher concentration. Yet, due to the bitterness of the domia grass juice, the juice from the flower is preferred. The highest concentration of those components is found in the root of the domia grass, which is why the root juice is not utilized for treating insomnia. It is simply too potent. Consuming the juice extracted from the roots of the domia herb may induce a state of mental dormancy. However, it is crucial to note that this dormancy does not equate to slumber. It does not serve as a remedy for insomnia. Rather, it hinders the utilization of one's mental faculties, thereby rendering the practice of magic impossible. This is particularly true for young dragons. The larger the dragon, the greater the quantity of domia root juice required to induce such a state of mental dormancy. This unique effect of the domia root juice establishes it as the finest stabilizer. As you embark on your potion brewing endeavors in the future, you will frequently encounter this juice. Now, let us continue our discussion on the materials for magical arrays. The most easily obtainable carrier is the dragon scales found on draconic beasts. At this juncture, I trust you have grasped the implications. If the materials for lower-tier arrays are derived from draconic beings, then one can infer the origins of higher-tier array materials without further elaboration. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Veit and his companions shifted dramatically. Chapter 69. The Magical Solution. Observing the expressions of Veit and his group, Janice broke into a grin. "It seems you have surmised correctly. Indeed, the finest core in existence is the dragon crystal. One of the best ingredients for a magical solution is dragon blood, and the most superior carrier is the scales of the dragon race." Witnessing the horror-stricken faces of Veit and his companions, Janice could not help but chuckle. Realizing this, Veit and his group quickly regained their composure. "Janice, you must be jesting with us," they exclaimed. However, Janice merely shook his head. "I am not joking. All that I have stated is indeed true. Yet, there are some points I did not fully articulate earlier. The quality of materials is not solely contingent upon the race of origin. It is also dependent on strength. The greater the strength, the higher the quality of the materials produced. Undoubtedly, among equals, the materials produced by the dragon race are the finest. However, it is rare for a dragon to hunt its own kind for the purpose of procuring materials to inscribe magical arrays. There are multiple elemental nodes. Thus, if one node employs a dragon crystal as a magical core, the other elemental nodes must utilize crystals of comparable quality. Encountering a dragon outside its lair is quite a formidable challenge, and I need not elaborate on the consequences of attempting to breach a dragon's nest. Merely to enhance the likelihood of success, it is entirely unnecessary to use a dragon crystal as a magical core. Of course, there are indeed deranged dragons that may pursue such a course. Therefore, should you venture forth into the world, exercise extreme caution with every dragon you encounter. Although Janice may not excel in comforting dragons, there is a semblance of solace in his words. Now, having said all this, our task for today is quite straightforward. To utilize our own blood to concoct a magical solution. As he spoke, crystalline test tubes materialized on the stone table before Veit and his companions. Veit recalled that this was indeed the term used for such containers in the laboratories of that world. Reflecting on it, the crystalline jars in Boke's laboratory were akin to mere test tubes for Boke's size. Yet, these are trifling matters. What truly concerns White is Janice's mention of using one's own blood to prepare the magical solution. He is not afraid of pain. If he were, he would not have taken the initiative to seek out Bo to learn the art of shaping magic. Rather, he is influenced by certain ideologies from that world, which render him somewhat averse to allowing others to study his blood or engage in peculiar experiments involving it. However, this time, there is clearly no escape. With this thought in mind, Veit once again clutched his tail. Janice, how much blood is required to concoct the magical solution? A third will suffice. Upon hearing this, Veit's countenance immediately darkened. He had hoped only for a few drops, but to his dismay, they were asking for a third right from the start. Furthermore, if the attempt fails, even more would be needed. The mere thought sent tremors through his claws, which were still wrapped around his tail. All right, what comes next? Veit paused momentarily, turning to see that Billy had already filled a test tube with a third of bright red blood. He glanced back at Celine and the others, only to realize he was the last one unprepared. Celine and the others were not unfamiliar with Veit's demeanor, exchanging knowing smiles. Yet, for Isha, it was different. Observing Veit's hesitance while he clutched his tail, her eyes sparkled with realization. She felt she had uncovered Veit's secret. You aren't afraid of blood, are you? At Isha's words, Veit was momentarily taken aback, then shot her a fierce glare. In response, Isha defiantly returned the glare. Frustration welled up within Veit, but considering it was class time, he averted his gaze, choosing to ignore her. For reasons unknown, he and Isha seemed to be at odds. Even with Celine and the others present, the relationship between the two dragons was far from amicable. On the other hand, Celine and Dynet were able to enjoy Isha's company. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Veit resolved not to hesitate any longer. He swiftly made a cut, only for the wound to heal before a drop of blood could even escape, thanks to the rapid healing abilities of his draconic form. Well, I suppose I still find it difficult to go through with. Allow me to assist you. At that moment, Janice suddenly spoke up. Before Veit could react, the test tube flew beneath his tail, followed by a sharp sting. By the time Veit realized what was happening, the test tube was already filled to a third with his blood. However, Janice showed no signs of stopping, even retrieving another test tube. Moments later, Veit, clutching his tail, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Before him stood 3 filled test tubes, along with one that was a third full. All right, this blood will suffice for your needs today. Veit regarded Janice with suspicion, convinced that the latter was acting with intent, yet he had no proof. Janice, however, ignored Veit's gaze and handed each of them a palm-sized crystal vial containing a clear liquid. What lay within was the sap from the roots of the domia grass. According to their mental prowess, just a sip would allow them to experience a life devoid of magic for 3 to 5 months. Upon hearing this, Billy, who was about to taste the liquid, hastily set the vial down, his eyes filled with trepidation. Veit, who had witnessed Billy's reaction, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now, what you must do is to carefully add the juice extracted from the roots of the domia grass, drop by drop, into your own blood. Upon contact with the juice, your blood will transform into the color corresponding to the respective element. Naturally, if 2 elements coexist within the blood, the color will reflect that of the element present in greater quantity. Rest assured, the presence of other elements in the magical solution will not interfere with the engraving of the magic array. When the blood within the crystal vial fully exhibits the color of the corresponding element, you must cease adding more. That will signify a successful magical solution. Continuing to add the juice beyond this point will not alter the solution's color, yet the excess juice may result in an uneven magical solution, potentially causing an explosion during the engraving process. However, due to the absence of a magical core, the resulting explosion will not be particularly powerful, merely leaving you in a rather disheveled state. The preparation of the solution may sound deceptively simple, yet it allows for not a single mistake. Do you understand? If so, let us commence. Upon hearing this, the assembly of dragons nodded in agreement and began their tasks. Although Janice spoke with utmost seriousness, they found the creation of the magical solution to be far simpler than they had anticipated. All that was required was to add the domia grassroot juice into the blood drop by drop, while diligently observing the changes in color. Such a task was remarkably straightforward. Yet, could it truly be this simple? Chapter 70. No explosion. with one claw grasping the test tube containing his blood and the other holding a crystal vial filled with the juice of the domia grassroots. Veit cautiously dripped the liquid into the test tube, leaning in closely to observe the transformation of the blood's color. As the first drop fell, the blood began to change, igniting into a fiery crimson hue. It was distinctly different from the color of blood, easily discernible. Watching the vibrant red, Veit felt no surprise. His parents had left indelible images of themselves within his ancestral memories. In terms of size, his mother was significantly larger than his father. By what magnitude, you might ask? His mother's stature was comparable to that of a celestial body, while his father was merely slightly larger than a young dragon. The maximum size of a young dragon is 10 meters, of course. He understood that dragonkind can freely alter their size upon reaching adulthood, a fact shared with him by Selene and the others. Winter's size was used as a case study to illustrate this to Veit. At around 500 meters, Winter represented the maximum size of a young adult dragon, whereas he was a mature dragon. Although dragons possessed the ability to change their forms, for reasons unknown, he always felt that his father's size was simply fixed at that. However, size aside, his father's presence was far more formidable than that of his mother. According to the hereditary laws of dragons, a young dragon inherits the bloodline of the more powerful parent. In exceptional circumstances, it is possible for both bloodlines to be inherited simultaneously, resulting in the birth of a hybrid dragon. Of course, the complexities surrounding hybrid dragons extend beyond this singular scenario. To illustrate, sacred dragons are also hybrid dragons, yet their elemental affinity is solely with light. Moreover, the birth of the two exotic dragons, the undead dragon and the bone dragon, unfolds in an even more extraordinary manner. Veit sought knowledge in the library regarding the distinctions between these two types of dragons. The origin of the undead dragon can indeed be regarded as a miraculous phenomenon of life. Upon the demise of a ghost dragon, under particular circumstances, the dragon crystal absorbs all flesh and bones, coalescing into a bony dragon egg. Once the egg hatches, an undead dragon emerges. Its entire form is constituted of bones, and the surface of these bones is not smooth but rather adorned with a layer of bony dragon scales, possessing a hardness comparable to dragons of the same age. Furthermore, while the undead dragon retains all memories from its previous life, it exists as a new individual. Those memories are more akin to a bloodline inheritance. In contrast, the bone dragon presents a different tale. When an adult dragon perishes, under specific environmental conditions, the dragon bones give rise to new thoughts, thus creating the bone dragon. This entity lacks any memories from its former existence and does not undergo the stages of dragon egg, hatchling, or juvenile development, instead maturing directly into an adult dragon. The distinction between the bone dragon and the undead dragon lies in the smoothness of their bony surfaces, devoid of dragon scales. Setting these matters aside, it is indisputable that Veit is an exotic dragon, having inherited the bloodlines of both parents. However, these bloodlines possess varying strengths. His exterior is derived from his mother, yet the majority of his characteristics are related to his father's lineage. It is entirely natural for the concentration of fire elements in his blood to surpass that of water elements. Meanwhile, Janice was also observing Veit's actions. After making that decision, she felt it imperative to gain a more thorough understanding of him. Unbeknownst to Veit, Janice was watching intently. He continued to add the juice drop by drop, becoming increasingly meticulous as he progressed. The droplets grew smaller to ensure that the juice at the root of the domia grass would not be added in excess. Finally, as Veit added the last minuscule drop of juice, the blood within the test tube transformed entirely into a vibrant crimson. Gazing at the magical solution within the test tube, a smile unconsciously spread across Veit's face. Quite splendid. At that moment, Janice's voice resonated. Veit looked up to find Janice beaming at him. After a brief pause, he sheepishly scratched his head. What is there to be proud of? We had already completed our preparations. Upon overhearing murmurs from behind, Veit then noticed that Selene and the others had long since prepared their magical solutions. A tad embarrassed, he was about to speak, but Janice preemptively interjected. Well, the preparation is merely the first step. We must proceed to the next stage of testing. While an explosion of the magical solution is of little concern, an explosion of the magical core could indeed be quite painful. At this remark, the assembled dragons collectively rolled their eyes, well aware that they were already in a state of disarray. Could it be anything but painful? Janice paid no heed to what Veit and the others were thinking. With a flick of her claw, a dragon scale, larger than their heads, materialized before them. Judging by its aura, it was undoubtedly a scale of the dragon kind. If they were to behold a dragon crystal, Veit and the others might have been taken aback, but merely encountering a dragon scale evoked little reaction. Within a dragon's lair, dragon scales were far too abundant. What truly piqued the interest of Veit and his companions were the grooves on the dragon scales that formed a magical array, as well as the crystalline cores embedded within it. The cores were remarkably diminutive, scarcely larger than the tiny scales on Veit's dragon wings. To Veit, they appear to be roughly 10 centimeters in size. However, he could sense the elemental energy contained within the cores, the elemental content being comparable to that of the dragon crystal within him. This was an incomplete magical array. The runes and the core of magical energy were not fully connected. Thus, even if the magical solution encountered an issue, only the solution would explode, leaving the magical core unscathed. This was specifically designed to assess whether the magical solution had been successfully formulated. Listen to me. Now, gently pour the magical solution you have prepared onto the runes of the magical array. Following Janice's instructions, Veit carefully poured the magical solution onto the runes, and as the solution spread across them, Veit felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, boom! An explosion echoed, prompting Veit to instinctively close his eyes. Huh? It doesn't hurt? Veit opened his eyes in confusion, gazing at the magical array before him. The magical solution was insufficient and had yet to connect with the magical core. Therefore, the explosion did not originate from his side. Realizing this, Veit turned to look, only to find Isis staring blankly at the magical array before her. The originally shimmering golden dragon scales now shrouded in a layer of dark gray. Boom! Another explosion erupted, this time from Selin. The explosion seemed to spread contagiously, first from Dinah, then from Ao, and subsequently from Billy. As Veit watched this scene in astonishment, the collective gaze of the dragons shifted entirely to him. Under such scrutiny, Veit instinctively swallowed hard, then glanced at his magical array, before dropping the final drop of magical solution. Veit had unconsciously closed his eyes, even shrinking back slightly. Yet, there was no explosion. Chapter 71. Billy. No explosion. Realizing this, Veit slowly opened his eyes, his expression transforming into one of delight as he beheld his magical array. Beside him, Billy spoke with a hint of envy. It actually succeeded. The looks exchanged among Selin and the others were tinged with admiration, astonished that Veit had achieved success on the first attempt. No, it failed. Janice's words caused the dragons to pause momentarily. The smile on Veit's face froze, but soon his brow furrowed in concern. He too had noticed the issue. The runes of the magical array were indeed connected, yet there was not the slightest reaction. Not only was there no successful release of magic, but the runes did not even illuminate. The sap from the roots of the domia grass was insufficient. Upon hearing Janice's words, Veit's frown deepened. He distinctly remembered that the magical solution had turned color perfectly, even understanding if it had exploded. With this thought, Veit grabbed the test tube and began to examine it closely. After merely a glance, his pupils involuntarily constricted. How was this possible? Although it was scant, he truly saw a hint of blood red within. But this was utterly impossible. He remembered it all too clearly. In fact, Janice was equally filled with perplexity. In contrast to the crude additions made by Selene and her companions, Veit has exhibited remarkable meticulousness. Even before conducting any tests, she anticipated that the magical solutions concocted by the other dragons would result in an explosion. Thus, her unwavering focus was entirely directed towards Veit, and she was confident that Veit's magical solution was indeed complete. Although it bore some imperfections, it was certainly functional. Contemplating this, Janice extended her mental energy into the remaining magical solution in Veit's hand. In that moment, she was taken aback. Janice, do you know the reason? Veit inquired, noticing the expression on Janice's face. In response, Janice nodded. It concerns your blood. Veit was momentarily stunned, and then a sudden realization struck him. Boko had previously mentioned that his dragon blood was rather domineering. Could this be related? Janice nodded again. Domineering? I would prefer to describe it as resilient vitality. You see, even now, your blood remains in a vibrant state, whereas theirs has essentially perished. Though it may sound rather alarming, I find that the term dead aptly captures the essence. Blood that has died ceases to absorb the free elements present in the air. Conversely, the elemental content within such blood will gradually dissipate over time. However, your blood is distinct. It remains alive and continues to absorb the free magical elements. This is the reason behind the current predicament. Upon hearing this, Veit grimaced and said, "What should we do then?" Janice averted her gaze somewhat awkwardly. "There's no other solution. Your blood is far too unstable to be used for crafting magical solutions." Upon hearing this, Veit instinctively glanced at the 3 test tubes before him, each filled to the brim. This was the most blood he had ever shed in his life. The crucial point was that it was not voluntary. What will happen to all of this? Janice found it increasingly difficult to meet Veit's gaze. "If you don't mind, you could consume it again. Dragon blood is quite nourishing." Seeing Veit look at her in utter disbelief, Janice let out a few awkward laughs. "All right, I was merely jesting, of course, if you truly wish to sample the taste. It would indeed benefit your body. However, your dragon blood cannot be utilized for magical solutions. It continues to maintain its vitality by absorbing the free elements in the air. This means that as long as the elements are abundant, it will remain active, a state that even the essence of Domia grass cannot suppress." Faced with this reality, Veit had no choice but to accept it. Naturally, he would not consider drinking it. Veit exhaled a small breath of fire, incinerating all the blood within the test tubes. Witnessing this, Janice nodded in satisfaction, a commendable choice. Your blood is quite special and should certainly not be allowed to circulate freely. Although it has left your body, it remains significantly connected to you. Certain curse-type magic from the dark elements would yield remarkably potent effects if infused with your blood. Curse-type magic from the dark elements? Veit's curiosity was once again piqued upon hearing this new term. The same holds true for the other dragons, for none among them possesses an affinity for the dark element. Upon witnessing this, Janice chuckled and elucidated. There exist 2 types of curse magic, one of which fundamentally entails certain unique effects stemming from the dark element. For instance, wounds that are difficult to heal. The other type, when described in more mysterious terms, is aimed at inflicting harm upon you in ways that are challenging to articulate. The most common manifestation might be causing misfortune. Yet, in reality, there is nothing so enigmatic about it. This category of magic fundamentally influences your mental state through a medium, thereby affecting your judgment. Well, that is all I shall say for now. The specifics of this magic and how to counter it are matters that Wentz will instruct you on. For now, your task is to successfully concoct a magical solution. At this, Wit sighed helplessly. "Janice, what am I to do?" "Why not consult your companions?" Janice replied. Upon hearing this, Wit was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile blossomed upon his face as he turned to Billy, raising his claw in the process. "Billy." After a brief pause, disregarding Billy's struggles, Wit not only filled a vial for himself, but also prepared one for Billy. After all, his first attempt at concocting a magical solution had resulted in failure, necessitating a redo. In response to Wit's enthusiastic assistance, Billy could only grumble and cast resentful glances at Wit, for he was unable to best him in any contest. As Wit extracted an ample amount of dragon blood from Billy's tail, he observed the liquid curiously, inquiring, "By the way, Janice, why must we use dragon blood? Since you have brought along so many tools related to drawing magic circles, you must have prepared dragon beast blood as well." Janice nodded. "Indeed, I possess dragon beast blood, but it is not suitable for beginners like you. The elemental content in dragon beast blood is significantly lower than that of dragon blood of the same tier, and using higher-grade dragon beast blood would be an utter waste. Of course, the primary reason is that practicing with your own blood will instill a greater sense of seriousness in you. When you successfully draw a magic circle using your own blood, it will signify your entry into this subject. Subsequent studies can then utilize dragon beast blood." Upon hearing this, Wit inwardly clicked his tongue. It seemed that Janice, capable of devising such a teaching method, was far from the gentle figure described by Boke. With this thought in mind, Wit began to focus intently on his concoction once more. The other dragons felt the same way. They did not wish to continue failing and repeatedly drawing their own blood. Chapter 72. "Call the teacher. Success," Wit exclaimed, gazing at the magical circle upon the dragon scale that emanated a faint red glow. Then, boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted around him. Wit cautiously glanced over his shoulder, only to find the other dragons glaring at him with fury. Noticing Wit's gaze, Celine gritted her teeth and said, "Because of your sudden shout, the magical solution I had dripped overflowed the magical circle." The other dragons nodded in unison, their fierce gazes fixed upon Veiter. As dusk descended, it became apparent that they had but one opportunity left in this lesson. Alas, Due to Veiter's sudden and thunderous shout, their magical array erupted yet again. Out of the corner of his eye, Veiter caught sight of Billy, who was equally indignant, glaring at him. Unable to contain himself, Veiter turned and exclaimed, "Let us not even mention Celine and the others. Your explosion was undoubtedly a result of a flawed potion preparation. I distinctly observed that when you were concocting the magical solution, it had completely changed color, and yet you added another drop." Upon hearing this, the look of outrage on Billy's face vanished in an instant. As if nothing had transpired, he lowered his head and resumed tinkering with the magical array before him. And to be honest, he put on quite the convincing act. With such thoughts, Veiter turned to glance at Celine and her companions, his expression instantly morose. These few were not so easily placated. Just as he contemplated this, Janice came to his rescue. "All right, time's nearly up. We shall conclude today's lesson here. Furthermore, aside from the dragon scales, I cannot provide you with anything else. The crystal tubes are quite challenging to produce, and the sap from the roots of the Domia grass poses too great a danger for you. I have been closely observing your performances throughout this class. With the exception of Billy, the other dragons have managed to concoct the magical solution adequately. Therefore, in our next lesson, we will commence with the art of drawing magical arrays. The dragon scales are meant for you to practice alongside the arrays depicted upon them. The drawing of magical arrays is significantly more complex than the preparation of magical solutions. Additionally, Billy, you must strive harder in the next lesson." Having said this, Janice nodded toward Veiter, collected everything except the dragon scales, and made his way out of the classroom. The moment Janice departed, Billy instantly flopped down onto the stone platform. "This is so unfair. Why am I always the one being singled out?" Veiter rolled his eyes at this remark and seized Billy's wildly thrashing tail. "If you refrained from indiscriminately consuming things, and if you could fulfill their demands adequately, I doubt they would single you out. Come on, after losing so much blood. I'm feeling quite hungry," Veiter remarked. Pulling Billy's tail as they headed outside, Veiter yanked him suddenly. Billy's chin collided with the stone platform. "Ouch, slow down, you just knocked my chin. That really hurts. Besides, you only lost a little blood at the start. The rest was all mine. Could you perhaps let go of me?" Veiter chuckled lightly. "You make a fair point. You've sacrificed quite a bit today. Thus, I've decided to treat you to the cafeteria." Billy pouted. "If it were a matter of carrying me, I might consider it. Speaking of which, isn't this akin to bullying a dragon? Celine, are you truly going to just watch him drag me away like this? Let us not forget, although Janice claimed you successfully concocted the magical solution, you two faced an explosion in the end, just like me. And the root cause of it all is Veiter. Most importantly, this fellow actually succeeded." As he beheld the dissatisfied gazes of Celine and the others, Veiter could not help but concede that Billy's instigation was remarkably effective. Releasing Billy from his grasp, Veiter shrugged helplessly. "It is my fault. Tell me, what must I do to earn your forgiveness?" Upon hearing this, O's eyes sparkled with interest. Yet after casting a glance at Veiter's physique, he sighed in resignation and refrained from voicing anything further. Celine, stroking her chin in contemplation, proposed, "How about punishing you by forbidding you from dinner tonight?" Veiter looked at Celine in horror, astonished by such a cruel punishment. What on earth inspired that idea? However, before Veiter could voice his objections, the gentle voice of Dinah emerged nearby. "That would not be appropriate. Forbidding him from eating and merely allowing him to watch us would be a torment for Veiter. Instead, let us impose a sentence where he must consume the same amount as us." Celine, scratching her head in confusion, pondered whether she had ever mentioned that Veiter would be required to watch them eat while being denied food. Well, that is not the crux of the matter. The important point is, this plan seems quite reasonable, Veiter. I trust you will not refuse. Veiter managed a wry smile. "Very well, who can argue with their own mistakes? Thank you, Dinah. Otherwise, I would have faced a hungry evening." Dinah smiled in response, but offered no verbal reply. Meanwhile, Billy, lying on the ground, hesitated to speak. He considered that compared to Celine, Dinah's punishment appeared to be even more dreadful, as enduring hunger and consuming only a meager amount seemed to exacerbate the hunger pangs. Nevertheless, when he caught sight of Dinah's gaze directed his way, he wisely chose to remain silent. If that were indeed the case, it would imply that the usually amiable Dinah was far more formidable than the quick-tempered Celine. On the other hand, satisfied with Veiter's acquiescence, Celine nodded approvingly. At that moment, Vetter suddenly recalled the events of the previous evening. Oh, right? Janice asked me to visit her laboratory after dinner, so I cannot go to Boko's today. If you are interested in shape-shifting magic, feel free to seek out Boko directly. Celine waved her hand dismissively. If you are not going, why should we? Today will suffice. After staring at those crystal tubes all day long, my eyes are utterly fatigued. We can join you next time you go. The other dragons nodded in agreement. Their previous dissatisfaction stemmed from Vetter not including them in his adventures, rather than a genuine interest in shape-shifting magic. Observing this, Vetter chose not to press the matter further. After the dragons dined together in the cafeteria, they parted ways once more. Naturally, they did not return to the dragon den immediately, but instead ventured to the plaza below to seek challenges from other dragons. Vetter made his way alone to the 9th floor, first informing Boko of his presence and inquiring about Janice's laboratory's location. He then proceeded toward Janice's laboratory. Upon entering the lab, Vetter was greeted by a pungent scent of blood, and the concentration of magical elements in the surrounding air had significantly increased. He could even observe faint red and aquamarine glimmers emanating from his own body, a sign that his physique was absorbing the fire and water elements present in the atmosphere. Indeed, this process has always existed. It is merely that the concentration of magical elements in the surrounding environment is not particularly high, rendering it less conspicuous. Your physique is truly remarkable. Just as Veit was gazing into the laboratory, the voice of Janice resonated from behind him. Veit turned around to find Janice entering from outside, and he felt a slight pang of nervousness. I apologize. I was unaware of your absence. Janice smiled softly. No matter, I was merely seeking Winter to discuss certain matters. You may refer to me as Teacher. Chapter 73. The true use of the magic array. Teacher? Veit paused momentarily, then looked at Janice with a puzzled expression. You are indeed our teacher. Janice shook his head gently. Not in the conventional sense of an academy instructor, but rather as one who imparts all my knowledge related to magic arrays to you. If you address me as teacher, then our bond shall transcend that of mere family. Veit stared at Janice in astonishment, grasping the implication. If he consented, he would become Janice's successor. Their fates intertwined, their connection indeed more profound than that of kin. Naturally, this also related to the comparatively diluted familial values among dragonkind. Noticing Veit's momentary daze, a flicker of disappointment crossed Janice's eyes. Are you unwilling? Janice's words jolted Veit back to reality, and he hastily shook his head. Of course, I am willing. It's just that is it truly possible? I cannot even cast the simplest elemental magic, Janice chuckled in response. Concerning your circumstances, I possess far more knowledge than you might presume. Thus, when you inquired during today's lesson about the prerequisites for learning those rudimentary magic arrays, I discerned your intentions. I must admit, your fervor for magic has moved me. In Winter's perspective, mental magic was merely a rudimentary form of elemental magic, yet for most dragons, it represented a uniquely promising avenue of development. The concept of utilizing magic arrays to cultivate mental magic had been previously suggested by another dragon, yet it never received due attention. The constraints of magic arrays made their practical application in combat exceedingly challenging. Spending an inordinate amount of time studying the intricacies of magic arrays, which bore no relevance to battle, solely to master a form of mental magic capable of countering an opponent's spells was deemed a futile endeavor. That time could be far better spent advancing one's elemental magic. This was the prevailing sentiment among dragons. However, what if a colossal dragon were unable to wield elemental magic? No dragon had ever contemplated this predicament, for dragons were perceived as the most flawless race in existence. How could there be a dragon devoid of magical prowess? Veit lowered his head awkwardly, for he was that exception. Observing this, Janice offered an apologetic smile. Forgive me, Veit, that was not my intention. Moreover, you are not truly incapable of magic. Rather, your physical condition renders it exceedingly challenging for you to harness it. Just as now, your body is incessantly absorbing the ambient magical elements. Now, let us not dwell on that. Since you have consented, might I ask you to address me as teacher? Upon hearing this, Veit's expression became solemn as he respectfully exclaimed, Teacher. Janice chuckled, though her smile was fleeting. Her demeanor quickly shifted to one of earnest seriousness. Since you address me as teacher, everything concerning you is now intertwined with me. I have but one stipulation. You must never betray Desidero. Should you forsake Desidero, I shall personally retrieve you to face its judgment. Veit could discern the gravity in Janice's words, yet he found himself perplexed. Teacher, why do both wince and you emphasize the importance of not betraying Desidero? To be honest, I struggle to comprehend this. Veitus inquiry. Janice regarded him intently. Veit, the relationships between the dragon nests are not as harmonious as you might presume. For various reasons, there are indeed many dragons who have forsaken their nests. But enough of this. Would you care to witness the true application of a magical array? Upon hearing this, Veit's attention was instantly captivated. The true application of a magical array? Janice nodded. In fact, there were several misconceptions in what I just conveyed. For instance, the notion that the limitations of magical arrays hinder their practical application is erroneous. Such statements arise from the scarcity of dragons capable of fully integrating the knowledge of magical arrays. As she spoke, Janice unfurled her wings, revealing the intricate patterns on the inner side to Veit. In an instant, Veit's pupils dilated in astonishment. Magical arrays. Countless magical arrays. Each scale on the inner side of her wings was engraved with designs far more complex than the one they had received that day. Judging by the colors, these magical arrays encompassed the 8 elements: earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, thunder, and nature. Moreover, the keen-eyed Veit noticed several peculiar silver-white formations. Although he could not identify these magical arrays, they emanated a sense of danger far greater than the others. During our daytime lessons, I mentioned that the dragon beast crystal cores, or the dragon crystals of the dragon race, are the most suitable as magical energy cores for magical arrays. However, directly embedding a dragon beast crystal core or dragon crystal into a magical array represents merely the most rudimentary application. The true magical energy cores capable of functioning as semi-permanent foundations for magical arrays must be crafted through alchemical means. Such cores are not merely embedded. They are infused. Infused magical energy cores are no longer restricted to inanimate objects. They can be inscribed directly onto living scales, as I have done. Teacher, what are those intricate patterns on the magical arrays that I have never seen before? Janice glanced at the magical arrays on her own body and swiftly understood what Veit was referring to. Those patterns are the key to transforming a disposable magical array into a permanent one. Their purpose is to mitigate the elemental decay within the magical solution. Naturally, these patterns must be redrawn periodically. Otherwise, should the magical elements within the mana solution diminish, it would signify an increase in the concentration of the sap from the roots of the domia grass. The consequence of this would be an instantaneous explosion of the mana core upon activating the magic array. Upon hearing this, Veit could not help but feel a surge of concern for his teacher. With so many magic arrays requiring regular maintenance, the mere thought of it left Veit feeling utterly exhausted. However, teacher, I seem unable to learn this. Janice, however, nodded decisively. There is no seem. You truly cannot learn it. Both the mana solution and the mana core, upon contact with your body, would likely have their elemental power completely devoured. Yet, I never stated that the magic array must be inscribed upon oneself to engage in battle. Once you have transcended your juvenile phase, reverse scales will emerge. With the space of reverse scales, it becomes effortless to cram thousands upon thousands of magic arrays within. During combat, activating and controlling them with mental power is far more manageable than casting spells. Veit's lips curled into a grin. It sounded exhilarating, yet he declined. Thousands of magic arrays, setting aside whether he could even draw them. The subsequent maintenance was beyond his capacity to bear. Chapter 74. You can't possibly be sleepwalking. Groggy and disoriented, Veit emerged from the laboratory, gazing down at the bustling square below, still engulfed in a surreal sensation. He had a teacher now, a bond of shared fate. It was all so sudden. Moreover, and most importantly, his teacher had validated his understanding of magic arrays, which meant he truly had the opportunity to fully master mental magic in this way, even if he were unable to wield elemental magic in the future. He could utilize mental magic to bring his opponents down to his level. Of course, his teacher also devised a plan for his future studies. Each day, aside from attending classes, he would need to allocate an additional 2 magical hours to study the knowledge related to magic arrays in the laboratory. Furthermore, his teacher conferred with Vinny's to switch his magic class to a focus on magic array studies. After all, the theories learned in the magic class could easily be acquired from books, and the casting of elemental magic bore no relation to him. The efficacy of practicing mental magic in the magic class diminished as the difficulty of elemental magic increased. causing Celine and the others to slow in their mastery of spells. It would be more prudent to devote time to the study of magic arrays. Naturally, Veit's objections were futile. His teacher had already reached an agreement with Vinny's. Casting a glance at Boko's laboratory, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. The study of magic arrays was to commence tomorrow, which meant that there was less than half a magical hour until dinner. Should he go to Boko's place to practice shaping magic? Yet, the memory of last night's dream suddenly surfaced in his mind. Just thinking about that dream made Veit feel exceedingly fatigued. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately shook his head, glanced up at the volcano's summit, and then soared upwards. Today had already been exhausting, and he had only consumed a meager meal in the evening. He would spend some time stargazing before returning to rest. Upon reaching the crater, Veit selected a suitable spot, gazing dreamily at the starry sky. If it were true that the celestial bodies above could be surrounded by entire worlds, then in which world did his parents reside? It is worth noting that within his mind, there existed a notion of a star chart pertaining to that world. Could it be that his parents had left behind a map in the annals of memory, one that would guide him to their whereabouts? The reason for his failure to locate it might be that only when his strength attained a certain level could he decipher that star chart. If that were indeed the case, what kind of prowess would grant him the privilege to behold such a map? "Hey, focus. What are you looking at?" Celine remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in her gaze directed at Billy, who seemed lost in thought during battle. "How could that be acceptable?" Billy scratched his head and turned towards Celine. "I think I just saw a dragon fly by. A silver one, kind of like a silver dragon. Do you think it could possibly be Veit?" At his words, Celine paused momentarily, then lifted her gaze skyward. "Are you certain?" Not really, but it was definitely a silver dragon." Celine rolled her eyes and surveyed the surroundings. While there weren't many silver dragons, there were at least 6 or 7. Veit's inability to recognize faces might be forgivable, but could it be that you two are face-blind? Noticing Celine's growing impatience, Billy muttered softly, "It's nighttime, and we're so far away." "What did you say?" Billy quickly shook his head. "Nothing. I was just pondering whether we should continue fighting." "Fight? If you want to fight, go ahead." At that moment, on the other side, Ao, who was engaged in overpowering a fire element giant dragon, halted his actions upon hearing Celine's voice, looking over with a puzzled expression. "What's going on?" Billy replied. "He mentioned he saw Veit darting out. Should we go check it out?" Without hesitation, Ao nodded decisively. "Let us go with that." He soared towards Celine. The fire element giant dragon, realizing the shift in focus, quickly abandoned the battlefield, sighing in relief. The new generation of young dragons was indeed exceptionally gifted. As one who had been born 5 years earlier, he was no match for them at all. Soon, the 3 dragons ascended towards the summit of the volcano. After participating in several skirmishes, Isha had returned home. Dinah had little interest in the battles, having only watched a couple before retreating to the lair alone. Before long, they arrived at the circular apex of the volcano. Upon spotting Veit sprawled on a rock, the 3 dragons exchanged glances before furiously flying towards him. How could he have truly abandoned them again, coming here all alone? The most pressing concern was that he hadn't even informed them whether they could still associate with him. However, as they approached Veit, they were taken aback. There he was, his head drooping over the other side of the rock, eyes tightly shut, mouth agape, drool pooling around him. If it weren't for the thunderous sounds around, he could have been mistaken for a lifeless body. He is asleep? Really asleep? What do we do now? What else can we do? We have to carry him back. We can't just leave him here to sleep the night away. As she spoke, Celine tugged at Veit's tail. Billy stroked his chin thoughtfully as the conversation unfolded. A question arose. Would lifting him like this not awaken him? Less chatter, one urged. If he wakes up, all the better. It will save us some effort. Go on. Grab his hind leg. And I'll leave the other hind leg to you. After a brief hesitation, he pointed at Veit's forelimbs. Should we change our position? Celine's eyes widened in surprise, prompting him to hastily grasp Veit's hind leg. You're impressive. I'll follow your lead. Slowly, Veit opened his eyes, filled with bewilderment. It took him a while to fully awaken, followed by a great yawn. That was quite a comfortable slumber, he murmured, gazing around. Suddenly, he froze. If his memory served him correctly, he had fallen asleep while stargazing. How was he now in a dragon's lair? Had he misremembered? Contemplating this, he turned to Celine and the others. Seeing the 4 dragons blissfully asleep, he felt hesitant to rouse them. opting instead to walk toward the corridor and commence his wing training. A daily ritual he could not forego as a dragon. Aerial combat was inevitable. While others flew through magic, he lacked that ability and relied solely on rigorous training to compensate for his shortcomings. Halfway through his training, a commotion erupted within the lair. Moments later, Selene and the others emerged. Veit glanced back at the dragons, greeting them with a smile. "Good morning." Selene stifled a yawn and gave him a peculiar look. Good morning. By the way, why did you ignore us when we spoke to you last night?" Veit paused, taken aback that I went stargazing and then fell asleep. "Wasn't it you who brought me back?" The four dragons exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. Veit was perplexed. "Then how did I return?" "Of course, you flew back on your own. We asked you how you got back so late, but you ignored us and just lay there asleep." Noticing Veit's silence, Selene pondered for a moment before her gaze turned even more curious. "You can't possibly be sleepwalking, can you?" Chapter 75. Lofa. With a flurry of movement, several figures darted out of the cafeteria. Veit, his face darkened, relentlessly pursued the four dragons ahead of him. "You can concoct elaborate tales to deceive me, but you should have the courage not to run." Billy glanced back with a sigh. "Stop chasing us. We've already apologized. Besides, it was you who went stargazing without bringing us along." At these words, Veit's frustration boiled over. After hearing the descriptions from Selene and the others, he had been genuinely worried, fearing he might have truly sleepwalked. While eating in the cafeteria, he had inadvertently overheard dragons discussing, "Look, it's that dragon, seemingly lifeless, being carried back by the others." And then, this was the current predicament. Selene and the others, feeling guilty, hastily stuffed food into their mouths and bolted out without a second thought. It was only then that Veit realized he had not been sleepwalking. He had indeed been carried back by Selene and the others. How could he tolerate this? Thus, he gave chase. Unfortunately, while they flew magically, he relied on his physical wings. Keeping up was feasible, but overtaking them remained a challenge. At the entrance of the dining hall, Isha emerged, gazing in silence as Wit and his companions soared farther and farther away. After shaking her head, she ascended towards the fourth floor. In any case, they would ultimately have to attend class. Meanwhile, Wit grew increasingly agitated, shouting, "I don't care. Today, you must let me fly around while holding onto your tails, or else be prepared to face the consequences. After all, you cannot possibly defeat me." Dinah could not help but interject, "It was all their doing. I returned to the dragon's lair early and knew nothing about it. Can you please spare me?" "Not a chance. It was you who conspired with them to deceive me." Wit's rejection was resolute and unwavering. Suddenly, an idea flickered in Wit's mind, and he continued, "Of course, at the end of the day, it was also to prevent me from sleeping outside that you dragged me back. Here's the deal. Choose one dragon to let me drag around for a flight, and I shall forgive you." "Billy!" Selene and the others exclaimed in unison, while Ao hurled a small fireball towards Billy, who was flying behind. The fireball, though lacking in power, created a minor explosion upon contact with Billy's body, slightly impeding him. Seizing the opportunity, Wit grasped Billy's tail with a sinister grin. Billy looked back at Ao in disbelief. "You sold me out. It's not selling out. It's a sacrifice. We will remember you," Ao declared before swiftly darting away. Billy flapped his wings a few times, attempting to free himself from Wit's grip, but his strength was no match for Wit's. He could barely move, let alone continue flying. Realizing resistance was futile, a sycophantic smile quickly spread across Billy's face. "Wit, we are good brothers. You cannot treat me this way." Wit grinned widely, then gave Billy's tail a gentle shake. Instantly, Billy felt his body weaken, and he found himself being held aloft by Wit. Selene and the others paused on the fourth floor, watching with pity as Billy dangled in Wit's grasp, their hearts filled with awe at Wit's strength. Although Billy was the smallest among them, he was not insignificant, yet Wit had captured him effortlessly. If they fell into Wit's clutches, their fate would likely be no different. With this thought in mind, Selene exchanged glances with the others and they hurried towards the classroom, fearing Wit's wrath might not yet have subsided. Meanwhile, Wit cast a glance at Selene and her companions as they departed, then began to circle the academy while holding Billy. Noticing the gazes directed towards him, Billy sighed in resignation, lamenting his unfortunate encounter with the dragon. He then spread his wings and enveloped his head in them, wishing to disappear. "Wit, Just as Wit was dragging Billy in circles, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Turning towards the source of the voice, Wit paused, momentarily taken aback, and then found himself at a loss for words. Wince, let me explain. Indeed, it was Wince who had called a halt to Wit's antics, yet Wince appeared to pay no heed to Billy. Don't play around too much. Hurry to class. By the way, Janice should have spoken to you about the magic class. Wit nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With a smile, Winthes remarked, there is no need for embarrassment. I am genuinely pleased that you have found the path to explore magic. Furthermore, I eagerly anticipate your success in mastering spiritual magic. Now, off you go to class. Today marks your first encounter with alchemy. As Veit watched Winthes depart, he glanced down at Billy and inquired with a grin, will you dare to do so again in the future? Upon hearing Veit's words, Billy could no longer pretend to be indifferent and quickly responded. I wouldn't dare. Truly, I wouldn't. Veit chuckled softly and released Billy's tail. After experiencing a brief moment of free fall, Billy finally regained his balance and immediately began to vociferously curse. Those three rascals are utterly despicable. They actually sold me out. Veit cast a sidelong glance at Billy, retorting, you chose to trust them. You cannot blame the other dragons. With that, Veit soared towards the fourth-floor classroom. He felt a genuine interest in alchemy, though he wondered if it would be possible to transmute gold. The memory of the considerable handful of gold coins that Boke had previously produced made Veit's mouth water. Of course, this was merely a reflex. With the coins not in sight, Veit managed to maintain his composure. However, the concept of alchemy in another world seemed to extend beyond mere gold. It had an entirely different connotation. He pondered what alchemy entailed in the world he inhabited. Meanwhile, upon hearing Veit's remarks, Billy felt a twinge of embarrassment. With a quick flick of his eyes, he hurriedly flew to Veit's side. Brother, I will follow you from now on. Billy's declaration pulled Veit back to the present. And he glanced at Billy once more, stating nonchalantly, it depends on your performance. Understanding the implication immediately, Billy replied, don't worry, brother. I will be the first to inform you of any activities they have. After giving Billy an appreciative look, the two dragons arrived at the classroom. Upon entering, Veit was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Billy and noted that aside from their size, they were nearly identical, both resembling colossal red crystal dragons, approximately 500 meters in length. The clusters of red crystals adorning their backs appeared akin to a crystalline mountain range. Finally, we are all here. The deep voice carried a subtle rasp, yet it was not unpleasant. Its slow cadence imparted a gentle aura. Upon hearing this, Veit instinctively replied, I apologize for our tardiness, and no matter. I arrived early, came the response. Now, please find a seat. By the way, you may call me Lofa. From this day forth, I shall be the one to instruct you in the knowledge of alchemy. Chapter 76. Alchemy. What is alchemy? Lofa's voice was slow and soothing, creating a comfortable atmosphere, yet the content presented was something Veit and his companions had never contemplated before. It dawned on him that the knowledge related to alchemy had not been addressed in any of the texts that Winthes had recommended to Veit. Fortunately, Lofa did not expect Veit and the others to answer this question and chuckled lightly. Haha, I suppose you are quite unaware, right? That is entirely normal. In the eyes of most dragons, alchemy is not regarded as a means to enhance one's own strength. Indeed, magic circles are often deemed superior to alchemy in this regard. The reality substantiates this belief. Alchemy does not confer any enhancement to one's inherent power. However, there exist exceptions, such as the bone dragon, which you are all familiar with. Among the various kinds of dragons, the bone dragon stands out as particularly unique. Yet, it is essential to note that the very first bone dragon in existence did not arise naturally. Rather, it was the result of a dragon's body being subjected to alchemy. This creature is known as Os. The unfortunate individual who attempted this dragon body alchemy met a grim fate at the hands of the awakened Os. Along with him perished his alchemical laboratory and all records pertaining to that fateful experiment. This moment marked the closest the bone dragon came to evolving into a true dragon species. Naturally, the notion of creating a lineage of bone dragons through the method of dragon body alchemy is fraught with peril. It implies that countless mighty dragons would forfeit their liberty in death. Hence, dragon body alchemy has been expressly prohibited. Nonetheless, it is inevitable that certain dragon lairs clandestinely strive to amass a legion of bone dragon warriors through this very method. Yet, there has never been a report of any lair succeeding in this endeavor. The birth of OS was, in fact, a stroke of luck, and the prospect of replicating another OS may hinge solely upon resurrecting that ill-fated individual. Of course, such a feat is impossible. Thus, OS remains the singular entity in this world to have transformed into a bone dragon through dragon body alchemy. The second bone dragon came into existence through his own design. When one's appearance starkly contrasts with all other beings in the world, an overwhelming sense of solitude ensues, compelling the individual to seek out creatures that mirror their own form. Consequently, for an extended period following his emergence, OS traversed the world in search of a second bone dragon. Unfortunately, his quest proved fruitless. In the absence of kin, he began to explore alternative avenues. Indeed, he returned once more to the realm of dragon body alchemy. However, it is crucial to note that OS was not a brutal being. Thus, his sources of materials were not derived from hunting, but rather from retaliation, a point you must remember. Nevertheless, as a solitary figure, OS's understanding of alchemy was limited solely to his own existence as an alchemical creation. Yet this was merely his perception of alchemy, not the objective reality. Consequently, the second bone dragon he conjured was, in fact, another serendipitous occurrence, albeit not one born of alchemical mishap. He simply found a location to inter a dragon's corpse, and after an unknown duration of this practice, fate conspired to bring forth the second bone dragon. However, OS discovered that this new creation was fundamentally different from himself. The second bone dragon possessed a lifespan, constrained by the limits typical of dragonkind. Indeed, OS's lifespan was boundless, or rather, it extended to an extraordinary duration, allowing him to persist even to this day. Now, over 200,000 years have elapsed since OS first began his existence. The normal lifespan of a dragon is 24,000 years. However, should one surpass the limits of their capabilities and ascend to the legendary realm, they may transcend their lifespan constraints. These dragons are referred to as ancients. This is precisely why I urge you to take note of the fact that OS's character is not one of brutality. Should you ever have the chance to encounter OS, I encourage you to engage in conversation with him. With over 200,000 years of experience, even a mere fragment of his wisdom could benefit you for a lifetime. Of course, the alchemy of the dragon's body is not without its repercussions. Here, one must mention an ancient and immutable principle associated with alchemy: equivalent exchange. OS's lengthy lifespan comes at a cost. One such cost is that his power can forever remain at the legendary realm, with no possibility of further advancement. Another price he pays is that he lives his life in perpetual awareness. The soul's fire, fueled by dark elements, burns eternally. Although Lofa has paused, Veit and the others remain engrossed in OS's tale. The image of a solitary wanderer is the impression OS has left in Veit's mind. Simultaneously, alchemy has also etched a profound mark in Veit's heart. No, not just Veit. Celine and the others feel the same way. Perhaps this was indeed Lofa's intention in recounting this story. So, what exactly is alchemy? Veit must admit that Lofa has successfully sparked his interest in the subject. Lofa gazes at Veit and, with a smile, declares, "Alchemy is the transformation of things that are originally useless to us into something beneficial." Does that sound familiar? Upon reflection, the brewing of potions is the process of converting herbs and materials that hold little value into potions that offer significant assistance. Thus, the earlier potions were referred to as alchemical potions. The same applies to magical arrays. They involve processing materials of little utility into drawn arrays capable of aiding us in battle. Therefore, earlier magical arrays were called alchemical magical arrays. Having heard this, I trust you now possess a preliminary understanding of alchemy. Indeed, alchemy is a vast and expansive concept. This notion has been upheld for a considerable duration, until the development of potions and magical arrays led to a partial departure from the term alchemy. To this day, alchemy specifically refers to alchemical items. Alchemical items are categorized into three main types: lifestyle, experimental, and combat. Lifestyle alchemical items are quite common within the Academy. In fact, you have likely encountered the luminous orbs within the Dragon's Lair, which are indeed alchemical items. They do not emit light naturally. Rather, they are inscribed with a unique, glowing magical array.as for experimental alchemical items. You will observe them in the third-floor laboratory when you begin brewing potions. And regarding combat, at this juncture, Lofa paused thoughtfully before continuing. As I mentioned earlier, alchemy does not enhance one's inherent power. This is because the alchemical items intended for combat are external forces. While occasionally relying on external aid is acceptable, in most circumstances, one must depend on their own strength. Take, for instance, the Grand Dragon Feast. During this grand event, there will be a Dragon King challenge, of course. The term Dragon King here does not refer to the king of the dragon race, but rather an honorary title bestowed upon the strongest among mature dragons. In this challenge, the use of external forces is strictly prohibited. Chapter 77. The Two Forms of Alchemy. The mightiest among adult dragons. Upon hearing this, Veit and his companions could not help but feel a surge of excitement, particularly Veit. If his memory served him correctly, Wentz had once mentioned that the Grand Dragon Feast occurred once every 4,000 years. It had been 200.2 years since the last one. This implies that the next Grand Dragon Feast would take place in 3,798 years, by which time he would be 3,800 years old. The term adult dragon refers to those aged over 800 but under 8,800 years. Coincidentally, Veit found himself within this age bracket. The dragonkind is a race that places immense value on honor, regardless of age. The title of the mightiest among adult dragons is one that would inspire Veit to strive for glory. Their thoughts were transparent, almost glaringly evident on their faces. Observing this, Lofa couldn't help but chuckle softly. You are indeed fortunate. Calculating the time, by the next Grand Dragon Feast, you will be in your adult dragon phase. I look forward to your performances in the Dragon King Challenge. In my day, I was rather unfortunate. During my first Grand Dragon Feast, although I met the age requirement, my obsession with alchemy left me lacking in strength, and I refrained from participating to avoid disgrace. When the second Grand Dragon Feast finally arrived, I overslept and awoke to find that it had concluded many years prior. As he spoke, a flicker of regret crossed Lofa's eyes. Dragons yearn for glory, and he had missed two opportunities, with the next one looming when he would be well past his prime, now not far from old age. Shaking his head gently to dispel these unsettling memories, he continued, Now, let us delve back into the subject of alchemy. The types of combat-related alchemical items are relatively few, broadly categorized into three classes: enhancement, protection, and alchemical puppets. Enhancement items typically refer to those that augment the elemental affinity of the bearer. As for protection, it requires little elaboration. Think of armor. Alchemical puppets, on the other hand, are mechanical or magical constructs that can move freely to a certain extent, driven by elemental forces. At this point, you likely discern the essence of combat-oriented alchemical items. They temporarily bolster your strength, but once these items are lost, your abilities revert to their original state. This is the primary reason alchemy has not received due recognition. Rather than investing copious amounts of time and effort into learning and crafting these external enhancements, it is more prudent to focus on enhancing one's own strength. Nearly all dragons share this sentiment, myself included. Noticing the astonished expressions on Veit and his companions' faces, Lofa chuckled once more. You heard correctly. Even though I am your instructor in the art of alchemy, I maintain that self-cultivation surpasses alchemy. However, it cannot be denied that alchemy indeed makes our lives more convenient. This is why, despite its lack of prestige, you are still required to study it. We cannot remain perpetually immersed in cultivation. The unpredictability inherent in alchemy, attributes that magic circles and potions do not possess, renders it an ideal hobby for entertainment and leisure. After a brief pause, Lofa's voice became somewhat more cheerful. Thus, during the alchemy class, you are not required to execute the tasks assigned by the teacher with the same meticulousness and precision as in the potions and magic circle lessons. Instead, you are encouraged to unleash your imagination and create whatever your heart desires. The essence of alchemy lies in creation. Of course, this is contingent upon maintaining safety. After all, alchemy also involves the manipulation and transmission of magical or elemental forces, and any misstep could lead to an explosion. Furthermore, alchemy is primarily divided into two forms: mechanical alchemy and magical alchemy. The former is the type you will frequently encounter in the future, while the latter will depend on your learning progress. Related to mechanical alchemy, there exists only alchemical automatons. At this point, Lofa rose to his feet, his immense form resembling a living mountain of crimson crystal. Billy, seated beside Veit, gazed at him with a look of envy. If he possessed such a grand dragon form, who would dare to bully him? Let us proceed. This classroom will no longer be our primary venue. The crux of alchemy lies in practice, so our classroom should be the alchemical laboratory on the third floor. Upon hearing this, Veit and the others followed him with expressions of curiosity and excitement. They never anticipated that their first alchemy lesson would involve practical operations. This was far more engaging than the other two subjects. After all, dragons are inherently curious creatures. If you expect a dragon to sit still and listen to a lengthy discourse, the fact that it doesn't immediately fall asleep is already a considerable compliment to you. Before long, they arrived at the third-floor alchemical laboratory. However, the scene within the laboratory left Veit and the others slightly disappointed. It was quite similar to the fourth-floor classroom, albeit with slightly higher stone platforms, though not by much. Lofa, of course, sensed their emotions but chose not to explain immediately. Instead, he allowed each of them to select a stone platform before beginning his introduction. The stone platforms before you are not merely ordinary surfaces, they are experimental alchemical items. Each platform is inscribed with various commonly used special magic circles. Now, place your claws upon the stone platform and channel the magical elements within you into it. Upon hearing this, the dragons gazed curiously at their respective platforms and, following Lofa's instructions, infused their elemental powers into the stone. When Veit heard the phrase experimental alchemical items, the image of Boke's experimental platform immediately surfaced in his mind. The stone platform before him, compared to Boke's, differed only in size. The materials were entirely identical. As he infused the magical elements, the platform began to glow with a faint radiance. Subsequently, intricate magic circle patterns illuminated the surface of the stone, ultimately forming 3 distinct magic circles. The central magic circle, known as the constant temperature array, allows the temperature to be maintained at your desired level. However, the higher the desired temperature, the greater the consumption of elemental power. The magic circle on the left, named the annihilation array, can incinerate the waste generated during the alchemical process. It is capable of obliterating most materials placed upon it. Therefore, refrain from placing your claws upon the activated annihilation array if you wish to retain them. Billy chuckled nervously, retracting his claws, feeling a surge of trepidation within. Such a contraption is exceedingly perilous. Lofa shifted his gaze away from Billy and continued. The magical array on the right is known as the shaping magic array, capable of molding the materials you introduce into the desired form. Thus, the alchemy class shall commence officially now. Chapter 78. Veit's stomach. As Lofa's voice resonated, a multitude of oars and a cauldron the size of a head appeared before Veit and his companions. Do you recall my previous explanation of the essence of alchemy? It is the transformation of what is deemed useless into something of utility. That is the essence of alchemy. The stones laid before you are predominantly iron ore. While iron ore may seem ineffectual to us, the metal iron extracted through alchemical means is an immensely versatile material. Particularly when alloyed with other substances, it yields robust mixed metals, which, in addition to their hardness, serve as excellent conduits for magical arrays. Moreover, magical arrays are an integral component of alchemical puppetry. Hence, your subsequent task is to transmute these ores into mixed metals. The specifics of the amalgamation are for you to experiment with. As I have reiterated, alchemy does not demand the same degree of precision as potions and magical arrays. Alchemy thrives on imagination and discovery. The intriguing aspect of alchemy lies in the perpetual uncertainty of what you shall create. Of course, alchemy is not devoid of standards. The properties and compositions of various mixed metals do have optimal ratios documented in texts. By adhering to the written guidelines, you may indeed become a competent alchemist. Yet you shall not ascend to the ranks of an exceptional one. I favor excellence over mere competence, relishing the unknown and the element of surprise even more. Furthermore, that cauldron serves as your vessel. Crack! At that moment, a sharp shattering sound captured the attention of all the dragons, including Lofa. Billy, awkwardly clutching the iron ore he had nibbled on, offered an embarrassed smile. It appeared quite delectable. Veit sighed in resignation, poised to utter something, yet observed that the other dragons turned away nonchalantly, as if they had not witnessed anything at all. Noticing this, Veit swallowed the words that lingered on his lips and turned to Celine in bewilderment. Fortunately, Celine understood Veit's predicament and quietly explained, aside from meat, ores are also a vital sustenance for crystal and metal dragons. The metallic elements within the ores fortify the scales of both crystal and metal dragons. By the way, upon seeing the ores, did you not feel an urge to partake? As she spoke, Celine shifted her body slightly, revealing Ao behind her. The latter was busily chewing, his mouth opening and closing. Though his eating was noticeably quieter than Billy's, so much so that even the attentive listener had not perceived it. Seated beside Celine, Isha, though not partaking in the feast, fixated her gaze intently upon the ore before her, a glimmer of crystalline drool escaping the corner of her mouth. Witnessing this spectacle, Veit discreetly shifted his attention to the pile of ore in front of him. Well, there was no impulse to eat it all. At that moment, Lofa suddenly spoke. Although consuming it after shedding the juvenile dragon phase would yield better absorption, having it as a snack isn't a bad idea. You must be Veit. I've heard of your exploits from Winterus. Would you care to taste it? Despite your lineage now being that of a starry sky dragon, you still possess the blood of a silver dragon, which may allow you to absorb the metallic elements within the ore. Upon hearing this, Veit hesitated briefly before seizing a piece of iron ore and placing it in his mouth. His sharp and resilient teeth ground the ore into fine particles. There was no discernible flavor, akin to consuming dirt, yet the texture was unexpectedly pleasant. Moreover, as he chewed, a wave of delight emanating from deep within his bloodline caused Veit's eyes to sparkle with a newfound brightness. Veit, your body. Startled by Celine's incredulous voice from behind, Veit instinctively lowered his gaze. My body. Why does it feel like my scales have become significantly more lustrous? After a moment of confusion, Veit swallowed the remaining morsels of ore in his mouth and raised his gaze towards Lofa. What is happening to my body? Stay calm. Allow me to examine you. Listening to Lofa's ever-gentle tone, Veit felt reassured and patiently awaited the assessment. Lofa then extended his mental faculties to carefully investigate. After a brief interval, Lofa chuckled softly. Rest assured, it is a fortuitous occurrence. Though the exact cause remains unclear, it appears your dragon stomach has prematurely transcended the juvenile phase. Thus, you are adept at absorbing the metallic elements from iron ore, which will enhance your scales, making them more resilient compared to other dragons of your age group. I recommend discussing this matter with Winterus. She will make the most advantageous arrangements for you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other dragons, aside from Veit, changed dramatically. Friends are friends, yet the pride of dragons does not permit them to lag behind. Veit's significantly larger physique had always pricked at Celine and her companion's sensitive hearts, compelling them to train diligently in an effort to catch up to him. Now, with Veit's scales capable of being fortified through the consumption of ore, the challenge of their pursuit had become even more daunting. However, this also constituted a physical advantage. Regardless of their reluctance, they could only watch, unable to replicate it, particularly Celine and Dynet. The two were neither metal nor crystal dragons, and consuming ore would only lead to indigestion for them. The enhancement of the other dragon scales was achieved through alternative methods. Unbeknownst to Veit, the thoughts of the other dragons swirled in their minds. After hearing Lofa's words, he resolved to seek out Winterus after class to explain the situation. Veit's matter was but a minor interlude. Next, what Veit and the others needed to do was to refine the iron ore on the experimental platform. Naturally, the process would not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Lofa had merely instructed them on the usage of the 3 magical arrays on the experimental platform, then allocated all remaining time to Veit and his companions. The smelting of ore undoubtedly necessitates the use of a temperature-regulated array. This is an irrefutable fact, however. What of the temperature itself? With uncertainty clouding his mind, Veit could only experiment gradually. Becoming serious, he instinctively shielded himself from the surrounding distractions. He began by categorizing the distinctly different types of ores. Previously, Lofa had remarked that iron ore was the most abundant. Selecting several pieces of iron ore, he placed them into a metallic cauldron and subsequently set it upon the temperature-regulated array. With great caution, Veit meticulously manipulated the magical array, incrementally raising the temperature. Before long, the ore within the metallic cauldron reached a vibrant, molten state, gradually melting away. Observing this, Veit stabilized the elemental input, maintaining the magical array at this constant temperature. And then he commenced his waiting. Lofa, watching Veit's actions, nodded in approval. It was a cautious approach, albeit somewhat conventional. Most of the other dragons adhered to similar methods. Yet, it was Billy, standing beside Veit, who truly captured his attention. With nonchalance, Billy casually scooped a handful of ore and tossed it into the metallic cauldron, initiating the smelting process as if it were mere folly. Chapter 79. So you're not foolish after all. Veit's eyes were fixated on the metallic cauldron. At this moment, the iron ore within had transformed into a molten state, teeming with impurities. Veit was no stranger to metallurgy, in the world of his memories. Iron was a metal of vast utility, Naturally, his understanding of that world stemmed solely from his father. He was also acutely aware that memories are not entirely reliable, as cognition can lead to inconsistencies and omissions in recollection. Thus, the memories his father bestowed upon him served merely as a reference. Veit knew that the melting point of iron hovers around 1500 degrees Celsius. This world differed from the other. It was infused with magic, which could simplify many complex concepts. Just like now, Veit was oblivious to the precise implications of this 1500 degrees Celsius, yet he could directly perceive the presence of iron within the molten substance using his mental acuity. In this realm, it was referred to as the iron element. When a substantial amount of iron element congregated within the cauldron, Veit understood it was time to eliminate those impurities. Harnessing his mental power, he gathered the impurities within the cauldron and disposed of them into a nearby annihilation array for processing. Frequent visits to Boke's laboratory had made this scene all too familiar for him. Of course, this was his first experience executing such a task. After expelling the impurities, Veit withdrew his elemental force, halting the operation of the temperature-regulated array. Soon, a mass of iron, radiating a faint yellow hue tinged with red, solidified within the cauldron. Seizing the moment before the iron cooled, Veit swiftly extracted it from the cauldron and proceeded to hammer it into a square metal block upon the experimental platform. Sharp, as he chanted the incantation, one of the fingers on Veit's right claw elongated. Carefully, he divided the square metal block into 64 uniformly sized pieces. Once completed, his gaze shifted to the other metallic ores. Naturally, his knowledge was limited, recognizing only two types, copper ore and aluminum ore. Subsequently, Veit proceeded to repeat the previous steps. Before long, a disordered heap of ores in Veit's hands transformed into a collection of metallic cubes, each varying in size yet identical in weight. For Veit, who possessed the ability to manipulate spiritual energy with ease, this task was remarkably simple. Upon completion, Veit couldn't help but exhale in relief. The golden hue of his eyes dimmed slightly, a sign of the considerable expenditure of his spiritual energy. No matter how grand his appearance may seem, he was merely a 2-year-old hatchling dragon, with his spiritual energy solely relying on natural growth. Well then, a brief respite is in order. The voice of Lofa resonated in Veit's ears. He looked up to find Lofa gazing at him, an expression of admiration glimmering in his eyes. In a wonder Janice chose you as her student. Your meticulous and methodical approach is indeed well suited for the intricate art of magical array engraving. The purity of these metallic blocks has already surpassed 80%, an impressive accomplishment considering the spiritual energy level typical for a hatchling of your age. I eagerly anticipate your... Ha ha ha, I finally did it! Before Lofa could finish, Billy suddenly shouted beside Veit, lifting his head high, pride radiating from his demeanor as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay an irregular, even unsightly, grayish-white metallic block. However, he quickly noticed that the other dragons were entirely different from him. Selene and the others made choices similar to Veit's, categorizing and smelting each type of ore at this moment. The unique personalities of each dragon began to manifest. Before Veit stood stacks of metallic cubes, reflecting his meticulousness, bordering on obsessive compulsiveness. Selene was somewhat akin to Veit, yet her metallic blocks were larger and crafted into the shape of dragon scales. Appearing somewhat chaotic and inconsistent, it was evident that she transitioned from initial enthusiasm to later boredom and indifference, clearly indicative of a fleeting interest. Isla's approach was comparable to Veit's, yet her metallic blocks took on various shapes, some even bearing the delicate imprints of her talons. Dinah exhibited a different style altogether. After smelting a single ore, the resultant metal displayed random shapes and sizes, exuding an air of casualness. Ao was rather unexpected, embodying a blend of Veit and Selene. Before him lay exquisite dragon scales arranged on the workbench. Were it not for the differing colors, the other dragons might have suspected that those scales were plucked straight from his own body. Naturally, his progress was the slowest. Nonetheless, after surveying the area, a flicker of pride ignited in Ao's eyes. If one is to undertake a task, one must strive for the best. This was his thought process, and he executed it with unwavering dedication, clearly seeking perfection in comparison to his peers. Meanwhile, after surveying the surroundings, Billy scratched his head in confusion. Did I misunderstand? Just as he pondered this, the ugly grayish-white alloy before him began to levitate on its own, subsequently landing in Lofa's hands. After a thorough inspection, Lofa turned his gaze toward Billy. If I were to require another piece of this metal, which ores would you need to procure? Upon hearing Lofa's words, Billy was momentarily taken aback, but soon began to rummage through the pile of ores before him. After a brief moment, he had arranged 5 types of ores into 5 small heaps, positioned neatly in front of himself. This should suffice. Lofa nodded in approval, then pointed at the iron ore, saying, however, I recall that you previously placed 6 pieces of iron ore. Why have you only included 5 this time? In response, Billy awkwardly scratched his head and replied bashfully, I felt that 5 pieces would be adequate. Lofa chuckled. He then placed the alloy back in front of Billy, stating, as long as the metal you refine achieves the hardness of this alloy, your task for today will be considered complete. Upon hearing this, the other dragons were momentarily stunned, then turned to look at Billy in astonishment. They had never anticipated that their methodical approach would yield less efficiency than Billy's seemingly haphazard tossing of a few ores into the furnace for a casual melting. Billy was equally taken aback. He had always been the one deemed a poor example in class. Yet today, he had become the benchmark for qualification. Realizing this, a smile slowly crept onto Billy's face, and even his head instinctively lifted, his tail behind him flicking with exuberance. It turned out, you are not foolish after all. Hearing this, Billy's expression stiffened, and he glared in the direction of the voice, only to see Veit, who was awkwardly scratching his head. Veit indeed felt embarrassed. Although he had always thought this way, it felt inappropriate to voice it in front of Billy. With this in mind, Veit offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, it was not my intention. Chapter 80. The Joys of the Developmentally Challenged. I'm sorry, it was not my intention. Hearing Veit's words, Billy replied with unwavering conviction, no, I refuse to accept your apology. What kind of relationship do we have that requires such formality? Ha! Billy's declaration left the other dragons momentarily stunned, followed by a derisive snicker from Selene and her companions, who looked down upon Billy with disdain. Noticing their gazes, Billy arrogantly lifted his head, flaring his nostrils at Selene, and extended his tail, pointing at each one of them. I consider you all my brothers, yet what have you just done? You sold me out, especially you. As he spoke, Billy's tail shot straight out, nearly poking into Ao's nostril. Ao's eyes widened at the sight of the tail tip, just as he was about to swipe at it. However, sensing the precariousness of the situation, Billy quickly retracted his tail and seized Veit's tail instead, watching Ao warily. What are you planning to do? I warn you, Veit is currently protecting me. If you wish to lay a hand on me, you must first defeat Veit. Upon hearing this, Ao cast a wary glance at Veit, then snorted coldly and resumed fiddling with the oars before him. After all, Billy was weaker than him. When the day came that Veit was no longer by his side, dealing with Billy would be a matter of ease. Coincidentally, the other dragons shared the same sentiment, each casting a deep glance at Billy before returning to their alloy research. Veit observed Billy, who had grown increasingly arrogant due to Selene and her companion's avoidance, with a somewhat peculiar expression. Well, it seems he has overestimated this fellow. Indeed, this individual is quite the fool. He fails to realize that he cannot constantly remain by the side of his opponent. It would not take long for Selene and the others to teach him a lesson. Moreover, if it were a legitimate challenge, it would not be appropriate for him to intervene. Casting a sympathetic glance at Billy, Veit withdrew his tail. Although his tail was somewhat reluctant, this body ultimately belonged to him. With this thought, Veit turned to glance at his discontentedly swaying tail. He needed to find a moment to make it understand who the true leader was. With nothing left to grasp, Billy noticed Veit becoming busy again. With a quick flick of his eyes, he dashed to Veit's side. Boss, do you need my help? Veit waved his hand dismissively. I shall manage on my own. Upon hearing this, Billy felt a twinge of disappointment, but in the next moment, he perked up and slipped over to Selene's side. Dio, you need my assistance? Selene, already irritated at being behind Billy, felt her pupils constrict as a surge of malice emanated from her. Scram! Right away! Billy shivered slightly and swiftly fled from Selene, only to run to Dinet's side. You seem to be struggling. Would you like me to assist you? Dinet chuckled lightly that I wouldn't mind, but this is a classroom, and my tasks must be completed by myself. By the way, would you care for a snack? With that, Dinet picked up a mineral and waved it in front of Billy's eyes. At the mention of food, Billy's eyes instantly sparkled. I said aloud, of course. Come, let us shake claws. Saying this, Dynit opened his left paw and placed it in front of Billy. Though unsure why Dynit wanted to shake claws, Billy instinctively placed his paw upon it. Excellent, now open your mouth. At the command, Billy hurriedly opened his mouth. Dynit tossed a mineral inside, a smile creeping into his eyes, then waved his hand. All right, you may go back to your tasks. Scratching his head, Billy chewed on the mineral while stretching his neck to glance at Isha, rather intimidating, and then at Ao. He received a glare. Retracting his gaze, he swallowed the crushed mineral and turned his attention to Lofa. After a brief pause, he dashed towards Lofa's tail. As a fellow Crimson Crystal Dragon, he felt that Lofa's tail was far more beautiful than his own, and he wished to examine it closely. With the troublemaker gone, Wit and the others breathed a sigh of relief, returning to their respective tasks. As for Lofa, with his eyes half closed, he showed no intention of speaking, regardless of the happenings in the laboratory. Restlessness, curiosity, and capriciousness are all traits of young dragons, and no dragon would seek to stifle them. Moreover, compared to previous hatchlings he had encountered, this batch was already quite manageable. Previously, dealing with hot-tempered ones that would often brawl during class was a common occurrence. Just as he was contemplating this, he felt an unusual sensation on his tail. Turning his gaze, he discovered that Billy had climbed up his tail and was making his way onto his back. After a moment of silence, Lofa decided to remain completely silent. Young dragons and their curiosity were quite normal, but, Billy, you may climb, but could you refrain from gnawing on the crystal clusters on my back? Upon hearing this, Billy offered a sheepish smile, then wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth before resuming his adventure atop the dragon's back. For Billy, the motionless Lofa was akin to a mountain of crystal. Veit glanced up at the fleeting figure of Billy, shaking his head in exasperation. How does that saying go? Children with disabilities find joy in abundance. This must be the very situation. As time trickled by, Veit and the others gradually produced their creations, yet the hardness of their alloys paled in comparison to Billy's. They could only make incremental adjustments to the ratios. Soon, a second dragon that met the requirements emerged. It was neither Veit, nor Celine, nor Isha, and certainly not Ao, but rather the laid-back Diniti. To her surprise, Dynit casually tossed a few metal lumps into the mix and achieved successful smelting. However, when Lofa requested her to replicate the process, she was left dumbfounded. Having embraced a carefree approach to smelting, how could she possibly recall the proportions of the various metals she had used? Thus, she was left with her alloy, desperately attempting to recreate the ratios of the different metals. Nonetheless, Dynit's success exerted considerable pressure on the other dragons. Before long, Isha and Celine both succeeded in rapid succession. Their methods were quite similar to Veit's. They meticulously noted the proportions of the metals while smelting their alloys, allowing them to outpace Dynit. However, since Dynit had already completed her alloy and was aware of the types of metals used, she was able to gauge the approximate quantities of the various metal elements through her mental acuity. Though it required some effort, she promptly followed Isha and Celine's lead, successfully determining the metal ratios in her alloy. With a sigh of relief, Veit gazed at the silvery alloy before him, a weary smile gracing his face. Success! Hearing the overlapping sounds, Veit turned to see Ao, who was also glancing his way. The two dragons exchanged smiles, relieved that they had not embarrassed themselves, thanks to the meticulous preparations undertaken by the two. There were naturally no issues with the ratios. However, Veit found it rather amusing that Ao, in her pursuit of perfection, ended up with a finished alloy that resembled a genuine pale golden scale. Chapter 81. The gift. Well, now that you all have completed your tasks, class is dismissed. Upon hearing this, the young dragons momentarily froze, then simultaneously turned to face the entrance of the classroom. Sunlight streamed in from the volcano's mouth above the academy, filtering through the door and illuminating the area just inside, creating a bright and warm ambience. It must be noted that the spaciousness of the volcano's mouth was fortunate. Otherwise, being situated within the volcano would have been quite oppressive. Nonetheless, even so, the academy, whether in classrooms, laboratories, cafeterias, or dragon lairs, regardless of day or night, was adorned with jewels embedded in the walls, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the interior spaces. Well, those details are not the crux of the matter. The focus is on why Lofa would mention the term class dismissed when the day was clearly still bright. Observing Veit and the others' actions, Lofa was undoubtedly aware of the young dragon's thoughts. Today's task has been completed, and thus, The remaining time is naturally yours to allocate as you see fit. However, before class concludes, there is something I must present to you." As he spoke, 6 scales, corresponding in color to those of Veit and his companions, materialized before them in midair. Observing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the young dragons, Lofa chuckled and remarked, "Before you emerge from your juvenile phase, the inverse scale will not manifest that in the decades to come. The various materials required for your lessons will only increase in number, while some common items can be stored with us without issue. There are certain things you've created that may become inconvenient if mixed together. The scale before you is a spatial storage device, crafted by me in imitation of the inverse scale's space. Although the space is not extensive, merely a quarter of this laboratory size, it is ample enough for your use until your inverse scales grow. Not extensive." The young dragons exchanged puzzled glances as they surveyed the laboratory they inhabited. To say nothing of Lofa's towering height of 700 meters, which occupies less than a tenth of the area, serves as testament to the sheer magnitude of the laboratory's expanse. A quarter of that size. With this thought, Veit and his companions' eyes began to gleam with palpable excitement. How much could this possibly hold? As they gazed at the floating scale with increasing fervor, Lofa couldn't help but smirk. "Now, lift your necks and remain still." Having prepared such a splendid gift for them, Lofa's stature in their hearts soared immensely, and naturally, whatever Lofa commanded, they complied. With heads held high and necks extended, their eyes remained fixated on the scale hovering before them, filled with eagerness and curiosity. They then witnessed the scale gliding toward the area above their collarbones. The inverse scale resides at the juncture of the neck and chest, often imperceptible. However, whenever you stretch your neck, it becomes conspicuously apparent that one scale is missing. This absent scale is the inverse scale and represents the most vulnerable point during your juvenile stage. Do you remember the battle against the Abeliong beast 2 years ago? One significant reason for the Abeliong beast's reputation as the Dragon Slayer is its ability to easily pinpoint the location of your inverse scale and pierce it with its sharp tail stinger. Thus, this is an exception. From now on, under no circumstances should you expose this area lightly. Do you understand? Lofa's tone remained slow and gentle, yet this time, it carried an undeniable weight. Instinctively nodding, Veit and his companions then felt a cool sensation emanating from the area Lofa had mentioned. "All right, this scale has been affixed. Now, take a look for yourselves." At his words, Veit and his companions eagerly lowered their gazes, only to find a scale, noticeably larger than the others, embedded at their collarbone. As they admired this dragon scale, their fondness for it grew, and they prepared to experiment with its functionality. Just at that moment, Lofa turned to Veit and began to speak. "Veit, although what I am about to say may leave you somewhat disheartened, this scale is less an alchemical creation and more akin to a magical array." Lofa's words were perplexing, yet Veit understood immediately, and the joyful expression on his face swiftly transformed into one of tension. His body was incessantly consuming the elemental fire and water that lingered in the surrounding air. As for the other magical elements, did he not absorb them? Certainly not. It was merely that the concentration of other magical elements did not meet the conditions for absorption. Or rather, for Veit, it was a matter of possession followed by discarding. The other magical elements served merely as tools for enhancing his physique. Once utilized, they did not remain within him. This was a discovery Veit had made and shared with Winter. Thus, when he beheld the myriad magical arrays adorning his teacher, he felt a pang of envy but candidly declared that he could not master such techniques. Consequently, when he expressed his inability to learn, his teacher was not taken aback. After all, the magical cores and solutions employed in these arrays were high-concentration magical element polymers, which, upon contact with his body, would be appropriated to fortify his physical form. Upon their return, it was impossible for them to be returned to the magical array. Instead, they would be expelled into the external environment. Contemplating this, Veit cast a nervous glance at Lofa.as for the scale. The excitement that had once graced the faces of the other dragons gradually dissipated, including that of Isha. Though there were contradictions and frictions, they were more playful than truly adversarial. Observing the expressions of the dragons, Lofa sighed and said, "All right, I concede that I may have been somewhat slow in my speech, but please, ease your minds, Veit, so too for you. What I meant to convey was not that you cannot wield this scale. Rather, its essence is that of a magical array, and we all know your physique is unique, hence, this scale has undergone special treatment. However, matters of physique are difficult to truly control. Therefore, you will need to periodically monitor the color of that scale. When it shifts from silver-white to a grayish hue, you must seek out your teacher. Otherwise, should the array upon the scale collapse, the space within will follow suit. As for the contents contained within, they may either fall beside you or land far away. The most likely outcome is that they will be obliterated by the collapsing space. Hearing that he could still utilize the scale, Veit finally felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, he cast a mournful glance at Lofa. The teacher of magic, Winter, was a lackluster scholar, falling asleep at the sight of books. The herbology instructor, Veit, was a mad scientist, with his laboratory filled with dragon organs. And the teacher of arrays was akin to an armory, his wings adorned with magical arrays. Initially, he thought Lofa might be more normal, only to discover he was one who spoke with great gasps. Well, upon reflection, Lofa truly was quite normal. Chapter 82. Selin has flown away. Class is dismissed. The time was not evening, but afternoon. There remained 2 or 3 magical hours before darkness would fall. With the storage space available, Veit and his companions managed to keep everything they had created during the lesson to themselves. Due to the presence of the perilous annihilation array in the laboratory, Lofa dared not leave directly like Wince and the others. Instead, he took Veit and the rest with him. Without a teacher's guidance, the magical array set at the laboratory's entrance would not permit the young dragons to pass. Naturally, Lofa did not forget to remind Veit and his companions that the items they had produced during the lesson should not be discarded carelessly, as they would be needed for the next class, particularly the metal ingots and alloys. As the shadows cast upon the stone corridor floor grew smaller, Veit, aside from Billy and Isha, noticed the other dragons retreating swiftly. Casting wary glances in his direction, Veit rolled his eyes. A deal is a deal. Since you have sacrificed Billy for me, I shall refrain from taking action against you. By the way, your prank was truly malicious. I genuinely thought I had developed a case of somnambulism. Upon hearing Veit's words, Selin and the others exhaled in relief, then turned their gaze back to him, this time laced with curiosity. Noticing their inquisitive looks, Veit recalled that there was indeed something he had yet to share with them. After a moment's hesitation, he regarded Selin and the others with a hint of apology. I'm sorry. This matter should have been addressed last night, but I was utterly exhausted and fell asleep outside. Today, you tricked me again, leaving me with even less time to explain. Selin, being straightforward, frowned as she listened to Veit's roundabout speech, unable to contain her impatience. Get to the point. This is quite exhausting. In response, Veit scratched his head. I am now a student of Professor Janus. Billy, standing beside him, instinctively interjected. So are we. The other dragons, unlike the somewhat simplistic Billy, quickly grasped Veit's implication. Are you saying you will be studying magical arrays under Janus? Veit glanced at Dynet, nodded, and then shared his aspirations regarding his future studies in magic with the group. In short, it is for these reasons that I wish to learn about magical arrays. And Janus believes my approach is sound and is willing to take me on as a student. Ao nodded in agreement. If I were in your position, pursuing magical arrays would indeed be an excellent choice. Since you intend to delve into the mysteries of magic through arrays, there seems to be no need for you to attend Wince magic class anymore. I presume this is the news you are about to share with us. Selin, no longer exhibiting her previous irritability, spoke with an inexplicable tone, her radiant golden eyes fixed on Veit, her face betraying no emotion. The other dragons, hearing Selin's words, simultaneously directed their gaze toward Veit, their expressions filled with inquiry. Faced with Selin's intense scrutiny, Veit felt an uncharacteristic sense of unease. Noticing Billy and the others' gazes, he hesitated momentarily before nodding. The teacher said I no longer need to attend magic class, and Wince agreed. Upon hearing this, Ao and the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Agreement. Since their birth, for over 2 years, they have been inseparable. Disagreement. Setting aside their qualifications, merely contemplating their own studies in class, practicing a myriad of spells, while Veiter can only monotonously recite incantations and seek the elemental nodes within those spells, makes it impossible to voice such dissent. Suddenly, Selin turned away in silence and leapt off the corridor, her wings unfurling as she soared upwards. Veiter initially froze, then instinctively attempted to pursue her, but Dynet stood in his path. Meeting Veiter's puzzled gaze, Dynet shook his head. We understand your choice, and Selin does too. She simply has not come to terms with it yet. Moreover, you know her temper. At this moment, no matter how you explain, she will not listen, and might even confront you in anger. Veit, grant her some time. She will come around. Upon hearing this, Veit hesitated for a moment, then sighed, realizing that Dynit was indeed correct. However, over there, I'll go keep her company. Observing Dynit's gentle smile, Veit felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Indeed, Dynit was always so dependable. I appreciate your help. Dynit shook his head, then unfurled his wings and ascended into the air. After giving Veit a glare, Isha also followed suit. Veit turned to Billy and Ao. Perhaps you should accompany them. If Celine becomes enraged, Dynit and Isha alone may not be able to contain her. What about you, boss? Veit glanced upward with a resigned smile. The pressure you wield as practitioners of elemental magic is immense. I plan to first visit Boke to study shaping magic, and then to the library to enhance my understanding of magical arrays. Indeed, while Veiter's physical growth was rapid, it had already placed considerable pressure on Billy and the others. However, their progress in elemental magic equally weighed heavily upon him. Dragon scales possess significant resistance to magical elements, and dragon skin is no different. Yet, this does not imply that elemental magic cannot affect a dragon's body. Resistance does not equate to immunity. The same 4-node elemental spell striking Billy, if attacked at the same spot 10 times, would shatter his scales and damage his skin. In contrast, it would take 30 strikes, perhaps more, to inflict the same on Veit. The emphasis is not on the number of strikes, but rather that Veiter's scales would also fracture, and his skin would sustain damage. It is precisely because mere physicality cannot withstand magic that Vinny's declares that only magic can defeat magic. Observing his companions making strides in elemental magic, how could Veit not feel the weight of pressure? Hearing Veiter's words, Billy and Ao paused momentarily. Upon reflection, they realized the truth. Veiter's strength was indeed on the rise, and theirs was no different. Only the areas of their advancement varied. Contemplating this, Ao cast a deep glance at Veit. Once I leave the juvenile dragon stage, I shall challenge you to a duel. With that, Ao ascended into the air as well. Veit stood momentarily taken aback, then regarded Ao's retreating figure with an odd expression before turning to Billy. I should have merely stated that we can no longer attend our magic classes together, rather than suggesting that we cannot attend any classes in tandem. Billy scratched his head in confusion. Boss, do you want me to convey this message to them? Upon hearing this, Veit gazed at Billy in silence, then suddenly erupted, seizing Billy by the tail and flinging him out of the stone corridor. Away with you. He did not wish to engage in conversation with a dragon whose intellect seemed limited to a single cell. Chapter 83. The title girl has gone astray, and the author is striving to locate her. Billy was caught off guard by Veit's abrupt attack, but for a dragon, flying is instinctual. Thus, he merely flapped his wings a few times and stabilized his form. Boss, there's no need to vent your frustrations on me. Veit rolled his eyes. Hurry and scram. All right with that, Billy swiftly darted away. However, Veit's recent words had opened a new door for him. Although Veit was currently formidable, his strength lay solely in his physical prowess. If Billy could accelerate his magical studies, there was a possibility that he could one day defeat Veit with elemental magic and ascend to a position of power. The thought alone was exhilarating. Moreover, Veit had candidly admitted that his progress in elemental magic had already placed pressure on the other party. With this in mind, Billy was instantly motivated to learn magic. At that moment, he had completely disregarded the fact that Veit's original statement referred to you all rather than you. Furthermore, even if Veit had indeed meant you, it certainly would not apply to Billy, as his magical abilities were the weakest among Celine and the others. Unfortunately, Veit remained oblivious to Billy's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely have given him a good dose of reality to ensure he recognized his true standing. As Billy departed, Veit ascended towards the 9th floor. It seemed that Billy and the others were also flying upwards, albeit with the first to leave, Celine. Already having reached the volcano's crater, Veit wished to catch up. But upon recalling Dynit's words, he reluctantly abandoned the thought. Meanwhile, Boko, who was diligently concocting potions, suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps. Upon seeing Veit enter, he momentarily paused, then chuckled and shook his head. Truly, this is the nature of Lofa. Hearing this, Veit soared onto the experimental platform, inquiring with curiosity. Was Lofa always like this? Boko shrugged. He has always acted according to his own whims. However, he has indeed fulfilled his teaching duties, to the extent that even Winterth cannot voice any objections. Additionally, remember not to disclose my words to him. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to my experimental platform, that fellow would undoubtedly make things exceedingly difficult for me." Just as he spoke, Boko suddenly halted. Noticing Boko's unwavering gaze upon him, Veit instinctively coiled his tail around himself and regarded Boko warily. "What are you looking at?" Boko, slightly embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile. "Apologies, it has become a habit. However, the color of your dragon scales is indeed much brighter than the last time I saw you. Did you consume some, or today?" Veit stared at Boko in astonishment. "You can discern that?" Boko gestured towards his collection. "I am a professional." Veit turned his head to glance at the rather ominous scene before him and then nodded. "Lofa mentioned that my dragon's stomach had matured ahead of schedule, departing from the juvenile stage, and advised me to speak with Winter about this matter." Upon hearing this, Boko stroked his chin in contemplation. "The early maturation of the dragon's stomach, one should have anticipated this long ago, especially when your appetite was several times that of Selen and the others. Nevertheless, this is indeed a fortuitous development, particularly for you. While it may not expedite your transition from the juvenile stage, it will enhance your dragon scale's resistance to elemental forces. Furthermore, a robust dragon's stomach will enable you to swiftly recuperate your expended energy. According to Lofa's usual practice, he should have already provided you with storage scales. I recommend that you stockpile ample provisions within them. With sufficient sustenance, you can save a considerable amount of time during your training." Upon hearing this, Veit's eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded. "This is an excellent suggestion. I shall remember it." Boko smiled and resumed concocting potions. Observing this, Veit gracefully descended from the experimental table and proceeded to a nearby open area to continue his practice of shape-shifting magic. He first honed his skills with the technique of sharpness. After practicing from claws to horns and then to fangs, he once again embraced his dragon tail. That day, he had not succeeded in casting Fortify. But today, he was determined to achieve it. With this thought in mind, Veit extended his claw and tapped a dragon scale at the tail's base. Fortify, and then it exploded. Fortunately, Veit was already accustomed to this. After wiping the soot from his face, he proceeded to select the next scale. Soon, he noticed something peculiar. The power of the scale's explosion was significantly diminished compared to before. No, it was not the explosion's force that had lessened. Rather, the defensive capability of the dragon scales had increased. With this realization, Veit turned to Boko. "Boko, do you have any metallic ores in your laboratory?" Boko nodded in response. "Indeed, I possess metallic ores, and I understand your intentions. But are you certain you wish to proceed? Have you not noticed that, aside from the scales becoming more lustrous and their defenses strengthening, your body has undergone other changes as well?" Upon hearing this, Veit pondered. "Now that you mention it, I do feel somewhat off. It was a bit laborious to ascend." Boko chuckled and said, "Naturally, it is laborious. By ingesting metallic ores to bolster the defense of your dragon scales, you are utilizing a shared ability of metal dragons and crystal dragons. The principle is to transfer the metallic elements from the ores onto your scales. To put it more vividly, it is akin to enveloping your dragon scales with a layer of metal to enhance their defensive properties. A few scales may seem inconsequential, but can you truly count the scales on your body? Enhancing your dragon scales defenses with metallic ores will inevitably result in a noticeable increase in your weight. For a typical dragon, this would not pose a significant issue, as flight relies not on wings but on magic. However, you are different. Thus, you must consider whether you prioritize speed or defense. At the very least, this is a question you need to contemplate in the short term." After a brief pause, Boko continued to remind, "Moreover, do not forget that among the 3 shaping spells, you have yet to encounter the one named acceleration. If your body is too heavy, it may pose some difficulties in mastering this spell. Furthermore, if you have not yet learned fortification, I will not easily permit you to engage with acceleration. The sudden increase in speed could very well render you unable to control your own body, potentially leading to a grievous injury such as a broken neck. I am not jesting. The spell acceleration is far more perilous than you might imagine." Upon hearing this, Veit pondered for a moment, then curled up with his tail, resuming his practice in silence. Observing this, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Boko's eyes. He held great affection for Veit. It was precisely because Veit understood what actions were appropriate and which were not. And even more commendably, he was receptive to advice. This quality was of utmost importance. Chapter 84. Follow me. All right, Veit, it has been a full hour of magical practice. let us take a moment to rest. The last time you left, your steps were somewhat unsteady. Moreover, I possess a fair understanding of alchemy. It is quite taxing on both mental energy and elemental reserves. Even if you were to leave class early, the consumption is indeed substantial." As he spoke, Boko set down the potion he was concocting and turned his gaze toward Veit. Veit did not insist on continuing. The last time, he had awakened after a full year, which made it clear to him that time held significance, albeit not in abundance. It was sufficient nonetheless. After pausing, Veit noticed that his progress in this practice had improved markedly compared to the last. On one hand, his dragon scales had fortified his defenses. On the other, his increasing familiarity with the spell had indeed diminished the explosive force. At that moment, a large mass of light green, viscous liquid enveloped his tail entirely. Sensing a gentle coolness emanating from his tail, Veit looked up at Boko. "Thank you, Boko." Just as the words left his lips, Veit was momentarily taken aback. Before Boko, a substantial piece of cooked meat materialized, approximately twice his size, which, judging by the scent, appeared to be the flesh of a bush-long beast. Noticing Veit's puzzled expression, Boko chuckled. "This is for you. Having witnessed your determination, I realized that you would be practicing magic here for quite some time. The practice of magic consumes not only elemental and mental energy but also stamina. As you have not yet transitioned out of your juvenile dragon phase, potions that replenish elemental and mental energy cannot yet be administered to you. However, the restoration of stamina is quite straightforward." With that, Boko placed the meat before Veit. Feeling quite touched, Veit glanced at Boko and then began to devour it heartily as he felt his stamina gradually returning. He could not help but marvel at Boko's thoughtful preparations. After finishing his meal, Veit rested for a few minutes before resuming his practice. Yet this time, after less than half an hour of magical training, Veit reluctantly came to a halt. Having nearly restored his physical strength, though his mental energy was considerably depleted, Veit found himself capable of enduring 1 or 2 more sessions of magical practice. This time, he had exhausted the elemental power stored within the dragon crystal, including the water element. Speaking of the water element, it was only later that Veit realized how naive he had been to conceal his ability to wield 2 types of breath upon his birth. Not only had Bok examined his blood, revealing 2 elements of nearly equal concentration, but his body was also constantly absorbing more than just the fire element. For Wentz and the others, the subtle transformations of the water element were far too apparent to escape their perception. By the way, Veit's water element breath was neither a high-pressure stream nor boiling steam, but rather a frigid current at 0 degrees. This was one of the 3 types of breath possessed by silver dragons, with the most potent being the high-pressure stream, the deadliest being the boiling steam, and the most controllable being the 0-degree cold current. Silver dragons are indeed among the rare few that wield 3 types of breath. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that Veit's 0-degree cold current, unlike the searing white breath, was not an extraordinary power but rather a breath that could be wielded at will. Having said all this, Veit, drained of elemental power, found himself unable to continue his magical exercises. After receiving some treatment from Bok, Veit departed from the laboratory and made his way to the 8th floor library. Within the library, he struggled to retrieve the book titled A Few Matters Regarding Magical Circles. His teacher had already warned him that to truly learn about magical circles, he could no longer indulge in the trivialities of classroom antics. He needed to embrace a plethora of explosions. Although he found this somewhat perplexing, his teacher had indeed conveyed it in such terms. The mere mention of explosions filled Veit with a mix of anticipation and trepidation regarding tomorrow's formal lessons on magical circles. To avoid committing elementary mistakes, Veit resolved to visit the library first and peruse the introductory sections of A Few Matters Regarding Magical Circles. From the book selected by Wentz, it seemed that he had long considered the potential benefits of magical circles for Veit. However, Wentz had not made the decision for him. Akin to a potion, he first allowed Veit to gain some understanding before deciding whether to pursue this path further. Each time Veit contemplated this, he felt increasingly grateful toward Wentz. Perhaps he was indeed suited for the study of magical circles, as he became completely engrossed in the foundational text. When he finally regained awareness of his surroundings, he realized that an indeterminate amount of time had passed. Yet, the considerable drain on his mental energy compelled him to stifle a yawn. Reluctantly casting a lingering glance at the hefty tome, Veit prepared to leave. However, upon turning around, He was startled to find Wentz had somehow positioned himself behind him, his eyelids fluttering as he struggled to stay awake, his head bobbing slightly. The sight sent a shiver down Veit's spine. Should Wentz lean on him even a little, it might result in a broken bone or, heaven forbid, instantaneous demise. Wentz, hearing Veit's call, Wentz blinked in confusion before realizing something. After letting out a tremendous yawn, he raised a paw to rub his eyes. Apologies, Veit, but I must confess that I truly dislike this place. It is far too quiet, and the sight of books makes me drowsy. However, should I find myself suffering from insomnia in the future, this is indeed a rather suitable location for slumber. With that, Wentz chuckled to himself. Regarding your matters, Boko has just briefed me, and after some discussion, we have determined an appropriate dosage of metal ore for you. I do not believe that shaping magic is akin to dragon tongue magic. Nevertheless, I must admit that it is the most fitting form of magic for you. I apologize for my obstinate mindset, which has prevented me from fulfilling my responsibilities as a teacher. There is no need to explain on my behalf. A mistake is a mistake, and I have not yet lost the courage to acknowledge my errors. Veit, who was about to speak, could only close his mouth, gazing at Wentz with a mixture of helplessness and confusion. Wentz was well aware of Veit's perplexity and continued to elucidate. Boko is aware of your progress in shaping magic. Thus he will determine the amount of metal ore you should consume daily. We shall strive to ensure that you grow healthily without impeding your subsequent studies in acceleration. For metal dragons and crystal dragons, metal ore not only affects your scales but also your bones, making it essential for your healthy development. Your growth pattern differs from that of Selene and the others, so I can only endeavor to meet your developmental needs in accordance with the changes in your body. Veit opened his mouth but could only manage a thank you. At this moment, he felt utterly powerless. Observing Veit's demeanor, Wentz smiled. Dio, go to bed. The night is already deep, and you must accompany Janice tomorrow to learn about the drawing of magic circles. Veit obediently nodded and then flew towards the library's exit. Upon returning to the Dragon Cave, just as Veit was about to enter, a figure emerged from the shadows of the passage. Veit paused for a moment. Selene. Follow me. Chapter 85. The difficulty of matching magical solutions. Follow me. Selene emerged from the shadows of the Dragon Cave's passage, casting a glance at Veit before uttering a phrase and then spreading her wings, ready to depart. For reasons unknown, Veit impulsively grasped Selene's tail. Startled, Selene turned her head to glare at Veit, a hint of menace gleaming in her eyes. Veit hurriedly released Selene's tail, his claws brushing against the ground in embarrassment. Well, if there's something to discuss, I believe this place is quite suitable. Yet Selene remained airborne, looking down at Veit with a serious expression reflected in her golden eyes. I wish to battle you. This place is not appropriate. However, upon hearing this, Veit scratched his head awkwardly, sparks flying. Well, my mental energy is currently severely depleted, and my elemental power is exhausted, though I still have some stamina left, if you do not mind. I am open to it. At this, Selene hesitated, took a deep breath, and then flew directly into the Dragon Cave. Fight? What a ridiculous notion. Winning would bring no honor, and losing would be even more embarrassing. As for her reasons for wanting to battle Veit, well, today she had left without a word, which was indeed somewhat unreasonable. Yet she was reluctant to apologize to Veit. She indeed bears some fault. Yet Wit is not without his own shortcomings. Such matters should have been clarified much earlier. However, if she were to refrain from apologizing, she fears that their future interactions might become somewhat awkward. After much contemplation, Selene conceived an exceptional solution, engaging in a brawl. In her view, nothing is more suitable for alleviating an awkward atmosphere than a good fight. Once the skirmish is over, they would still remain good friends. Thus, she patiently awaited Wit's return in the passage of the dragon's lair. Little did she anticipate that Wit would return so late. She had nearly drifted into slumber. Observing Wit's nonchalant demeanor filled her heart with both indignation and anger. Consequently, her tone was inevitably somewhat forceful. As for the present moment, only awkwardness lingered. She had completely forgotten that Wit had been practicing magic. With such a long duration, how could he possibly be in prime condition? To mask her embarrassment, Selene had no choice but to dash back to the dragon's lair at the quickest pace, feigning that nothing had transpired. Wait a moment, Selene. Upon hearing Wit's voice from behind, she instinctively halted, then turned her head to look back, remaining silent. Tomorrow, you have a magic class, and I need to study magic arrays, so my condition is certainly not optimal. How about this? The day after tomorrow, we can rest and I can accompany you in battle. At his words, Celine paused for a moment. When her gaze met Weit's apologetic eyes, a wave of regret welled up within her, causing her head to droop. Weit, do you think I am being unreasonable? In response, Weit, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by unreasonable? Didn't you find fighting with AO and the others too dull, which is why you sought me out? Celine stared at Weit in astonishment before turning away. They were indeed somewhat weaker. Only AO could spar with her for a while. I look forward to our duel. Moreover, I apologize. With that, Celine soared deeper into the dragoness lair. As Weit watched her retreat until she vanished from sight, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The memories left to me by my father regarding that world can occasionally prove quite useful. When a girl asks if you believe she is being unreasonable, merely feigning ignorance will suffice. She will naturally find a way to shift the topic. Celine is akin to a female dragon, hence this approach is undoubtedly effective. Murmuring to himself, Weit yawned while making his way deeper into the lair, utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors. Of course, if it were merely a practice of shape-shifting magic, the elements stored within him would sustain him for the better part of the day. It was the elements consumed in activating those magic arrays in the laboratory that truly took a toll. Upon entering the lair, Weit instinctively glanced toward Celine, noticing her wings enveloping her body, her breathing steady and robust. Oh, has she fallen asleep so soon? With this thought, he reached his sleeping spot, lay down, and promptly succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, at Celine's side, there was a narrow gap between her overlapping dragon wings through which she gazed at him until he drifted off to sleep, after which the gap finally closed. What Celine remained unaware of was that once the gaps between her wings had closed, the wings of the other three dragons stirred slightly. The following morning, the dragons gathered to dine in the cafeteria. As they conversed along the way, they made no mention of the events that had transpired the previous day. When Isha arrived, they all shared a meal together, after which their gazes fixated upon Veit. This left Veit feeling somewhat bemused. It had only been a day. It was not as if they would never see each other again, yet the atmosphere resembled that of a poignant farewell. At this, AO let out a huff, promptly taking the lead as he soared towards the fourth floor's magic classroom. The other dragons, observing this, bid farewell to Veit before following suit. Watching Celine and the others depart, Veit let out a resigned sigh. They truly were still children at heart. He then made his way to the 9th floor, where the teacher's laboratory awaited. Although he had previously entered this laboratory, Veit still found the scent within rather unsettling. The metallic tang of blood was tolerable, but the foul odor was entirely another matter. Of course, it was not a stench per se. It might merely be a few drops of blood that had pooled in the corners of the lab. Otherwise, there would be no need for dragons to enter. As natural hunters, dragons, particularly the larger ones, possessed an acute sense of smell. A slight scent, although not overpowering, could be quite distressing as it lingered at the tip of their nostrils. Janus was engrossed in studying a magic circle when he noticed Veit's entrance. He set aside his work, turned to Veit, and smiled, saying, Veit, are you mentally prepared? Creating a magical solution using dragon beast blood is far more challenging than using your own blood. Upon hearing this, Veit nodded, his expression growing serious. After yesterday's intensive study, he had come to understand just how difficult it was to formulate a magical solution. The principle behind crafting a magical solution involved utilizing the juice from the roots of domia grass to suppress the elemental energy's activity within the blood. The lower the activity level, the more stable the magical solution. However, if too much root juice from the domia grass was added, it would disrupt the flow of elemental energy within the magical core, potentially leading to an explosion. The elemental energy in dragon blood was quite active, thus the reaction upon adding the domia grass root juice was markedly pronounced. On the other hand, dragon beasts were different. The elemental energy within their blood was not highly active. Therefore, the changes resulting from the addition of domia grassroot juice were not as evident, and a careless mistake could lead to the catastrophic failure of the magical solution's preparation. The consequences of such failure could indeed be explosive. Chapter 86. The art of the magic circle is explosion. Veit fixed his gaze intently on the test tube before him. Within it, the once vibrant red blood now appeared in a pale blue state. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern faint traces of red intermingled within that delicate azure hue. This was a small dragon beast known as Cass, which reached an adult size of approximately 30 meters. It bore a dragon's head devoid of horns, stood on 4 legs, and possessed a slender, agile form, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Its claws were cleverly concealed beneath the pads of its feet, allowing it to approach its prey with ease during hunts. The creature's surface was covered in fur, beneath which lay tiny scales, and its tail was roughly equal in length to its body, showcasing immense strength. The Caslong beast is characterized by its reclusive nature, preferring solitude, with its adult form typically exhibiting strength at the golden level. However, this is not an absolute measure, as individual differences are prevalent. The majority of Caslong beasts are attuned to the element of wind, yet again, individual variances exist. For instance, the vial of blood in Veit's possession originates from a Caslong beast that is aligned with the water element. It is worth noting that the usual prey of the Caslong beast consists of the juvenile forms of the Capulong beast or the Buahuan dragon beast. Indeed, these small dragon creatures are purely carnivorous. Given that carnivorous dragon beasts possess individuals with origin magic, they hold a distinct advantage during hunting or territorial disputes. Through the processes of natural selection and elimination, carnivorous dragon beasts have predominantly mastered origin magic. Consequently, individuals endowed with origin magic exhibit a higher level of elemental power within their blood compared to those lacking such abilities. Therefore, when concocting magical potions, the blood utilized predominantly derives from carnivorous dragon beasts. At this moment, Veit appears rather unkempt, with soot-blackened marks adorning his face and body. This disarray is a testament to the fact that this is not his inaugural attempt at brewing a magical potion. Previous trials had resulted in explosions. It is noteworthy that during the last class on magical formations, Veit had meticulously prepared a potion to conserve some blood for Billy, achieving success on his first attempt. This time, however, Veit believed he was far more diligent in adding the juice from the root of the domia flower than he had been in class. Armed with foundational knowledge, he felt mentally prepared for the task of using dragon beast blood to concoct the magical solution. Yet, the outcome was a series of failures and subsequent explosions. With each detonation, Veit would glance at his teacher, fearing that his inability to manage even this trivial task would lead to disappointment. Fortunately, his teacher's gaze remained imbued with encouragement. Ironically, such encouragement only intensified Veit's anxiety. This trust from his teacher felt like a burden as he continuously faltered in meeting expectations. Lost in thought, Veit's claws trembled. A manifestation of his fear, he dreaded yet another failure and explosion of the magical solution. Veit was acutely aware that such trepidation was futile and could hinder his focus, yet he found it impossible to quell his nerves. Swallowing hard, he gingerly added the final drop of domia root juice. Alas, his anxiety got the better of him. A tremor in his claw caused an additional drop to fall into the mixture. The last trace of red vanished from the solution, yet Veit could not muster any joy, convinced that this misstep would result in failure. Nevertheless, the testing had to proceed. Then boom! The scale Veit used for testing erupted violently, soaring into the air before landing atop his head. Though he sustained no injury, he stood frozen in place, his claws still poised around the test tube. Remarkably, the test tube remained intact. Despite the explosion at such close proximity, it bore only superficial black marks without a single crack. Suddenly, Veit's raised claw drooped, the test tube tumbling onto the experimental table, rolling aimlessly, while his face was a portrait of despondency. He then turned to regard his teacher, who was still engrossed in studying the magical formation. "Teacher, am I truly unsuitable for this?" However, before Veiter could finish his words, his pupils abruptly constricted. His eyes were instantly filled with a blaze of fire, and then he beheld the teacher extending a claw to shield him. Boom! The deafening roar of an explosion erupted, and despite the teacher's protection, Veiter was still hurled away by the violent shockwave produced by the explosion. When he regained his senses, he noticed that the defensive magical array surrounding the storage racks by the laboratory wall had only just begun to dim. The thunderous sound of the explosion compelled Veiter to shake his head vigorously, alleviating the ringing in his ears somewhat. Observing Veiter's dazed expression, Janus awkwardly scratched his head. It exploded. Veiter stared blankly at Janus. This was no mere explosion. Although he had not directly encountered the flames, he had distinctly sensed the breath of death. Just as Veiter was lost in thought, Janus reached out a claw and gently patted Veiter's head. His voice filled with apologies as he said, "I'm sorry, that must have startled you. But rest assured, explosions from magical arrays are generally not that perilous. Moreover, Don't lose heart. When I was learning to concoct magical solutions, I exploded hundreds of times before finally succeeding. This illustrates the difference between dragon beast blood and dragon blood. If during class I were to have you concoct magical solutions using dragon beast blood, I fear that within 3 lessons, none of you would ever return to my magical array class. AS for explosions. The artistry of magical arrays lies in their capacity for detonation. The more powerful the explosion, the greater the potential of your successfully drawn magical array. Magical arrays represent a novel means of communicating with elemental forces. The knowledge contained within them is vast beyond measure. It's not merely a matter of a few spells. Even after 10 or 100 years, you might still struggle to grasp their intricacies. Take your time, Veiter. Janice's words filled Veiter with a sense of shame. He had resolved to explore the mysteries of magic through magical arrays, yet here he was, contemplating giving up at the very first step. The gentle touch upon his head prompted him to relax. Of course, this was Veiter's perspective. To an outsider, Janice's gesture of patting Veiter's head resembled an adult pressing a finger down upon a beetle's head. So, would he next caress it gently or press down harder? Watching Janice's troubled expression as he tidied up the chaotic experiment table, which had been thrown into disarray by the explosive force, a flicker of gratitude crossed Veiter's eyes. The teacher had independently developed low-level magical arrays, thereby refuting the notion that such arrays did not exist. How could such a remarkable individual coincidentally encounter an accident that caused his magical array to explode just when Veiter was feeling disheartened by the explosion of his magical solution? With this thought, Veiter steeled his resolve and began to clean up the mess on his side. After all, what was an explosion if not yet another failure? The teacher had gone to such lengths for him. To not persevere would truly be to betray the teacher's expectations. Chapter 87. The classification of magical solvents. With a newfound determination, Veiter ultimately exploded over 20 more times. Of course, some progress was still made. Gazing at the pale blue solution within the test tube in his hand, a sinister grin emerged upon Veit's soot-darkened face. Well, one cannot expect a mouth filled with sharp teeth to display a benevolent smile. Upon witnessing Veit's successful concoction of the magical solution, a similar smile graced Janice's features. Her decision to accept Veit as her student was not solely based on his determination. Rather, it was also due to his character and methodology, which were exceptionally well suited for the intricate art of drawing magical circles. A student serves as a vessel for a teacher's knowledge. An inadequate vessel would struggle to perpetuate that knowledge. As fate would have it, she had indeed chosen the right heir. Veit possessed the patience to endure repetitive, tedious tasks, the meticulousness to adhere to standards step by step, and the tenacity to rise swiftly after setbacks. The more Janice observed Veit, the more she found herself enamored by him. Splendid, your aptitude in this regard surpasses my expectations. Since you have successfully prepared the solution, let us continue to fill it, striving to complete it before nightfall. With that, Janice presented a diminutive jar before Veit. He glanced at the tiny container, which was half his size, then at the test tube still grasped in his claws, containing less than half of the magical solution. Teacher, you must be jesting with me, Janice chuckled softly. Indeed, I was jesting, and while filling the jar is a certainty, there is no time constraint, although I would love to say so. Regrettably, the magical solution has a time-sensitive nature. I just examined your concoction. Based on the rate of elemental energy depletion, it will last no more than a month. Should you attempt to use this magical solution after that period, it will undoubtedly explode. Furthermore, I must caution you that magical solutions with significantly differing concentrations should never be mixed, as this poses an immediate risk of explosion. While the explosion induced by the inert properties of the Domia grassroot juice may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it could easily render several days of your labor utterly futile. Therefore, Janice retrieved several more crystal jars of the same size. Solutions of varying concentrations must be stored separately. As for discerning the concentration of the magical solutions, it relies on your keen observation. The deeper the hue, the higher the concentration. From light to dark, the magical solutions are classified into 9 tiers, distinguished by levels such as first tier, second tier, and so forth. Each of the 9 levels of magical solutions corresponds to the 9 ranks of magic, and each tier of magical circle can only be drawn with the solution of the corresponding level. Mixing them up could lead to an explosion, yet Veit appeared entirely unfazed. He had grown accustomed to explosions. Meanwhile, after delivering her instructions, Janice waved her claw lightly, and before Veit, the experimental table was soon filled with a myriad of crystal test tubes. Within these tubes resided magical solutions of various hues. This is for your reference. You must diligently memorize the colors of the solutions corresponding to different levels and elements. Certainly, this serves merely as a reference, not a definitive standard. Variations in color are entirely normal point. One simply needs to align it with the closest corresponding hue. Furthermore, the magical solutions here range only from levels 1 to 7. Alas, level 8 corresponds to legendary power. And as your humble instructor, I lack access to such precious materials. As for mythical, that is beyond consideration. Upon hearing this, Veiter appeared enlightened, exclaiming, of course, if the range were from 1 to 9, the number of vials would surely be greater. However, he soon realized that while the number of test tubes was not diminished, it had actually increased. Moreover, the overall spectrum of these magical solutions did not consist of 8 colors, but rather 9. Teacher, what are these 5 vials of silvery magical solution? Upon hearing this, Janus followed the direction of Veiter's pointing finger, his expression shifting to one of realization. You mean this? This is the spatial magical solution. I'm unsure if Wentz has mentioned it to you, but during the last Dragon Festival, a dragon proposed incorporating spatial elements into the 8 elemental framework, thereby transforming it into 9 elements. However, for various reasons, this proposal was ultimately rejected. The reason being that space, as an element, lacks representational significance. Furthermore, every dragon that ascends to the legendary realm may master spatial magic. At that point, it transcends mere magical elements and becomes a matter of magical rules. Thus, the primary reason for the rejection of that proposal was that space ought to be viewed as a rule, a principle, rather than an element. Although I have succeeded in creating spatial magical solutions, this does not serve as evidence that space qualifies as an element. Upon hearing this, Veiter scratched his head. Wentz had not mentioned it, but Boak had shared some insights with USIT this. Janus slapped his forehead in realization. I almost forgot. Dean Wentz is quite traditionalist in her views, so such matters are rarely disclosed to you. After a brief pause, Janus sighed. What a pity, there are still far too few dragons possessing spatial powers among the dragon beasts. Of course, there are higher-grade spatial magical solutions, but they can be somewhat perilous and are unsuitable for you at present. Once your strength has increased, I will provide you with some. Veiter nodded in agreement. Subsequently comparing his own magical solution, he soon discovered that the water elemental magical solution he had crafted appeared lighter in color than the level 1 water elemental magical solution presented by his teacher. Janus observed Veiter's actions with a light chuckle. Although the concentration is somewhat lower, it is still considered a level 1 magical solution, sufficient to activate a level 1 magic circle, albeit with slightly diminished potency. Now, let us store these away. Naturally, committing this knowledge to memory would be the wisest course of action. Veiter nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, teacher, I shall memorize it promptly. With that, Veiter gathered all the test tubes from the workbench, including the initially produced empty crystal jars. As he prepared to pour the magical solution into one of the test tubes, Janus suddenly interjected, Would you care to give it a try? Noticing Veiter's bewildered expression, Janus continued, Why not attempt to personally draw a magic circle? As he spoke, Janus produced a massive metallic tome, its dimensions comparable to the grand volumes found within a library. This book is a gift I have prepared for you, he declared. Within its pages lies an intricate depiction of every magical array I am acquainted with, along with the associated knowledge. Regrettably, it remains unfinished, so I shall have to present it to you at a later time. With a flutter, Veit alighted upon the book, his gaze drawn to the engraved magical array of a water sphere. A surge of excitement coursing through him. Is it truly possible? He wondered. Indeed, Veit's expression brightened. At worst, it will explode. Yet his face froze in apprehension. Chapter 88. The Tools for Crafting Magical Arrays. Gazing at the dragon's scale in his grasp, which was larger than his own visage, Veit curiously scraped his claw against it, igniting a cascade of sparks. Upon examining the scale, he found no trace of a scratch, nor even a faint mark. Master, this material is exceedingly tough. Are you certain you wish for me to inscribe a magical array upon it? Meanwhile, Janus rummaged through the disarrayed experiment table, a result of the previous explosion's overwhelming force. Thankfully, due to the recurrent detonations associated with magical arrays, Janus employed specially crafted materials, resulting in minimal destruction. Upon hearing Veit's inquiry, Janus casually remarked, the sturdier the medium for the magical array, the better. Ah, here it is. With a soft exclamation, Janice placed a pin-like instrument before Veit. This item must not be misplaced. Given your diminutive size, this is a custom-made tool. Losing even one would be regrettable. It has been years since we last ordered a new batch, and our stock is rather limited. It seems we must arrange for Lofa to craft another set soon. Veit grasped the pin before him, instinctively adopting the grip he remembered from his previous world. To his surprise, apart from being slightly thicker, it felt flawless in his hold. Observing Veit's actions, Janice inquired with curiosity, "Have you used such an item before?" Veit scratched his head, recalling a vaguely similar object from his memories. By the way, what exactly is this?" At his words, Janice appeared enlightened, and without further contemplation, explained, "This is an enchanted pin, specifically designed for inscribing magical arrays. Naturally, the one you hold is a custom version suited for a young dragon. Do not be deceived by its appearance. Though it resembles a mere stick, its structure is far more intricate than you might imagine." As he spoke, Janice approached a nearby shelf in the laboratory and retrieved an item that Veit had mistaken for a pillar. The manner in which Janice held the object mirrored Veit's grasp on the enchanted pin, albeit with the caveat that its diameter was significantly greater than Veit's waist. "This is one of my frequently used enchanted pins. From this, you should be able to discern the structure of such a tool." Externally, the enchanted pin comprises three parts: the nib, the shaft, and the tail. Typically, the nib is crafted from dragon teeth. For instance, mine is made from my own dragon tooth, capable of easily leaving imprints on scales of dragons below the legendary tier. The body of the pin is crafted from crystals that have naturally shed from the majestic crystal dragon, featuring a hollow chamber designed specifically to hold magical essence. It is worth mentioning that the crystal jars previously provided to you for experimentation were also fashioned from this exquisite crystal. This is due to the remarkable hardness of the crystals that have fallen from the crystal dragon, which effectively mitigates the loss of elemental energy from the magical solution. I recall you have a companion who is a crystal dragon. Every decade, the crystals adorning the dragon's body automatically detach, and I recommend you gather them. Tools such as the enchanted pin are best when personally crafted. Familiarity with your instruments significantly enhances your success rate when inscribing magic circles. Pausing for a moment, Janice pointed to the silver-white tip of the enchanted pin and continued. "This part is the most crucial component of the entire pin. The primary material suitable for crafting fixed magic circles is mithril. It is worth noting that the finest material is refined gold. However, the magical solution is actually the least effective among the three materials used for creating magic circle circuits. Regrettably, both refined gold and mithril are exceedingly rare. Acquiring either depends solely on fortune." At this juncture, Janice gestured towards the enchanted pin in his hand and remarked, "Last lesson. You expressed curiosity about what a semi-permanent magic circle is, did you not? The sections of the enchanted pin made from mithril constitute the semi-permanent magic circle. You may attempt to infuse your elemental power into the very tip of the pin." Upon hearing this, Veit followed Janice's guidance and channeled his elemental energy into the pin. Subsequently, the enchanted pin in his grasp began to glow, the mithril circuit emanating a faint crimson light. As the elemental energy coursed through the mithril circuit, what sensations did you perceive? Veit focused intently. The flow of elemental energy within the circuit was remarkably smooth, and it appeared as though there were two magic circles, one at the pin's tip and the other within the pin's body. Janice smiled and explained, "This is the mithril magic circuit. In comparison to ordinary magical solution circuits, the flow of elemental energy is far more fluid. Moreover, the mithril magic circuit can withstand multiple surges of elemental energy, making it a vital component for creating semi-permanent magic circles. Conversely, refined gold possesses an even greater capacity to endure elemental energy, allowing for an even smoother circulation. Thus, the presence of refined gold elevates the potential power of the magic circle. As for the two magic circles, they are both space magic circles, albeit of the most rudimentary variety, yielding rather singular effects. Now, Veit, insert the enchanted pin into the crystal tube containing the magical solution you have concocted. Then, concentrate and activate the magic circle on the pin to set it in motion." Following Janice's instructions meticulously, Veit observed the magical solution flowing into the enchanted pin. "Excellent. Now, grasp the enchanted pin. Inscribe upon the dragon scales." and simultaneously infuse it with elemental energy to activate the magic circle at the pin's tip. Remember to apply even pressure while writing, maintain a steady pace, and above all, avoid any interruptions. Upon hearing this, Veit did not immediately put pen to paper. Instead, he raised his gaze towards Janice. "Teacher, what should I write?" "Draw a circle first. Let us construct the simplest magical circuit." Veit nodded in agreement and then leaned over the stone table, his right claw grasping the enchanted pen. Following his teacher's earlier instructions, he began to draw, with steady pressure, at a consistent speed, without any pauses. With precise vision and flawless control over his physical form, a standard circle gradually took shape under Veit's deft hand. "Good, it's complete." However, no sooner had he spoken than the circle upon the dragon scale began to emit a faint blue glow. Instinctively, Veit inquired, "Teacher, does this signify that the magical circuit has been successfully established?" Janice, however, shook her head. "No, that indicates." Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Veit was hurled away by the shockwave generated by the explosion. "It's about to blow." Janice's subsequent words finally echoed through the air. As Veit picked himself up, bemused yet exasperated, he remarked, "Teacher, you ought to have warned me before I asked that question." Fortunately, the magical solution he had concocted was of a relatively inferior first-grade quality, and the dragon scales provided formidable protection, absorbing all elemental forces. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he had sustained no injuries. Chapter 89. You must create your own magic circle. Explosions are inevitable. Even I, when drawing unfamiliar magic circles, may err in constructing the magical circuit, resulting in an explosion. Gaining insight into the essence of the magic circle amidst the chaos of an explosion is a necessary psychological preparation for our study of magic arrays. Furthermore, explosions can alert you to any shortcomings in your work. As she spoke, Janice extended her claw, summoning the dragon scale that had been flung to the corner back into her grasp. Let me examine it." The shape is correct, forming a standard circle, but the depth inscribed by the pen tip is somewhat uneven. This is one of the reasons for the explosion. There are several points where the magical solution overflowed from the circuit, which could stem from three potential causes. Point 1 is that when you infused elemental power into the enchanted pen, causing the magic circle at the tip to activate, the elemental force was unstable, leading to fluctuations in the solution's output. Another possibility is that you paused during the drawing process. The final cause relates to the previous issue, wherein varying depths inscribed by the pen tip may also lead to an uneven solution. All these factors are the most common culprits for causing magical circuits to explode when inscribing magic arrays. Thus, you must practice addressing these aspects. However, it is getting late, and you have expended considerable energy in concocting the magical solution. Continuing to practice under such circumstances would yield diminishing returns. After a brief pause, Janice extended her claw, pinching Veit's tail, and proceeded towards the storage shelf in the laboratory. Upon reaching the shelf, Janice lifted Veit and placed him before a crystal jar. "This is the blood of the Karslong beast that you just utilized. Remember the location of this jar. For a considerable time henceforth, you shall be dealing with it, until you have successfully drawn all the 5-node and lower water attribute magic circles." Veit nodded slightly, as he was quite clear about this matter. Magic is generally categorized into 4 stages: low-tier magic, mid-tier magic, high-tier magic, and forbidden spells. The first-level magic circle corresponds to low-tier magic, specifically the magic of 5 nodes and below, while the second-level magic circle corresponds to magic above 5 nodes and up to 10 nodes. Mid-tier magic is considerably more complex than low-tier magic. Magic with 10 nodes and below 40 nodes falls under mid-tier, while magic with nodes ranging from 40 to 70 is classified as high-tier, and spells exceeding 70 but below 100 are deemed forbidden spells. Furthermore, for magic circles above the second level, every 15 nodes of mid-tier magic corresponds to 1 level of magic circle, whereas mid-tier magic above that corresponds to 1 level of magic circle for every 30 nodes. In summary, low-tier magic corresponds to the first and second level magic circles. Mid-tier magic corresponds to the third and fourth level magic circles. High-tier magic corresponds to the 5th level magic circle, and forbidden spells correspond to the 6th level magic circle. Forbidden spells are the most potent magic below the legendary tier. Beyond that, it transcends elemental magic and enters the realm of rules and laws. Although the book lacks specific methods for drawing magic circles, it encompasses all foundational knowledge pertaining to them. However, the rules and laws mentioned within are beyond Veit's comprehension. If he recalled correctly, Wince once suggested that if he could not wield magic, he should strive to break through to the legendary tier at that level. He would undoubtedly be able to use magic as it pertains to these rules and laws. When Veit first encountered this information, he was momentarily taken aback, never expecting to find concepts mentioned by Wince in a book related to magic circles. Of course, these notions still felt quite distant to him. He could barely manage the simplest magical circuits. Moreover, the author of this book is none other than his teacher. Upon seeing Veit nod, Janus led him to another crystal jar. This one contained the sap from the roots of domia grass. Remember this location. Additionally, as he spoke, Janus raised another claw, already piled high with dragon scales. You should collect these yourself. Obediently, Veit gathered the dragon scales and then looked at his teacher with curiosity. Janus, having noticed this, chuckled softly before continuing. Magic circles share commonalities with alchemy, including their objectives. The aim of alchemy is innovation, and magic circles are no exception. While one can only draw magic circles left by ancient dragons, which indeed provides assistance for magic circles, it does not equate to achieving success in the realm of magic circles. True achievement lies in creation. What is the essence of a magic circle? It is a novel means of communication with the elements. Yet, one must concede that this new mode of communication is still related to the ancient dragon language. However, the aspect that is connected is not the part where the ancient dragon language communicates with the elements, but rather, the ancient dragon script, which was once deemed useless and merely a means of recording events. Thus, the essence of the magic circle does not lie in the core of magical power, but rather in the magical circuit and the ancient draconic script. Mastering these two elements will grant you an infinite future in the realm of magic circles. I am your teacher, imparting to you not only the techniques of drawing magic circles, but also the creative philosophy behind their conception. These insights will be at your disposal in the future. Dare to experiment, proceed with caution in your verification, and endeavor to create a magic circle that belongs to you. You need only remember 3 pivotal phrases. First, the magic circle is a unified whole. Second, the magic circle constitutes a closed circuit of magical energy. Third, the same magic can manifest through diverse magic circles. With this, Janus gently set Veit down and smiled, saying, "Well then, our lesson concludes here for today. You have already mastered the creation of magical solutions, and the magical core is merely an object that I will provide you when the time comes. As for the magical circuit, you need only familiarize yourself with the process. These are the 3 essential components for drawing a magic circle. Henceforth, your task here will be to concoct magical solutions and delineate magical circuits until you ultimately create a magic circle. During this process, I shall not offer you any further guidance. You must resolve all encountered challenges independently. Unless, of course, you face a dilemma that truly eludes your resolution." Observing Veit's anxious and somewhat bewildered demeanor, Janus affectionately tousled his hair. "I believe in your capabilities." Feeling the gentle yet firm touch upon his head, Veit's heart gradually settled. Creating a magic circle that belonged to him seemed daunting. Yet, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. With a profound understanding of the magical circuit and ancient draconic script, he had the chance to forge his own magic circle. As this thought crossed his mind, a fervor ignited within Veit's heart. Chapter 90. The Battle with Selene. After departing from his mentor's laboratory, Veit did not return directly to the dragon's lair, but instead ventured to Boke's laboratory to practice shaping magic for a while. The results were indeed promising. After several more attempts that resulted in numerous shattered scales, he finally succeeded in executing that spell. The manifestation of its solidity was evident as the dragon scales expanded and thickened. However, with Veit's current level of proficiency, he could only apply the solidification spell 1 scale at a time in the heat of battle. By the time he managed to solidify all his scales and horns, it would likely be too late. Exhausted from depleting his internal reservoir of elemental energy, Veit once again dragged his weary body toward the dragon's lair. Rest is indispensable for a young dragon. Even though Veit's mental acuity surpassed that of his peers, he could not defy the natural development patterns of young dragons. Energizing himself forcibly is certainly feasible, but the consequence would be detrimental to his physical health. Despite appearing to exert himself tirelessly, Veit was not pushing himself to his limits. Such efforts were futile and inefficient. It would be far more beneficial to indulge in a restful slumber, allowing his body to recuperate fully, so that he might greet the new day in optimal condition. Upon returning to the dragon's lair, Veit instinctively softened his footsteps upon hearing the rhythmic sounds of breathing from within. He, too, was fatigued, and he did not wish to disturb Celine and the others. With a blink, the night swiftly passed. Early the next morning, Veit was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of noise. As he opened his eyes, he was confronted by an enormous dragon face, which startled him into raising his head high. It was only then that he realized, lying before him with wide eyes, was none other than Celine. Upon noticing that Veit had awakened, Billy and the others fell silent, their gazes flitting excitedly between Veit and Celine, their dragon eyes brimming with anticipation. "You are finally awake with that." Celine rose to her full height, her golden eyes ablaze with a fierce determination. Coming to his senses, Veit could not help but let out a wry smile. Was there really such urgency? After all, there were no classes today, yet Celine remained undeterred. As the elemental energies surged around her, radiating a soft, milky glow. Observing this, Veit too became serious. He scanned his own body with his mental energy. His elemental power was fully restored, his stamina at its peak. Though his mental energy was not at its maximum due to being abruptly awakened, it was close enough, however. Both Celine and Veit held this impending battle in high regard. He too yearned to ascertain the extent of his own strength. Nevertheless, he suggested, "Let us move outside." Upon hearing this, Celine paused momentarily. "Is this place not suitable?" Veit indicated upwards. "My size surpasses yours considerably. Although the dragon lair is spacious, it still has rocky barriers that may impede your performance, especially in flight. Therefore, we should engage in battle outside the academy, where there are no hindrances, allowing you to unleash your full potential." Upon hearing this, Celine offered no further protest and soared outside. Veit followed closely behind. Billy and the others exchanged glances before hastily trailing after them. Exiting the dragon lair, they fortuitously encountered Isha, who had come seeking them early that morning. Upon learning of the duel between Celine and Veit, Isha wasted no time and joined their ranks. The volcano housing the Dragon Academy was immensely vast. It is worth noting that within the academy, the instructors wielded dragon forms measuring 700 meters in length, and each level of the academy allowed for their free movement without any hindrance. Such a colossal volcano naturally boasted a grand circular caldera, ample enough to serve as a battleground for two dragons. At this moment, Veit and Celine stood at opposite sides, separated by a distance of approximately 300 meters. Celine emanated a pearly glow, the elemental energies swirling vibrantly around her. Meanwhile, Veit, though devoid of any elemental fluctuations, had his four claws firmly anchored to the rocky surface, his muscles swelling, which accentuated his already imposing size. The other four dragons stood at a distance, their expressions a mix of curiosity and fervor as they observed the two combatants. Suddenly, Veit sprang into action. His wings pressed tightly against his back, his limbs moved with agility and speed. Each landing sent small stones scattering. His head extended forward, undeterred by the undulating terrain. Veit's gaze was fixed intently on Celine, while his body slithered towards her like a swift serpent. The same moment that Veit surged forward, Celine also took flight. Unlike Veit, Celine unfurled her wings in an instant, her milky luminescence bursting forth. Her massive form soaring upward in the blink of an eye, however, the speed of takeoff ultimately entails a more intricate series of preparatory actions than mere running. Thus, the recently airborne Celine was not particularly swift. As she observed Veit rapidly approaching, Celine realized that if she did not intervene, she would scarcely have time to escape the range of his attack. Therefore, light and shadow, Veit, ever vigilant, kept his gaze fixed on Celine's lips. Upon noticing their movement, he understood that she was casting a spell. Moreover, this incantation was entirely unfamiliar to him. Yet, Veit exhibited no signs of surprise. Given that Celine dared to challenge him despite their significant size disparity, it was evident that she had prepared some spells he had yet to encounter. After all, if he had knowledge of her magic, he would possess the opportunity to thwart her incantation. Fully aware of this, Celine recognized that should she resort to spells he was acquainted with, she would instead have to exercise greater caution. Uncertain of the spell's effects, Veit did not pause in his advance. At their current levels, they were incapable of casting mid-tier magic, and even low-tier spells could be easily disregarded by Veit after one or two attempts. However, just as he contemplated this, Celine completed her casting, and a blinding light erupted from her being. Even Veit instinctively shut his eyes momentarily. Fortunately, by that time, he had already closed in on Selene. With his eyes still shut, he leapt upward with great force, his wings unfurling instantly. The speed he had already gained in flight surpassed Selene's by more than double. According to his calculations, Selene could only have ascended to a maximum height of around 100 meters, placing her within his reach. Yet, in the next instant, Veit abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils narrowing in shock. She was gone. Turning his head, he beheld the spot where he had just collided, a sphere of white light lingering there, while Selene hovered several dozen meters above it, continuing her ascent at an ever-accelerating pace. Noticing Veit glance in her direction, Selene grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. The low-tier light magic, Light and Shadow, a 5-note incantation, bore no lethal force. Its effect was to unleash a brilliant light while allowing the caster to move a short distance in one direction at double their original speed.